Gao Wen gazed down upon the distant earth from an absolute vantage point, quietly contemplating life. After all, he was incapable of doing anything else. He could no longer recall how many years he had maintained this state or what he currently resembled, although he could roughly gauge the passage of time through the alternation of day and night. The truth was that after countless cycles, he had grown disinclined to keep count. Had he transcended time itself? To be honest, Gao Wen had come to terms with the notion of transcendence. It was not that he possessed a profound enlightenment that rendered him indifferent to life and death, but rather, during his last moments aboard a plummeting airplane, he grasped the impermanence of existence and the capriciousness of fate. In such a dire situation, having the chance to transcend was undoubtedly preferable to a fatal crash. What troubled him more was why he found himself drifting in the heavens after this transcendence. And he had been adrift for an unfathomable number of years. Gao Wen was oblivious to the nature of his current state. He could not shift his perspective nor perceive the existence of his physical form. In fact, apart from vision, he had entirely lost his ability to sense the external environment. Thus, he could not ascertain whether he was a lingering spirit or a drifting corpse in orbit. Yet one thing was certain. He was decidedly not in a normal human state. He was certain that a typical human psyche could not endure thousands of years floating in the void while retaining such clarity of thought and vivid memories, let alone have the leisure to ponder the intricacies of life. Any ordinary person would have succumbed to madness long ago. Yet he had not gone mad. Not only was he sane, but his memory remained remarkably acute. The passage of tens of thousands of years had left no mark on Gao Wen's recollections. To this day, he could vividly recall the harrowing moments preceding his demise, piercing screams, alarms blaring, the violent shaking of the cabin, the tumultuous world beyond the window, a neighbor struggling to don an oxygen mask, and the thunderous roar of the airplane disintegrating in midair. Every detail felt as fresh as if it had transpired just yesterday, and he could distinctly remember the astonishment that washed over him when he reopened his eyes to find himself hovering over this strange planet. From the moment he had reopened his eyes, he understood that he was not gazing upon the land and seas of Earth. Thus, he took some time to deduce and accept the reality of his arrival in another world, followed by a more extended period spent pondering how to cease this endless drifting. Regrettably, the latter endeavor proved fruitless. He discovered that he was fixed in place, or rather, his current form seemed devoid of any capacity for movement. He had become a static observer, bound to his position, able only to gaze down upon the earth. He could observe the land, yet he was constrained to a specific Aryan, irregular expanse of land surrounded by a circle of ocean. But his field of vision did not extend beyond this limited scope. He could not turn his gaze to ascertain whether there were other lands beyond the ocean. Similarly, he had yet to glimpse the heavens of this new world. He could not even be sure if other celestial bodies existed. Perhaps, if he were to shift his focus, he might behold a bearded deity illuminating all creation with a spotlight. Alas, how he longed to float on his back. Even if all he could see was a bearded gentleman wielding a spotlight, it would still suffice. However, all such desires were mere fantasies, for this fixed perspective was immutable. Yet after much effort, Gao Wen discovered a modicum of maneuverability within this perspective. Though he could not move laterally, he could zoom in and out within his field of view. Upon this realization, he experienced a surge of elation, experimenting with various degrees of magnification. Although zooming out to the maximum still did not reveal anything beyond the surrounding ocean, at least he could choose to zoom in and observe the life teeming upon the land. It was lush and vibrant, clearly teeming with life. If only he could catch a glimpse of the daily lives of the inhabitants of this other world, it would alleviate his solitude. Though he remained suspended in place. Observing the customs and cultures of this alien realm might provide some reprieve from his ennui. Thus, he drew his focus as close as possible, until he could discern the minutiae of the earth below. To his despair, he discovered that none of the mammals had yet mastered the art of bipedalism. But that was of little consequence. Gao Wen possessed immense patience. Perhaps, in his previous life as a human, his patience had been limited. Yet in this state of suspended observation, he found himself imbued with an extraordinary forbearance. He waited patiently until the day the monkeys learned to walk upright. Many years passed, and he bore witness to the moment the first spark of human ingenuity ignited. It was a strike of flint. Change began to unfold following the birth of that first spark. Gao Wen was uncertain what transpired, but after the emergence of that initial fire, Everything seemed to accelerate, or perhaps his perception of time had warped. Events on the Earth began to unfold with astonishing rapidity, akin to a video played at an accelerated speed. He observed humanoid races swiftly constructing primitive tribes, which soon evolved into early city-states. He witnessed these humanoid beings acquiring bewildering abilities, utilizing what appeared to be magical skills to expand their territories. Yet before he could fully grasp the happenings on the Earth, those early kingdoms crumbled into ruins, only for new humanoid life to emerge from the remnants. Humans and various other races began to vie for survival on the continent, establishing a myriad of kingdoms, diverse beliefs, and invoking the names of various deities in their conflicts, only to dissipate rapidly thereafter. The pace of change quickened, and Gao Wen gradually found himself overwhelmed by the deluge of information before him. He beheld creatures that resembled dragons intruding upon his field of vision, yet he could not discern whether these dragons had evolved upon the continent or emerged from the ocean. He witnessed the rise of weaponry as war ravaged the land, yet in the blink of an eye, new civilizations sprang forth. After an extended period, he realized that it was not the acceleration of events on the Earth, but rather his own observation that was skipping over vast amounts of information. His watching had become intermittent. What began as continuous observation transformed into sporadic glimpses, with years or even decades separating each recorded image. These vast temporal gaps, when strung together, created the illusion of rapid progress. He had not previously recognized this phenomenon because, during the intervals of disconnection in his observational perspective, his own thoughts had also been suspended. When the observational perspective resumed, his mind appeared to pick up seamlessly. Thus he remained oblivious to the issues plaguing him. Disaster loomed. The words flashed through Gao Wen's mind like a lightning bolt, though the thought likely consumed several centuries. He vividly witnessed the transformations of the world bellow at the very moment those three words surfaced in his mind. Yet another kingdom crumbled from its zenith to ruin. Gao Wen was uncertain how all of this transpired, but he was acutely aware that this was far from normal. From the fleeting images that passed by, measured in years, he recognized that his thoughts were on the verge of fading away. Each century, the cumulative time he could think barely amounted to a second. Moreover, his periods of mental disconnection continued to lengthen. He realized that the fluctuations in the events on the Earth had reached an unfathomable degree, as those rapid-fire slides became increasingly incomprehensible. If this continued, it was possible that at some moment, the consciousness known as Gao Wen would vanish entirely from this enigmatic place, slipping into eternal slumber without a chance for revival. For the first time in countless millennia, Gao Wen felt a sense of urgency. He began to frantically stimulate his thoughts, striving to break free from his current predicament. His mind raced if he still possessed such an organ, a torrent of ideas erupting forth. Yet, gazing upon the ever-shifting slides of the Earth below, he realized that his thoughts had slowed to a crawl, akin to waiting a millennium for a single frame. Of course, that might be an exaggeration, but the reality was scarcely better. Escape this predicament. Escape this predicament. Escape this predicament. Escape this predicament regardless of the means, regardless of the form. He must extricate himself from this situation and would rather return to that doomed airplane than perish in this inexplicable manner in this unfathomable place. Gao Wen sensed his thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic, his consciousness blurring. The once seamless continuity of his thoughts now seemed disrupted. He furiously grappled with his mind. Yet as a fixed observer, no amount of angered contemplation could alter his circumstances. Just as he felt his thoughts were on the brink of complete dissolution or stagnation, a voice suddenly echoed from an unknown source. Energy failure. Mainframe reboot unsuccessful. Escape protocol initiated. In the next instant, the fixed perspective vanished. Gao Wen found himself enveloped in darkness. Yet his thoughts did not falter. For the first time in countless years, he maintained his contemplation even while closing his eyes. He was uncertain how long he lingered in this abyss. It felt as though he were tumbling, plummeting, entering a cold and constricted space. Various once familiar sensations surged through his limbs and bones, leaving his mind in disarray. Amidst this chaos, he faintly discerned the voice of a young woman, her tone laced with urgency. "Please, don't kill me just yet. Compared to this, your ancestor's coffin lid won't be able to contain it." Chapter 2. What on earth is it like to crawl out of a coffin? As the heavy stone door slowly closed under the influence of an ancient incantation, the magical energy coursed through the grooves along the walls and floor. forming a closed loop of power, as if the nightmarish world outside had been utterly severed from them. The furious shouts of the captain of the guard faded into silence, along with the anguished cries of the wounded and dying, and the terrifying roars of the monstrous creatures. All sounds were muffled by the dense stone and steel, and although everyone was acutely aware that this barrier was merely temporary, in this fleeting moment of tranquility, Rebecca could not help but exhale deeply. How wonderful it would be if the hell outside were merely a nightmare. Yet in the next instant, Rebecca shook her head vigorously, casting aside the weak thoughts that had surfaced in her mind. The heavy rock and steel could not provide genuine and lasting safety. Rather, they might weaken her resolve, lulling her into a dangerous illusion of security. Contemplating this, the young heir of the Cecil family tightened her grip on the now dimmed staff, hoping it would bestow upon her greater courage. The voice of the family knight, Byron Kirk, reached her from behind. "My lady, the passage has been sealed. Those creatures should not be able to enter for the time being." Rebecca glanced back at the loyal knight, noting the scars that marred his steel armor, including a noticeable dent on his breastplate and the singed patches on his grayish-white hair, evidence of the fireball Aunt Hetty had used to rescue him from the jaws of a beast. The situation had been perilously close. The fireball had nearly detonated against the knight's scalp, and had fortune not favored him, this knight who had pledged his loyalty to the family for 20 years would likely have been reduced to a lifeless corpse. Of course, Rebecca could not be certain whether this was a result of Aunt Hetty's infamous magic, which was reputed to never hit its intended target. "You have worked hard, Sir Byron," Rebecca said, lowering her eyelids to conceal the fatigue in her gaze. "At least we can catch our breath for now." She then turned her attention to the few remaining companions beside her. 3 soldiers held torches, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Aunt Hetty cradled a blazing fireball, intently examining the wall at the end of the stone hall, and the befuddled maid, Betty, clutched the frying pan she had carried all along, timidly hiding behind the soldiers and casting curious glances around with her wide eyes. Including herself and Sir Byron, these 7 individuals were likely the last survivors. Those who remained on the surface could not possibly have survived. After confirming everyone's condition, Rebecca could not help but assess the state of the stone hall. This was an ancient place. In the rectangular stone chamber, cobwebs and thick dust were ubiquitous, and some decaying artifacts were piled at one end. Despite their dilapidated state, their former elegance and grandeur were still discernible. The walls of the stone hall showcased well-preserved murals and reliefs. Although the murals had faded and the reliefs showed signs of wear, they remained captivating. Hetty Cecil scrutinized the murals and reliefs for a considerable time. Compared to the frivolous style that had emerged in recent times from the northern kingdoms, everything in this stone hall bore a solemn and simple decorum, imbued with the unmistakable essence of the First Dynasty. The murals depicted heroic figures and local customs, while the reliefs illustrated mythological scenes and abstract divine symbols that a learned spellcaster. Hetty excelled at extracting valuable insights from these ancient images that she gazed at the content of the murals and reliefs. Hetty could not help but place her left hand over her heart and murmur, "May our ancestors grant forgiveness." Aunt Hetty, Rebecca approached her with the staff in hand, her expression tense that it was only now that she seemed to fully grasp the nature of the place she had entered. Feeling a sense of unease, this is the resting place of the ancestors of the Cecil family, Hetty said gravely. "We must not commit any act of disrespect." Rebecca swallowed hard and surveyed the surroundings. "It seems no one has entered here for quite some time. Ever since the Marquis of Grumman had brazenly removed sacred relics from the ancestral tomb 100 years ago and participated in the rebellion that nearly led to the family's downfall. This place had been completely sealed off. The descendants of the Cecil family were all aware of the method to unlock this place, but due to family edicts, none dared to enter without dire necessity." Hetty cast a deep glance at Rebecca. "We are the first to step foot here in a century. Indeed, it was truly a matter of life and death now." Rebecca took a deep breath. "Surely our ancestors will forgive us." Hetty forced a stiff smile, unable to answer, and continued to search for the mechanism to unlock the deeper crypt according to the murals. She soon found a special stone pillar. Placing her hand atop it and applying slight pressure, the stone door leading to the deeper crypt immediately trembled, then slowly began to rise with a sound of friction. However, at that very moment, Rebecca heard an unusual noise emanating from behind the door, a clatter of objects falling, followed by an involuntary gasp. There is someone inside. Hetty reacted instantly, calling out, Byron. The knight, without waiting for further instructions, grasped his sword tightly and charged toward the stone door. Followed closely by the other 3 soldiers, after a brief moment of hesitation, Rebecca sprinted after them, shouting over her shoulder to the bewildered maid, Betty, find a place to hide, as they burst into the crypt. Rebecca saw Sir Byron already swinging his sword at a nimble, petite figure. The figure darted around Byron like a gust of wind, occasionally dissolving into a cloud of black smoke to evade capture in the shadows that permeated the crypt. The creature's mastery of shadow manipulation and agile footwork left Rebecca in awe. Rarely did one encounter a rogue capable of prolonging a skirmish with Byron for so long. Yet, as the remaining 3 soldiers encircled the figure and Hetty, wielding a flame-wreathed fireball, blocked the entrance, the agile figure found herself with no avenue left for escape and tumbled to the ground in a disheveled heap. Only then did Rebecca clearly see the intruder's face, a girl of similar age, albeit slightly shorter, clad in tattered leather armor, with a short bob of hair and striking features. Despite the smudges on her face, her beauty was evident. Most striking were her ears, pointed yet not as elongated as an elfess, indicating her mixed heritage, a half-elf. However, the nature of her other ancestry remained elusive, for the power of elven blood was formidable, often resulting in a blend of characteristics among half-breeds, be they human or beastmen. As soon as the half-elf girl hit the ground, Sir Byron stepped forward, resting his sword against her throat, while the 3 soldiers quickly closed in, their blades sealing off all her escape routes. Who are you, to dare intrude upon the ancestral tomb of the Cecil family? Hetty stepped forward, her voice brimming with uncontainable anger. For a noble heir like her, the desecration of the ancestral tomb by grave robbers was enough to ignite her fury. If word of this spread, the already precarious reputation of the Cecil family would be utterly ruined. That Rebecca's eyes widened as she glared at the half-elf. This sudden turn of events left her momentarily dazed, but the presence of an outsider in their sacred ancestral tomb was outrage enough. The half-elf girl, pressed down by the sword and intimidated by the fierce gazes of Hetty and Rebecca, stammered, "Double it. I haven't stolen anything." Byron pressed his sword down further. "You have some nerve." Just then, a strange clattering sound erupted from the black steel coffin at the center of the crypt. An unsettling noise that instantly silenced everyone, including Rebecca. After a moment, Rebecca was the first to react. A fireball the size of a fist flared at the tip of her staff, aimed at the half-elf girl kneeling on the ground. "What have you done to our ancestors?" The half-elf girl, now genuinely on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Please, don't kill me. More importantly, your ancestor's coffin lid is about to give way," accompanied by the girl's panicked voice. The sounds from within the black steel coffin grew louder, the lid visibly trembling. Ancestors. Hetty's face paled in shock. This lady, known for her poise and elegance within noble circles, had lost her composure for the first time. "Rest in peace. Those who disturb you shall face punishment." The half-elf girl cried out in distress. "What good is talking now? Hurry and secure your ancestor's coffin lid." 3 soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Even Byron appeared utterly perplexed. At this moment, however, Rebecca finally regained her composure. With a swift stride, she dashed towards the platform where the coffin was placed. Simultaneously, the coffin lid had been completely pushed aside, and a hand emerged through the gap. Without hesitation, Rebecca seized her staff and swung it down with all her might, exclaiming, "Oh, revered ancestor, rest in peace." The hand was immediately smashed back into the coffin, accompanied by a pained cry from within. "What the hell? Who just smashed my hand?" Rebecca looked up in astonishment to find her family knight, her aunt, and 3 warriors staring at her in sheer disbelief. She glanced at her staff and felt a wave of guilt wash over her. "Aunt, have I perhaps shown a bit too much disrespect to our ancestor?" Yet just then, Hetty cried out in alarm, "Rebecca, get away from there!" Startled, Rebecca responded, "Aunt, this could be a resurrection of the undead." Hetty's face had gone pale. "Perhaps those creatures on the surface have corrupted our ancestors' sacred remains." The chilling possibility sent a shiver down Rebecca's spine, just as she prepared to leap off the platform to hide behind the soldiers. The heavy lid of the black steel coffin was once again forcefully pushed aside. This time, the occupant within exerted all their strength, and the coffin lid was actually flung away. Then a man with short, light brown hair, A commanding and dignified visage, dressed in ancient noble attire, sat up from within. The half-kneeling half-elf girl turned her head to witness this scene and could not help but exhale deeply. See? Your ancestor has truly risen from the dead this time. Chapter 3. At last, I can move. After emerging from a suspicious black metallic box, Gawain was engulfed in a state of profound confusion. In fact, even the act of sitting up was accomplished subconsciously. An unprecedented chaos and dizziness assaulted his mind. His ears buzzed incessantly, and his entire being was overwhelmed by a cacophony of indistinguishable sensations. While everything before his eyes appeared to have at least 4 overlapping images, 2 of which were in stark black and white. Yet amidst this turmoil, his cognitive faculties had not entirely succumbed. Perhaps he should be grateful to the unknown individual who had struck his hand with a staff, for in that moment, just as he was on the verge of being engulfed by chaos, he gained a precious clarity. But that strike truly hurt. As his thoughts gradually regained coherence, Gawain finally recalled the events that had transpired, the abrupt interruption of his vision, the initiation of an escape protocol, the disorienting sensation of falling, and now, this tangible, sentient, and mobile body. He had obtained a corporeal form, after traversing who knows how many millennia, and almost resigning himself to the notion that he was forever a third-person omniscient observer. Gawain had acquired a body. The confusion in his mind was understandable, as was the chaotic array of sensations coursing through him. He had not experienced any sensory perception beyond sight for far too many years. Even though his consciousness remained intact for reasons unknown, adapting to the ability to feel temperature, pain, and itchiness was exceedingly difficult. However, Gawain sensed that he was quickly acclimatizing to this new body, to the myriad sensations of returning to the material world. As the dizziness in his mind began to subside slightly, the forbidden fourfold vision finally normalized, allowing him to behold his surroundings. What first caught his attention were 4 burly armed men not far ahead. One was a middle-aged man with graying hair, clad in what appeared to be sturdy steel armor, muscles bulging to the point of nearly reaching his forehead, wielding a silver-gray longsword. The armaments of the other 3 were noticeably simpler, yet bore evidence of standardization. A petite girl was being pressed to the ground by these 4 hulking figures, her head obscured by her hair and the angle, but a pointed ear could be seen peeking through the strands. Further away stood a woman in a flowing red gown. Her graceful and mature features, coupled with an alluring figure, compelled Gawain to steal a glance. However, he quickly noticed the unmistakable tension and fear reflected in the mature lady's eyes. Yet, a commotion nearby drew Gawain's attention. He turned just in time to see a girl who appeared to be no more than 16 or 17 frantically leaping down from the stone platform where he was situated, clutching a metallic rod that looked quite painful if wielded as a weapon. Recalling the girl's previous position, Gawain's expression turned peculiar. Just now, was it you who struck me? Upon uttering these words, he himself was taken aback. He realized that he had not spoken in his native tongue, but rather in a language he had never heard before, yet it felt innately familiar. Unbeknownst to Rebecca, who had just inherited the title of Viscount and was now facing a tremendous upheaval, she was on the verge of tears. Revered ancestor, I'm so sorry. At this point, Gawain was still utterly bewildered by the events unfolding around him. Despite having observed this world from above for countless years, experiencing it from a first-person perspective was an entirely new sensation, and his level of confusion rivaled that of everyone present. The enchanting noblewoman in the red gown appeared to be the most composed among them. After Gawain sat up and initiated communication, the fear and tension on her face visibly diminished, and she stepped forward. Though still cautious, she spoke calmly. Do you know who you are? Gawain paused, but before he instinctively uttered his name, he suddenly jolted. Recognizing that he should assume another identity altogether, that he glanced down at the peculiar box beneath him. Although its design was odd, it was unmistakably a coffin. Looking around, although the space was more spacious than his previous abode, it undeniably resembled a tomb. Coupled with the expressions on the faces of those around him, Gawain came to a realization. He had risen from the dead that moment. Any name he might utter that did not align with the identity of the corpse he now inhabited would undoubtedly lead to his immediate demise as a malevolent spirit. What had the young girl said earlier? Revered ancestor. Was it? He could boldly surmise that he had possessed the body of their ancestor, setting aside the question of what had allowed this ancestor to remain uncorrupted after so many years. The crucial issue was that as an external soul, he not only occupied the body of their ancestor, but had also slept in their grave and just moments ago had kicked the lid of their coffin aside. The embarrassment of being discovered in such a manner was beyond description. Contemplating this, Gawain lowered his head, feigning a contemplative demeanor while swiftly searching for an excuse. Perhaps he could claim a lengthy slumber had muddled his memories. Yet, just as he concentrated, a powerful wave of dizziness struck him that he had only just begun to adjust to his new body and shake off the previous bout of disorientation, and now he was hit by another wave, causing him to sway precariously, nearly toppling back into the coffin. The noblewoman in the long gown, noticing his unusual behavior, instinctively raised her staff, poised to unleash a fireball upon her ancestor's face. However, Gawain's deep voice interrupted her actions. "Gawain Cecil, I am Gawain Cecil, the pioneer of the Ansu kingdom. What year is it?" As he spoke, he slightly raised his head, his gaze calm and unfathomable, though his mind was tumultuous. Memories belonging to Gawain Cecil surged forth, flooding his consciousness. Yet they were akin to files being rapidly archived on a computer in that brief moment of dizziness. He grasped the most superficial aspects of this information and understood the identity he was meant to embody. His greatest astonishment lay in the realization that this body also bore the name Gawain. However, this Gawain did not share the surname Gao. He had another name, Cecil. Was this mere coincidence at that moment? Gawain had no time to ponder the marvel of this coincidence, for the memories belonging to Gawain Cecil continued to pour forth that he had to exert every effort to maintain control over himself. To avoid fainting or revealing a grotesque expression, in this state of hazy awareness, he vaguely heard the girl who had struck him with her iron staff respond in a clear voice. "It is now the year 735 of the Ansu calendar. Revered ancestor, you have been asleep for over 700 years. Upon hearing Gawain's response, Hetty let out a significant sigh of relief. As a spellcaster with extensive theoretical knowledge, she had some understanding of undead resurrection. These defiled beings bore a fatal flaw in their souls. Upon awakening, they almost invariably struggled to speak or think. Even the more powerful among them could quickly regain cognitive abilities, yet would entirely forget their past lives. Moreover, they must never speak their names, whether they recovered their memories or were reminded. Once a deceased uttered their former name, it would lead to a backlash and scorching of their soul flame. Even if they did not perish, the agony endured would be unbearable for the undead. Furthermore, the phenomenon of the soul's fire rebounding and scorching is utterly inescapable. Thus she relaxed, yet remained engulfed in profound confusion. For if the venerable ancestor before her had not been resurrected by the undead, the circumstances at present became even more unfathomable. How could the ancestor have risen from death so suddenly? Regardless of her bewilderment, the requisite courtesy must still be observed. Therefore, Hetty stepped forward, bending at the waist with a mixture of anxiety and reverence. "Esteemed ancestor of the Cecil lineage, I am your descendant, Hetty Cecil. This individual beside me is also your descendant, Rebecca Cecil. I implore you, in light of her youth and ignorance, do not hold her earlier reckless actions against her, and please forgive our intrusion upon your eternal rest." The one before them is indeed a great-great-great-great-granddaughter, and the one beside her appears to be as well. The frenzied influx of memories seemed to have finally ceased, and Gawain now found himself too preoccupied to meticulously peruse the neatly arranged information within his mind. Instead, he sought to quickly comprehend the situation around him. Supporting himself against his coffin, he attempted to rise while mumbling, "It's nothing, nothing. I have no idea how I awoke. Could someone lend me a hand?" He realized he had overestimated his adaptability to this new body. Despite his efforts, he could not even sit up, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Rebecca, who had nervously clutched her staff for quite some time, recognized that the moment to take action had finally arrived. She eagerly hopped onto the stone platform, assisting Gawain while exclaiming, "I will help you out of the coffin. I will help you out of the coffin." It sounded rather awkward. 700 years. Indeed. Gawain was stiffly assisted out of the coffin by the young girl, and as he glanced down at his attire, he was filled with thoughts that confounded Rebecca. What material is this? "It appears to be moonshadow fabric woven by elves," Rebecca said uncertainly. "Truly, it is a marvel of advanced technology." Rebecca, The ancestor speaks in such profound terms. With Rebecca's support, Gawain finally descended from the stone platform and stood firmly upon the ground. He felt his control over this body rapidly improving, as though his soul were swiftly installing its drivers. His consciousness and body were coordinating at an astonishing pace. Releasing Rebecca's hand, he attempted to take a small step forward. In the next moment, tears welled in his eyes. Had there been a microphone nearby, he felt he could endlessly express gratitude to everyone he had ever known and every television station. After all these years, a character from a novel could likely annihilate deities and unify the cosmos, yet he had just completed his first achievement as a human, standing upright. It was only after achieving this milestone that he recalled the little girl, nearly forgotten, now surrounded by 4 burly men. Chapter 4. Awakening to a mess. Gawain sensed that his condition was rapidly improving. His mind was gradually clearing, and his control over his body had reached the point of fluid movement. At last, he had the energy to focus on the girl still being detained. Pray tell, what is happening? The half-elf girl had been striving to diminish her presence, hoping that those of the Cecil family would forget about someone disturbing their ancestral tomb in the wake of meeting the revered ancestor. Yet, before she could find an opportunity to flee, Gawain's gaze fell upon her, forcing the unfortunate thief to withdraw her neck and adopt a pitiable expression. I merely wish to come in and hide. Did you need to burrow all the way into the innermost chamber of the tomb to hide? Hetty immediately glared, addressing Gawain. Ancestor, this despicable grave robber has desecrated your resting place and disturbed your slumber. Gawain paused, regarding the half-elf girl with an odd look. So, you are the one who awoke me. If not for the limitations of human anatomy, the thief would have wished to retract her head into her torso at that moment. Her voice trembling. I truly did nothing. Initially, I just wanted to find a safe place to hide, but after burrowing in, I inadvertently fell victim to my profession and ended up in the tomb. However, once I was in the tomb, I did nothing. Gawain pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. In any case, thank you. The thief. Everyone present, including Rebecca and Hetty, responded. What a hem. Let her go. It does not reflect well upon you for burly men to be holding down a young girl. Gawain acknowledged his earlier thanks and recognized the impropriety, but felt unable to amend his words, thus pressing forward that it was not in keeping with the code of chivalry. Indeed, the code of chivalry. That Hetty's face flickered with hesitation. But ancestor. She is. I wish to thank her for rousing me from my slumber. Gawain waved his hand dismissively. Release her. I have no objections. So what more can you say? Sir Byron cast a peculiar glance at the Cecil ancestor, yet ultimately retracted his sword at Hetty's silent urging, and the 3 soldiers beside him retreated as well. The half-elf girl glanced around, cautiously confirming that the situation before her was not a prank. And only then did she cautiously rise to her feet, verifying with Gawain. You are the elder, so you must keep your word. You won't go back on it, right? Hetty's eyes twitched, and she suppressed the urge to deliver a sound thrashing to the grave robber with the noble composure she had cultivated over the years. Gawain regarded the girl with curiosity. From the memories he had just inherited, he discerned that her lineage was likely that of a half-elf. What is your name? The half-elf girl blinked. Amber. Gawain stroked his chin. Amber, that does possess a certain woodland elf charm. At that moment, Hetty interjected, interrupting the exchange between Gawain and the half-elf who identified herself as Amber. Esteemed ancestor, I must interrupt you. This is not the time for idle chatter. We are not safe. Gawain endeavored to immerse himself in his new identity. He gazed sternly at Hetty. What is transpiring outside? There are monsters, Rebecca, who had remained silent until now, exclaimed. Monsters are pouring in from the Selendal entrance and the mines. The troops and the security forces in the territory are no match for them. Outside, those fiends have likely completely overtaken the area. We organized a resistance as best we could, and before the situation completely collapsed, Sir Philip led a portion of the soldiers to escort civilians to safety. However, before the second group of evacuees could depart, those monsters destroyed the drawbridge. Hetty added, Neither Rebecca nor I have brought shame upon the name of the Cecil family. Nor have those brave warriors. We fought valiantly in the castle until the very last moment. Only when the gates of the inner courtyard were breached did we have no choice but to retreat here. Gawain then inquired further, piecing together the events. This was the ancestral territory of the Cecil family, passed down from the first ancestor to the present, and the young girl Rebecca, who wielded an iron staff and bore the appearance of a high school student, was indeed the current lord of this land. When the monsters attacked, this young lady had done her utmost to organize a defense, but it was clear that she had failed. The monsters ultimately shattered all defenses and slaughtered every human in their path. After the first group of survivors was evacuated, Rebecca remained, dutifully adhering to her obligations as lord, along with the last of the soldiers, trapped in the castle. They had fought valiantly for a long time. But eventually, the castle was breached, forcing them to retreat into the ancestral tomb below. And thus, he fortuitously encountered his own resurrection. Or rather, possession. That as for the enchanting noblewoman named Hetty, she was in fact Rebecca's aunt. However, such genealogical relations held little significance for Gawain. After all, they were all great-great-great-great-granddaughters. Whether one more or one less made no difference. As for the half-elf named Amber, she was indeed a thief, yet this time she had genuinely come seeking refuge. Though the skills of this thief were so exceptional that she had managed to burrow all the way to the innermost chamber of the Cecil family's ancestral tomb. Awakening to such a mess, Gawain rubbed his forehead, contemplating how to resolve the current crisis while sifting through the memories stored in his mind for useful information. The monsters had completely overtaken the upper levels. Venturing outside would lead to certain death. Speaking of these monsters, what exactly were they? I suspect they are a subspecies of some kind of demon, Hetty replied, but demons have not appeared in the material plane for many years, let alone in such large numbers. I cannot be certain. Rebecca grasped her staff, her eyes filled with hope as she gazed at Gawain. Esteemed ancestor, is there truly nothing your power can do about the monsters outside? Gawain was momentarily taken aback. Me? Indeed. It is said that you are the most powerful knight in the kingdom of Ansu, and indeed, the entire northern continent. Rebecca's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. It is said that you once slew the barbarian General Gerd with a single sword stroke. Gawain hastily searched through his memories, only to be astounded. Gawain Cecil was indeed a legendary figure. He was the greatest hero of the era of exploration in the kingdom of Ansu. Also considered one of the earliest pioneers of the second era of exploration in the ancient times. As the Gun-Door Empire crumbled, the remnants of the empire returned to a state of chaos and barbarism. During this dark era, when the flames of human civilization were gradually consumed by the chaotic tide of darkness spreading from the heart of the continent, the formidable figure of Gawain Cecil, alongside a cohort of valiant individuals, led the surviving humans away from the ruins of the fallen empire, marching forth in all directions. Among them, a contingent moved northward, comprising the ancestors of the kingdom of Ansu. With Gawain Cecil among their ranks, his life, though exceedingly brief, was marked by unparalleled brilliance. Embarking on his journey at the tender age of 15, he became the youngest pioneer knight of his time. Alongside other pioneering knights and the first generation of Ansu kings, he forged a new realm in the northern expanse of the continent over the course of a decade, restoring humanity to civilization and order. Upon the establishment of Ansu, he became one of the 7 generals of the kingdom, defending the southern frontier and repelling numerous assaults from the dark tide, emerging victorious every time. However, such a radiant existence resembled a candle that burned too fiercely. This legendary figure ultimately succumbed at the age of 35 during his final battle against the dark tide, expiring from exhaustion. The memories he inherited concluded here, encapsulating the life of this formidable man. Gawain felt a pulse at his temple. He had indeed become a remarkable individual, yet devoid of pride or trepidation. His primary reaction after a fleeting moment of astonishment was an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. Rebecca gazed at him with hopeful eyes, and Amber mirrored her expression. Even the seemingly most mature and composed Lady Hetty regarded him with anticipation and trust. Yet they looked upon Gawain Cecil. Not Gawain himself. He lowered his gaze to his hands, which bore the marks of a warrior, broad, sturdy, and calloused, but he remained unaware of the extent of strength he could wield in this body. Nevertheless, this state of uncertainty did not linger for long, as Gawain's own memories began to stir, spanning tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of years, though the substantive content of these memories might be scant. They were sufficient to swiftly stabilize his mindset and instill confidence within him. He admitted to being somewhat astonished by the legendary life of Gawain Cecil. Yet in the present circumstances, what he needed was not shock or wavering, but rather a steadfast resolve. The source of this newfound confidence was simple. Long before the sentient beings of this continent could even walk upright, he had already been observing this world. He understood that these memories might not offer any concrete assistance. But at this moment, he merely needed to rally his own spirit and find a way to survive. Once he calmed himself, solutions would naturally present themselves that he swiftly unearthed some useful insights from the memories inherited from Gawain Cecil. It was unrealistic to fight their way out, Gawain mused, stroking his chin, that I have slumbered for too long. I may not be able to exhibit much strength, and we cannot ascertain how formidable the creatures outside truly are. Thus, the best course of action is to find a route that circumvents those monsters and leads us to safety. Rebecca interjected, but the drawbridge has been destroyed, and the other routes are sealed off. Gawain waved his hand to interrupt this descendant, unaware of how many generations removed she was. Beneath us, the Cecil territory once constituted part of the southern defense line of the kingdom. There exists a secret tunnel system underground, blessed by the earth element, which will not collapse even after 1,000 years. The entrance to this secret tunnel lies just beneath the castle. Such a thing exists. Rebecca's face lit up with excitement. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry to find the tunnel. Lead the way, esteemed ancestor. However, a problem arose. Gawain spread his hands that I only know how to navigate from the castle, but I have no knowledge of the route from the tomb. Rebecca looked astonished. That you've lived here for so long and don't know the way? Gawain replied. Sir Byron and the soldiers were left speechless. Hetty's complexion paled, fearing that their ancestor might be driven to exasperation by this disappointing descendant. Chapter 5. The role of the thief. Miss Gawain was uncertain whether the girl named Rebecca had suffered a blow to her head during the skirmish with the monsters, but he maintained his composure and said, While I have lived here for many years, I had already passed on. You know, after death, can one truly grasp the appearance of their own grave? Rebecca pondered for a moment, intending to remind her ancestor that the royal tomb of the founding king of Ansu was constructed while he was still alive, with his own involvement in its design. However, upon reflection, she feared that any further comments might provoke Lady Hetty, and thus she swallowed her words, offering an awkward smile instead. That makes sense that we cannot return the way we came. Hetty sighed, analyzing the situation calmly. The castle's courtyard and the entrance to our ancestor's tomb have already been occupied by those monsters. Retracing our steps would lead to certain doom, that we must find another way. Gawain said, recalling the memories he had inherited. 700 years have passed. The structure of the castle in this territory is likely no longer as it once was. The upper structure has undergone several renovations, but the foundation remains intact. Hetty interjected hastily. The entrance you mentioned should still be in its original place. That's so. Then that simplifies matters, Gawain replied, extending his hand toward a nearby soldier. May I borrow your sword? Upon receiving the long sword handed to him by the soldier, Gawain began sketching on the ground. He first drew a bird's eye view of the castle's outline, followed by a rough side view divided into 3 levels. Although hastily drawn, the delineation of the major areas was still quite clear. The entrance is in this location, 2 levels underground, adjacent to the wine cellar and granary, originally a wine cellar and granary. There are 2 passages that lead inside, but both require traversing from the surface, which is likely impractical. Rebecca watched curiously as Gawain sketched the rudimentary map. That area is still a wine cellar and granary. But I had no idea there was a 3rd room between them. Not a room, but a hidden compartment. Utilizing some architectural tricks concealed between the walls and supporting beams, Gawain smiled. Did I end those tumultuous times? This land was anything but peaceful. The frontier was frequently besieged by monsters emerging from the ruins of the Gondor Empire and the deranged soldiers of the Old Empire, nearly every 10 days or so. The earliest Cecil territory was constructed to the standards of a military fortress. Under such circumstances, secret passages and concealed walls were indispensable for emergency evacuations and supply deliveries. Sir Byron scrutinized the makeshift map before drawing his own lines with his sword. So we need to reach the entrance on the 2nd level of the castle. And we must avoid any above-ground routes, including the courtyard. Here is our current position. The ancestral tomb is situated underground in the southeast direction of the castle, overlapping with about 1/3 of the castle's foundation. Within that overlapping area, there should be a passage, Gawain interrupted Byron. The tomb was constructed 700 years ago, during which the craftsmen were still those who built military fortresses. These structures were erected according to the standards and regulations of that time. Ensuring the existence of alternative routes that as he spoke, he cast a curious glance at Rebecca. You truly know nothing of this. Such knowledge should have been passed down through the generations of the Cecil family. Rebecca lowered her head, abashed that ancestor, we have failed to uphold the glory that you fought for our family. Hetty bit her lip, speaking with difficulty. The Cecil family has undergone many tribulations over these 700 years. Very well, I understand, Gawain waved his hand. This is not the time for storytelling. Once we escape this place, I will seek to understand the events of these past 7 centuries. For now, our priority is to find the path leading from the tomb to the secret passage. Rebecca, Hetty, and Byron crouched before the rudimentary map, studying it together. Yet, despite their familiarity with the Cecil family castle, they were unaware of the tomb's structure. This 700-year-old sepulchre was hardly a tourist attraction for which one could purchase a ticket for 2 silver coins. Not only had they not visited frequently, but even a century ago, when the tomb was still open, the family heir could only enter on a limited number of occasions throughout their life. And even then, they were prohibited from approaching the resting place of their ancestor. Who knew where the secret passage was located? Faced with this dilemma, even Gawain's memories proved unhelpful, as he certainly had not anticipated that one day he would need to rise again to contemplate an escape. However, just as they were at a loss, Amber, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. I might know the way. Immediately, all eyes in the tomb turned to the half-elf thief. Amber shrank back slightly. Hetty furrowed her brow. How would you know? Amber hesitated, fear creeping in, but upon meeting Gawain's encouraging gaze, she found her courage that I came in from that direction. The orientation should be roughly accurate. I suspect that leads to the secret passage. Gawain nodded. Excellent, lead the way. Amber patted her chest and said, as long as you all refrain from pursuing the matter of my digging up your ancestral grave, I shall be fine. Hetty cast a glare at the indiscreet half-elf, and, grasping her staff, turned to leave towards the tomb's grand entrance. However, Gawain suddenly halted before taking a step. Ancestor? Rebecca looked at him with curiosity. That I ought to arm myself, Gawain replied, though he was no longer the legendary duke who expanded his territory 7 centuries ago. He understood the necessity of acquiring a weapon for self-defense in such perilous surroundings. His gaze swept across the tomb, and a soldier, taking the initiative, unfastened his sword from his waist, preparing to hand it over. Gawain, however, waved his hand to decline the soldier's goodwill. Guided by memory, he approached a black steel coffin and leaned in to rummage within. Inside the coffin, he discovered a heavy long sword, entirely black with a faint crimson hue shimmering near the crossguard. The moment he grasped the sword, a wave of familiarity and suitability surged within him, as if every intricate pattern on the blade was perfectly aligned with the grooves of his palm. Instinctively, Gawain swung the long sword a couple of times, each motion appearing as though honed through countless trials, that he realized that this was the memory retained by his current form, though his soul had transformed. Every muscle still remembered how to wield this weapon. This could be deemed a pleasant surprise, yet it was not entirely unexpected. Beyond the residual memories of his body, he also possessed all the combat knowledge of Gawain Cecil from his past life, encompassing not only basic swordsmanship and horsemanship, but also those seemingly magical supernatural abilities. This knowledge was undoubtedly enticing. However, now was not the time for experimentation or learning. First, he needed to extricate himself from the dire predicament he currently faced. Upon seeing the black longsword, Rebecca's eyes widened with astonishment, her voice trembling slightly. Is this the legendary sword of Ansa the Pioneer? Hearing Rebecca's exclamation, Hetty, who had already reached the doorway, turned back instantly, her gaze fixated on the sword in Gawain's hand, her face betraying her excitement. The sword of the Pioneer? Now, it is merely a fairly sharp sword. Gawain's side points 7 centuries have passed, even though a weapon blessed by the elves does not wear or corrode. Its magical essence has long since dissipated, and recharging it may take an indeterminate amount of time. That as he spoke, Gawain turned his attention to a small stone platform in front of the coffin, which was conspicuously empty, causing him to furrow his brow. Wait, I recall there was a shield here. Where is my shield? How could such a large shield simply vanish? Hetty's expression turned grim. Ancestor, your descendants have once again squandered your favor. The shield of the Guardian of Ansu was removed from the tomb a century ago by your descendant, Grumman Cecil, and subsequently lost on the battlefield. Hetty's words were hesitant, clearly concealing many things, perhaps fearing that mentioning the grave incident from a century ago might cause the ancestor before her to suffer a heart attack, although it would be quite convenient to simply lay him to rest in the coffin nearby. Gawain sensed Hetty's hesitation but chose not to confront it directly, instead muttering under his breath, "What a waste." Fortunately, the sword was left inside the coffin. That Grumman had not lost his mind to pry open his ancestor's coffin to complete his set. Hetty and Rebecca could only lower their heads, a sheen of cold sweat on their brows. The prospect of their ancestor emerging from the coffin to berate their great-grandfather was a matter that far exceeded the realm of the fantastical, rendering the younger generation breathless under such immense pressure. Thankfully, Gawain was merely irked by the absence of what could have been a useful piece of equipment. After his brief outburst, he said no more, instead leading everyone away from the tomb. Upon exiting the tomb and entering the stone hall, Rebecca surveyed her surroundings before waving towards a corner. "Betty, come out. It's safe now." Gawain glanced over with curiosity, observing a small, slender girl, seemingly even younger than Rebecca, timidly emerging from the shadows of the corner. The girl was clad in a coarse dress, her face speckled with the marks of youth, her flaxen hair cascading down her back, and tightly gripping a frying pan in her hands. Upon seeing Gawain, the girl named Betty visibly displayed signs of hesitation and anxiety, as her somewhat dim-witted mind could not fathom where this sudden stranger had materialized from. "This is a maid from the castle. We have no idea how she was left behind by the first group of escapees, but she somehow ended up following us." Rebecca briefly introduced the girl. "Betty, this is..." A slight tremor reverberated from above the tomb, interrupting Rebecca's words that in no time for talking. Gawain raised the long sword and turned to Amber. "Lead the way." Chapter 6. What is this thing? Miss Amber, a master of stealth, a specialist in shadowy powers and an avid grave digger, has a profound adage. The path is right there. The door is merely an ethereal ornament that as long as one casts aside psychological barriers. Even the gates of a royal treasury could be opened with a mere stalk of celery. Well, this world probably lacks celery, but for Amber, prying open the entrance to an ancient tomb requires no such vegetable. With a touch of shadowy finesse, a modicum of understanding of ancient wards, and a sprinkle of luck, this half-elf thief effortlessly unraveled the barriers of the Cecil ancestral tomb, revealing a passage unknown even to Hetty and Rebecca. Subsequently, everyone followed Amber into this newly unveiled corridor. The passage, constructed from rock and spirit-summoning bricks, was considerably more spacious than anticipated. Even heavily armored knights like Gawain and Byron, both nearing 2 meters in height, found it far from constricting. The magic lanterns embedded in the walls had long since extinguished, yet after Hetty cast several basic spells, these ancient sconces, aged 7 centuries, gradually flickered to life, illuminating the way forward. "I am really just a humble thief, barely scraping by," Amber remarked modestly as she led the group. "That I am, after all, a descendant of the forest elves, who hold great respect for the spirits of the departed. How could I engage in grave robbing?" Gawain dismissed her claim with a scoff. "You become so proficient at this, and yet you still feel the need to explain," perhaps reassured that her life was now spared. This half-elf, devoid of any racial modesty, boasted as unabashedly as the very tomb door she had just pried open. "Lock-picking and dispelling wards are standard skills in our line of work. Am I to be faulted for having solid fundamentals?" At this moment, Rebecca, positioned in the middle of the group, suddenly inquired, "Are you a subject of the Cecil domain?" Amber furrowed her brow in thought. "I've lived here for several years, but I've never applied for formal citizenship. However, according to your Cecil domain's rules, anyone residing for over 3 years and paying taxes on time qualifies as a subject. So do you think I count?" Rebecca shook her head. "Without an application, it doesn't count, ditto." Amber elongated her response. "Then why ask me this?" "I'm the lord of the Cecil domain," Rebecca stated solemnly. "Therefore, if you are indeed my subject, I have an obligation to protect you." "Amber, you should have mentioned that sooner. Is it too late for me to change my answer?" Rebecca, with a serious expression. "It's too late." Gawain observed the earnestness on Rebecca's face and the shamelessness of Amber, shaking his head in amusement. Although awakening in such a chaotic situation was disheartening, the sensation of being alive again was far preferable to his previous wretched state. He glanced at Hetty, who seemed to be the umpteenth descendant of his lineage. discreetly casting her gaze towards him on multiple occasions that he had been waiting for her to speak up, but since she remained silent, he took the initiative to ask, "What do you wish to know?" "Feel free to ask." Hetty was momentarily startled, but quickly steadied herself with a deep breath. She gazed at Gawain's face, identical to that in the family portraits, and carefully chose her words. "Ancestor. I still find it hard to believe that you truly are. Indeed, I am Gawain Cecil, the pioneer from 7 centuries ago. I could recite the details of my 30-plus years of life to you. Or I could recount tales from the Second Expansion era. However, to be frank, mere anecdotes might not suffice to prove anything. A skilled historian could very well present a more credible account than I. Considering my oratory skills are rather lacking," Gawain shrugged. "You merely wish to ascertain my authenticity, correct?" "Please forgive my skepticism," Hetty hastily replied, "but this is somewhat. While stories of the resurrection of spirits have existed throughout history, witnessing it firsthand is an entirely different matter. That I've heard that some paladins and silver moon elves can feign death for years or even decades, preserving their souls and vitality through the powers of holy light and elven sorcery. But I've never heard of human knights achieving the same, especially considering you have been dead for 7 centuries. To speak candidly, I too find myself at a loss." Gawain shook his head and remarked. Although he yearned to conjure an intricate, logically sound, and compelling theory to bewilder the venerable descendant before him, he could unearth no theory from his own reservoir of knowledge or the memories of Gawain Cecil. Thus, he opted to straightforwardly concede his inability to elucidate the matter. "Perhaps it is linked to my past experiences in life. You see, I once received the blessing of the elements while leading our ancestors in the exploration of uncharted wilderness. It likely altered my constitution. Did I ask that so?" Hetty replied ambiguously, suddenly raising her gaze to the path ahead. "There is a current," she murmured, "and a distinct reaction of magical essence. We must be nearing the terminus of the tomb area." Gawain nodded, tightening his grip on the pioneer's sword. A vague sense of foreboding gnawed at him, suggesting that the path ahead might not be secure. Byron, who walked at the forefront alongside Amber, seemed to sense the unease as well. He unsheathed his fine steel broadsword, casually gliding a hand along its blade, which instantly shimmered with a faint silver luminescence. "You 3, ensure the rear is well guarded." A clamor of metal clashing echoed as the 3 soldiers prepared for combat. Though they were merely the most rudimentary of combatants, they had survived the onslaught of monsters and had been meticulously trained as elite warriors by the Cecil family. The unwavering resolve and composure etched on their faces quickly assuaged the trepidation of both the anxious Amber and the young maid Betty, who was nestled safely amidst the group. Though the corridor of the tomb was deep and lengthy, it was destined to reach an end. The soulstone bricks embedded in the stone walls every 10 meters marked the boundary of the tomb area, and as these bricks dwindled, a space resembling an intersection emerged before them, slightly more expansive. This was the junction between the tomb area and the castle's underground sector, a crucial hub leading to the ancient passages. Amber pointed to one of the forks at the intersection. "I came through there. It leads to a dry well outside the castle, but it's likely overrun by monsters now." Gawain turned to Hetty. "Which way is west?" Hetty traced a simple magical rune in the air, which transformed into a glowing ribbon that swayed gently, indicating a direction. "It is that way," she stated. Yet as Gawain spoke, an acute sense of crisis surged within him. Lacking the time for further contemplation, his battle-hardened body reacted instinctively. He raised the pioneer's sword in defense, only to feel a tremendous impact akin to a hammer striking the blade. His body staggered slightly, but soon steadied, and the assailant finally materialized before the group, accompanied by a murmur that resembled a whisper. 3 towering figures swayed forth from one of the darkened corridors of the intersection. They bore no resemblance to any creature of the natural world, but rather appeared to be grotesque abominations conjured by the malevolent creativity of necromancers and demon sorcerers. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, they resembled emaciated giants, yet their forms were composed of an amorphous substance that flowed like sludge. This muck undulated across their surfaces, occasionally revealing vast voids, within which crimson bones lay exposed. "Ah!" Rebecca gasped sharply at the sight of the 3 monsters, while Betty swiftly bit her lip, on the verge of tears. Hetty slammed her staff heavily against the ground, casting a weak dispel that mitigated the fear instilled by the creatures, and quickly relayed to Gao Wen, ancestral spirit, "It is these monsters." In that moment, Gowan emerged from the shock of encountering such non-human monstrosities, memories corresponding to them flooding his mind. Could it truly be these abominations? At that instant, the three creatures surged forward once more, their murmurs resembling a dreamlike chant. Two of them lunging directly at Gao Wen and his party, while the remaining monster raised its arm, coalescing a dark energy arrow before launching it straight toward Amber, who stood at the front. "Wow!" Amber exclaimed, shrinking into the shadow behind Byron in an instant, only to reappear in another shadow 10 meters away. Byron, brandishing his sword aglow with silver light, bellowed a war cry as he charged toward one of the advancing monsters. "Hetty, Rebecca, you handle the one launching shadow arrows. Avoid using arcane magic. It is nearly ineffective against these creatures. Amber, protect the spellcasters alongside the warriors." Gowan shouted, then swung his sword, resolutely charging into the fray that he had never wielded a blade against sentient foes. Nor had he ever encountered such non-human monstrosities. Despite having traversed through reincarnation, it was only today that he stood on this foreign land with his own legs. Thus, he had no inkling of what he could achieve in this moment. Relying solely on the remnants of combat instincts embedded in his body and the combat knowledge that did not belong to him, coupled with an ancient sword devoid of magic. Yet, oftentimes, fate grants no options for choice. You stand here, and the monsters stand there, surrounded by an impenetrable void with merely a 700-year-old antique sword in hand. Once, he had possessed a shield, but it was long lost to a prodigal. What then could he do? Charge forth, damn it. Were they not but aberrations? 700 years ago, Gao and Cecil could have vanquished 100 of them single-handedly. Today, there were merely 3. Could he not dispatch them? Chapter 7. Those ancient matters. As Gao Wen surged toward the grotesque, fiendish entities with his sword firmly gripped, he felt no anxiety, no hesitation, nor feared if one were to label his feelings. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting sense of disorientation and unreality. He vividly recalled the moment his aircraft met its tragic fate. He vividly remembered the countless millennia suspended in this world's atmosphere, but he had yet to fully acclimate to the identity of Gao and Cecil, which had descended upon him from the heavens. However, in that moment, he clutched a family heirloom sword and lunged at an entity that was either a demon or an undead monstrosity. Bang! A tremendous impact reverberated from the blade, shattering all distractions in an instant. With an almost instinctual reaction, he evaded the creature's sweeping claws, twisting his upper body slightly, and the blade, gliding through the air, cleaved toward the side of the creature's shoulder. As he swung, he endeavored to channel the latent strength within his body, directing it into the sword in his grasp. The faint red hue at the base of the blade flared into a resplendent crimson glow, akin to flames surging along the edge, warping the air around it with searing heat. The 3-meter-tall monstrosity sensed the threat from the intense heat of the blade, displaying an agility incongruous with its massive form as it abruptly recoiled. Consequently, Gao Wen's strike narrowly missed its mark. The exhilaration and excitement of releasing such seemingly magical supernatural power with his own hands momentarily overwhelmed him, causing him to misjudge the rhythm of his first attack. However, he swiftly recalibrated his mindset, reinvigorating the strength coursing through the sword. Indeed, the skills and knowledge inherited from Gao and Cecil were accessible, and this new body had not diminished to the point of being incapable of wielding power. Though uncertain of how much strength he could manifest, Gao Wen was bolstered by newfound confidence that he immersed himself in the battle, striving to convert the combat experiences that were not his own into usable strength. Meanwhile, Byron found himself embroiled in a desperate struggle. This mid-tier knight was among the finest warriors of the Cecil domain, and his prior combat career prior to his loyalty to the Cecil family had endowed him with remarkable battle experience. However, he had already expended considerable energy during the earlier monster assault on the castle, and the insidious magical influence of the creatures had further sapped his vitality, reducing his combat capability to a mere 40 or 50%. Now, confronted with a relentless barrage from the monsters, he could only grip his sword tightly, striving to maintain his defense while conserving energy and searching for the enemy's vulnerabilities. Rebecca gathered her magical energy, launching a fireball the size of a human head from the tip of her staff, which collided violently with the shadow arrow of the distant spellcasting monster, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. She gasped for breath and immediately recognized the perilous situation Byron faced, calling out urgently to the soldiers nearby. "You three, go assist Byron." One soldier hesitated, but my lord, Rebecca, while conjuring another fireball, insisted, "We are fine for now. But if Byron falls, it will be catastrophic. I command you in the name of the Lord." Reluctantly, the three soldiers complied, joining Byron in the valiant struggle against the formidable monstrosity. Gao Wen gradually became immersed in the battle, as memories and experiences that did not belong to him rapidly transformed into his own, enhancing his mastery over this new body. This process filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. When he emerged slightly from this state of immersion, he realized that the monster before him was already being subdued under his assault. The grotesque body, oozing with muck, was not impervious to blades. It could indeed be wounded and with enough strikes would succumb to death. Despite their immense strength and size advantage, as long as one mastered the methods of confrontation, the human form could still vanquish them. This was knowledge passed down from 7 centuries AG. As the creature's claws swept overhead, Gao Wen ducked, countering with a thrust of his long sword into the monster's thigh. It emitted a guttural roar, its body swaying uncontrollably to one side. Seizing this opportunity, Gao Wen shouted to Byron, "Aim for their abdomen and lower limbs. Do not focus on the chest, for these fiends possess no hearts," taking advantage of his opponent's loss of balance. Gao Wen maneuvered to the creature's side and thrust his sword toward its lower back. Aside from the abdomen, their other weakness lies at the rear. Upon hearing the guidance from the ancestors of the Cecil family, Byron felt invigorated. With the cooperation of 3 soldiers, he swiftly restrained the monster's movements, and at the cost of his shoulder armor being pierced by the claws, darted beneath the creature, turning to deliver a fatal strike. Just a second before Byron triumphed over his foe, the monster before Gao Wen crashed heavily to the ground. After dispatching the enemy, Gao Wen immediately lifted his gaze to the distant creature, which was engaged in a fierce exchange of shadow arrows with Rebecca's fireballs. Just as he prepared to charge forward, the beast let out a piercing scream, its body spasming violently before collapsing. Amber appeared behind the creature, twirling a pair of poisoned steel daggers in her hands. Aiming for the rear is a specialty of mine. Rebecca lowered her staff, her cheeks slightly flushed from the exertion of casting spells. Taking a moment to catch her breath, she solemnly corrected, "The ancestor meant the lower back, not the rear." Amber spun her daggers rapidly, concealing them somewhere unknown, and sauntered past the monster's corpse, pouting, "You have no sense of humor." Once the monster's perishy ancestral, Hetty's countenance appeared exceedingly grim. She bit her lip forcefully several times before seemingly mustering the resolve to speak. "Did I in truth? I had wished to convey certain matters to you while we were in the tomb. Yet, I found it exceedingly difficult to articulate." Gawain, sensing the underlying truth, nodded slightly. "Please do go on. I am listening. The glory of the Cecil family has long since faded, although you are still regarded throughout the kingdom as the legendary founding duke. The reality is..." Hetty cast a somewhat troubled glance at Rebecca. "For the current heir to the family title, Rebecca is merely a viscountess, and this Cecil territory is the family's last remaining domain." Gawain was taken aback. "What?" "I distinctly recall that when Edie back then, I had already attained the rank of duke, inheritable and unchallenged. The territory stretched from the Cecil lands all the way to the Holy Spirit Plains. What on earth have the subsequent descendants of Cecil been up to? Did they assassinate the king or rebel against the crown?" Hetty lowered her head in shame. "Much can transpire in 7 centuries, both for families and for this nation. Presently, Ansu is no longer under the first dynasty, but has transitioned to the second. The Cecil family is no longer a pillar of the royal court, but rather bears a tainted reputation, exiled by the monarchy. Beside them, Rebecca continued Hetty's narrative. 100 years ago, the last king of the first dynasty, Dalian III, succumbed to a sudden illness, leaving no heirs. The royal family was rife with internal strife, with even Dalian III's own succession being contentious. Following the king's death, the queen and the regent failed to maintain control, resulting in the Fog Month uprising. Members of the royal family with peripheral claims to the throne vied for power during Ansu's 635th year. And by the 3rd week of Fog Month, palace intrigue escalated into civil war, with various royal factions and their noble supporters engaging in direct armed conflict. The Cecil family was inevitably drawn into the tumult. The root of the calamity lay with Marquis Grumman at that time. The Duke of Cecil was quite aged yet still robust. However, his relationship with his eldest son, Grumman Cecil, was fraught with tension. It seems that the Marquis sensed impending crisis and clandestinely conspired, participating in that civil strife. Lacking sufficient influence due to not yet inheriting the family power, the Marquis set his sights on the legendary ancestor. Gawain placed a hand on his forehead. I recall now. It was he who took my shield, was it not? Hetty nodded, continuing Rebecca's account. Marquis Grumman first placed the Duke of Cecil under house arrest, then retrieved your sacred artifact, the shield of the guardian of the kingdom of Ansu, from the ancestral tomb. That he then declared support for Prince Toshi in the name of the Cecil family heir. In March of that year, Prince Toshi was assassinated, and shortly thereafter, Marquis Grumman hastily announced his support for Prince Fiddick, who met his demise in April after a failed campaign. Gawain interjected. But that is not the end of it. Hetty has more to share. Hetty continued. Subsequently, Marquis Grumman approached an uncle of Dalian III, using his exceptional oratory skills to forge an alliance. However, the following month, the Northern Duke, Walluin Wild, who had thus far abstained from the Civil War, unexpectedly thrust a young boy onto the stage, declaring him the illegitimate son of the former king. The Northern Duke then utilized this as leverage to enter the conflict, culminating in the conclusion of the Civil War in Fog month of Ansu's 636th year. Just before the war's end, Marquis Grumman attempted to repeat his previous maneuver by declaring allegiance to the new king. But before he could issue the proclamation, he was simultaneously attacked by both friend and foe on the battlefield, succumbing to the chaos. Thereafter, the Second Dynasty of Ansu was established. Naturally, the term Second Dynasty remains a rather sensitive topic even now. At that moment, Amber, who had been silently listening, suddenly remarked, "The entire farce lasted merely a year. Yet it resulted in a complete upheaval of the kingdom's order. Who across the continent is unaware of this history?" Hetty added, since the last to ascend the throne was an illegitimate child. This conflict is often referred to as the War of the Bastard. Many noble families were implicated in the civil strife, yet it was still within the framework of noble rules. Furthermore, as the Second Dynasty was established amidst extreme domestic chaos, the new king was in desperate need of restoring order, necessitating the support of the old nobility. Thus, most families were not completely eradicated, save for those who resisted the hardest. I presume. Gawain's lips twitched uncontrollably. The entirety of this historical account left even one as ancient as he, who had gazed upon the world for over 100,000 years, feeling a profound discomfort. It became evident to him that life indeed surpasses fiction in its absurdity. After all, novels adhere to a basic logic. How did that Marquis Grumman possess such extraordinary talent? Surely no one could rival Grumman Cecil in his capacity for disruption. Following this, the Cecil family fell into a state of disarray. Hetty lowered her head, acknowledging that the family's fate might have been even graver, had it not been for your renown and the efforts of that elder duke, which ultimately preserved the family's bloodline and the last remnants of its foundation. However, from that point onward, the name Cecil could never again be the centerpiece of the kingdom. As you can see, Gawain followed Hetty's gaze towards the somewhat dazed Miss Rebecca Cecil. Noticing Gawain's stare, Rebecca turned her head. "Ancestral lord? What misfortune has befallen the family?" Gawain exclaimed, pressing his forehead. Though he was not the true ancestor of the Cecil family, the remarkable achievements and bizarre exploits of that Marquis Grumman had reached the level of causing astonishment and tears among those who heard of them. Even merely listening left him deeply moved, and to think that Scion had taken my shield. Hetty Rebecca. It seems the ancestors have once again chastised the great-grandfather. It is indeed prudent for the younger generation to remain silent. Fortunately, Gawain was not an actual participant in these events, and he quickly adjusted his mindset. This was perceived by Hetty as a sign of remarkable magnanimity, before gently shaking his head. Enough. Delving into these past grievances serves no purpose in our current predicament. Regardless, the monstrous entities that have resurfaced pose an immense threat to the human realm. While the king of St. Sunier may disregard the now-declined Cecil family, he cannot afford to overlook those monsters. And thus he must pay heed to our survival from this calamity. Hetty nodded vigorously. Your words resonate deeply. Following this, Gawain lost interest in further conversation. The dimly lit, cramped underground passageway dulled the desire for discourse among everyone. All that remained was the necessity to hasten their journey. Fortunately, The straight underground corridor allowed for swift traversal of the entire Cecil territory, and after a considerable distance, Gawain determined through memory that they had arrived at a suitable exit. Thanks to the blessing of the earth element, the ancient tunnel's staircase remained intact, and it was rather fortunate that the exit was not completely buried under debris. After clearing away some obstructing roots, vines, and loose soil, the fresh air finally swept over their faces, a long-awaited reprieve. They emerged into the light of day. Sir Byron led the soldiers forth, and once they relayed the signal of safety, the others followed suit. As Rebecca climbed to the surface, she immediately inhaled deeply, then joyfully exclaimed, "We are out!" Gawain followed closely behind her, his excitement matching, if not exceeding, hers that a vast expanse lay before him. His first instinct was to lift his gaze towards the heavens. Unfortunately, the world outside was shrouded in night. Yet he was grateful for the darkness, as it allowed him to witness the alien starlit sky for the first time. A faint white glow was already discernible on the horizon, the approach of dawn rendering the starlight sparse and dim. The scattered stars appeared to be enveloped in a veil of mist. Hazy and distant, they were entirely unfamiliar constellations. The white light on the horizon grew, increasingly radiant, the night receding as dawn approached. Each individual who had escaped from the subterranean tunnel was now enveloped in the elation of survival. While Gawain felt an extraordinary exhilaration as he turned toward the rising sun, arms outstretched as if to embrace the sun of this new world. Then he beheld an unprecedentedly immense arc, emanating a gentle luminescence, gradually ascending above the horizon, casting its brilliance across the realm. That was not the sun. Chapter 9. Incendiary Gawain gazed intently at the horizon, and for the first few moments, the immense cognitive dissonance left him utterly bewildered as to what he was witnessing. Whatever it was, it bore little resemblance to the sun he had known. The broad and magnificent arc continued its ascent, rising at a speed far exceeding that of the sun in its initial stages, allowing Gawain to soon behold a small portion of its arc. This arc indeed radiated light, its edges adorned with nebulous hues and indistinct structures reminiscent of mist. The light and warmth of this world must surely be provided by this entity. Yet its brilliance was not blinding like that of the sun. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Gawain could not only gaze directly at the arc, but could even discern subtle patterns upon its surface. After estimating the arc's curvature, Gawain realized that this object possessed a visual diameter dozens, if not hundreds, of times larger than the sun. Of course, its actual size was likely smaller than that of a typical star. It was merely situated exceedingly close to the Earth. At this distance, should it rise, it might obscure approximately 1/5 of the sky. Of course, this is merely a rough estimation based on Gawain's senses, as the impact he has experienced is profound, and instinctual judgments are bound to be fraught with considerable discrepancies. The oppressive sensation brought forth by witnessing a colossal celestial body ascend before one's eyes is ineffable. Rapidly sifting through his memories, Gawain Cecil indeed found countless instances of similarly magnificent sunrises. The object in the sky was no extraordinary phenomenon, but rather a perfectly ordinary spectacle of this world. As for an explanation, Gawain swiftly formulated numerous interpretations based on his acquired knowledge. Perhaps it was due to the stark differences between the physical laws of this world and those of his homeland, resulting in a notable inefficiency in the light and heat emitted by the star, while this planet, situated perilously close to the star, allowed for such a gigantic sun to be perceived without scorching the earth. Or it might not be a sun at all, but a radiant aperture, or some other arcane entity devoid of scientific rationale. Yet the more plausible theory is that this planet does not orbit a sun, but rather revolves around a gaseous giant, and what rises in the sky is the progenitor of this satellite. In that moment, the sensation of being in a foreign realm struck Gawain with unprecedented intensity. "Ancestor, my esteemed ancestor." Hetty's voice emerged from beside him, finally rousing Gawain from his stupor and contemplation. Gawain abruptly regained his senses, casting a bewildered glance at his great-great-granddaughter beside him. The beautiful noblewoman, having emerged from the dark, cramped and perilous underground tunnel, had somewhat restored her former grace, and she inclined her body slightly towards Gawain. "Ancestor, you were lost in thought, but we must leave this place at once." Gawain mumbled a couple of vague responses. Then noticed that the exit of the tunnel led to an unshielded hillside. Standing idly here, under unclear circumstances, was indeed unwise that he nodded. Let us ascend to a higher vantage point to ascertain our surroundings. My knowledge of the terrain is 7 centuries old and may no longer be applicable today. Thus, the group advanced towards the nearby hill under Gawain's guidance, and along the way, he could not help but steal several glances at the enormous sun. Ancestor, are you gazing at the sun? Rebecca, walking behind Gawain, inquired with genuine concern. Is there a problem? Amber chimed in nonchalantly. Your ancestor hasn't seen the sun for 700 years. It's only natural to look a little longer upon its brilliance. Gawain disregarded Amber and glanced at his N1 great-granddaughter, gently shaking his head, while internally confirming the local nomenclature for that celestial body. It was indeed referred to as the sun, that in other words. Regardless of its pronunciation, in the minds of the inhabitants of this world, the term unequivocally denotes the sun, nothing else. Gawain once more delved into the memories of the original owner of this body, and after several attempts with key phrases and vague information, he finally lifted his gaze, perceiving a star roughly the size of a grain of rice, brighter than all others, lingering in the still, dim sky. The people of this world called that exceptional star O, attributing to it a plethora of symbolic meanings in both religious and magical contexts. The previous 2 conjectures might be dismissed. Only the third hypothesis held merit. O was the star of this solar system, so distant as to be incredible, its light casting a cold glow upon the earth beneath Gawain's feet, akin to the other stars as the cool morning breeze enveloped him. Gawain ascended to the summit of the hill. Before him lay a landscape ravaged by war, presenting an eerie, decayed state that resembled flesh marred by strong acid. The earth was grotesquely rotten, vast expanses of rock and soil turned a dismal gray-black, with cracks spreading like veins across the land, vegetation long since decimated, and the remaining tree trunks twisted into forms reminiscent of demonic claws. Further afield, collapsed walls, charred houses, and the Cecil family's ancient castle shrouded in a haze of smoke were visible. Deformed monstrosities akin to giants wandered through the wasteland. Fields and crops had long been obliterated by the magical tide unleashed by these creatures, rendering them unrecognizable. The family's territory. Rebecca crouched on the hillside, gritting her teeth, her eyes reddening, teetering on the brink of tears. Whether from rage or sorrow was indistinguishable. This girl, who had just inherited the family estate and had not yet acclimated to her role as a lord, seemed to have lost everything in that moment. Such was the fate of lands corrupted by the magical tide. Gawain sighed, recalling how the Gondor Empire had decayed into this very state from within. I suspect that even today, remnants of that corruption linger upon the ruins of the old empire, only to find that a new corruption has emerged within the borders of civilization. Amber broke into a cold sweat. By the shadow god. Have we truly been surrounded by such entities all along? Hetty pondered the possibility of restoring the family's vitality. Is there any hope? None. Gawain shook his head. You have failed to repel the assault of the aberrations. They have achieved a collective resonance, and the elemental taint caused by the ensuing magical tide is irreversible. Even if all the monsters were eradicated, the pollution that has taken root in this land will persist for quite some time. How long will it last? Hetty appeared somewhat unconvinced. Has human civilization returned to the lands of the Gondor Empire? Gawain posed a seemingly unrelated question. That place remains a no-man's land, a forbidden zone where none dare tread beyond the Great Barrier. Gawain shrugged. It seems the corruption of the Cecil territory must endure for at least 7 centuries. Rebecca and Hetty gazed at their ancestor with astonishment. They could not comprehend how this great figure, the founder of the Cecil family, could maintain such composure in the face of their family's last territory being ravaged by monsters. Neither anger nor sorrow graced his features, as though he were observing something entirely unrelated to himself, a demeanor that instilled a sense of fear in them. However, Gawain soon noticed their expressions and inquired, "Is there something troubling you? Ancestor, are you not angry?" Rebecca asked cautiously. This is the last territory of the Cecil family. Gawain paused, immediately realizing that he had not fully immersed himself in the role, exposing a flaw in his performance, that he quickly adopted a stern demeanor, channeling all his acting skills. Indulging in such matters is of no benefit. Gawain Cecil is a pioneer, Every inch of land and wealth belonging to this family has been forged from the ground up that if the territory is lost, then it is lost. We can simply seek out new lands to cultivate. Why dwell on it? Hetty and Rebecca nodded vigorously, their admiration for their ancestor profound, silently acknowledging his legendary status, recognizing that his vision and heart were indeed extraordinary. Yet doubting where. In this age where all land had been divided among the existing noble system, and unclaimed territory was largely a no-go zone. Their ancestor intended to venture forth and cultivate anew. There is little of interest here. We must plan our next steps. Our immediate priority is to locate a town, and then find a way to reunite with those who broke through earlier. While our influence still echoes, Gawain hastily redirected the conversation that I recall a knight named Philip led a group in the breakout. Correct. Have you settled on a rendezvous point? Rebecca quickly responded. The agreed location is the northern town of Tanzan. If Tanzan has also been besieged by monsters, we shall continue north along the Kingdom Road. Gawain nodded, intending to depart when an unusual sensation abruptly halted him. After a moment of contemplation, he and Sir Byron shouted in unison, "Get down!" Hide! Though unsure of the cause, Rebecca and Hetty immediately crouched beneath a nearby boulder alongside Sir Byron, while Amber had already slipped into the shadows, vanishing into some unknown nook. Gawain followed closely behind Rebecca to conceal himself, only to spot the seemingly dazed maid Betty still clutching a frying pan. Standing bewildered in place, he dashed out to pull her back just as an overwhelming sense of dread descended upon them all. Amidst the gradually intensifying radiance of the great sun, an elegant yet colossal creature glided through the sky. It was a dragon, measuring several dozen meters in length. In a panic, Hetty instinctively cast a third-tier spell, Cloak of Light, to render them all concealed, though she was uncertain whether such a rudimentary spell could evade the gaze of a legendary being. Yet, the dragon did not appear to notice those below. Perhaps it simply deemed them unworthy of attention. It merely flapped its wings gracefully and majestically soared across the sky, its enormous eyes reflecting the ravaged lands of the Cecil territory. Subsequently, it unleashed a breath of salt water. Oh, its breath scorched the land. Chapter 10. Returning to the matter at hand. The dragon. This creature has long ceased to appear in the realm of mortals. Indeed, for the vast majority of intelligent races on the continent of Lorraine, dragons exist as beings straddling the line between myth and reality. They are acutely aware of the existence of these formidable entities, yet scarcely anyone among them has had the fortune to behold a true dragon within their lifetime. The exception lies with the southern elves, those mystical beings endowed with remarkable longevity, who are indeed well qualified to consider themselves witnesses of history. Throughout the protracted annals of the Elven Empire, there have been but a few encounters recorded with dragons. The majestic creature, adorned in deep blue scales and possessing colossal wings, soared across the sky, unleashing a lethal breath that descended in a searing column of fire, imbued with ancient draconic magic. Its potency transcended mere flames. Where the fire swept, the earth ignited in ferocious conflagration, continuing to burn and spread even in the absence of fuel. Within mere moments of breath, the entire territory of Cecil had succumbed to a sea of flames. After executing this devastation, the dragon circled for a brief while seemingly inspecting the fruits of its labor, before finally taking flight into the heights, vanishing into the increasingly radiant clouds above. Gawain heard several deep breaths emanating from beside him. Including Hetty, everyone finally dared to take a deep breath. Had the dragon lingered any longer, it was uncertain who among them would have succumbed to unconsciousness first. Dragon. Dragon. Mitsai clutched her staff tightly, muttering incessantly. "O ancestors, I have seen a dragon." Gawain cleared his throat ahem. "There is no need for you to say it. I have seen it too." Only then did Mitsai snap back to reality, casting an awkward glance at Gawain before her gaze turned complex as she looked toward Cecil. Having been ravaged by the tide of magic and then scorched by dragon fire, this land was utterly beyond salvaged as for those monsters. Although they posed quite a challenge to the inept guards of Cecil, they were ultimately nothing more than the most rudimentary of aberrations. Under the onslaught of dragon fire, they were nearly all reduced to ash. Even those few that survived would inevitably disintegrate in light of the dramatic changes in their environment. It was merely a matter of time that I thought dragons only existed in legends, the typically taciturn Sir Byron remarked, as the three soldiers beside him struggled to regain their composure. unable to rise from their positions. The usually strict knight did not chastise them this time, but instead furrowed his brow. "That my lord, have you ever dealt with dragons?" "No," Gawain replied, shaking his head. "Dragons are creatures of great mystery. Even during the upheaval of half the continent of Lorraine 700 years ago, they did not intervene in the mortal realm." Despite his words, Gawain was not particularly taken aback by these colossal beings, for he had encountered dragons through other means, during those days suspended in the heavens. He had seen such creatures grace the continent on more than one occasion. Yet dragons remained enigmatic. Even after an eternity spent in the skies, the number of dragons he had witnessed was quite limited, and their appearances were often fragmented and chaotic, making it difficult for him to draw any definitive characteristics or habits of the draconic kind at that moment. Gawain's shadow flickered suddenly, and upon turning, he indeed found Amber standing behind him, her half-elven visage still bearing traces of shock. "That I saw a dragon," Amber exclaimed, her voice a cacophony of excitement. "That my mother would never believe it. I saw a dragon. It was so big." All right. Everyone here saw it." Gawain shot a reproachful glance at the timid and noisy thief. "Where did you run off to just now?" "I was hiding in the crevice of a nearby stone." Amber puffed her chest proudly. "Did I excel at escaping?" Gawain sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Shadow affinity at least requires mastery. Your combat ability is only marginally better than that of a goose, and yet you take pride in it." He then shook his head. "This place is not suitable for lingering. We should depart swiftly." But he stepped down the hillside, for although the dragon had left, who knew what other peculiar entities might emerge? Thus, hastening their exit was paramount. However, Hetty cast one last lingering glance at her family's domain, her expression a tumult of emotions that, "Oh, ancestors, that dragon has scorched our lands, that it burned our ruins." "Strictly speaking, it incinerated those monsters," Gawain replied, meeting Hetty's gaze that he had observed closely when the dragon unleashed its breath. It primarily targeted the densest concentrations of aberrations. While there were instances when it misfired, the dragoness inclination was unmistakably clear. Cecil had ceased to exist long before the dragon's arrival. "But, do you wish to seek justice from a dragon?" Gawain shrugged, adopting a practical stance that if we are to take any action, it is to return to civilized society post-haste and report the incidents involving the monsters and the dragon. Unable to counter his reasoning, Hetty merely nodded in assent. In truth, Gawain comprehended Hetty's sentiments. Cecil was her homeland, the place of her birth and upbringing. Even though her homeland lay in ruins, the emotional hurdle she faced was not easily surmountable. Even knowing that the dragon had merely set fire to the remnants and that this conflagration was likely directed at the aberrations, she felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, this was akin to desecrating a grave. Yet, while he understood, Gawain found it difficult to immerse himself in her plight. After all, he had not yet emerged from the coffin as the ancestor of the Cecil family, with a plethora of conflicting emotions. The group departed from the area, only to find themselves confronted by a dense forest. Hetty, gripping her staff in one hand and tracing several flickering runes in the air with the other, glanced up towards the direction of the woods. "That we must traverse this forest to return to the main road. It is the only route to Tanzan town." Gawain looked at the shimmering runes in Hetty's hand with a mixture of curiosity and envy, despite his best efforts to conceal it. "Magic is indeed a most convenient tool. Ancestors?" Hetty seemed perplexed, soon displaying a hint of trepidation. "Did my skills displease you?" Gawain paused, bewildered. Why would I be displeased? The Cecil family has always relied on the strength of knights. Martial prowess and horsemanship are the family's true legacy. Those like myself and Mitsai, who have embarked on the path of the mage. If this were a century ago, not only would there be no question of inheritance, but even establishing a foothold within the family would be problematic, Hetty explained nervously. However, ever since that event a century ago, the family status has declined sharply, and our numbers have dwindled. Those capable of wielding extraordinary power have become scarce, leading to the acceptance of paths beyond knighthood. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, this contravenes the family's traditions. Gawain casually remarked, who established such a foolish tradition. He had always held a deep disdain for such archaic family rules, possessing an open mind. However, to his surprise, the atmosphere shifted subtly upon his utterance. Sir Byron immediately lowered his head, feigning to tie his shoelaces, despite wearing iron boots, while Hetty stood frozen in place, and Mitsai timidly pointed a finger at Gawain 2 seconds later. Gawain, as he rummaged through his memories, it seemed there was indeed a story behind it. The young and impetuous hero Gawain Cecil, after a triumphant return, had celebrated with King Charles I of Ansu Kingdom over a hearty drink. The two friends, intoxicated, boasted about their recent accomplishments, reflecting on how their once beleaguered kin had now become pioneers and founders, destined to evolve into a new wave of nobility. They pondered whether it would be prudent to establish some regulations or family traditions to ensure that future generations would not forget the spirit of their ancestors. As the pioneer among pioneers, Gawain Cecil, alongside King Charles I, undoubtedly felt compelled to set an example. Thus, 7 centuries ago, a tipsy Gawain Cecil, down nearly half a cup of strong liquor, glanced at his knightly sword at his side, and inscribed a line upon the table: "Knights surpass mages." King Charles I, upon witnessing this, felt gratified and promptly penned his own line. Gawain is indeed correct. The former became the family motto of Cecil, while the latter, well, it was promptly dismissed by the king's advisors, the ministers, who were far-sighted and concerned for the greater good, and the sober king would never consider such drunken revelry as foundational policy. Yet Gawain Cecil, earnest in his sentiments, had taken his thoughts to heart and enshrined them in the family rules. Emerging from the recesses of memory, Gawain cast an embarrassed glance at Hetty and Mitsai. He sighed, "You can disregard that rule. It was merely the product of youthful intoxication." Hetty Mitsai. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from Amber's stomach, providing Gawain with a timely escape. "Although I realize this may not be the most appropriate moment amidst your ancestral reflections," the half-elven girl said, somewhat sheepishly rubbing her belly. "I am feeling rather hungry, as if heralding a new beginning." The growl of Amber's stomach echoed through the air, immediately followed by similar sounds of digestive unrest emanating from the bellies of everyone present, including Gao. It was only at this moment that Gao Wen realized that since their departure from the dark crypt, none of them had consumed food for an extended period. His own fast had been particularly prolonged. The last time he relished the satisfaction of chewing food, the monkeys of Loren continent had yet to master bipedal locomotion. Chapter 11. The long road ahead, venturing into a foreign realm, is hardly a romantic endeavor. Amidst the thrilling tales of ancient ruins, magic, colossal beasts, and heroic sagas, one is often confronted with a multitude of pressing realities, such as enduring the elements in the wild and the urgent need to satiate one's hunger. The journey of escape was fraught with haste, especially after the castle had been besieged, leaving only a handful of loyal guards to resist until the final moment. Under such circumstances, no one could afford the luxury of preparing a knapsack brimming with provisions, particularly when their point of departure was the ancestral tomb, a place that hardly resembled a food storehouse. Thus, when Amber's hunger became apparent, everyone recognized the imminent practical challenge they faced. Surrounding them was a desolate expanse, barren of even a single blade of grass, while across the slope lay the charred ruins of the Cecil domain. Yet a short distance away, beyond the hillside, stood a dense thicket that ushered in this magical medieval setting. The untamed woods outside of civilization were synonymous with peril, where the light of civilization could not penetrate, leaving one to contend with ferocious beasts, robbers, and monsters. However, the dense forest also signified another reality. It would likely be abundant in food. Furthermore, to reach the northern town of Tanzan, traversing this very thicket was unavoidable. The group found a flat, open area at the edge of the woods to rest temporarily, and then commenced the division of responsibilities for foraging. Gao Wen first cast a glance at the daft little maid. This girl named Betty, whose presence was almost negligible, yet possessed a remarkable audacity. She had not cried out in terror when the dragon had swooped down. Possibly rendered speechless by sheer shock at this moment, she clutched her frying pan tightly, standing nervously in place, and upon noticing Galwin's gaze, she instinctively shrank her neck. "Betty, Hetty, Rebecca, you 3 stay here. Byron, you remain as guard," Gao Wen instructed. "The rest of you come with me to hunt. That includes you, Amber." Betty was devoid of combat prowess, while Hetty and Rebecca, despite being mages, were ill-suited for chasing beasts in the forest. Their energies had been severely depleted since the battle in the castle, leaving them without the opportunity for meditation and recovery. An insurmountable issue for spellcasters reliant on a sound mental state to wield their powers effectively. Thus, it was wiser for them to remain behind to safeguard the camp. ensuring they could bolster their combat effectiveness for the journey ahead. The three loyal warriors of the family harbored no objections to this arrangement, yet Amber's eyes widened in protest. "Why must I go? I am exhausted too." Gao Wen shot her a glare. "Touch your ears. You possess a trace of elven blood. How can you claim to be descended from tree-dwellers if you do not accompany me into the woods to hunt?" Amber pouted, filled with resentment. "This is racial prejudice. Who said elves must hunt in the forest? I specialize in stealth, not tracking." "You're digging your own grave," she retorted. "Fine," Amber conceded. Gao Wen led the three soldiers and the half-elf, who professed her lack of hunting skill, into the forest, leaving the steadfast Sir Byron with the three ladies at the makeshift camp, after expending their dwindling magical energy to set up a few protective runes. Hetty wearily sat upon a stone, while Rebecca took Betty on a circuit around Byron's watchful perimeter, returning with a small bundle of twigs she had gathered nearby. After piling the branches on the ground, Rebecca stepped back a few paces, raised her staff, and recited the most rudimentary fire-conjuring incantation, causing an unstable fireball to coalesce in the air. Hetty quickly intervened before the fireball could explode. "Let me handle this." After igniting the campfire with a more reliable spell, the chill accumulated from the subterranean tunnels, and the night breeze gradually dissipated. Hetty sighed in relief, casting a resigned glance at Rebecca. "When will you learn magic beyond the fireball spell?" Rebecca lowered her head in shame. "That I am sorry, and that do not exhibit such a lack of resolve so readily." Even while apologizing, "Do not bow your head so low," Hetty admonished, rubbing her forehead in frustration. "You are an heir to the title. Do you understand? Your performance today, frankly, our ancestor would likely be greatly disappointed, even if he did not show it." Rebecca immediately grew anxious. "Then, what should I do?" Hetty paused, exhaling deeply. "What can we do? Just look at the state of our family. I doubt any descendant of the Cecil line could elicit satisfaction from our ancestor. Our current condition is utterly unworthy of our family's former glory." Rebecca bit her lip, having been raised according to the conventional trajectory of a noble child. The recent series of events had far exceeded her comprehension, and no instructor had ever guided her on how to confront such matters, be it the onslaught of the magical tide and monsters or the fact that her ancestor had risen from the grave. All of these circumstances left the young Viscountess feeling utterly helpless. After a moment of silence, Rebecca finally mustered the courage to ask, "Aunt, do you believe our ancestor truly has been resurrected?" Hetty met Rebecca's gaze, easily deciphering her niece's thoughts. "Are you questioning the ancestor or the notion of his resurrection? While I know I should not doubt this matter, it is indeed hard to believe that I share your sentiments, yet the truth is laid bare before us." Hetty shook her head. "Do you recall the first lesson every magic apprentice must learn? It is not theory or magical formulas, but a maxim. Reality may often contradict common sense, yet reality is always reality. This adage holds true in realms beyond magic as well." Observing Rebecca lost in contemplation, Hetty added softly, "Regardless of the reasons behind our ancestors' revival, the resurrection of the Cecil family's progenitor must be a fact." Betty glanced at her two mistresses, unable to comprehend their conversation, and lowered her head, continuing to clutch her treasured frying pan in silence. Before long, Gao Wen returned from the hunt, accompanied by the three soldiers in amber. Their catch was not plentiful but satisfactory. They brought back 3 rabbits and 2 large birds adorned with splendid feathers, along with a bounty of assorted wild fruits, ensuring their hunger would be alleviated. Watching Amber deftly and skillfully prepare the carcasses of the game, Gao Wen smirked. "You claim you cannot hunt, yet your skills are so proficient you rival even the gray elves of the Mosswood." The Mosswood, a vast forest bordering the kingdom of Ansu and the Ogre tribal nation to the west, is home to the gray elves, an elven subspecies renowned as the finest hunters in the world, excelling even in tracking prey through dense woods compared to their forest-dwelling counterparts. Realizing the necessity to educate himself about the common knowledge of this world, Gao Wen had taken to perusing his mental repository during his idle moments. And this knowledge was freshly acquired, now put to practical use. Amber, while gutting one of the magnificent birds, replied without lifting her gaze, "Surely, you are the great hero of 7 centuries past. Your anecdote about the gray elves must be centuries old. Do you know that the gray elves now engage in the trade of herbs and no longer hunt?" Gao Wen. Amber continued her work, skillfully threading the prepared game onto a long skewer and propping it by the campfire. then glanced at Gao Wen. "That I'll have you know, I truly cannot hunt. Although I possess half-elven blood, I have lived among humans since I can remember, raised by an old thief." "Then how do you possess such skills?" "While I may not hunt, I excel at stealing chickens," Amber replied, her smile reminiscent of a child who, having just unearthed a grave, can still jest with the deceased. "That I learned those skills during that time." Gao Wen, nearby, Hetty frowned slightly upon hearing Amber's words. How utterly vulgar. Amber waggled her fingers dismissively. Yes, I am vulgar. What can I say? I am a thief, that I can only occasionally pilfer a few coppers from passers-by. Unlike you nobles who can openly extract coins from the pockets of your subjects." Before Amber could finish her sentence, Byron's sword unsheathed with a sharp sound, resting against her neck, causing the half-elf to break into a cold sweat. Gao Wen waved his hand, signaling Byron to sheath his weapon, then curiously looked at Amber. "I am simply puzzled. How is it that, despite your loquaciousness, you have not yet been struck down?" The half-elf maiden had yet to utter a word when Gawain had already begun to mimic her tone, shaking his head in a theatrical manner. "Adept at fleeing for one's life. Wouldn't you agree?" Amber interjected. "Enough with the class conflicts. Let us set aside any notions of discord for now, as we are all in the same boat." Gawain exhaled deeply, casually reaching for a fruit nearby and bringing it to his lips. "First, let us regain our strength. Those of you versed in magic should meditate to restore your mana, that we must set off before noon. We have already spent a night underground and cannot afford to squander an entire day. Betty, you may set that aside for now," Rebecca gently reminded her little maid, casting a glance at her. "It is not needed at this moment." Betty glanced at her mistress and then at the frying pan in her hands, caught in a moment of hesitation. Gawain, intrigued, asked, "Pray tell, why do you persist in clutching that pan?" Betty, appearing somewhat intimidated by Gawain, shrank back slightly, gripping the handle of the pan tightly. "Mrs. Hanson told me that I am to be responsible for frying sausages and slices of bread with this frying pan." "Mrs. Hanson managed the castle kitchen," Hetty quietly explained to Gawain, "but she has since passed away." Gawain sighed, observing the freckled face of the young girl. "This pan belongs to you, and will henceforth remain yours," he stated. "For now, you may set it aside and come to dine." Chapter 12. The shadows and unnamed thicket that I in this underdeveloped region, far removed from the centers of civilization, similar nameless areas abound. Though every parcel of land has a lord, not all can be cultivated. The kingdom lacks the manpower and resources to develop the borderlands near the desolation of Gondor, and owing to the elves' assistance in constructing the Grand Wall encircling the entire desolate realm, marked by the Sentinel Towers, contemporary nations need not amass excessive military forces at the borders to contend with the occasional monsters that wander forth from the wasteland. Thus, the borders have succumbed to a relentless cycle of decline. There is not a singular path leading from the Cecil territory to the northern town of Tanzan. However, traversing the woodland to the official road is among the shortest routes. Choosing an alternate route would either necessitate a considerable detour or lead one through far more perilous terrain, neither of which is a prudent choice that as one ventures deeper into the thicket. The light grows dimmer, and the thick carpet of decaying leaves becomes increasingly bothersome. While it cannot yet be deemed a grand forest, the untamed woods, free from human interference, have truly broadened Gawain's horizons, having lived in a concrete jungle in his past life. He had only observed this world from a distant perspective for many years after his arrival. Now, as he steps into it, he realizes how superficial his understanding of the natural environment had been. Fortunately, he is gradually acclimatizing to this body, which possesses formidable physical capabilities and overall qualities, allowing him to face the challenges of wilderness survival with relative ease. Beside him, Sir Byron and Amber are not lacking in experience with traversing mountains and forests, making this journey far from unbearable. Yet Hetty must endure some hardship. Despite the decline of the Cecil family, it remains a noble house with a long history, loyal directly to the king. Hetty, hailing from such lineage, is a true lady of noble birth, seasoned by trials and hardships in the aristocratic circles. However, she still requires some fortitude in the face of nature's challenges. Furthermore, as a mage, her physical prowess is unlikely to be remarkable. Rebecca's performance, however, has taken Gawain by surprise. This girl, who bears a striking resemblance to a high school student from Earth, has not faltered throughout their journey, running through the roadless woods with agility rivaling that of the tall and burly soldiers. When Gawain inquired, Rebecca, somewhat bashful, replied, "I was quite the wild child when I was younger, always running around like a boy, even venturing into the estate's woods for adventures that that time. I had yet to show any magical talent. And my father believed I could be trained as a knight, only to be sorely disappointed. But though I cannot tread the path of a knight, I still make it a point to exercise regularly. For our ancestral teachings dictate that to be a lord capable of protecting one's subjects, one must first possess a robust physique." Gawain nodded silently, recognizing that this N1 great-granddaughter, though occasionally as clueless as a doorstop, was indeed quite earnest and upright, a rarity in noble circles. The NTH great-granddaughter beside him, who was nearly gasping for air, ought to take note. Deep within this thicket, there may be some magical creatures, though they are unlikely to be formidable. Sir Byron lifted a dark mass from the ground with his sword, which gradually became transparent and dissipated into the air, a concentration of shadow elements, indicating the presence of a natural magical focal point at the heart of the woods, albeit a weak one that indeed. It is likely very weak, Amber mused, twirling a delicate dagger in her hand while surveying their surroundings. If there were a high-quality magical focal point here, this forest would have long been claimed by the Arcane Society or the Astrologers Guild as their territory. Moreover, the surrounding flora shows no signs of mutation, indicating that the concentration of elements here does not even affect the local vegetation. Gawain looked at these two wilderness survival experts with mild astonishment. "You seem quite knowledgeable." Rebecca exchanged a glance with Byron, before swearing fealty to my father. Uncle Byron was once a mercenary. Byron seemed somewhat reluctant to speak of his past. "It is all in the past, my lady," Amber, with her dagger spinning more vivaciously, chimed in, as if you don't have a past worth mentioning. Though the half-elf maiden wore an expression that seemed to say, "My past is quite impressive, so do ask me about it." Gawain had no intention of indulging her theatrics. From this brief day and a half of interaction, he had gleaned enough insight into her temperament. Her extensive wilderness knowledge was likely a result of being chased relentlessly by the patrols, forcing her to hone her survival skills in the wild. Yet, should one inquire, she would undoubtedly weave a thrilling and grandiose tale, perhaps of having traversed the entire continent and shared laughter with the Elven King. As they spoke, they ventured further into the depths of the thicket, where the trees grew denser, and the sunlight filtering through the canopy became increasingly sparse. Gawain looked up, and amidst the shadowy branches, the great sun appeared fragmented into countless tiny specks of light, resembling a colossal plate turned upside down in the heavens, casting an almost chilling glow upon them. The friliest among them, Betty, could not suppress a sneeze, feeling her hands grow uncomfortably cold, nearly dropping the frying pan. Amber ceased her playful twirling of the dagger, suddenly crouching low, her pale eyes glinting with wariness. She turned to Gawain, exhaling a puff of white mist as she spoke. "Do you not feel that the temperature has dipped a tad too low?" Hetty's expression hardened, the weariness from their journey suppressed in an instant. She raised her staff forcefully against the ground and swiftly recited a complex incantation, Detect Distortion. This was a universal spell that could be learned from the second tier of formal mages and had corresponding models for those up to the 9th tier of archmages. The spell bore no offensive capabilities. Its purpose was to detect hidden energy phenomena within a certain range, such as concealed magical traps or invisible energy fields. When cast fully, Detect Distortion could detect energy traces of a level 1 higher than the caster. Hetty, being a 3rd-tier mage. Though Hetty's 3rd-tier status, the pinnacle of low-tier mages, rendered her weaker than Byron, who had already entered the mid-tier, albeit at the novice stage, the convenience and versatility of her magic could yield greater effects than brute strength. As the effects of Detect Distortion activated, Gawain noticed a mist beginning to form around them. No, it was not mere fog, but rather a previously concealed, now potent spiritual energy that had grown strong enough to influence the material realm. It gathered from all directions, intensifying to the point where it obscured the trees a mere few dozen meters away, and within that swirling pallid mist, indistinct shadows flitted by Betty's eyes widened in terror. And just as she was about to scream, Gawain swiftly covered her mouth. "Shoo, do not make a sound. It will alert whatever lurks within the mist." The young girl, her eyes wide, nearly brimming with tears, nodded vigorously while clutching the frying pan tightly. Gawain shook his head in disbelief. "You didn't even flinch when we encountered a dragon, yet now you're terrified. Truly, the vulnerabilities of individuals vary greatly. What are those things? Rebecca asked, her fear evident as she gripped her staff, noticing some sparks beginning to flicker at its tip. When did we become surrounded by these entities? Vengeful spirit mist. Hetty bit her lip. What on earth are these doing here? The vengeful spirit mist, as Gawain has discerned from his memories, is a phenomenon that can arise both naturally and through artificial means. Naturally occurring instances are relatively common, in places where shadow energy converges and the undead wander. The vengeful spirit mist has an exceedingly low probability of manifesting. It is part of the shadow environment, but is heavily influenced by the aura of the undead, rendering it exceedingly destructive. However, once this mist materializes, it remains invisible. It takes shape and grows in the spirit realm, while in the material realm, not a trace is left behind for the living to perceive, unless the unfortunate victim has already ventured deep into its embrace. It will gradually extinguish the lives of those who unwittingly stray into its depths, employing frigid temperatures and haunting illusions that prey upon their fears. For ordinary individuals, the horror of their predicament often eludes comprehension until their last breath. As they remain oblivious to their surroundings, the mist will only reveal itself at the moment their souls plummet into the shadow realm, claiming dominion over their final memories. That it is indeed possible to artificially manufacture vengeful spirit mist. Yet the conditions are exceedingly stringent, and the requirements imposed on the caster are substantial. Moreover, the efficacy of such conjurations pales in comparison to that of most spells of similar caliber, leading the shadowy necromancers to refrain from squandering their time on such endeavors. Gawain has drawn his pioneering sword but refrains from launching an attack. The vengeful spirit mist is peculiar. Although entering its vicinity inflicts harm, it does not initiate an assault outright. The damage it inflicts is merely an inherent attribute of its negative environment. Only when disturbed does it unleash its fury, and once enraged, the mist becomes a formidable adversary. Uncertain whether the mist has already been provoked, Gawain opts for caution, meticulously searching for its vulnerabilities, poised to break free at the opportune moment. Yet, just as he embarks on this strategy, an ethereal, delicate laughter suddenly resonates from deep within the mist. By the gods, he has been outwitted by a mere fog. Gawain instantly raises his long sword and strikes in the direction of the sound. A dark crimson flame erupting from the blade, cleaving a shadowy figure that had emerged from the mist in twain. Focus fire on that figure darting about in white. Chapter 13. Shadow Realm. The otherworldly and eerie laughter continues to echo from the mist, as if a frivolous woman is jesting at the disoriented wanderers ensnared within. The apparition that Gawain severed with his sword dissipated into the air, yet in the next instant, it reconstituted itself in another part of the mist. This vengeful spirit mist possesses sentience. Upon realizing this, Hetty felt a fine sheen of cold sweat break out on her forehead. The mist first feigned a lack of consciousness, leading the others to believe that the situation was not as dire as it seemed, while simultaneously seeking to exploit their desire for escape. However, as time passed, each individual's strength would be gradually sapped by the mist, and by the time Gawain and his companions attempted a genuine breakout, their conditions would inevitably have deteriorated to varying degrees. When the spirits within the mist suddenly struck, the repercussions would be unfathomable, yet perhaps due to the inherent flaw of undead beings in terms of sentience. The light laughter emanating from the mist undermined its own trap. Even so, the situation remained dire. Ordinary soldiers found it exceedingly challenging to contend with such a bizarre foe. They could only rely on their steadfast will forged through relentless training to withstand the malevolence and fear seeping from the mist. The defenseless Betty was promptly shielded within the heart of the group. Sir Byron wielded his steel long sword, radiating intense heat, dispelling the pervasive chill and severing the countless phantom arms extending from the mist. Under his protection, Hetty and Rebecca found a relatively stable environment for spellcasting. Hetty chanted incantations, continuously employing an array of low-level supportive spells to diminish the mist's potency, while Rebecca's approach was far more straightforward and brutal. She wielded her staff, unleashing fireballs with reckless abandon. Fireballs of various sizes soared from the tip of Rebecca's staff into the mist, igniting a cacophony of explosions. Yet, the results were less than satisfactory. While flames do possess a certain efficacy against undead entities, the vengeful spirit mist is a unique phenomenon. It is thin and expansive, lacking any substantial form to absorb the brunt of explosive damage. Thus, when a fireball detonates within the fog, much of its lethal force dissipates. Do not use fireballs, Gawain urgently warned. Utilize area effect spells instead. Power is secondary, but the range must be extensive. Otherwise, the mist will disperse all assaults. Rebecca cried out in frustration. But I only know how to cast fireballs. Gawain's astonishment was palpable. What? Rebecca could only manage fireballs. Hetty's voice was tinged with exasperation. After 5 years of study, this is all you can do. Rebecca's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her frustration at her own magical ineptitude boiling over. Gathering her immense magical energy, she strained to mold it into a spell model, and with a sweeping motion of her staff, a fireball the size of a basin shot towards the densest part of the mist. There was no such thing as sudden enlightenment or miraculous breakthroughs in this moment. This fireball, far exceeding standard size, triggered an explosion of commensurate magnitude, even thinning the mist directly ahead of the group. Yet almost instantaneously, the gap in the mist was refilled. And to make matters worse, Gawain suddenly heard a scream filled with terror and rage from behind him that a family warrior, his eyes ablaze with crimson, succumbed to the negative energies conveyed by the vengeful spirit mist, shattering his soul. The damage to his spirit manifested physically. His skin rapidly withered and turned ashen, resembling dried parchment, and in his howls, he descended into madness, raising his long sword and wildly slashing, as if foes surrounded him on all sides. Two nearby warriors reacted swiftly, evading his chaotic strikes before rushing to subdue the deranged soldier. The restrained warrior thrashed violently, as though his very flesh sought to escape, twisting and writhing. With eyes wide open, he finally rasped a desperate plea, "Kill me! Kill me!" Yet in the eyes of the other two soldiers, the crimson aura began to coalesce like ominous clouds, and they remained unresponsive to their comrade's plea. They too were on the brink of losing their sanity. Witnessing this, Gawain swiftly plunged his pioneering sword into the ground, invoking the innate power of the body he inhabited, mind shock. This was one of the few abilities a knight possessed that could influence the psyche, a formidable will sweeping across the battlefield, instilling profound mental pressure upon all hostile entities while providing a powerful morale boost to allies. Under the influence of mind shock, the two soldiers rapidly emerged from their state of terror. However, the unfortunate individual they had subdued was irrevocably lost, his soul utterly dismantled by the vengeful spirit mist, ultimately succumbing to stillness after a few futile struggles. That Gawain's gaze flicked rapidly across the battlefield. He observed that the mist showed no signs of weakening. In fact, it appeared to thicken further in the wake of Hetty and Rebecca's assaults. To his dismay, he noticed that Betty had vanished without a trace from where the three soldiers had been. "Where has Betty gone?" Gawain's heart raced as he called out, "Betty!" Amber emerged from the nearby shadows. "I just saw that little girl run into the mist. She looked like she was sleepwalking." This was dire. She had lost her wits, Gawain thought in shock. How could the situation with this vengeful spirit mist be so peculiar? Amber's expression was one of horror. "I don't know what's strange. The situation is already dire." The vengeful spirit mist showed no signs of dissipating. Logically, after enduring such prolonged attacks, even the most formidable mist should show signs of weakening. Gawain rapidly articulated his deductions based on the knowledge stored in his mind. Although those memories were not his own, he found that they proved just as useful as his original knowledge and experiences when he actively engaged them. Moreover, they had previously surmised that the magical focal point in this area would not be particularly strong. Given such an ordinary magical focal point, how could it nurture a vengeful spirit mist capable of manifesting sentience? Amber, perceptive as ever, grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting this mist is not a natural formation? Is there some artificial energy source sustaining it?" "It need not be an artificial energy source, but there is certainly something maintaining it," Gawain responded, his brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon the fog, as if attempting to pierce its veil and uncover its essence. Moreover, that something must be in close proximity. We are simply blinded to its presence and cannot perceive it, but Lady Hetty has already employed detection spells. Amber began, perplexed, before her eyes widened in realization. Could it be that it does not exist in this layer? Before she could finish her thought, Gawain watched in astonishment as the half-elf maiden suddenly stepped back, vanishing into thin air. No, she had not disappeared. Gao Wen observed abnormal shadows flickering on the ground nearby. It was a vague silhouette of a human form, faintly resembling the outline of Hupa. This outline, devoid of a physical presence, seemed to teleport between various planes in the vicinity, occasionally appearing on the ground and at other times on the nearby tree trunks, after a few leaps. It ultimately vanished without a trace. This was not a true shadow, but rather Hupa traversing the threshold of the material realm in a shadowy state, casting a reflection within the material world. Such a crude yet potent display of shadow walking left Gao Wen in awe. What manner of being was this half-elf thief? Before Gao Wen could ponder further, Hupo's figure suddenly reappeared in the air, rushing towards him. Just as he opened his mouth to inquire about the situation, she seized his arm and yanked him forcefully. Stumbling slightly, Gao Wen felt as though he had passed through a chilling, ethereal barrier. When his vision refocused, the environment had transformed entirely. All colors had drained from the world, leaving only black and white. A thin mist enveloped this realm, cool to the touch, yet lacking the lifelessness of the vengeful spirit mist. As Gao Wen surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the dense forest had vanished, replaced by a series of withered stumps on the ground, perfectly aligned with the positions of the trees that once stood there. Meanwhile, everyone, including Hetty, stood nearby, frozen as if under a petrification spell, utterly motionless. Rebecca was closest to Gao Wen, clutching her staff tightly, her face a mask of anxiety, yet her eyes bore no spark of life. Having transformed into a grayish-white statue, hollowly gazing ahead, her skin akin to rough ceramic. Tendrils of black mist rose from the ground nearby, infiltrating their bodies and causing fine cracks to form upon their ceramic-like forms. This eerie and terrifying sight compelled Gao Wen to glance at his hands, and upon confirming they remained human, he breathed a sigh of relief, gripping his Pathfinder sword tightly and striding towards Rebecca, intent on severing the evidently harmful black mist. However, just as he took half a step, Hupa suddenly appeared beside him, urgently grasping his arm. The do not approach. External forces will not aid them. Carelessness may worsen the situation. Gao Wen stared in astonishment at Hupa. She appeared transformed in this monochromatic realm. Her hair had grown longer, seemingly floating behind her as if in zero gravity, and her light brown eyes now shimmered with a faint golden glow. A plume of black smoke, resembling flames, swirled at her feet, continuously condensing and dissipating. Gao Wen Cecil's memories held no explanation for the scene before him. Do not ask me too many questions. It would be awkward if I remained silent. Especially given that I just disturbed your grave. Hupa said quickly that we have limited time. This is my first venture into such depths. Who knows how long I can maintain this? Where is this place? Gao Wen inquired, voicing his foremost concern. The Shadow Realm. Hupa replied coolly, gesturing towards where Hetty and the others stood. Look there. That was where Betty and the soldiers had initially been, but one of the soldiers now lay on the ground, reduced to countless pale fragments, truly resembling shattered porcelain, while the others remained frozen in the poses and expressions they had assumed upon encountering the vengeful spirit mist. However, beneath the small maid Betty, a trail of faintly glowing footprints extended forward. Chapter 14. Wild Mage, the Shadow Realm. Gao Wen was uncertain how contemporary nations understood the Shadow Realm, but in the inherited memories from over 700 years ago, the Gundor Empire had conducted considerable research in this regard. Those scholarly individuals tirelessly poring over tedious texts and data, scrutinizing the crystalline scales buried within the wells of magic to deduce the true nature of this world. A classic model was employed to describe the stratification of the world. In this model, scholars posited that the world was divided into several layers, with the uppermost layer being the most stable material realm, governed by predictable laws, directly accessible and easily observable, serving as the habitat for the majority of worldly beings. Beneath the material realm lay the Shadow Realm, a distorted reflection of the material world, imperceptible to ordinary humans, yet perceptible through magic and mental techniques. Deeper still was the ethereal realm, a more elusive and enigmatic domain, the shadow of the Shadow Realm, where even magic and mental prowess could not reach. Some fortunate mages had encountered a few shadow beings possessing rudimentary intelligence, from whom they gleaned hints of the ethereal realm's existence. Furthermore, some radical scholars expanded this classic model, theorizing that beneath the ethereal realm lay even deeper layers, realms belonging to the divine, the foundational essence established by the Creator during the world's formation. Beyond the scope of mortal inquiry, Gao Wen, this model resembled layers of translucent parchment, with the tangible reality positioned at the forefront and its shadow cast upon the successive layers. Growing increasingly obscure and distorted, he and Hoopa found themselves on the reverse side of the first sheet, the Shadow Realm. Even as the second layer, it was a place where the vast majority of humanity had never set foot. He wisely refrained from questioning Hoopa about her ability to access the Shadow Realm at that moment, especially given that her earlier words hinted it was her first time venturing so deep. Pursuing such inquiries would likely yield no answers. This world held many secrets worth exploring. Some matters could not be discerned merely from years of observation. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Wen concluded that following Betty's footprints was their sole avenue for progress. Yet, before departing, he glanced back uneasily, finding Hetty, Rebecca, and the others still standing there, frozen like porcelain dolls. Their physical forms were resisting the encroachment of the vengeful spirit mist in the material realm, yet in the projection of the Shadow Realm. They remained suspended at the moment of their assault, while the black mist seeping from the ground continued to erode them. Fortunately, judging by the rate of the mist's encroachment, they still had some time. Perhaps this was the true state of the vengeful spirit mist, Hoopa remarked, following Gao Wen's gaze and shaking her head. Imagine if we sold this discovery to the Arcane Society or the Astrologers Association. How much do you think it would be worth? They would inundate you with potions, then bind a recording crystal to your head, ultimately casting an exile spell to hurl you into the Shadow Realm as a living probe. Gao Wen shot back at Hoopa. Focus. We have urgent matters at hand. Hoopa followed behind Gao Wen. She continued to murmur, but you could take the lead. After all, you are the founding ancestor of Ansu. Right. Surely, they wouldn't dare to administer potions to an ancestor. What do you think? Gao Wen smirked. They would be delighted to hang me on their walls, immortalize me in books, and offer me on their altars. Even the king would relish the opportunity to present me with a bouquet while taking a 3-day holiday with his family. No risk involved, yet they earn a commendable reputation. However, should this ancestor truly rise from the grave, the first reaction of those who once honored me would likely be to shove me back into the coffin, hammering in 200 nails and perhaps even pouring lead. Hoopa gasped in shock. Why? Gao Wen shot a glance at the oblivious half-elf, retorting irritably, because the entire nation would lose its 3-day, tomb-sweeping holiday. Upon uttering this, Gao Wen strode forward, leaving Hoopa behind to process the information, only to suddenly shout, "Wait! You're mistaken. There's no holiday for sweeping your grave. Only during the memorial for the founding king is there a 3-day holiday. You must have died too early to know." Gao Wen nearly stumbled from disbelief. However, while he had dissuaded Hoopa from selling information about the Shadow Realm, he harbored his own intentions. His curiosity about the Shadow Realm, or perhaps the world as a whole, was insatiable. Thus, one day, he would unravel its mysteries. The trail of footprints did not extend far. Perhaps due to the peculiar environment of the Shadow Realm, the usual judgments of distance from the material world proved ineffective here. Gao Wen and Hoopa had only followed the footprints a short distance when a decrepit wooden cabin abruptly came into view. The cabin was small and dilapidated, its duration of existence a mystery. Surrounded by a dilapidated fence that had long ceased to provide any defense, in one corner of the cabin, Gao Wen noticed a splash of color. It was the hue of moss, starkly contrasting against the black and white world. And as time passed, that small touch of color was swiftly fading. Betty's footprints led directly to the cabin's door. Amber drew forth her small dagger, nervously gesturing before her chest. In a moment, you shall directly charge in like a divine being, cleaving through foes with ease, while I stand behind to bolster your resolve. Gawain pondered for a moment, suppressing the urge to seize Amber by the collar and thrust her into the minefield, and instead placed one hand upon the hilt of the Sword of Pioneers, cautiously pushing open the weathered gray door with the other. Yet no attack ensued. Inside the wooden cabin lay nothing extraordinary, an ordinary room. Ancient and dilapidated, reminiscent of a black and white photograph. However, there was a presence that a scruffy man, clad in a tattered robe, sat at the square table in the center of the cabin, so gaunt and weathered that Gawain could hardly ascertain his true age. Behind this man, 2 wooden shelves brimming with bottles and jars were visible, alongside an antiquated alchemical table. Apparatuses for magical experimentation cluttered every corner of the room, mingled with a plethora of neglected odds and ends. Any normal mage who beheld this dismal scene would likely feel an overwhelming urge to weep. The man at the table lifted his gaze toward Gawain, offering a stiff smile. I guessed it's been quite some time since anyone visited my laboratory. And two of you, no less? Amber peeked out from beside Gawain, her half-elf features marked by wariness. We were not going to be attacked, are we? Gawain did not draw his sword, yet he kept his hand near the hilt, maintaining a stance ready for combat as he stepped into the cabin. We passed this way seeking someone, a girl, perhaps 15 or 16, carrying a frying pan. However, the man behind the table seemed to disregard Gawain's words, merely smiling vacantly and nodding slightly. Please make yourselves comfortable. Annie is preparing lunch. There's no place to rest in these deep woods that if you don't mind, stay here for a meal. Annie, Gawain instinctively inquired. My daughter, the man replied with a smile. She has quite well behaved at that moment. A young girl's voice exclaimed from the side. Father? Gawain turned toward the sound, spotting Betty standing in astonishment by a small door in the corner of the cabin. Betty, I'm so relieved to see you unharmed, Gawain exclaimed, exhaling a sigh of relief. I've come to take you home. Yet Betty shook her head ever so slightly, and the man at the table turned to the little girl, gently asking, Annie, is lunch ready? Betty nodded obediently. Almost done, Papa. The little girl then turned and slipped back into the kitchen, and Gawain exchanged a glance with Amber, after confirming that the peculiar man behind the table showed no signs of alarm. They followed suit. Betty was in the kitchen, cooking with her treasured frying pan that a cluster of pale flames danced on the stove, sizzling sausages in the pan that Amber's curiosity was piqued. You can even cook in the Shadow Realm? What is going on? Gawain approached Betty, whispering. From the demeanor of the little girl, it was clear she had not been affected by any mind control spells, yet she had chosen to remain here. Cooking, and referred to that odd man as Papa. That is indeed peculiar, that I don't quite understand it either, Betty replied, her expression as adorably befuddled as ever, but that person outside seems to think I'm his daughter. Amber's eyes widened. And you just obediently accept him as your father? Betty shook her head. He is quite pitiful, so I wanted to make him a meal before I leave. Gawain and Amber exchanged glances. Suddenly, Betty reached into her maid's dress pocket and pulled out an old notebook, handing it to Gawain. Here, master. This is what that man gave me. There are many things I can't quite comprehend, but you should be able to understand it. Gawain accepted the not particularly thick notebook, flipping through the last few pages hurriedly. Amber leaned in with curiosity. What is that? Let me see. The half-elf maiden, bewildered by the complex symbols and equations, looked up at Gawain with wide eyes. So that strange old man is actually a mage. Strictly speaking, he is a wild mage, Gawain replied, tapping the notebook against Amber's head. And didn't you notice all those magical apparatuses when you entered? Chapter 15. Smoke and mirrors in the Shadow Realm. Woven of black and white, Gawain, Amber, Betty, and an unnamed wild mage sat around a humble wooden cabin. Before them lay the simple lunch prepared by Betty, slices of bread, fried sausages, and a vegetable soup. Everything was devoid of color, akin to an ancient black and white photograph. Gawain showed no inclination to touch the food before him. While cooking was indeed possible in the Shadow Realm, he could not ascertain the consequences of a living human, more or less, consuming food from this realm. Amber and Betty also refrained from touching their utensils. The wild mage across the table made no attempts to urge them on. He simply ate quietly, exuding an eerie stillness. An unsettling camaraderie enveloped the cabin. That it was Gawain who first shattered the silence. How long have you been here? Quite a while. The wild mage set down his fork and knife politely. I settled here the year after leaving the Arcane Society. You were once a member of the Arcane Society? Gawain asked. Somewhat surprised that I had thought you had always been a wild mage. I was originally a secondary member of the Arcane Society. The wild mage stated calmly. By their standards, I was a poor spellcaster. I excelled in calculation and reasoning, yet lacked the ability to transmute that into spell models. In other words, my casting ability would always remain rudimentary. Such mages are not welcomed in the Arcane Society. That is so they cast you out? Amber found it hard to believe. She understood that a true mage was a rare treasure, even if their casting skills were lacking. Lacking was merely relative to the masters of the Arcane Society. To ordinary folk, even a mage capable of conjuring a mere fireball was a significant figure. Even if these basic spellcasters were undervalued in the Arcane Society, they would not be summarily expelled. I left of my own accord. The wild mage shook his head. turning to Betty, for my daughter, to find a cure for her. I had to depart. Betty stared blankly at the wild mage, then, somewhat confused, nodded. Gawain chose not to press further on this matter, instead focusing intently on the wild mage's eyes, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He spoke slowly. You must know why we are here. We do not have much time to squander. The wild mage's previously stiff expression finally showed a flicker of change. His body trembled slightly as he lowered his head. Guest, I do not fully comprehend your meaning. Betty glanced nervously at Gawain. Master? Gawain furrowed his brow, and after a moment, withdrew his hand from the hilt of the sword of pioneers, softening his tone. Then let us wait a moment. The wild mage bowed his head, continuing to eat quietly in silence. The only extra movement he made was to occasionally glance at Betty. Ultimately, food must be consumed, and Gawain could not afford to wait indefinitely. The wild mage finished the last bite of sausage, meticulously wiping the soup bowl with a slice of bread. Then he looked up at Betty. Though his gaze did not truly focus on her, it seemed to drift farther away. His body swayed, as if he intended to rise, but after several attempts, he was unsuccessful. Finally, it was Betty who helped him to his feet. Papa, I have to go now, the little girl said, supporting the wild mage's arm. Releasing her grip only after confirming he was steady, she took small steps toward Gawain. Miss Rebecca and Lady Hetty are still waiting for me, and Master has arrived. The wild mage's lips moved, and he nodded gently, his expression calming as he carefully imparted instructions. Do not eat anything given by strangers. Sleep on time. Remember to heed your teacher's words that do not fight with other children. The light of reason was gradually fading from this pitiful man's eyes. Gawain recognized that all he spoke now were mere ramblings, though he had hardly been fully aware before. The wild mage's form began to fade. Yet amidst the deepening shadows, a flame-like entity suddenly ignited. Gawain had been anticipating this moment. He swiftly drew the sword of pioneers, its blade shimmering with a faint radiance. Amber quickly pulled Betty into her embrace, covering the little girl's eyes just in time. Gawain plunged the sword into the wild mage's chest, where the flame resided, causing it to thrash violently. The wild mage, who had already begun to transform into a malevolent spirit, suddenly halted the transformation. His ethereal form solidified once more, only to be engulfed by the roaring flames, reducing him to a grotesque, charred corpse. The conflagration raged for a full half-minute before the remains were reduced to ash. The sound of crackling resonated from all directions as the little wooden cabin rapidly disintegrated after losing its master. In the blink of an eye, a myriad of fissures covered the walls and roof, while the pale light of the outside world filtered through the cracks in the wooden planks, illuminating the interior. Gowan urgently pulled Amber and Betty out of the house, and at that very moment, the cabin collapsed entirely. Flames erupted from the ruins before them, burning fiercely but briefly, as if it were not a wooden cabin that had been consumed, but rather a mere paper house. The structure gradually turned to ashes and scattered with the wind. Amber suddenly grasped Gawain's arm, pointing at the foundation of the cabin, exclaiming, "Look over there!" Gawain focused his gaze and noticed beneath the ashes a shimmering array of lines beginning to glow brightly. The light pierced through the swirling ash, gradually forming a complex and grand structure, an elaborate magical array. This must be the wild mage's greatest achievement in his lifetime, Gawain mused, nodding slightly, realizing that it was likely this very array that had led to his downfall. In the midst of their conversation, Betty's figure began to transform into a flurry of floating lights, dancing around for a moment before swiftly darting in the direction from which Gawain and Amber had come. Amber glanced at her hands, which had already turned a shade of ashen gray. Now regaining their rosy HUEDS color returned to both her and Gawain. The Shadow Realm's repulsion towards them became increasingly palpable. Shadowy figures coalesced from the surrounding thin mist, devoid of form, yet clearly malevolent. The native inhabitants of the Shadow Realm had finally sensed the presence of outsiders, and entities from the shallowest depths began to emerge, gathering like hyenas drawn to the scent of blood. That we must retreat. Amber urged Gawain. This place is no longer welcoming us. Gawain cast a final, deep gaze at the ruins of the cabin, endeavoring to commit the glowing lines and symbols to memory before pulling Amber's arm, insisting, "Let us go." After a brief bout of dizziness, the sights of the real world reappeared before him. The vengeful spirit mist had dissipated, the dense forest restored to its original form. Exhausted, Rebecca and Hetty leaned against a tree for support, while Sir Byron struggled to maintain his guard beside the two mistresses, and the two surviving soldiers lay collapsed on the ground. Betty appeared to be in the best condition among them. She stood beside Rebecca, dazed, clutching a frying pan, as if that vacant expression had become permanently etched on her face. Upon seeing Gao Wen, Hetty immediately straightened herself. "Ancestral Lord, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed." Then she noticed Amber trailing behind Gao Wen, her expression shifting subtly. "So this thief didn't escape after all?" "Hey, what do you mean by treating us differently?" Amber sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I just risked my life in the shadow realm alongside your esteemed ancestor to save you, you know? You big-breasted airhead." Hetty was utterly taken aback that this rogue dared to insult her. Her expression darkening. "Silence. This is outrageously disrespectful. Do you know what it means to offend nobility?" Gao Wen quickly interjected to mediate. "Please, no need to quarrel. Amber speaks the truth. We did indeed confront the crisis together, though her remark about your appearance was uncalled for." A brief silence ensued before Rebecca cautiously raised her hand. "Ancestral Lord, Amber only expressed one compliment before you dismissed it." Hetty looked utterly disheartened. Gao Wen replied, "Fortunately, Hetty was sensible enough not to linger on such trivial matters. Once Gao Wen clarified the events that had transpired, all misunderstandings dissipated. The accounts of their experiences in the Shadow Realm astonished everyone. Even Sir Byron, who had no knowledge of magic, was drawn in, listening intently. "You were able to enter the Shadow Realm?" Hetty's first concern was indeed Amber's peculiar ability. She scrutinized her up and down, as if seeking answers on the half-elf's face. "Only high-level shadow, mages, or chosen of shadow deities possess such capability." "How did you manage it?" Amber turned her face away. "I am a chosen of the night goddess. Is that sufficient?" Hetty stared at her. "Don't be absurd. A chosen one being bested by Byron with a mere steel sword." "Enough. No further inquiries that I've promised her I wouldn't pry." Gao Wen interrupted Hetty's probing. "When she is ready to speak, she will. The ancestral lord's word is paramount," Gao Wen declared, prompting Hetty to relent. They should first lay the dead to rest. As the mist cleared and warmth returned to everyone, seeing that they had all regained a bit of strength, Gao Wen rose and approached the soldier who had perished due to a shattered soul. He too had fought valiantly, deserving a warrior's burial. The two surviving soldiers watched Gao Wen with surprise. Gao Wen, puzzled, asked, "What is it? Did I say something wrong?" "He was a serf," Sir Byron interjected, stepping forward. "It was the Lord Viscount who issued the decree, allowing serfs like him to enter the territorial army in exchange for service. Yet he had only served half a year, thus retaining his serf status, which disqualifies him from a warrior's burial." Gao Wen furrowed his brow and turned to Rebecca. "Is that so?" Rebecca immediately grew anxious, as if she had committed a grave error. "Yes, I'm sorry, but I truly believe the serfdom system is not very fair, so I allowed them to redeem themselves through service. That I understand this is against the rules, but..." Gao Wen's frown softened slightly. "No, I am not blaming you." He then bent down, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a coin, placing it in the chest pocket of the deceased soldier, close to his heart. This coin had been placed there by Charles I himself during Gao and Cecil's burial 700 years ago. Amber recognized the coin immediately, covering her eyes. "Oh my, that's worth at least half a manor." However, Gao Wen remained oblivious to its significance. Merely adhering to the customs he remembered, he stood and clapped his hands together. "Now someone has redeemed his soul's debt. Bury him." Byron hesitated. "But the rules..." Gao Wen shot him a glance. "I am the rule." Chapter 16. Omen. Just a few hundred meters from the site of the ambush, Gao Wen discovered the little wooden cabin reduced to ruins. It lay amidst the trees, and the charred remains indicated that it had been destroyed by an inward blaze. Fortunately, the fire had not spread further. Perhaps timely rain had saved the forest. Sir Byron examined the remnants around the cabin and deduced that the fire must have occurred over a month ago. Hetty detected a faint magical response at the scene. "What we witnessed in the Shadow Realm was likely a reflection," Gao Wen remarked, observing the desolate remains of the cabin. This wild mage had secluded himself here for years, located beyond the territory's borders, where even hunters would not venture. Thus, no one knew a hermit had resided here. The question remains, how did this incident occur? Hetty furrowed her brow, noting that there was only a feeble magical focal point, and the wild mage who lived here possessed little power. Even if his magical experiment had gone awry, causing the cabin's destruction, it was inconceivable that he could generate a long-lasting projection in the shadow realm, let alone create such a potent, vengeful spirit mist. The amount of magic required for all this was beyond what a mere wild mage could provide. Perhaps this notebook can answer your questions, Gao Wen suggested, handing Hetty a tattered notebook that was the very one he had obtained from Betty in the Shadow Realm, serving both as the nameless wild mage's diary and research notes, following Gao Wen's guidance. Hetty flipped to the latter part of the notebook and began to read attentively. In the year onto 729, Fire Moon, XX Day, I have been living in this place for 6 months, having discovered a magical focal point on the edge of the Cecil family's territory. Although its strength pales in comparison to the public magical focal point of the City of Thousand Towers, it is sufficient to support my laboratory. The elemental forces here are singular and stable. Annie's condition should see improvement that I end the year onto 729, Harvest Moon, XX Day. Annie's condition seems to have improved. She has not suffered an episode for quite some time, but I cannot ascertain whether it is due to the environment here or if my rituals and potions are genuinely effective. The magical focal point here is too weak. Even with the amplification array, the efficacy of my rituals will be severely diminished. Perhaps I should reconsider the formulas I had previously derived, although the members of the Arcane Society always mock my calculations. I am no longer part of their ranks. They cannot impose their will here. In the year onto 730, Mist Moon, XX Day, those formulas and deductions align perfectly with my expectations. No, it should be stated that the development of the situation is precisely as I have calculated, under the new amplification methods. The power of the magical focal point has been greatly enhanced. With the assistance of additional magical energy, I can finally commence the next phase of treatment for Annie, although she has hardly experienced any episodes in the past few months. The treatment must persist, for she can no longer endure further tribulations. Onto year 731, the cold month, day XX. After the treatment, Annie astonishingly managed to rise and walk, even preparing a meal. There were fried sausages and vegetable soup. I feel as though I have not tasted anything so delightful in a century. Albeit the sausages were burnt and I forgot to add salt to the soup, it has been proven that my treatment plan is effective. And as long as this magical focal point continues to supply magic steadily, Annie's recovery will be imminent. Following this, the diary entries predominantly detail the daily life of the author and her daughter. Hetty hastily glosses over this section until a scrawled and chaotic record appears on the final pages. Onto year 734, the frost month, day XX. Annie has fallen ill. Damn. I do not know what went wrong. All treatments have proceeded as planned. Every step of the ritual has been flawless, and the potions have been used for years without issue. Yet Annie has succumbed to illness, and it is worse than ever before. More severe than any prior episodes, that I must swiftly discover the cause, that I must document every detail. I must find a reason. Annie will surely be fine. Onto year 734, the frost month, day XX. Annie shows no signs of improvement. The new potions have had no effect, and she is continually weakening, gradually drifting away from this world. This morning, I saw her hands turn translucent like mist, and her face is covered in blisters. This world is rejecting her, pushing her into the shadow realm. What am I to do? Onto year 734, the mist month, day XX. That damned sun, its dark red pattern seemed to mock my impotence. I have finally identified the problem. Yet I am utterly powerless to resolve it. The elements are accumulating abnormally. The magic is surging, and this feeble magical focal point cannot contain the excess energy. Even if I were to remove those amplification arrays, it would be futile. That it would be wise to distance Annie from areas of elemental accumulation. But she has lingered here too long. Her body resonates with the elemental environment, a resonance that has sustained her life. But it may also claim it. Onto year 734, the mist month, day XX. The magical energy throughout the region is amiss, roiling violently, as if the borders of the Cecil territory have descended into the fabled sea of magic. I can no longer reverse the changes occurring within Annie. She is now half removed from the material world. This morning, she even claimed to see the entire room turn black and white. Perhaps I must seek an alternative path. Onto year 735, the fire month. The long preparations have finally concluded, and Annie's frailty has reached its limits. This is my only chance. There are no other options. Since I cannot allow Annie to survive in the material realm, I shall choose another route. The ritual of shadow transformation is documented in the text, requiring a colossal amount of magic that seems unimaginable. Yet perhaps it is not beyond my reach that I have devised a new amplification formula and method for drawing the arrays. Utilizing the power of the surging magic. The magic in this area is in an unusually active state. The energy accumulated in the magical focal point has been suppressed for months, and today it is barely sufficient. I need only wait until the sun reaches its zenith, at its most potent, before I can commence the transformation. Annie, hold on. Father will save you, and I will accompany you into the shadow realm, where we shall live together for eternity, and you shall feel no more pain. The diary concludes here. As Hetty prepared to close the notebook, Gao Wen suddenly pointed to the corner of the last page. There are actually a few more words here. Hetty quickly focused her attention. There in the corner was a blot of dark ink, which she initially thought was merely a spill from an overturned inkpot. However, upon closer inspection, she realized it was, in fact, the hasty scrawl of a finger stained with ink. The magic is out of control. The sun is red. Hetty repeated these words in confusion. The sun is red. How could the sun be red? Could it be from the recent flare-up of sunspots? Rebecca suddenly recalled something, mentioning that it was just over half a month ago when the sun's surface exhibited an unusually high number of sunspots. If this wild mage's mind was not quite clear at the time, he might have indeed perceived the sun as red. Hetty blinked, seemingly accepting Rebecca's explanation. She then shook the notebook in her hand. With this journal, many things can be clarified. That it appears that this unnamed mage set up a considerable array of magical circles to treat his daughter, and later conceived the mad idea of transforming both himself and his daughter into shadow forms to prolong their lives. However, his transformation ritual spiraled out of control due to the surge of magic, resulting in the great fire that occurred half a month ago, as well as the formation of the vengeful spirit mist and the visions encountered by our ancestors in the shadow realm. None of this is the crux of the matter. Gao Wen abruptly interrupted Hetty's discourse. Whether it be the vengeful spirit mist or the wooden house in the shadow realm, these can all be found directly explained in the notes. What I wish for you to focus on are the two details mentioned in the diary. One regarding the dark red patterns on the sun's surface, and the other concerning the large-scale sunspot flare-up. Hetty noticed the grave expression on Gao Wen's face, which made her feel somewhat tense. Ancestor. These two matters. Gao Wen waved his hand. Furthermore, the wild mage mentioned the surge of magic in his diary. Both of you as mages must have sensed it, correct? Hetty and Rebecca exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Recently, there have indeed been several surges of magic in the Cecil territory, but surges of magic are quite normal. All magic in the world originates from the sun, and the sun is constantly in motion and flux. Thus, the magic on the ground naturally ebbs and flows. Although the frequency of surges in the territory has increased recently, it has not reached a level of concern. Gao Wen looked at the two of them, slowly stating, in the year 1736 of the Gundor calendar, reports from across the empire observed large-scale, dark red patterns appearing on the sun's surface. In 1738, the largest sunspot flare-up in history was recorded, covering nearly half of the sun's surface with red patches. That same year, 26 provinces within the empire reported widespread magic surges. While the scale of these surges was not large, their reach covered almost two-thirds of the territory. In 1739, the blood sun hovered overhead, shrouding the nation in a dark red canopy. Yet no calamities transpired at that time. Instead, a significant number of magically gifted infants were born. Records indicate that nearly one-third of the newborns that day possessed innate elemental affinity, leading to a shortage of resonant stones in newborn testing institutions, prompting court scholars to declare that day as the dawn of magic. However, it was also in the same year that the largest magical energy facility near the Gundor capital, the Deep Blue Well, experienced a catastrophic explosion. The cause of the explosion was the sudden influx of chaotic and powerful magic within the magical focal point of the Deep Blue Well, overwhelming the extraction arrays and ultimately leading to the furnace's destruction. Gao Wen paused, but Hetty continued with a pale complexion. In the year 1740 of Gundor, the magic tide erupted, leading to the swift demise of the most powerful human empire in history within months. Chapter 17. Tanzan town. As Hetty's words fell, nearly everyone present instinctively swallowed hard, with the exception of Betty. The young girl was utterly bewildered. Rebecca could not help but associate the monsters that had devastated family territories with the magic tide. Those creatures were products of the magic tide. She had previously thought that those monsters had wandered over from the Gun-Door wasteland, crossing the Great Wall to invade Ansu territory. After all, the Cecil territory is located on the southern border of Ansu, quite close to the Gun-Door wasteland. If a sentinel tower had malfunctioned, causing a breach in the Great Wall, it would not be unimaginable for some monsters to escape. However, now Rebecca could not suppress the thought of a more dreadful possibility. What if those monsters did not originate from the Gun-Door wasteland, but were naturally occurring within the Cecil territory? What if those monsters signified a new magic tide? Are we being a bit too anxious? Amber was the first to break the silence, the half-elf lady forcing a smile, pointing to the notebook in Hetty's hand, suggesting that it was merely the diary of a wild mage, with unclear content, and should not be directly linked to the magic tide. Gao Wen did not refute her. Instead, he nodded. Yes, it is also possible that I am overly nervous. After all, I am merely analyzing based on those inherited memories swirling in my mind. While it is indeed exhilarating to recite historical events from 700 years ago in the first person, I, too, feel it may be somewhat sensationalist after doing so. Exactly, Amber saw Gao Wen nod and immediately relaxed. You have been dead for 700 years, yet your mind is not caught up with the times. I know you experienced the magic tide back then. It is likely that the psychological trauma from that time. Oh dear. Rebecca's staff struck the head of the half-elf with a resounding thud, her eyes blazing with indignation. You shall not be disrespectful towards our revered ancestors. Gavin observed Rebecca's staff with a peculiar expression, pondering how this spirited young girl, not long ago, had wielded the scepter of repose to strike their forebear without a hint of impropriety, regardless of the veracity of such matters. Upon reaching St. Sunner, a report must be made to His Majesty the King, Hetty remarked as she returned the notebook to Gavin, acknowledging that how much the king would believe was beyond their influence. Gavin silently tucked away the notebook, suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling within him. He then lifted his gaze towards the magnificent sun high in the sky, above the clearing in the forest, unencumbered by the canopies of trees. The sky was expansive, and the colossal sun was ascending to its zenith. Its grand and oppressive radiance bestowed light and warmth upon the world, accompanied by the essence of magic. Perhaps it was this last element that introduced a starkly different natural order to this realm compared to Earth. Gavin's gaze danced across the sun's surface. The faint patterns he discerned likely represented the storms on the gaseous giant's exterior. He sought the ominous crimson streaks, but ultimately found nothing. Those patterns may have indeed merely been ephemeral, now vanished. Nevertheless, the urgency within Gavin remained unquenched. He merely relegated it to the depths of his heart, silently charting the course he intended to take. First, he must establish a foothold in this world, even if it was merely a dilapidated old family. Yet a starting point was certainly preferable to being transported to a desolate wilderness. After traversing the dense forest, the journey became considerably smoother, perhaps suggesting the existence of a law of conservation regarding fortune, for the group encountered no magical beasts or bizarre natural phenomena. They successfully reached the main road and fortuitously crossed paths with a small merchant caravan midway. After offering a sufficient price, Gavin and his companions finally extricated themselves from the embarrassment of traversing mountains on foot, allowing them to ride in the merchant's cart towards Tanzan town. The caravan's proprietor was a portly northerner, who had journeyed from the prosperous regions of the kingdom to the southern borders to trade local specialties and herbs. That it was said that he had originally intended to make one last transaction in the Cecil territory, but had to turn back upon hearing of the dreadful calamity that had befallen it. Initially, the rotund merchant was somewhat wary and resistant towards Gavin and his companions, who exuded an aura of martial prowess, but Hetty ultimately persuaded the cautious caravan owner with 2 gold coins, even convincing him to relinquish his own cart. Indeed, gold proved to be the most eloquent negotiator, without doubt. That on the 7th day after departing Cecil, the gates of Tanzan town finally came into view. This marked Gavin's first close encounter with a human settlement in this world. Of course, upon leaving Cecil, he had climbed a mountain to gaze upon his nominal estate, but at that time, the entire Cecil region had been reduced to ruins by the tumultuous elemental forces, with a blue dragon emerging from nowhere to transform the landscape into an abstract canvas, rendering any cultural nuances unrecognizable. Yet, the sight of Tanzan town left much to be desired. To be frank, one could even say it was somewhat disappointing. According to Rebecca, Tanzan was quite large. Likely due to its location on fertile plains and proximity to a river, this town was among the most populous in the southern region, with nearly 10,000 inhabitants thriving on this triangular expanse of flat land. The White Water River flowed from the west, splitting in two before the town, coursing past its southern and northern flanks, irrigating vast agricultural lands nearby, and serving as the lifeblood of transportation. To the east of the town lay a mine, which constituted the town's most significant economic source. However, despite the presence of fertile fields, a mine, and a navigable river, attributes that seemed to define a prosperous locale, what Gavin observed upon entering the town were emaciated commoners. Countless dilapidated wooden shanties, and streets reeking of various foul odors and filth. The civilization of this world was far from advanced enough to subjugate nature, with magical beasts and monstrous creatures not yet confined to a zoo. And the constant conflicts along the border necessitated a low wall surrounding the town for protection. Within this dilapidated area, the impoverished populace was huddled together, resembling moss and festering wounds piled upon one another. The crumbling homes offered no aesthetic appeal, serving merely as shelters against the elements that a wide thoroughfare led from the city gate to the town center. Yet the scenery along this avenue was hardly any better. Seated in the merchant's cart, Gavin observed the street outside, where he saw impoverished individuals clad in tattered shirts walking along the sides, with only a few wearing shoes, while the majority had rags tied to their feet. There were even those so destitute that they could not afford even rags. Mingling among them, that in stark contrast, those striding down the center of the thoroughfare appeared considerably better dressed, their garments clean and their feet shod. They exchanged no words, nor did they confront one another. They simply walked their respective paths in silence, as if separated by an invisible chasm, though they inhabited the same town and traversed the same streets. They felt like inhabitants of two distinctly separate worlds. Gavin searched through his memories of Cecil, but found little to draw upon. Gavin of Cecil hailed from the illustrious Gun-Door Empire. Having grown up in a land of wealth, where such scenes were non-existent, later, when the Gun-Door magical tide erupted, the people of Cecil fought their way northward, sharing both hardships and joys, with no distinction of status or wealth. Subsequently, with the establishment of Ansu, the pioneers built a kingdom upon barren lands, starting from scratch, where even the founding dukes and the king himself had experiences of laying down their swords to till the fields. How could he have witnessed such a scene? And then, Gavin of Cecil met his demise on the southern border. This hero, who perished at the age of 35, never living to see the day when the kingdom he had helped establish experienced the chasm of wealth disparity. Thus, he could only seek counsel from his descendants, inquiring about the customs of the road. The individuals lining the thoroughfare were serfs and enslaved laborers from the mines, Hetty explained, as well as impoverished free citizens from the outskirts, who were not permitted to walk on the main road, since they could not contribute financially during the construction. Those walking in the center were the respectable citizens, along with merchants or mercenaries from outside, who could afford to pay various taxes, thus earning the right to traverse the thoroughfare. Gavin recalled the few coins the rotund merchant had slipped to the gate guard upon entering the town. Those must have been the entrance taxes. He then remembered the soldier who had already been buried in the woods, the son of a serf. The fact that he was able to take up arms and die for his lord was a result of Rebecca's grace. Yet even in death, he was not allowed a soldier's burial, for he had not yet redeemed himself, nor had he even redeemed his own sword. Ancestors, is there a problem? Hetty inquired, noticing the fluctuating expressions on Gavin's face. Gavin withdrew his gaze from the street outside, shaking his head slightly. No, there is no problem, that he merely felt an instinctive aversion to these matters as a traveler from another world, yet he recognized that it was not the time for him to critique or correct them, for he still lacked a deep understanding of this realm. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to Hetty. What are your plans moving forward? Hetty clearly had a strategy in mind. First, we should seek out the local lord. Viscount Andrew is relatively amenable. Through him, we should be able to easily connect with Knight Philip, that if all goes well with Knight Philip, we can locate those who escaped on that fateful day. Then, we shall determine whether to settle the subjects in place or proceed directly to the royal capital. The events that transpired in the Cecil territory cannot be communicated by merely sending one or two messengers. It is imperative that Rebecca personally meets with the king to explain the situation. Gavin saw no issue with this, mainly because, as a time traveler with a 700-year generational gap from his ancestors, he truly could not conceive of any suggestions. Then, let us proceed as you propose. Chapter 18. Viscount Andrew, if there were any place in Tanzan town that might alleviate Gavin's disappointment and offer a glimpse of the exquisite blend of classical and elegant beauty characteristic of another world, it would undoubtedly be the affluent district located slightly to the north of the town center, a realm separated from the impoverished quarters by several roads and a sturdy wall. Here, the prominent and respectable citizens resided in a relatively clean and orderly environment. This area boasted charming two-story houses, each constructed of pale, gray stone and cedar wood. Balconies extending from the second floor displayed sun-dried fish and cured meats, symbols of wealth. Although Tanzan was merely a town and fell far short of the scale of a city, those residing in the affluent district proudly referred to themselves as honorable citizens. They were individuals of both freedom and means, capable of paying various taxes, and held respectable positions within the town, primarily as landowners or foremen in the mines. On this day, these respectable figures stood, as they always had, upon their balconies where fish and cured meats were laid out to dry, engaging in discussions with their neighbors about the recent happenings. Every incident of even slight intrigue warranted extensive discourse. And the most noteworthy topic of conversation, without a doubt, was the calamity that had befallen the Cecil territory. The town of Tanzan and its surrounding areas constituted the domain of the venerable Lord Andrew, with the Cecil lands neighboring his own. Although a vast expanse of desolation lay between the bustling centers of each estate, the presence of a well-trodden highway ensured that news, even during these times of limited communication, swiftly traversed the breadth of Tanzan. Initially, a group of beleaguered individuals, akin to refugees, arrived under the guidance of a knight accompanied by a dozen soldiers, heralding the devastating tidings that the Cecil lands had been completely inundated by a multitude of monstrous beings and elemental tides. This alarming news struck the townsfolk as fantastical, reminiscent of the fanciful tales spun by wandering minstrels. For the citizens who had lived in peace for many years, the existence of such calamity was met with skepticism. Yet, the presence of those wretched refugees and disheveled soldiers soon rendered the dreadful truth undeniable. Subsequently, Lord Andrew issued a decree, enforcing a more stringent curfew and augmenting the patrols surrounding the town, transforming absurd tales of terror into grim reality. The citizens elevated the news from mere gossip shared over meals to a serious topic of discussion. Initially, their conversations occurred sporadically in taverns, but now they felt compelled to stand upon their balconies, with fish and cured meats as their backdrop, to deliberate earnestly on the matter. Just as these dignified individuals lamented the impending demise of the once illustrious Cecil family, the head of that very family traversed the affluent district and the church quarter, making his way into Lord Andrew's castle. Regardless of the abject poverty endured by the common folk of Tanzan, Lord Andrew's abode was resplendent. The wealth of the territory, coupled with the family's astute financial practices, rendered the castle he had constructed far more splendid than the dilapidated fortress where Rebecca had spent her childhood. After announcing the visitors' identities at the castle, Lord Andrew's steward ushered Gawain and his companions inside, leading them to a spacious and well-lit reception room, where they took their seats at a long mahogany table, awaiting the Lord's audience. As Gawain reclined in the opulent velvet armchair, gazing upon the exquisite silver tea set before him, he could not help but think of the destitute, emaciated townsfolk outside, and the ramshackle dwellings they inhabited. It must be acknowledged that he felt a sense of disillusionment in this fantastical world of swords and sorcery. Ancestor, Rebecca, seated beside Gawain, discreetly nudged her forebear's elbow. "How shall we introduce you?" "As we previously discussed, we shall speak candidly," Gawain replied nonchalantly. "Here, we can afford to be forthright." "Forebear," Hetty interjected, gesturing subtly toward Amber. "Do you truly believe she is suited to be present here?" Amber, seated across from Gawain, was intently examining the silver tea set before her, her method of investigation involving pouring out the tea and slipping the cups into her attire. During Gawain's brief distraction, she even managed to stow away a spoon. Gawain shot her an incredulous glare. "Amber, oh!" the thieving maiden exclaimed in exaggerated surprise, then sheepishly extracted her pilfered items from her garments and placed them on the table, which included 2 teacups, 3 spoons, a silver platter, a pocket watch, a nutcracker, 2 wine goblets, and the monocle that the steward had worn on his chest. Gawain exclaimed in disbelief. "How on earth did you manage this?" "Miss Dora Amber." In that moment, he could not help but touch the sword of pioneers by his side, sincerely grateful for the thief's previous restraint during her grave robbing escapades. "She is an important witness to my resurrection," Gawain stated, striving to maintain a serious demeanor despite the twitching of his face. "And do you not think it would be more troublesome to place her in a location where we cannot keep a watchful eye?" Hetty nodded in agreement, finding this reasoning compelling. At that moment, Lord Andrew finally entered the reception room. The oak door swung open, revealing a tall, slender man clad in a fitted black tailcoat, his dark brown hair slicked back with pomade, and meticulous mustaches extending from below his nose. His complexion bore an unhealthy pallor, tinged with an abnormal flush, a somewhat common affliction among nobles, particularly those lacking magical or martial prowess that in their pursuit of supernatural abilities beyond their natural talents. Many indulged excessively in costly potions to heighten their senses, the side effects of which manifested in their appearances. They even took pride in this, regarding their pallid complexions as a mark of nobility. In stark contrast, the Cecil descendants adhered to the ancestral tradition of diligently honing their skills through personal effort, rendering them an anomaly within noble circles. Yet the Cecil family had fallen from grace. Not only were the once valuable potions now often worthless, but Rebecca could scarcely afford to repair the gaping hole in her family's castle, though, as it happened, she no longer needed to address that breach. "Ah, the beautiful Lady Hetty, and the equally lovely Miss Rebecca," Lord Andrew exclaimed upon entering, his tone melodious and his visage seemingly sincere in its apology. "I sincerely regret my tardiness. Upon entering, I must confess that the dreadful news from the Cecil territory has spread throughout my domain, leaving my people in a state of trepidation that I have been compelled to devote the majority of my days to arranging territorial defenses and listening to patrol reports." Gawain felt a shiver run down his spine, muttering under his breath, "Is this how one converses with nobles in this day and age?" Rebecca lowered her voice. "Wasn't that how your nobility conducted themselves in your time? We typically reveled in taverns, imbibing potent spirits while engaging in mutual flattery and discussing matters in passing. Indeed, customs have undeniably shifted since then. Of course." Lord Andrew's manner of speech was distinctly peculiar, though we understand that you must be preoccupied. Hetty observed, bemused that Rebecca, the legitimate heir of the Cecil lineage, was engaged in idle chatter with her ancestor, seemingly oblivious to the need to stand in response. Hetty shot a disapproving glance at Rebecca before rising. "However, I must remind you that you should address Rebecca as Baroness, not Miss. She inherited her family's title last year, and in this context, you should refer to her as Baroness Rebecca or Baroness Cecil." The conventions regarding the titles of nobility in this world appeared less stringent in casual circumstances, as one could use either the name or the surname before the title. After receiving Hetty's admonition, Rebecca belatedly stood, performing the requisite bow expected of nobles of equal standing. "Lord Andrew, thank you for your gracious hospitality." "It is my duty, Baroness Cecil," Lord Andrew replied. Having recalled Rebecca's standing within noble circles due to Hetty's subtle reminder, he moderated his demeanor and opted to address her by her surname, a more formal designation. "I deeply regret the events that have transpired in the Cecil territory. It is indeed a calamity. However, it brings me solace to know that you remain unharmed, and it seems the legacy of the Cecil family shall not be extinguished." Following this, the conversation devolved into a series of hollow formalities and expressions of congratulations, one party meticulously conveying their concern while the other endeavored to express gratitude and appreciation. Clearly, the somewhat daft Miss Rebecca was not particularly adept at this form of social interaction, as she clumsily redirected the topic back to its intended course. Before the castle fell, Sir Philip led a contingent to assist civilians in their escape. They ought to have retreated here. According to the laws established by our founding sovereign, they should currently be under your protection. That I wonder how they are faring. Of course, the laws set forth by our sovereign are sacred, Lord Andrew acknowledged. Though my territory may be modest, I am more than capable of providing for our beleaguered neighbors. That he nodded, continuing, "That valiant knight was grievously wounded and is yet to recover. I have arranged for him to rest in the chapel of the Church of Holy Light, where he can receive the finest care. The loyal soldiers and unfortunate civilians have been accommodated in the eastern and southern districts, and thus far, not a single one has perished from cold or hunger." The fact that none of the Cecil subjects who had fled to this place had succumbed to starvation was a testament to Lord Andrew's conscientiousness that, of course, the Lord's willingness to shelter those refugees was not without rationale. Each Cecil resident he took in would translate into a debt pressing upon Rebecca. Should she wish to restore her family's honor, she would be compelled to compensate Lord Andrew per head. The principle of aiding distressed neighbors, as well as the obligation of recipients to offer due recompense to their benefactors, was clearly enshrined in the laws of Ansu, a fact Gawain was acutely aware of. After all, these two laws were established by Gawain Cecil and Charles I in those years. Although Rebecca, as a noble, was still somewhat immature, she understood this rule. Upon hearing the words of Lord Andrew, her expression involuntarily darkened, as she was plagued by doubts about her ability to repay this sudden debt. She couldn't help but cast a glance at Gawain, her mind swirling with audacious and mischievous thoughts. Ancestor. An entire wardrobe of antiquities. Perhaps I could persuade him to sell those garments. Chapter 19. That Gawain was unaware of the bold and mischievous thoughts swirling in Rebecca's mind. But he understood that Lord Andrew's protection of the Cecil subjects was certainly not without cost. Those days when lords vowed to defend their subjects and the entire populace united selflessly for the restoration of civilization were long gone. Though the kingdom of Ansu had yet to regain the glory of the Gondor era 700 years later, the nobility had undoubtedly mastered the art of selfishness. There was no question that from the moment the Cecil refugees entered Tanzan town, Rebecca had been burdened with an unforeseen debt. However, bearing this debt was certainly preferable to the alternative of death. The Cecil family will be grateful for your assistance. Gawain broke the silence. But what is more pressing is the disaster itself. From the very beginning, Lord Andrew had noticed Gawain, who sat between Rebecca and Hetty, and he was quite curious about the man clad in ancient noble attire, a large sword by his side, and bearing a solemn, imposing countenance that in his knowledge of the noble circles, there was no one of this sort. Yet from the respectful demeanor of Hetty and Rebecca towards this man, he could ascertain that he was no ordinary individual. Therefore, after Gawain spoke, he naturally inquired, "Forgive my impertinence, but may I ask, who might you be?" The ancestor of the Cecil family, a pioneer among pioneers, one of the 7 generals of the founding of Ansu. Duke of the Southern Territory, Gawain Cecil. Hetty had been anticipating this question and immediately stood up, introducing him with a grave expression. "You must have grown up hearing this name. He is the radiance of dawn." Gawain maintained a serious demeanor, striving to exude an aura of dignified authority, subtly nodding in tandem with Hetty's exaggerated introduction. However, upon hearing the final phrase, he couldn't help but pause, quietly inquiring of Rebecca. "What on earth is that title?" Rebecca hastily explained. "It is the posthumous title bestowed upon you by the founding ancestors after your death." Gawain was taken aback. Could that old eccentric not have thought of a more pleasant name? Meanwhile, Lord Andrew, the meticulous and orthodox nobleman, was left in a state of stupefaction upon hearing Hetty's words. Had this lady lost her mind due to the immense pressure from her family's misfortunes and the terror of monsters? Just as Gawain had initially surmised, unless witnessed firsthand, no one could possibly believe that the ancestor of the Cecil family had emerged from his coffin. Even the most learned nobles and scholars would dismiss such a tale as absurd. It was more likely that the superstitious common folk might take it to heart. Lord Andrew, upon hearing Hetty's words, showed remarkable restraint by not immediately calling for a servant to administer medication to the lady. "Madam, please allow me to contemplate this." Andrew endeavored to adjust his expression, seemingly trying to find a phrase that reflected his emotions without being overly rude. However, he ultimately could not suppress his candor. "I understand you have encountered unimaginable nightmares, but might it be a tad excessive to present such a fanciful tale?" Hetty's expression remained unchanged. "I anticipated your reaction, that in truth, even we dare not believe this is real. However, the ancestor of the Cecil family has indeed awakened from his long slumber, that we witnessed him rise from his coffin, grasping the sword of the pioneer, and we have verified that he is truly resurrected. Not merely a trick of necromancy." Andrew displayed a bemused expression. "If you have any requests of me, please state them directly." Gawain waved his hand, urging Hetty to take her seat. He placed the sword of the pioneer upon the table and turned to Lord Andrew. "My lord, what significance do you believe Hetty gains from fabricating such a lie? A lordship destroyed by monsters and elemental tides, with a dragon appearing above our territory. Such an event would surely warrant the attention of the king and the capital. Under these dire circumstances, would we arrange for someone to don ancient theatrical garb, wield a subpar ancient sword, and come to your castle merely to share a whimsical tale for amusement? As he spoke, he channeled his magical energy into the sword of the pioneer, and with the infusion of power, dark red patterns re-emerged upon the ancient blade, this time more vividly, forming an emblem of a blade crossed with a plow near the hilt. This was indeed the emblem established by the Cecil family on the day Ansu was founded, symbolizing the heraldry of their pioneering years. Knights wield magic too, albeit in a manner entirely distinct from that of mages. While the sword of the pioneer had lost much of its former might, its fundamental identifying characteristics remained intact. Upon seeing the sword, Andrew fell momentarily silent. Though he had never seen the true sword of the pioneer, he had been fortunate enough to behold its replica, kept in the royal sanctuary in the capital, years prior, and he would not mistake it that if the sword on the table was not a counterfeit crafted by the Cecil family, it could only be the genuine article, sealed within the Cecil family tomb. A relic which, even in their decline, no one dared to covet. Would this fallen family really exhume their ancestor's grave to retrieve the holy sword merely to weave an extravagant deception? Andrew hesitated. If this were a farce, the cost of it was indeed staggering. But if it were not, the notion of an ancestor suddenly emerging from the grave was simply unbelievable. You may certainly seek the verification of elven craftsmen regarding the authenticity of this sword. It was forged by their kin, and they know how to examine elven inscriptions. You may also compare portraits of the founding kings with my likeness, although I have slept for 7 centuries. I have been fortunate enough to remain largely unchanged, Gawain remarked with a slight smile, observing Andrew's fluctuating expression, that if possible, you may even seek out elven mercenaries who participated in the second pioneering. Perhaps some of them might still recognize me. No, that won't be necessary. Lord Andrew waved his hand, rubbing his temples, feeling that the events unfolding before him were truly beyond his expertise, since you were such a legendary hero. Perhaps a 7th-century slumber followed by resurrection is not entirely implausible. Despite his words, it was evident to any discerning observer that Lord Andrew still harbored doubts regarding Gawain's identity. He was merely seeking an excuse to momentarily halt this discussion amidst his uncertainty. He had come to understand. What relevance did the ancestor of the Cecil family rising from the grave hold for him? Why become entangled in the truth or falsehood of the matter? If the Cecils claimed it was true, then let it be regarded as such. After all, he was merely a long-dead figure from 7 centuries ago. It was only after reconciling these thoughts that Lord Andrew seemed to belatedly grasp a detail Gawain had mentioned earlier. Wait a moment. Did you just say a dragon has appeared in the vicinity? Indeed, a blue dragon, its origin unknown, but it ultimately headed northwest. Gawain nodded, then proceeded to recount the events that had transpired in the Cecil territory. And that is how it unfolded. Aberrant creatures, monsters from the tide of magic, and a dragon. My heavens! Lord Andrew's brow furrowed deeply, the flush on his pale face draining away. What on earth was happening to this world? The state of the world is a matter for scholars and His Majesty the King to ponder. Our duty is to swiftly relay the occurrences here to the city of Saint Sunir. Hetty interjected. The situation has escalated to a critical level that I have dispatched a messenger to report the news of the attack on the Cecil territory. Lord Andrew stated. The messenger set off on a swift horse and should be halfway by now. It seemed that Lord Andrew was indeed capable of taking practical action. Not only had he accepted the refugees from the neighboring territory, but he had also promptly sent a messenger to inform the king. In this era of border nobles, such conduct was commendable. Yet Hetty felt compelled to present a further request. Lord Andrew, that is insufficient. The situation has become dire enough that Rebecca must personally meet with His Majesty. Furthermore, the Duke of Cecil must also travel to the capital. That we are immensely grateful for your assistance to the Cecil family, but we still require more support. Upon hearing Hetty's words, Andrew slightly lowered his eyelids, seemingly deep in thought, that he then stood up, pacing before the long table with his hands clasped behind his back. What do you require? Swift horses, provisions, guards. All of this is necessary, Rebecca mustered the courage to say. And we also need to ask for your assistance in caring for the people of the Cecil territory for a while longer, until we return from the royal capital and have new lands to settle them. This was the crux of the matter, Lord Andrew interjected, raising his hand to interrupt Rebecca, that I was just about to address this issue. I have been doing my utmost to assist my neighbors, and I am more than willing to be a generous person, but I am merely a humble Viscount. How much can I possibly provide to nourish those refugees? Gao Wen lifted the now somewhat lukewarm cup of red tea before him. Taking a sip, thinking that this Viscount had finally broached a serious topic, Rebecca, feeling somewhat impatient, replied, Sir Knight Philip took a considerable amount of gold and silver when he broke through. That wealth should suffice. Of course, I am aware of that gold and silver. Lord Andrew interjected once more. Rest assured, I am not one to take advantage of others. However, both medicinal supplies and food come at a cost. I believe I mentioned this earlier. That valiant knight arrived at Tanzan town battered and bruised, and nearly all the soldiers and civilians he brought with him were injured as well. To treat them, I utilized the finest medicinal herbs from my territory and summoned the best clerics, all of which is quite costly. That gold and silver merely suffices. That Rebecca's eyes widened. Yet I must reiterate, I do not seek to exploit anyone. Lord Andrew continued. Thus I will continue to shelter those refugees and provide assistance as best as I can. I merely wish to ascertain, after I have done all this, does the Cecil family still possess the means to repay this debt? Chapter 20. Investment value. Gao Wen began to find Lord Andrew rather intriguing. He resembled a merchant more than a nobleman. Yet at the same time, he was not particularly astute as a businessman, at least. That was Gao Wen's perspective, that a shrewd merchant would not openly present matters of trade, bargaining, and debt at such a time. A nobleman would have no interest in discussing such matters at all. At this moment, Lord Andrew's best course of action would be to discreetly continue aiding the Cecil family while subtly infiltrating the ranks of the sheltered knights and soldiers. Concurrently, he could leverage his noble status to legally assert his claims against the Cecil family, ideally bringing this claim before the king. Then, whether Rebecca was willing to repay this debt would become irrelevant. The laws of this kingdom and the rules of the noble system would facilitate this transaction for him. Of course, Gao Wen understood Lord Andrew's predicament. After all, the decline of the Cecil family was common knowledge, especially today, with their core territory utterly destroyed. The extent of Rebecca's capacity for repayment was indeed uncertain. The Cecil family does not owe anything to anyone. Rebecca's words lacked persuasiveness. Rest assured, we have the means to repay. Although we have lost our most prosperous region, there remain some mountains and forests on the periphery of the Cecil territory. Moreover, as long as I, the heir, am present, there will always be a loan belonging to the Cecil family awaiting in the mithril treasury. At worst. Gao Wen cleared his throat twice, interrupting Rebecca, but he felt he had seen enough of the spectacle and had a fairly good grasp of the current situation. His memories were also coming together, so he rose to his feet. Rebecca, do not be hasty. Lord Andrew, think long-term. Andrew glanced at Gao Wen. This man, resembling an ancient hero, indeed instilled a certain degree of intimidation in him. Whether or not the man was genuine, the Viscount reigned in his demeanor. Apologies, I do admit to having a touch of greed. His frank admission of greed surprised Gao Wen slightly, causing him to raise an eyebrow. You are quite honest, which is commendable. Pursuing profit is not a shameful endeavor. However, we must clarify the present circumstances. That a Viscount's territory has been destroyed, a dragon has appeared within the kingdom, and the monsters of the tide of magic have resurfaced. Amidst these events, discussing business seems rather inappropriate. Before Andrew could respond, Gao Wen continued. Of course, after stating these noble sentiments, we must still consider practical matters. You are concerned that your assistance to the Cecil family will accumulate indefinitely, ultimately resulting in your financial ruin. Allow me to assure you, the Cecil family not only possesses the ability to settle any debts, but should you seize the opportunity, we can also bring you boundless benefits. Lord Andrew fixed his gaze upon Gao Wen. Please continue. I myself. Gao Wen gestured to himself. I am your greatest investment. Andrew's expression froze for a few seconds before he awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Your Grace. I shall first assume you truly are that duke, but I must remind you, you have been gone for 700 years. Ansu has entered the second dynasty. Both your title and your wealth have presumably been divided. Inherited, consumed, or reclaimed by the crown. Of course, I hold you in great esteem. Every Ansu citizen reveres you. However, I am not merely an individual. I am a lord, and I must consider the welfare of my territory and my people. Gao Wen shrugged. Broaden your perspective, Lord Andrew. Are tangible assets and land the only measures of investment value? Andrew inquired. You mean? I possess the right of permanent expansion. Gao Wen raised the sword in his hand. When Gao Wen Cecil wields the sword of the pioneer, he has the authority to pioneer any unclaimed land, including but not limited to undeveloped areas within Ansu, the wilderness beyond the borders of various nations. In regions like the Gundor Waste where no legal disputes exist, that as long as I can maintain a certain level of control over the aforementioned areas after pioneering them, wherever the sword of the pioneer goes, it shall be deemed the territory of the Cecil family, and the Ansu royal family shall recognize and ensure Gao Wen Cecil's lordly rights at all times. That as Gao Wen spoke, he observed Lord Andrew's eyes widening further, and he deliberately slowed his pace. The aforementioned right of expansion was signed by Charles I, the founding ancestor of Ansu, and is recognized by the Western Augur tribe, the Eastern Typhon Empire, the Southern Highland Kingdom, the Elven Silver Empire, as well as the Northern City-States. Its validity is perpetual. As long as the authorized pioneer, that is to say, I am alive, it remains in effect. That in truth, this decree was not signed solely for my benefit. All the pioneering leaders at that time possessed a corresponding authorization. However, to this day, I am the only one who can exercise this right. That at this point, Gao Wen broke into a cheerful smile. The old fellows who signed those documents back then certainly never anticipated that I would one day rise from the grave. In a state of astonishment, Lord Andrew had yet to speak, while Rebecca could no longer contain her exclamation. Ancestor? Is this true? Who exactly is responsible for her history lessons? Gao Wen couldn't help but cover his forehead, casting a sidelong glance at Hetty. Or has this decree been abolished? If it has been abolished, that would indeed put me in a somewhat awkward position. After all, the heads of state wouldn't be so bored as to convene a conference after several hundred years to announce the cancellation of a pioneering decree that had long since lost its significance. Would they? Rebecca's history lessons were actually taught by me, but her performance has indeed been poor, Hetty explained, her face flushed, quickly addressing Gao Wen's question. Moreover, the decree you mentioned has certainly not been abolished, while the pioneering knights were still alive. No one dared to abolish it, and after the last pioneer passed away, this decree became part of our glory, symbolizing humanity's belief in the reconstruction of civilization, making it even less likely to be abolished. Lord Andrew interjected. Not only has it not been abolished, but historians and scholars also continue to document it extensively. Gao Wen shrugged. Thus, my sudden return from the dead is undoubtedly both a surprise and an unexpected event for them. This law from 700 years ago has finally found its purpose once more. Lord Andrew stared at Gao Wen, particularly focusing on the sword of the pioneer in his hand. I concede, this is indeed a perspective I had never considered, that if we utilize the right of permanent expansion, you certainly have the potential to revitalize the Cecil family. However, if I may speak candidly, this will be a very long-term venture. Do you have any idea how much unclaimed land there is along the kingdom's borders? I have a rough idea. My descendants have already informed me during my journey. Gao Wen glanced at Hetty and Rebecca beside him. Essentially, all the viable land has been allocated, and the unclaimed territories are either dense forests and toxic swamps or border the Gundor wastes. So what do you plan to do? Lord Andrew spread his hands. Where do you intend to revive your family? That presents a matter for my contemplation. Gao Wen mused with a smile, as a vivid image of the earth viewed from above surfaced in his mind. A satellite map of unfathomable precision and vastness. Utterly unattainable for the people of this ERNIT was deeply etched in Gao Wen's memory, even though it might be an outdated record from several years, or even a decade ago. After all, he had long since severed his connection to that aerial perspective. Yet, it was sufficient to illuminate the path ahead for him. He merely needed to ponder the value of investment that a founding duke, who had participated in the second expansion and retained perpetual expansion rights, could represent. Andrew lowered his head, for the first time earnestly contemplating this matter. After a lengthy silence, he ventured to break it. If your perpetual expansion rights are indeed recognized by the royal family, then I, as a mere Viscount, would be more than willing to offer all the assistance within my means at a standard, polished, noble utterance, flawless in its adherence to decorum, while also demonstrating a degree of deference. Rebecca's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the perpetual expansion rights acknowledged by the founding ancestors and sovereigns would not be recognized by the current king? Gao Wen cast a knowing glance at the somewhat immature junior. Of course, he would prefer not to acknowledge them. Indeed, there is a substantial likelihood that he would deny my identity altogether. Even if Charles I were to emerge and validate my existence, I fear that His Majesty the King and his advisors would sincerely pray for my immediate demise, wishing me to be interred once more in the ancient tombs of the Southern Realm. Why? Rebecca felt her worldview challenged. You are the founding Duke, a figure revered in the halls of power. Each year, the king and the nobility commemorate you. Do they not desire your return to aid this kingdom once more? Just as Gao Wen was about to explain, he heard Amber exclaim from across the table, because they would lose 3 days of holiday. As she shouted, the half-elf deliberately made faces at Gao Wen, provoking an irritated glare from Hetty that Dio not heed her nonsense. That was merely a jest I made. Gao Wen waved his hand dismissively. The true reason should be clear to both Hetty and Mr. Andrew, right? Hetty sighed. The king may honor heroes as their image and reputation bolster his rule, but he would never wish for that hero's return. Once the hero returns, those images and reputations would no longer be within his control. With Andrew present, Hetty held back even more audacious thoughts, particularly given that this king's origins stemmed from a bastardy, rendering his legitimacy questionable. Therefore, the matter we must consider has become quite apparent. Gao Wen mused as he glanced at the sword of the pioneer at his waist. It is simply to activate my perpetual expansion rights. Chapter 21. The conclusion of the deal. After accepting the invitation from Viscount Andrew, Gao Wen and his companions were temporarily settled in guest rooms within the castle, at Gao Wen's specific request. Including 2 soldiers as well as maids Betty and Amber, all had clean and tidy quarters. After dismissing the attendants, Hetty could not restrain her curiosity. Ancestor. Do you believe Viscount Andrew can be trusted? Though they were neighboring territories, Hetty was well aware of the noble ethos, which often lacked both integrity and honor, despite their frequent proclamations to the contrary. Especially in this remote, barren southern region, the nobility's methods of survival were particularly dismal. With the Cecil family having plummeted to the depths, aside from the sudden emergence of a long-lost ancestor as a minor boon, Hetty felt little confidence in gaining any advantage in dealings with other nobles. Trustworthy? I never even contemplated such a question. Gao Wen's response took Hetty aback. Just a few hours ago, I had no idea what Viscount Andrew was like. Beside him, Rebecca exclaimed in surprise. What? And you spoke so much with him? Because it was necessary. Gao Wen turned to Rebecca. We could hardly be described as being at the end of our rope. Setting aside the plight of our beleaguered subjects, just look at your own purse. Do you have enough for your next meal? Thus, we must seek assistance. That Viscount Andrew is merely a choice of last resort. Who else in the South could you find that you know? As for how reliable he is, I do not know him, nor do I know his family. I only learned of his territory from your lips a couple of days ago. How could I ascertain his reliability? Rebecca felt her mind spinning. Then why do you believe he will help? It was not Gao Wen who answered, but Amber, who had been munching grapes beside the table. The half-elf wiped her mouth and shot a disdainful glance at Rebecca. Duh. Because he doesn't want to lose money. Doesn't want to lose money? Amber continued nonchalantly. When that night Philip brought the refugees to Tanzan town, Viscount Andrew had already made his decision. He could have simply closed the gates and waited for those refugees to either disperse or perish outside. Do not invoke any notions of mutual aid. In such remote areas, the kingdom's laws are worth less than a merchant's gold coins. Since that Viscount accepted the refugees, it indicates he intends to extract compensation from the Cecil family, that he harbors this thought and believes the Cecil family has the capacity to repay the debt. You see, the transaction was established at that moment, and today, it merely expands and clarifies the terms of that transaction. Rebecca stared at Amber, bewildered. You. How can you understand all this? Is the threshold for thieves that high nowadays? Amber bared her teeth. Is that so profound? I may not grasp your noble logic and multitude of rules, but at the very least, I understand the principle that a thief does not leave empty-handed when it comes to interests at stake. What differentiates you nobles from a thief who also wishes to avoid leaving empty-handed? Rebecca was instantly enraged, drawing her staff and conjuring a fireball the size of a head. If you do not mind your tongue, do you believe I will truly hurl a fireball at your face? Amber seemed to have no doubt that the young lady would not act on her threat. With a cheeky grin, she provoked. If you have the skill, conjure up an ice arrow. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a chill rush past her ear, as an ice arrow flew by, almost brushing against her earlobe, freezing a patch of ice on the wall behind her. Not far away, Hetty maintained a posture of raising a finger, her expression as cold as ice. There is your ice arrow, that a bead of cold sweat trickled down Amber's face. The proximity of that ice arrow to her skin induced a terror that eclipsed the arrow itself. She could not help but wonder what level of magical control was required to achieve such precision. Meanwhile, Rebecca slightly twitched her mouth. Aunt Hetty's offensive magic truly remains consistently ineffective against people. It merely grazes the edges. Gao Wen clapped his hands to bring an end to this brief farce. All right. Let us consider ourselves as allies. Let us all temper our demeanor. The ancestral figure's words held weight. Whether willing or not, both Hetty and Rebecca sheathed their staves in submission, while Amber, despite her mischievousness, understood the wisdom of knowing when to back down, mainly due to the significant deterrent effect of a single ice arrow. Pouting her lips and falling silent, that moment, a knock echoed from outside the room. And upon receiving Gao Wen's permission, the young maid Betty stepped inside. My lord, Lady Hetty, Miss Rebecca. She greeted each in turn, deliberately skipping over Amber. Sir Philip has arrived. We were just waiting for him. Gao Wen nodded. Then noticed the frying pan in Betty's hands. Wait, why are you still holding that? Betty blinked and pondered for a moment before responding. Because I haven't gotten home yet, and I was afraid of misplacing it. Gao Wen rubbed his forehead. Very well, do as you wish. Moments later, Sir Philip, the knight who had led the Cecil territory's refugees to safety, entered the room to Gao Wen's surprise. He was a remarkably young warrior, appearing to be just over 20, with a head of light golden short hair, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose. Although his features were not particularly striking, his martial demeanor and athletic build allowed him to stand out among ordinary folk. Since it was a casual setting, he was not clad in armor but wore common clothes, a long sword at his side, with visible bandages on his arms and neck, suggesting he had indeed sustained injuries in his escape. My lord, my lady, Sir Philip immediately bowed to Rebecca and Hetty upon entering. It is truly a pleasure to see you both safe and sound. Sir Philip, please rise. Rebecca quickly assisted him up, that we owe you our gratitude for safeguarding those soldiers and civilians. She noticed the bandages adorning him. These were sustained during the escape, but they are much improved, Philip replied hastily. Viscount Andrew arranged for a priest and an apothecary to assist me. However, the young knight revealed a troubled expression, his features marked by shame and regret. Are you referring to the gold and silver that you were instructed to take out of the castle? Hetty proactively inquired. Do not dwell on it. Those items were indeed meant for emergencies. When we allowed you to take them, we agreed that they would be at your discretion. Please do not worry. In fact, the gold and silver taken by Baron Andrew is merely a portion. That Philip's expression lightened somewhat as he continued in a hushed tone. Before entering the city, I entrusted a portion of the valuables to several loyal soldiers for safekeeping. And some were buried outside the city. That I was concerned that if Baron Andrew were overly greedy, we should at least retain a portion of the funds to support everyone or to enable the soldiers to fend for themselves. Gawain nodded slightly, recognizing that Philip was a young man of both courage and intellect. The fact that he managed to escort a substantial group of defenseless civilians with merely a dozen soldiers showcased his valor. Moreover, the foresight to safeguard the possessions entrusted to him by his lord, while contemplating the soldiers' self-sustainability, was no small feat. Thus, Gawain displayed an approving expression. Well done. How many survived in total? Philip had actually noticed Gawain in the room from the very beginning. After all, the latter's stature was quite remarkable at this moment. Hearing the inquiry, he finally seized the opportunity to ask, Are you? It seems that Baron Andrew has already informed you. Hetty nodded. This is the ancestor of the Cecils. The founding Duke of Ansu, Li. Before the other could finish, Gawain quickly interrupted. All right, enough of that old-fashioned title. It gives me goosebumps. Before Gawain could finish his thought, Philip had already knelt on one knee before him. Duke Gawain, I have heard this news, but I never imagined it to be true. You are a paragon for all knights. I have admired you since childhood. Enough already. Why is this still going on? Gawain hastily pulled Philip back up. As an outsider occupying another's body, he felt an unprecedented awkwardness. First, tell me how many survived. Philip struggled to regain his composure, his expression sobering with the topic. In total, only a little over 1,000 managed to escape that day. After accounting for those who fell victim to monster attacks, were seriously injured, or succumbed to illness, fewer than 900 ultimately reached Tanzan town. And the exact number? 873. Of these, aside from myself, 16 were regular soldiers, 30 were militia, and the rest were civilians. Rebecca swayed slightly. Is this truly the final count of survivors from the Cecil domain? Hetty murmured, I never expected. Gawain patted Hetty's shoulder. Do you know how many of us fled from Gondor's heartland over 700 years ago? Hetty looked at Gawain. Back then, there were tens of thousands. Gawain sighed. So indeed, this situation is quite daunting. Meanwhile, in Baron Andrew's office, the nobleman was penning a confidential letter directly addressed to the king. Due to the existence of the Gondor wasteland, Ansu had regarded the southern territories as the kingdom's most vital line of defense since its inception, even though the south had enjoyed prolonged peace. Some regulations that had persisted for centuries remained in effect in this region. For instance, every noble in the southern territories, regardless of rank, was a direct vassal of the Ansu royal family, possessing the right to communicate directly with the king and the obligation to report matters to him. To His Majesty the King, your direct vassal sends his regards. You should already be aware of the calamity that has befallen the Cecil domain, as mentioned in my previous letter. However, new developments have arisen. This matter is unprecedentedly bizarre, yet I have personally verified its authenticity. The ancestor of the Cecil family, Gawain Cecil, the foremost of the 7 generals and the founding Duke of Ansu, has recently returned to the realm of the living. I witnessed a radiant light descending upon the wasteland of the Cecil domain, vanquishing the invading monsters, followed by the emergence of a dragon. I shall provide a more detailed account regarding the dragon separately. I personally investigated and alongside the Cecil Baron beheld the spectacle of the hero's resurrection. Chapter 22. Gazing at the sky, having affixed a special seal to the letter, Andrew rolled it up meticulously and sealed it with wax. Once he completed this task, he exhaled gently, reflecting on whether he had overlooked or erred in any aspect, that it should be flawless. The previously agreed-upon contents had all been inscribed in the letter, and they were written with utmost sincerity and credibility. Baron Andrew held considerable confidence in his ability to fabricate a narrative. He believed that anyone reading the letter would be convinced he was indeed a first-hand witness to the events. What remained was to see whether the venerable king, far away in the royal capital, would be willing to believe in the matter itself. Rather, it was a question of whether he would acknowledge the truth of it. This was a somewhat risky maneuver, but Baron Andrew was not one to shy away from peril. Had he not taken risks, he would not have distinguished himself among his 7 siblings to become the heir of the Leslie family. He simply had not anticipated that his new venture would intertwine with the Cecil lineage, a family that had long since faded from the political landscape of the kingdom 100 years prior, and in modern times was on the brink of extinction. Baron Andrew had always maintained a keen interest in his neighbors, not only due to their adjacent territories and frequent trade interactions, but also because the decline of the Cecil family had become increasingly pronounced in recent years. If the trend continued, he could expect to double the Leslie family's domain within his lifetime, especially since the hasty inheritor of the family estate was far from a competent lord. Although she endeavored diligently, she would undoubtedly fail to preserve her meager holdings. Yet fate played a cruel joke on everyone, and in a manner most unforeseen, when Andrew learned of the Cecil domain's devastation by monsters. He was utterly bewildered. When he heard that these beasts bore a striking resemblance to the recorded monsters of history, he remained perplexed. When merchants entering the city spoke of a dragon's appearance, he was still in a daze. And when Rebecca Cecil and Hetty Cecil entered the castle with a man claiming to be their ancestor, Baron Andrew exhibited remarkable composure and acceptance. This was because he had grown accustomed to his bewilderment. However, after concluding his conversation with the esteemed ancestor and returning to his quarters, Baron Andrew felt he had made the right decision, that a noble lineage on the brink of extinction and a territory reduced to ashes held no value. Even if squeezed, no essence could be extracted. If he wished to recover his losses, it would be more prudent to transform from a greedy oppressor into a generous neighbor. The presence of that esteemed ancestor was pivotal. Baron Andrew was now 90% convinced of the truth of this matter. The existence of the Cecil family was an entirely different concept with or without that venerable ancestor. He sealed the letter in a silver tube and wound a strand of magical thread around it before handing it to the elderly steward standing nearby. Deliver this to the most skilled ranger messenger on the Griffin, and ensure it reaches Silver Fortress before the Cecils arrive, after the first messenger has delivered it. The steward took the silver tube and was about to turn away when Baron Andrew called out to him. Wait. Also go to the treasury. Return the gold and silver belonging to the Cecil family in their original state. Yes, my lord, the steward replied. But is it sufficient to return it as it is? Just returning it will suffice. When they set out, I will prepare a little extra as a gesture of goodwill under the guise of travel expenses. The situation had changed. What was once a laughable greed had now become a hot potato. Returning it in its original form was merely the first step, yet it needed to be done delicately. Baron Andrew pondered seriously in his heart, hoping that the ancient figure from 700 years ago could comprehend his sincerity. The night had deepened. Gawain, clad in a robe, pushed open the balcony door of his room and stepped onto the terrace of the second floor of the Baron's castle. The night sky in this world was devoid of the moon. The profound canopy above revealed a tapestry of stars even more densely packed than those on Earth. The twinkling stars cast a chill, illuminating the land below. Each beam of starlight felt exceptionally foreign to Gawain. Since his arrival in this world, he had developed a fondness for gazing at the sky, day or night alike. During the day, he marveled at the immense yet gentle sun, and at night, he contemplated the moonless expanse. His gaze traversed among the stars, seeking a singular, stationary celestial body that stood out among the multitude. Yet this was destined to be a futile endeavor. The stars were countless, and he lacked the necessary data and calculations to pinpoint his original vantage point above the earth. Even if he did locate it, he would be unable to distinguish it amid the myriad of stars. Nonetheless, he could not help but attempt this, for he understood better than anyone that secrets lay hidden in this world as sky. There was something up there, perhaps a surveillance device, a satellite, a space station, or a ship. Though it was highly likely that it had ceased operation, one could not dismiss the possibility of other entities still lingering above. He once formed a part of that surveillance apparatus. This was the closest conjecture Gawain could arrive at after days of contemplation. Had he not possessed those experiences of gazing down upon the earth? Had he simply traversed into the persona of Gawain Cecil upon his arrival here, he would have been devoid of such awareness, and consequently, he would not have felt the corresponding pressure. Yet he was burdened with knowledge. And as a soul from earth imbued with modern thoughts, he found himself unable to suppress his curiosity regarding the heavens and his trepidation. What precisely hung in the sky? What influence might it or they exert upon the earth? Would it or they remain so placidly suspended there? What intentions might the creators of it or they harbor? If indeed there were creators, this entire conundrum instilled in Gawain a sense of urgency that was inexplicable to outsiders, akin to a terrestrial being suddenly realizing that an alien spacecraft loomed above. Even if that vessel remained inert for hundreds of thousands of years, it would be difficult for those dwelling below to find peace of mind. One must unravel the origins and purposes of it, or they before they could rest easy. Moreover, even in the absence of such anxiety, Gawain could not simply dismiss the sky out of sheer curiosity. After all, one gazes skyward daily, either at the sun or the stars. Suddenly, a voice belonging to a young lady interrupted his thoughts. Gawain turned to see the half-elf thief perched on the railing of the terrace, her back to the outside world, grinning at him while her legs swung playfully beneath her, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of falling. Gawain cast a glance her way. Sneaking onto someone's balcony in the dead of night to frighten them was hardly polite. "The night is my domain," she declared, "shadows abound, and I can wander wherever I please." Amber swayed on the railing, her form melding into the shadows, and in the next moment, she appeared on the opposite side of the balcony. "And you, the great hero of 7 centuries past, are you truly frightened by the prospect of someone speaking to you in the darkness?" Gawain felt a tinge of embarrassment as he acknowledged that he had indeed felt a shiver run down his spine moments earlier. "By the way, what is it that you gaze upon each day?" Amber, noticing his silence, shifted the topic. "During the day, one looks to the sun for direction. At night, gazing at the stars. Are you perhaps indulging in astrology? Do you practice it? What do you believe resides in the heavens?" Gawain retorted, "Did I in the heavens? Surely, it is merely stars and the sun." Amber replied casually, "Dutto, and let me guess, you don't mean to preach to me about the palaces of the gods residing in the sky, do you? Because I have no interest in that. I worship the goddess of shadows and the night, the Lady of Night. Her domain lies in the depths of a starless night, a realm entirely distinct from the sky of the waking world. All I need to do is close my eyes and pray to honor her." "You truly are a devotee of the Lady of Night," Gawain remarked, somewhat taken aback as he regarded Amber. Although he himself held no particular faith, he was well acquainted with various religious beliefs from the memories of Gawain Cecil. The myriad deities and diverse sects both fascinated and intimidated him. It was surprising that this seemingly irreverent thief also possessed a belief. Oh, I just indulge in it casually. After all, the Lady of Night demands no offerings nor delivers prophecies, and there are no rituals to observe. Why not believe if it costs me nothing? Amber nonchalantly uttered what would be deemed blasphemous by true believers. Moreover, the path of shadows is somewhat intertwined with the powers of the Lady of Night. Sometimes, I feel that a prayer might actually enhance my abilities, though each time it has proven to be merely an illusion brought on by inebriation. Gao Wen grimaced, deciding to ignore this half-elf whose lack of decorum was quite unbecoming. What a disgrace to her elven heritage, whatever her other lineage might be. It too was a source of shame. Hey, why have you fallen silent again? Amber pressed, unwilling to relent. You still haven't told me what it is you gaze upon. Gao Wen shot her a sidelong glance. Have you ever heard the saying that when a person dies, their soul returns to the heavens, wandering among the stars, each star representing the spirit of an ancestor? I haven't heard that, I've heard that those with faith have their souls taken by the deity they worship, and they revel in the divine realm, while those without faith have their souls collected by the Grim Reaper, who then has his wife comb through their memories with an iron comb before casting them back to the mortal realm. Thus, it is said that all beings are unwittingly followers of the Grim Reaper, Amber rambled. But your notion is intriguing. Do you mean to say that upon death, one ascends to the heavens? Is that an ancient religious belief from 7 centuries ago? Gao Wen felt a twinge of awkwardness to know. That is, yes, you have indeed died before. Amber's eyes widened in discovery, and she leaned closer, her excitement palpable. Did you ascend to the heavens right where you died? What is it like when one dies? Tell me. Go away, shoo, Gao Wen exclaimed, pushing her away by her face. When one dies, they know nothing. Do you understand? I was merely rambling out of boredom. Umph. Amber glared at Gao Wen for a moment before turning her head away. Old people are so dull. Gao Wen, could you repeat that? In an instant, Amber vanished. Chapter 23. Journey to the capital. Those who escaped the nightmare from the Cecil territory were fortunate yet unfortunate. The blazing houses, the earth corrupted by elemental fury, the terrifying giants emerging from the chaotic mist, and the friends and family who perished beneath it all. Everything entwined like a nightmare, haunting every survivor. Even upon reaching the safe haven of Tanzan town, despite the protection of knights and soldiers, fear had never dissipated from the hearts of the survivors, even for a fleeting moment. For even among the armored soldiers, few had managed to sleep soundly over the past days. Many resorted to alcohol to dull their senses, while the impoverished, who could not even indulge in drunkenness, suffered torment. Furthermore, in this era, being a refugee in another lord's domain precluded the possibility of a decent living environment, exacerbating their plight. Let alone maintaining order among the refugees, Sir Philip felt increasingly overwhelmed by the task of ensuring that his soldiers reported in regularly. Yet, fortunately, the Lord had returned safely, bringing with him an unexpectedly robust support. Outside Tanzan town, Rebecca looked upon the gathered subjects before her. These individuals were ragged and haggard. Though Viscount Andrew had indeed provided basic accommodations and food distribution, the nobles of this era extended only minimal charity to the common folk. The fact that these people had not perished from cold or hunger was a testament to that Viscount's exceptional kindness, a stark contrast to his peers, and Rebecca could not ask for more. For those who had fled from the Cecil territory, the Lord's appearance was a potent morale booster. The common folk of this era lacked a high degree of awareness and psychological resilience. Their loyalty to the Lord was tenuous at best. Although Rebecca was known to be a kind and benevolent ruler, primarily due to her youthful naivety and inability to grasp the cunning greed of her noble counterparts. She had only been in her position for less than a year. Given the poor flow of information, many subjects were entirely unaware of what their lord looked like. Nevertheless, the mere presence of the Lord served as encouragement. For these unfortunate souls who had been in a state of dread for days, simply having someone step forth to declare their intention to continue protecting them was sufficient. They cared little for who their master was or what she looked like. Centuries of feudalism had dulled the common people's capacity for critical thought, yet it had also rendered them easily satisfied that in Gao Wen's view, this was a cohesion born of ignorance and folly. But it was undeniably effective. The crowd that had come to bid farewell was but a small fraction. Many remained in Tanzan town to guard their belongings, or work in exchange for food. Rebecca regarded these individuals, wishing to say a few words, but found herself at a loss for what to convey. She turned to Sir Philip. "These people will rely on your care, knight. Until we return, do your utmost to ensure not a single one is lost." "I swear to you by my oath," Philip declared, standing tall, "that I shall protect every citizen and every possession of House Cecil. And do not forget to attend to your assigned tasks," Gawain interjected. "Viscount Andrew will provide necessary assistance. Just send out those who are nimble and sharp-witted. Do not hold back on expenses. What they will accomplish is far more valuable than mere coin." "Yes," the young knight responded loudly, though confusion remained evident on his face. Living in a cloistered era and specializing in martial prowess, he found it challenging to grasp Gawain's line of thought. But were those tasks truly so significant, absolutely crucial? Gawain chuckled that on a small scale. They are mere rumors. On a larger scale, they constitute the power of public opinion that do not underestimate these intangible forces. Once everyone begins to discuss the same topic, even a king will find himself restless. After making the necessary arrangements, Gawain and Rebecca boarded the carriage provided by Lord Andrew, accompanied by Betty, who served as a maid, the loyal Sir Byron, the formidable rogue Amber, and 12 soldiers from the family. These soldiers could hardly be deemed an elite selection, as the total number of warriors who managed to break through alongside Sir Philip was only a handful, and with the 2 who had escaped with Gawain, the count barely reached 20. In such circumstances, gathering 12 fully equipped soldiers was a testament to the dwindling dignity of the Cecil family. The mature and composed Hetty remained behind to maintain order on this side. Yet she appeared deeply concerned for her niece, who was about to embark on a journey to the capital. Standing beneath the carriage, she grasped Rebecca's hand, imparting a multitude of earnest admonitions. She must remember her identity and avoid bringing shame to the Cecil name. While also steering clear of conflicts with the nobility of the capital, she must show respect to the king, adhering to the established protocols, refrain from hurling fireballs at others, for the capital was not like their rural home. If confronted with incomprehensible matters, she should not rush to respond, but rather consult their ancestors or Sir Byron, as every word she uttered would be scrutinized numerous times. Most importantly, she must heed the counsel of their ancestors, especially when dealing with the aristocracy, a realm in which she was inexperienced, while their ancestor, being a Grand Duke, possessed the wisdom. Gawain listened to Hetty's instructions, his heart growing heavy, for he truly lacked understanding. Not only did he lack comprehension, but the original Gawain Cecil was equally in the dark. The founding hero had passed away, while Ansu was still governed by a band of commoners. And the courtly etiquette of that era revolved around drinking contests and exchanging insults with the king and the court that it was reasonable to assume that the present day, 7 centuries later, would differ greatly. Yet, in order to prevent the already anxious great-great-granddaughter from spiraling into complete madness, he restrained himself and offered Hetty a reassuring glance as he placed a hand on her shoulder. "Rest assured, I understand." Thus, amidst Hetty's relieved smile, the carriage, carrying the oblivious Rebecca and the seemingly knowledgeable Gawain, set forth on the road to the capital. Simultaneously, Sir Philip, adhering to Gawain's pre-departure directives, dispatched personnel. These individuals were astute members of the peasantry and locally hired nimble-tongued ruffians from Tanzan town, including a few thugs and ill-wells who could be easily bribed with a handful of coins. Engaging with such individuals left the young knight feeling rather uneasy, and the tasks assigned to them struck him as utterly perplexing. They were to disperse in all directions, venturing into every populated area, infiltrating bars, the black market, and the squalid nooks of slums, to boast with the locals that it was preferable if they could also find passing minstrels to engage in similar bragging. Consequently, over the following period, this peculiar scene unfolded frequently in the southern regions. Weary travelers with peculiar accents mingling among bustling crowds, wearing expressions that were both mysterious and fervent as they recounted similar tales. "Have you heard? The Cecil family down south is in trouble. Their territory has been devastated by monsters and dragons. It is said that the restless spirits have been stirred, and that legendary ancestor of the Cecils has risen from the grave." "You heard correctly. It is the fabled Gawain Cecil, awakened from his long slumber. He must be here to vanquish those monsters." "Hey, why would I lie to you? This news is spreading throughout the south. Just ask anyone in Tanzan town or Limu town. Moreover, they would point to their garb, claiming to have escaped from the southernmost reaches, with one asserting, I even witnessed the resurrection of the Cecil ancestor. Nearly everyone recounted similar tales, and they invariably pledged with conviction that these fantastical accounts were drawn from their own eyes, whether or not they were among those initially dispatched by Sir Philip. Subsequent rumor-mongers would likely echo the same sentiments. Should one manage to consolidate all these rumors, they would be astonished to discover that at the moment of the resurrection of the Cecil ancestor, at least 1,000 souls stood in homage at the tomb, while outside there would be a throng of onlookers numbering in the tens of thousands. However, in this era, those capable of consolidating such information would hardly pay heed to the tales circulating among the common folk. While those who believed and perpetuated these narratives, they seldom pondered deeply. Meanwhile, aboard the carriage en route to Saint Seniel City, Gawain idly gazed out at the scenery while contemplating how to confront the king, who resided in the silver fortress of Saint Seniel, that he was uncertain of the impact his directives to Sir Philip would yield. Indeed, he possessed barely a third of the confidence needed. This was a contradictory and ignorant world, where the existence of magic rendered many matters exceedingly convenient, to the point of surpassing the capabilities of the age. Yet, such supernatural powers were wielded by only a select few. The common populace had neither the means, nor, they believed, the necessity to transform magic into a broader source of productivity. Thus, in the powerless lower echelons of society, everything lagged behind in an astonishing manner. Communication relied on shouting, transportation depended on walking, and gossip could spread swiftly within a single town, as tavern gossip constituted one of the few forms of entertainment for the laboring populace. Yet, the transmission of news from one town to another proved exponentially more challenging, due to the desolate wilderness obstructing most channels of communication, compounded by the local nobility's restrictions on the movement of their subjects. Without the lord's permission, a peasant venturing from their village to the neighboring lord's domain to purchase a chicken might risk execution. The pass jointly signed by the Cecil family and the Leslie family, Lord Andrew's lineage, could address the issue of personnel movement, yet it could not resolve the myriad other difficulties. Nevertheless, making some effort was certainly preferable to inaction. That Gawain's objective was straightforward: to disseminate the news of the resurrection of the Cecil ancestor as widely as possible. The broader the message spread, the better. It could not merely remain a secret known within noble circles, but should instead become a hot topic among the common folk, even among the impoverished, that if feasible, it should evolve into an urban legend. A chilling tale. Indeed, these rumors were already gravitating in that direction. As these messages circulated, they would be embellished time and again. The superstitious and ignorant medieval populace would imbue them with a plethora of details according to their understanding. Gawain was indifferent to the specifics of these embellishments. He merely desired for the news to continue fermenting. Soon, all would know that the ancestor of the Cecil family had risen, and that the legendary founding duke had awakened amidst the kingdom's struggle against monsters. Chapter 24. The journey to the capital. Gawain's journey proceeded at a leisurely pace. Although Rebecca appeared somewhat anxious throughout the trip, Gawain remained steadfast in his own rhythm, making stops at every town along the way. After each stop, he would arrange for the soldiers to disguise themselves as travelers or mercenaries, infiltrating the crowds to spread the word of the resurrection of the illustrious Gawain Cecil and the impending arrival of Duke Gawain in Saint Seniel City. Additionally, he sought to enlist local minstrels and ruffians to disseminate versions of the tale that were not only similar, but also more bizarre and extravagant. Sufficient funding from Lord Andrew enabled him to accomplish these tasks. Initially, Gawain had worried that both he and Rebecca lacked experience in dealing with local elements, fearing they might encounter difficulties while undertaking these endeavors. To his surprise, however, Sir Byron displayed remarkable aptitude. While his prowess among peers may not have been exceptional, his ability to engage with the social riffraff was impressively adept. Almost immediately upon entering a new city, he would establish connections with these unsavory characters, and before the soldiers could spread the news, various rumors concerning the southern region would begin to circulate among the lower strata of society. Gawain reflected on Sir Byron's background. According to Rebecca, Byron was not a legitimate nobleman, but rather a former wandering mercenary, who had been taken in by the previous generation of the Cecil family following a certain incident, thus ascending to the ranks of knighthood. It seemed that this former mercenary's experiences had not been squandered after all. Another unexpected ally was Amber, who proved to be quite adept at navigating interactions with the local ruffians. Gawain provided the half-elf lady with some funds to bribe these thugs, and upon her return, she even managed to come back with extra money. Such actions, of course, drew the ire of the well-bred Rebecca, who vehemently condemned Amber's behavior, in an effort to maintain his own lofty image before future generations. Gawain was compelled to press Amber to return the stolen funds and promise never to engage in such behavior again. This left Amber feeling particularly hurt, as if her worth had been called into question. Gawain suspected that instilling a proper sense of morality in this disgraceful elf was likely a futile endeavor. The frequent stops along their route served not only to allow the rumors to gain traction, but also to fulfill Gawain's more subtle objective. He needed to better understand this world. This was not merely due to the 7th-century gap between the memories in his mind and the contemporary era, but because he fundamentally did not belong to this world. The scenes observed in the heavens ultimately serve merely as a map. The inherited memories lack sufficient immersion and adaptability. This realization dawned upon him after several futile attempts to search his memories, hindered by an ignorance of the corresponding keywords. Thus, for Gawain, the most pressing need at present is to comprehend the world around him. This process has been relatively smooth. He has witnessed the impoverished and backward southern villages of the Ansu kingdom, as well as the bustling and vibrant central cities. That he has encountered both the rugged wilderness and the fortifications constructed by humanity. And all these experiences are gradually merging with the aerial maps etched in his mind. To be wide discerning some details, he confirmed that the most recent aerial map he possesses is unlikely to be outdated by much. It was likely recorded about a decade ago. His last gaze upon it while suspended in the sky, that in this slow-paced world, a map from 10 years past is entirely sufficient for whether there would be any issues in Tanzan town after such a prolonged absence from the southern territories. Gawain does not share Rebecca's concerns, that he has faith in Hetty's capabilities and can be relatively certain that Viscount Andrew will diligently honor the terms of their agreement, not out of belief in the Viscount's character, but rather due to his conviction that vested interests will firmly bind the Viscount to the Cecil family. Before departing the southern region, he had arranged for Sir Philip to disseminate various rumors, which, aside from announcing the resurrection of Gawain's Cecil, would also ensure that the surviving subjects of the Cecil family attracted attention, leaving Viscount Andrew with no alternative but to continue supporting the refugees until Gawain Cecil's return from the capital and the restoration of stability. Regardless of the duration of the journey, every expedition must reach its conclusion point 2 months after leaving the southern regions. The majestic walls of St. Sunir city finally came into view for Gawain and his entourage. This city, constructed upon a plain, dwarfs the impoverished and backward southern towns in scale. Its pristine white walls and expanses of neatly arranged bright blue rooftops are the city's most distinctive features, earning it the monikers of the city of Holy White and the crown of blue domes. Since the founding monarch, Charles I, led his people to cultivate the land and erect fortifications on this plain 7 centuries ago. The city has undergone countless expansions and renovations. The original earthen walls have long since vanished, leaving only a few commemorative structures in the old town, while the newly constructed stone walls have expanded tenfold compared to the original. The stones used in the wall's construction hail from the northern rock ridge and the hard materials of the eastern regions, with molten copper and lead poured between the bricks. Moreover, within these formidable walls, crystals blessed by the earth element have been embedded every 100 meters to ensure they do not crack or crumble. Such opulence would have been unimaginable to the ancestors who pioneered this land. Standing beneath the walls of Sunir, Gawain gazed up at the sunlit, glimmering stones, only to find that his mind held no corresponding details. This city bears no resemblance to the small town that Gawain Cecil remembers. With legitimate travel documents and reliable noble identification, Gawain's party encountered no obstacles upon entering the city. His Majesty King Francis II, who reigns over the entire Ansu kingdom, awaited these visitors from the south in his palace. The Silver Fortress, particularly anticipating the arrival of a certain special guest from 7 centuries past, that in truth, he had been waiting for many, many days, to the point of nearly succumbing to nervous exhaustion. The ancestors sure have a penchant for causing turmoil, the current king mused. Reports from all corners of the south, and every town along the route had been incessantly flooding in, with formal intelligence from various officials and informal tidbits from the common folk piling high enough to reach a meter on his desk, among which there were at least 100 different versions, excluding dialectal variations. Regardless of the version, the central theme revolved around the sudden re-emergence of that ancestor, leading his descendants straight to the capital. Yet, despite the relentless stream of messages, that ancestor himself, simply has not arrived. The initial contingency plan devised upon receiving the confidential letter from Viscount Andrew had long been abandoned, and the strategies discussed with his trusted advisors had all become obsolete amidst the ancestors' leisurely excursions and ostentatious displays. Now, Gawain Cecil's return was common knowledge. Of course, considering the efficiency of information dissemination in this era, saying it was common knowledge might be an exaggeration, but at the very least, merchants and lesser nobles capable of gathering news certainly knew of the matter. Consequently, the options available to Francis II became rather limited. Seated in the Silver Fortress, he could openly receive the returning legendary duke, engage in conversation, and then bid farewell to this living ancestor with transparency. At the very least, every moment of public interest must be conducted with utmost clarity. However, Gawain was not yet inclined to grant the king such relief. Rather, having achieved the initial objective, he now intended to subtly gauge the king's attitude and that of those surrounding him. Therefore, instead of discreetly directing the convoy straight to the Silver Fortress, shortly after entering the city, he commanded all soldiers to unfurl the flags prepared in their carriages. The banners displayed the emblem of the Cecil family alongside the sword and shield insignia of the Anjou royal family. Two emblems side by side, reconstructed from Gawain's memory, reminiscent of the flag used during his lifetime as the Grand Duke of the South. Even with just a dozen soldiers, they must present themselves as a ceremonial procession. The Cecil family may have diminished, but even in their weakened state, this family, which once expanded territories alongside the former king and established their lineage through valor, retains a vestige of pride, defending their people and land. Never compromising on the battlefield, presently, at just 17 years of age, Rebecca, who can merely conjure a fireball, stands as the weakest lord in Cecil history, lacking in both civil and military prowess, perhaps even having had her head caught in a door at some point. Yet she manages to lead the few remaining family soldiers in a steadfast defense of the castle, enabling the last of the civilians to escape, relying solely on that enduring legacy of honor. Thus, the Cecil family, despite holding the most impoverished fief in the south, has still nurtured the finest warriors of the region, even if only a handful of them remain alive today. The soldiers raised the banners, mounted their steeds in two neat rows, and gazed at the fluttering emblems, seemingly inspired, their heads held high. Behind them, Rebecca and Gawain had dismounted and were riding alongside the soldiers, Byron, leading the way, a knight of mercenary origin who had taken up the mantle mid-journey, exerted his utmost to present himself with the decorum befitting a true noble, determined not to bring shame to the family he served. Yet Gawain rode up beside him and whispered, "Relax, set aside those formalities. When we arrived here in the past, some bore nothing but axes for logging. Meanwhile, at the rear of the procession, the carriage that was originally meant for Gawain and Rebecca now bore the notorious Miss Thief and the drowsy maid Betty. Nobility truly is a peculiar breed, isn't it?" Amber peered outside the carriage, then turned to poke Betty's arm, bemused by her preference to ride rather than sit inside. Betty's head bobbed slightly, as if nodding. But suddenly a small bubble of mucus emerged from her nose. Amber blinked at Betty, then noticed the frying pan beside her, instantly seized by a mischievous impulse. Utilizing her exceptional skills as a thief, she stealthily approached the frying pan. Betty abruptly snatched up the pan, cradling it in her arms and glaring at the astonished Amber. "No, the master said this is mine." Amber. Chapter 26. Is this considered a family residence? Gawain did not urge the procession to move swiftly, for he surmised that the reception staff would need to hasten their preparations to welcome the master at number 4 Crown Street, and he did not wish to unduly burden those merely following orders. Nevertheless, even as he led the party leisurely around the street, upon reaching number 4 Crown Street, he still observed several attendants in uniforms rushing in and out, beads of sweat adorning their brows. However, their preparations were nearly complete that a middle-aged man, tall and slender with white hair and a black bow tie, emerged from the residence to greet Gawain, bowing respectfully before his horse. "Your Excellency, your residence is ready. I am James Brain, currently responsible for managing this estate, and I am honored to serve as your steward during your stay in the capital." Brain. Gawain recalled the surname, smiled thoughtfully, and remarked, "Ah, yes, Holly Brain, the young attendant who once served Charles." The surname Brain was indeed bestowed upon him by Charles. The middle-aged man, who referred to himself as James Bryan, bore a hint of astonishment. Anyone fortunate enough to engage with an ancient figure, especially one who was acquainted with their own ancestors, would likely experience a similar sense of wonder. Indeed, Holly Bryan was indeed an ancestor, and our family had served as royal attendants for generations. The royal family's direct enterprises in the capital were managed by members of the Bryan lineage. Gavin chuckled lightly. Ah, this house is now a royal property. James Bryan broke out in a cold sweat. This topic was undoubtedly the most awkward of the day in the capital. It felt akin to being bound to a chair while reciting the adolescent melancholic literature penned in one's youth. However, Gavin merely jested, swiftly moving past the subject. Let us not make too much fuss. I shan't be here for long. James Bryan straightened. I have received orders and shall dedicate myself to serving you diligently. Preparing the estate is our responsibility. Perhaps to clear out the ticket sellers at the entrance and the guides inside. Communicating with beings from another realm is truly cumbersome. The punchlines simply do not connect. Gavin waved his hand dismissively, dismounting and handing the reins to a servant who had long been waiting at the side. He then led his great-great-granddaughter and a large entourage into the ancient residence that had stood for 7 centuries. Indeed, as the previous court official had indicated, the historic and significant mansions along Crown Street not only retained their charm, but were also continuously maintained to preserve their original appearance. 7 centuries had passed, and even with the existence of such unscientific phenomena as magic, many things should have long since decayed. Therefore, Gavin was almost certain that at least half of the items here were no longer the originals, merely resembling what once was. Yet, he himself was indifferent to these details. After all, he was not truly Gavin Cecil. After traversing a modest garden and forecourt and passing through a short corridor, they arrived at the main hall. As the residence of the founding duke, the scale of number 4 Crown Street was indeed somewhat modest. Any family capable of establishing a presence in the capital could easily construct a house twice this size. Thus, Amber remarked upon entering, "This is it. It's far less impressive than I imagined." "This was built 7 centuries ago," Gavin replied with a sidelong glance at the half-elf. "Back then, Silver Fort was only a bit larger than this." "I think it's rather nice," Rebecca murmured. "The castle I inhabit has a larger foundation, but in many aspects, it seems inferior to this place." Amber shot her an incredulous look. "Well, of course. After all, you're nearly bankrupt." "Do not throw fireballs here," Gavin interjected, gently pressing down on Rebecca and Amber's heads. "And you, behave yourself. Just because you excel at escaping doesn't mean you should act recklessly. One day, if you encounter a shadow master, you might find yourself in dire straits." After directing Sir Byron and the soldiers to settle in under the servant's guidance, he arranged for Betty to assist in the kitchen with dinner. The young girl's frying pan would finally come in handy. Gavin then began to stroll about the main hall. Everything has truly been preserved. After circling twice, Gavin quietly marveled as memories flooded his mind, resonating with every object he beheld, although many items were no longer the originals. The familiarity derived from his recollections compelled him to express his awe. Rebecca followed closely behind, her curiosity mingled with a complex array of emotions, surveying the furnishings in the main hall. The initial pioneers all had descendants, many of whom resided on Crown Street today. Yet she, the descendant of the most illustrious of pioneers, the current head of the Cecil family, had only now come to see the dwelling of her ancestors. Many items here she had only encountered in family tomes, such as the ancient battle axe hanging on the wall of the main hall. This was one from Charlie during a sword duel back in the day. "It has hardly a legendary weapon, just a dwarven axe," Gavin remarked, pointing at the axe on the wall while rummaging through his memories. "That I wonder how those stout fellows developed. They barely reach my waist yet possess such strength." This hefty axe would be cumbersome for human soldiers, yet they wield it as if it were a feather. Rebecca's attention was caught by the name Gavin had mentioned. Charlie. Could it be the founding ancestor? Charlie Moan, today known as Charles I. Who else could it be? Gavin smiled. The Charlie I speak of can only be him. Though he merely donned the guise of Gavin Cecil, the sensation of speaking in the first person was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, Gavin's intent was not merely for the thrill of self-aggrandizement. He genuinely needed to familiarize himself with this identity in numerous situations. This identity of Gavin Cecil would undoubtedly prove invaluable for the foreseeable future. Amber, however, displayed little interest in matters of family history or the kingdom's secrets. After surveying the hall and contemplating what would happen should she attempt to steal something, the professionally minded yet self-preserving half-elf settled onto a sofa, swinging her legs and glancing around. "So, are you intent on coming here to pack up and take away the belongings? After all, your descendants are on the verge of squandering the family fortune, and opportunities to pilfer items like today are rare." Gavin stared in disbelief. Where did that line of reasoning come from? Amber beamed with pride. "Don't be shy. It's a perfectly normal thought. If you're worried about carrying too much, you could entrust it to me. I can help you clear this place out without anyone noticing. Given my skills, I could empty this place in about 3 trips for groceries." A thief candidly discussing how to abscond with belongings certainly was a rare breed. Amber had evolved from the disgrace of her race to the disgrace of her profession, achieving a remarkable feat. "Spare me. If I truly wish to take something, I wouldn't need your assistance." Gavin waved his hand, interrupting Amber's impractical ideas. Even Francis too isn't foolish enough to be overly meticulous about such matters. Amber blinked. "All right, fair enough. That I do see that most of the items here aren't particularly valuable. They are mostly replicas, except for that axe and the vase at the entrance." "Oh, the vase is also fake. Goodness, how has this girl managed to appraise everything here in such a short time? If you possess such abilities, could you spare a bit of that energy to manage your own mouth and perhaps cultivate some courage?" Seeing that no one was willing to engage her, Amber swung her legs for a while before seeking a new topic. "So, why did you insist on dragging me here? I'm neither your knight nor a soldier. I'm merely a passing thief. What assistance can I offer? First, you disturbed my grave. Although you claim it was to seek refuge, according to kingdom law, that remains a crime punishable by hanging. The aggrieved party. I absolve you of your guilt. Don't you think you owe it to me to assist in some manner?" Gavin regarded Amber. "Second, I genuinely value your abilities, not for your thieving skills, but for your talents as a shadow master. This is the capital, and countless individuals with various agendas are watching this place and each of us. Byron excels only in direct combat, while Rebecca only knows fireball spells, and I have yet to fully regain my strength. Thus, I truly need you, a highly skilled shadow master. Would this answer satisfy you, Miss Amber?" Gavin's tone grew serious in the latter part of his statement, and Amber was momentarily taken aback by his earnestness. She had never anticipated that Gavin would address her so gravely. Being a petty thief, she could never have imagined being earnestly entrusted by a noble, especially one as legendary as Duke Cecil. She could boast about this for half a year. "Ew. Now that you've said it so seriously, I'll help," the half-elf said, somewhat awkwardly turning her face away, "but do flatter me a bit more. Just mention the shadow master part and how skilled I am a few more times. And I won't ask you for any payment." Gavin glanced at Rebecca. "Can you control fireball spells to the extent that they merely char one's face without causing death, Amber?" Yet, Amber did not experience the fiery fate of having a fireball smeared on her face. For at that moment, the butler of the Bryan family made his entrance to "My lord, there are guests," James remarked with courtesy. Slightly bowing, "Prince Edmund has come to visit." Chapter 27. The Matter of Inheritance in the Reception Room. Gavin met with His Highness the Prince, accompanied by Rebecca, whom Gavin had brought along for a broader perspective. Edmund Mohn, the most favored offspring of the current king of Ansu. Francis de Gao Wen was previously unacquainted with this prince. However, in preparation for his journey to the royal capital, he deliberately sought the counsel of Hetty and Lord Andrew to assimilate a wealth of knowledge pertaining to the contemporary royal family. Consequently, he became well-versed in various matters regarding the current monarchy. Francis, too, now advanced in years, found himself with few heirs. Aside from his youngest son, Edmund Mohn, he had only one son and one daughter. His eldest son, the Prince of Wales, displayed exceedingly mediocre abilities and was inherently timid, lacking in the art of political maneuvering. For a protracted period, he had been a source of great concern for the aging king. Yet, being the sole son in the king's earlier life, he was designated as the crown prince for an extensive 17 years. Eventually, however, Francis too was blessed with children in his old age. As a favored concubine bore him a pair of twins, Princess Veronica Mohn and Prince Edmund Mohn, that in stark contrast to the lackluster Prince of Wales. This pair of twins emerged as prodigies, exhibiting extraordinary talents from a tender age. Both their martial skills and intellect garnered high praise from their court instructors. The old king, who had long been troubled by the issue of succession, found solace in this development. Without hesitation, he revoked the crown prince status of his eldest son and prepared to bequeath the rights of succession to his new offspring. This decision met with unanimous approval from both the court and the populace. Even the Prince of Wales accepted the arrangement with equanimity. The line of succession is not restricted by gender. Nonetheless, the title of Crown Prince ultimately fell upon Edmund Morn, not by the king's design, but because Princess Veronica voluntarily renounced her claim to the throne prior to the announcement of the new heir, choosing instead to embrace the Church of the Holy Light, becoming a nun in the resplendent cathedral, and has since ascended to a high-ranking priest. This outcome was evidently preordained. The old king dutifully bestowed his blessings upon his daughter and sent her into the church, subsequently naming Edmund as the crown prince, thus ensuring a remarkably smooth transition in the succession of the Anjou royal family. Many speculate that Princess Veronica's decision to join the church was a strategic maneuver by the royal family, positioning a high-ranking member of royal blood within the self-contained structure of the Church of the Holy Light. Moreover, a princess who willingly relinquished her claim to the throne in favor of devoting herself to the deity of light is indeed a figure the church could hardly refuse, both in terms of symbolic significance and practical advantage. Conversely, there are dissenting voices who interpret this as a sign of the church's growing influence, potentially encroaching upon the royal authority. Both opinions have their proponents. However, in Gao Wen's view, they all belong to the realm of strategic deceivers, for they merely engage in idle chatter. Gao Wen held little interest in the intricate power dynamics hidden behind these royal tales, or rather, he felt himself ill-equipped to contemplate such matters of division at present. Consequently, he directed his attention to the young man before him. Edmund Morn was a strikingly handsome youth, exuding both martial vigor and a composed scholarly demeanor. His comportment was so impeccably standard that it seemed to be drawn from a textbook. After a brief exchange of greetings, Gao Wen leaned toward Rebecca and whispered, "Did you see that? Take notes. Stop daydreaming about hurling fireballs at people." Rebecca was tempted to remind her ancestor that it was he who just moments ago had encouraged her to use fireballs against others. But fearing a reprimand, she refrained from speaking up. Edmund wore a well-mannered and considerate smile. "I hope you find your stay here to your liking. Should the servants or maids fall short in any regard, please do not hesitate to inform Butler James. Rest assured, there is nothing that feels more comfortable than residing in one's own home." Gao Wen replied as he settled into a high-back chair. "You have maintained this place quite well. It remains largely unchanged from 700 years ago. You even restored my favorite tea set. That is commendable. Preserving the abode of a hero is tantamount to safeguarding our honor." Edmund remarked with curiosity and respect, "Did I admit, I grew up hearing tales of your exploits. Did I even possess a replica of the weapons and armor you once wielded, imagining that one day I might expand territories and protect the people like you did. Alas, whether as crown prince or king, such freedom is unattainable." Gao Wen scrutinized the prince several times, until Edmund, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, shifted in his seat and inquired, "Is there something amiss with me? Speak with me more casually." As if I were not an austere old man, Gao Wen waved his hand dismissively. "I may have been dead for 700 years, but I was only 35 when I passed. I am not much older than you." Edmund's expression turned slightly awkward. You do have a point that I cannot help but add those 700 years to your age. Indeed, there is a generational gap of 7 centuries, Gao Wen chuckled. For instance, our conversations back in the day were far more straightforward. One could get right to the point after a simple brawl or a drink, yet modern society insists on lengthy pleasantries. Edmund appeared momentarily taken aback, then suddenly laughed, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "I knew you wouldn't be as difficult to converse with as my father suggested. He spent ages cautioning me to prioritize etiquette. I told him that excessive small talk could be quite irksome. This manner of speaking is quite to my liking." Gao Wen nodded. "So let us be forthright. You have come to gauge my intentions?" "You may be a bit too blunt," Edmund replied, taken aback. "Ancients were indeed more candid." Gao Wen waved his hand. "After all, those who have been dead for centuries will not rise from their graves to confront me. At least in human society, I am the only one who can freely interpret the ancients as I see fit, so you need not conceal your thoughts. I presume your father sent you to ascertain what I, having suddenly re-emerged from the grave, intend to do, correct?" Edmund shrugged. "That is not precisely my father's directive. He is exceedingly cautious. Even if he wishes to understand your motives, he would not send me directly to inquire in such a brash manner." This is my own initiative, and I am genuinely curious about your purpose. Gao Wen gestured for him to continue. You have been awake for quite some time now. You must be aware that numerous changes have transpired over these 7 centuries. Particularly, the transformations of a century past, Edmund remarked, glancing at Rebecca. You come in pursuit of the interests of the Cecil family, do you not? This inquiry was overly broad that I certainly do seek the interests of the Cecil family. Yet the crux lies in which specific interests. Gao Wen scrutinized the prince. From my perspective, there are numerous claims I could lay. The most immediate, the hereditary dukedom and the southern territories of the Cecil family, represent substantial points for discussion. Would they not? Edmund was momentarily taken aback, seemingly uncertain whether Gao Wen's assertion was earnest. Yet he forced a smile and replied, Your title and lands were inherited by your descendants upon your death. Subsequently, your heirs violated the laws of the kingdom, rendering them incapable of retaining their titles and lands. All of this transpired within the framework of the kingdom's laws. Gao Wen adjusted his posture, leaning closer to Edmund, a smirk playing on his lips. Indeed, according to the kingdom's laws. However, according to those laws, my heirs can only fully inherit my title and lands upon my death, and while I am still alive. Only my eldest son possesses my secondary title and limited legal agency rights. Note, while all other descendants of the Cecil family hold merely noble status without any legal authority. Clearly, I am alive, and there is no provision in Ansu law that addresses how to define the inheritance rights of one who has been resurrected, nor how contradictions arising during the periods of validity and invalidity should be resolved. Legal agency rights, in Ansu law, refer to the rights of qualified noble offspring to act in the name of the family, enjoying corresponding privileges and bearing corresponding risks and responsibilities. Edmund. Gao Wen spread his hands. Thus, the first premise falls short. Inheritance is rendered void. The Groman of a century ago ought not to have been a marquis. Nor should he have wielded any legal agency rights of the Cecil family. You merely seize what was never rightfully his in the first place. Rebecca stared in astonishment at her ancestor, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Meanwhile, Amber, eavesdropping from the adjacent room, glanced at Sir Byron, astonished. How impressive! He is even bolder than I am. Prince Edmund, seated before Gao Wen, was on the brink of losing composure, his lips twitching as he struggled to articulate. But when the laws were formulated, who could have anticipated you would suddenly return to life? Moreover, you have indeed died once, therefore, when conversing with me. It is best to set aside those logical principles, for they became obsolete the moment I rose from my tomb. Gao Wen chuckled. I am certainly not here for the lands that have been claimed, nor for the titles of my descendants. I am well aware of the reckless deeds of that spendthrift from a century ago. Had I been in his place, I would have dealt with him severely. The royal family's ruling was not erroneous. Nor do I intend to overturn it, that I merely wish to convey that if I truly wish to engage in a detailed discussion regarding the inheritance rights of the Cecil family in accordance with the kingdom's legal code, there are myriad intricacies I could delve into. After all, a plethora of stipulations surrounding inheritance are predicated upon my being alive or dead. Well, I understand now. Edmund raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. You mentioned earlier that people from 7 centuries ago spoke with utmost candor and were not adept at circumlocution. Yet it seems you may be even more formidable than my debate mentor. I have not only endured the savage era of Ansu, but have also witnessed the zenith of the Gondor Empire. So do not underestimate the ancients from 700 years past. Gao Wen smirked. When we were barbaric, we could consume raw flesh and blood, and in our elegance, we could bestow 36 names upon a single type of red wine, each accompanied by a sonnet of 14 lines. This is indeed impressive, Edmund conceded with genuine admiration. Might we delve into the details regarding your discussion with my father tomorrow at noon? Gao Wen nodded, thinking to himself that, indeed, today's exchange was the true negotiation, far more significant than the public meeting scheduled for tomorrow. Chapter 28. A new visitor. Edmund Mohn departed with a smile, evidently satisfied with the negotiations. However, the prince declined Gao Wen's kind invitation to stay for dinner, stating he must return to Silver Keep promptly, as the old king awaited his good news. Once Edmund had left, Rebecca began to speak. He appears to be a very amiable individual. I had anticipated the crown prince would be particularly difficult to engage with, burdened by the weight of countless courtly formalities. That is because he was in the presence of a venerable ancestor from 7 centuries ago, rather than a decrepit border viscount. Gao Wen remarked, casting a glance at Rebecca. Do you believe that his demeanor here reflects his usual self? Quite the opposite. It is precisely because his conduct aligns almost perfectly with my communication style that I am certain he has done his homework. Rebecca blinked in surprise. After pondering for a moment, Gao Wen explained. The art of negotiation, when distilled, ultimately reduces to the simple principle of tailoring one's discourse to the audience at hand. He initially approached as a prince, showing appropriate decorum and maturity before a highly esteemed noble patriarch. Upon recognizing my manner of speech and attitude, he instantly adopted a more relaxed and humorous tone, making me more inclined to engage further with him. A remarkable skill indeed. Rebecca scratched her head, perplexed. Gao Wen sighed. Perhaps you should focus on mastering the 4 techniques of fireball casting instead. Even if Rebecca were somewhat single-minded, she could sense Gao Wen's profound exasperation. She suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. Ancestor. Am I a bit too slow-witted in this regard? Each has their strengths. Your talents lie elsewhere, so there is no need to force it, Gao Wen reassured her, patting her head, for being tall has its advantages. To be frank, I do not particularly enjoy the intricacies of such cunning tactics. I much prefer the days when we recklessly charged across the wilderness, unperturbed by the specter of death, carving a path forward. Rebecca nodded, half comprehending before curiously inquired. By the way, ancestor, was what you just said true, Gao Wen? What do you mean? Rebecca earnestly asked. Did you really name a single type of red wine with over 30 names, each accompanied by a sonnet of 14 lines? Gao Wen sighed. Of course, it is true. That sounds incredibly impressive. Yet in reality, it stemmed from our poverty, as during that time, the pioneering groups had not yet reached the Holy Spirit plains. Before we discovered agricultural areas, it was a challenge for everyone to fill their bellies. The 30-plus names for a single wine arose because we had only one type of wine, and it was the last barrel. The accompanying sonnets emerged from sheer lack of entertainment. Thus, one must understand that the elaborate rituals and customs of the nobility are either born from excess or stifled by hunger, fundamentally a manifestation of utter boredom. Rebecca's eyes sparkled, feeling enriched with remarkable knowledge. These were lessons Aunt Hetty had never imparted. At that moment, the window of the room was suddenly pushed open, and Amber leaped inside, flopping down onto a chair, swinging her legs and teasing Gao Wen. You're quite amusing for an old man. After that little speech of yours, my opinion of you surpasses that of all the nobles. Stop calling me old man. I am in the prime of my life. Gao Wen shot a glare at Amber. Were you not supposed to be patrolling outside? Did you sneak in to be lazy? Amber wiggled in her chair, seemingly unable to remain still. I did patrol, but found nothing, so I came in for a drink. Surely, you cannot deny me a moment of respite. By the way, how can you be so certain that someone would sneak in? Look at the prince. He entered through the front door. If the prince were to scale the walls, Charles would probably leap out of his coffin like me. Gao Wen smirked, yet not everyone who seeks information from me will come through the front door. I am here today precisely to await such individuals. All right, you are the boss now. Amber waved her hand dismissively, pouring herself a cup of tea and gulping it down. She then stood and moved toward the window. But before leaping out, she turned back and stealthily snatched 2 muffins meant for tea from Gao Wen's table. It's cold outside. I need a little something to tide me over. Gao Wen regretted not having the sword of the pioneers in hand, that he then turned his attention to his N1 great-granddaughter. You should return to your room and rest. You must be in peak condition for your meeting with the king tomorrow. Rebecca nodded and promptly asked, And what about you, ancestor? I am accustomed to staying up late, and I intend to visit the study. Gao Wen replied, The IT is somewhat of a homecoming. I must see how much this place has changed. Rebecca obediently bid Gao Wen good night and left the room, while Gao Wen lingered for a moment before heading to the study on the 2nd floor. Gao Wen Cecil was renowned for his prowess in combat. Yet he was not merely a brute who knew only how to wield a sword. In truth, he could also be considered a scholar and herbalist, enjoying reading in his leisure time. Thus, within the residence at No. for Crown Street, there existed not only a chamber for storing weapons, armor, and spoils of war, but also a substantial library. Seated at the restored desk from later generations, Gao Wen pondered while gently tapping his fingers on the tabletop. His gaze traversed the ancient bookshelves and the paintings adorning the walls, eventually settling back on the desk. Memories that did not belong to him surged forth once more, instilling within him an inexplicable familiarity with the surroundings. He marveled at the diligence of those who lived after him. They had not only restored the furniture, but had even placed the magical ink feather quill and paper in the positions most familiar to Gao Wen Cecil in his lifetime. This almost obsessive restoration evoked a sense of unease within him, as if someone had foreseen his return and meticulously prepared for it. Yet while the memories were vivid, they ultimately were not his own, making it challenging to forge an emotional connection. Gao Wen soon withdrew his gaze and leaned down to explore beneath the desk that a hidden compartment was revealed. He felt the cool touch of metal beneath his fingertips and, upon locating a pull ring on its surface, withdrew a small, exquisite box from its concealment that exuded a chilly silver sheen, remarkably preserved after 7 centuries. Upon seeing this small box, Gao Wen breathed a sigh of relief. It remains. Perhaps half of the items within this residence are no longer original, but some treasures can endure for over 7 centuries, such as a small safe crafted from mithril. The box was intricately engraved with magical patterns. And in addition to these designs, it bore a crest of a sword and shield, along with delicate inscriptions and the joint seals of Charles I and Gao Wen Cecil. These symbols and texts, combined with the ancestral secret orders passed down within the Mon family, the Answer royal lineage, ensure that even if someone were to reconstruct the house's framework and stumbled upon this small box, it would be sealed away in its original location once more. However, this was also contingent upon the timing of Gao Wen's revival. Ancient secrets and the intimidation of his forebears would wane as time progressed, especially as the Second Dynasty emerged and the influence of the First Dynasty dwindled. Had he arrived any later and the residence undergone another comprehensive renovation, the fate of this small box would be uncertain. Gao Wen solemnly placed the small box on the table that if the most crucial objective of this journey to the royal capital was the permanent exploration rights, then this mithril safe before him represented the second most significant goal. His decision not to bring Rebecca along to seek this box was not due to a lack of trust in his theoretical descendant, but rather because he could not ascertain whether the box still existed. What if, with an air of ancestral mystery, he led the young lady here only for her to discover, upon searching the ground, that nothing remained? That would be quite awkward. Gao Wen infused the magical patterns on the box's surface with his own power, then applied a drop of his blood to the center of the crest. Instantly, the magical artifact emitted a series of crisp mechanical sounds, and its lid gently popped open. Inside, there were few items. Aside from several crystals that had lost their magical potency and now served merely as ornaments, there lay a palm-sized disc of platinum. Gao Wen temporarily set aside the fragments of crystal and picked up the disc. Scrutinizing it, its surface was similarly etched with intricate magical patterns. But in addition to these, there were characters that seemed to float above the disc, quivering slightly. These were the seals used for communication with the elements. Well, the key is now in my possession, Gao Wen muttered under his breath, stowing the crystal and the disc into his cloak. However, just as he began to rise, a sudden gust of wind brushed past his ear. He swiftly grabbed a short sword that was resting on the table, his muscles taut and ready for combat. This keen sense and reflex indeed confirm your identity. A young woman's voice floated in from outside the window. Only then did Gao Wen notice that the study window had been opened at some point, and a veiled woman in a flowing purple gown appeared seemingly out of thin air. Gliding toward the window, "Please relax. Individuals like us, once engaged in combat, might inadvertently alarm half the city." Before she could finish, a swift shadow suddenly leapt down from the rooftop, accompanied by Amber's loud exclamations. "Thief! I've finally caught you, Amber, a master of shadow affinity, fully proficient in stealth and shadow steps, was sent flying by the mysterious woman with ease, despite her minimal combat prowess. Yet, the mysterious woman seemed startled as well. After knocking Amber aside, she appeared momentarily taken aback. What was that? Gao Wen, gripping his short sword, remained on high alert. "If I am not mistaken, that was my bodyguard, Dada. My apologies," the mysterious woman hastily replied, her demeanor surprisingly courteous. She glanced in the direction Amber had fallen and turned to explain, "I acted on impulse when I suddenly emerged. Please do not worry. She will be unconscious only for a short while." Gao Wen exhaled slightly, though his demeanor remained unyielding. "Who exactly are you?" "Apologies. It seems my entrance was somewhat inconsiderate," the mysterious woman said as she stood on the windowsill, bowing politely. "The Mithril Vault sends its regards. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your VIP representative, Melita Pena, and I am responsible for your deposits within the Mithril Vault. Gao Wen furrowed his brow. My Little Pony, Chapter 29. The Mithril Vault. Hearing Gao Wen's instinctive utterance, the veiled woman blinked in slight confusion. My name is Melita Pena. The pronunciation may indeed differ from names commonly found in the northern realms. Gao Wen quickly reined in his wandering thoughts. Oh, I apologize, please disregard that. It was my mispronunciation. He cleared his throat, striving to adopt a more serious demeanor, also attempting to salvage the atmosphere. So, Miss Agent from the Mithril Vault, your unexpected visit at this late hour, and through the window. No less, does it pertain to something urgent? The woman leapt down from the windowsill and approached Gao Wen. Entering through the window was a necessity, as I cannot ascertain how many eyes are watching this place. Your belongings left in the Mithril Vault are classified as top secret. According to our agreement, whether for deposit or withdrawal, this process must remain confidential. As she spoke, her eyes, which glowed faintly with a lavender hue in the dim light, fixated on Gao Wen. Though her veiled face concealed her expression, her eyes unmistakably exhibited a scrutinizing gaze. Gao Wen's mind raced, recalling the Mithril Vault. He had some knowledge of it from his memories. The Mithril Vault was not a clandestine organization. In fact, most sentient beings in this world were aware of its existence. Yet, no one dared to claim they truly understood its nature on the surface. It appeared as a comprehensive treasury, capable of safeguarding wealth and treasures alike. For a sufficient fee, one could entrust them with virtually anything. At least, that was the narrative propagated by the Mithril Vault. And to this day, there had been no reported losses of entrusted items. The vault also provided lending services with countless agents and branches across the world, as long as one met their credit standards. Anyone could easily locate them and borrow money or other items, provided they adhered to two stipulations. First, the amount one could borrow depended entirely on the vault's assessment of them, a standard that had never been disclosed. Second, repayment was mandatory. The Mithril Vault ensured that every copper coin lent would be retrieved with interest. Just as there had never been reports of lost items entrusted to the vault, so too had no one ever escaped its debts. It was said that a cunning fire elemental lord once attempted to defy this rule. Though elemental beings had no need for currency, this eccentric lord borrowed a hefty sum from the Mithril Vault and returned to the elemental realm, preparing to revel in the folly of mortals. Yet, in the end, he repaid all his debts, and on the third day after the repayment deadline, the Lord's core and elemental shards appeared at an auction in the north, yielding an amount that precisely covered his debts and late fees. This illustrates that the Mithril Vault deals not solely with humans. In fact, it engages in transactions with all sentient races. Anyone with monetary needs is a potential client of the vault. Even the enigmatic elves of the south and the stolid dwarves of the west are no exceptions. It is rumored that even in the caves of goblins, one can find outposts of the Mithril Vault that no one knows whether this organization was founded by humans, elves, or another race. It simply exists, impervious even to the magical tides that swept through 7 centuries ago. In fact, the establishment of the Ansu Kingdom was facilitated by one of its loans, though Charles I ultimately repaid that sum. The vault's representative continued to observe Gao Wen with curiosity, while he composed himself. Swiftly organizing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, he realized that tonight's unexpected visitor likely pertained to a transaction from 7 centuries past. The Gao and Cecil of that era had evidently been a client of the Mithril Vault. But the crucial detail was, his mind was devoid of any memory regarding it. Gao Wen had no recollection of what his ancestor Cecil had entrusted to the Mithril Vault 7 centuries ago. As he grappled with this revelation, he instinctively sought to fabricate an excuse to mask his memory lapse. But just as the words were on the cusp of escaping his lips, he caught sight of the scrutinizing gaze of the My Little Pony lady. A thought struck him. This woman was shrouded in mystery, and until he discerned her true nature, he ought to minimize variables as much as possible. Deceit could lead to complications. There are certain unique races with innate abilities to detect lies. He composed himself and met Melita's gaze. What did I store back then? You do not recall? Melita's eyes softened slightly, as if she were smiling. Perhaps it is due to slumbering for too long? I have been asleep for 7 centuries. It seems I may have indeed forgotten some things, Gao Wen remarked, tapping his head to be by the way. Do you continue to safeguard entrusted items, even if the original depositor has passed away? Normally, the death of the depositor signifies the termination of the contract. After that, the entrusted item is handled in one of two ways. If there is a clearly designated heir, we will return the item to them. If there are no lawful heirs, the item becomes the property of the mithril vault. Melita was indeed smiling, and as she slightly raised her hand, an exquisitely crafted small vault materialized in her grasp. However, what you entrusted was rather unique. You specifically purchased indefinite storage services for it, meaning that as long as the mithril vault remains operational, your item will be stored permanently, and only you can retrieve it. As she spoke, she added, "You paid a considerable price for this service back then. When your death was reported, we feared." Melita smiled gently. Maximizing customer convenience is the guiding principle of the mithril vault, which aids clients in settling their accounts more efficiently. Of course, your bill was settled 7 centuries ago. As she spoke, she fully opened the chest and handed it to Gawain, who looked down to find it contained merely a dull crystal. Wait, this crystal seems somewhat familiar. Gawain momentarily suppressed his curiosity and looked up at Melita. By the way, why did you choose to seek me out now? Is this part of the agreement from our transaction years ago? Not quite, Melita replied with a gentle shake of her head. That we simply require some time to verify your resurrection, that I had initially intended to meet you on your way to the capital. But your route is rather unconventional. I was uncertain of your plans, so I decided to wait for you here in the capital. By the way, I have been waiting for quite some time, and the price of rice here is exorbitant. Not to mention the rent. However, as you are a valued client, I shall waive this expense, Gawain replied. Then why mention it at all? He turned his head slightly and remarked, indeed, the rice prices in the capital are steep. The guard I employ has quite an appetite, and with the injuries you inflicted, the cost of his recovery will likely be significant. That I won't be charging you for that either. Melita seemed to stifle a laugh, her smile appearing somewhat forced beneath her veil. Ultimately, she shook her head and extended an item toward him. Therefore, Mr. Gawain Cecil, this transaction has been successfully completed, and as a distinguished client of the mithril vault, you shall receive a gift. Gawain curiously accepted it, only to discover it was a silver white ring. What is this? The mithril ring. Every distinguished client receives one upon completing their first transaction. Through it, you can always contact your dedicated agent, the VIP specialist, should you encounter any financial difficulties in the future or have treasures that require safekeeping. Simply reach out to me. Of course, for minor services, you may also visit the nearest mithril vault agency with this ring, and it will grant you numerous benefits. With that, she turned and walked toward the window from which she had come. Gawain raised the ring in his hand. That I hope to never find myself in a position where I need to borrow money from you. Melita, now back on the windowsill, turned her head and smiled at Gawain. Trust me, Mr. Gawain, everyone may encounter financial troubles. The mithril vault will always be open to clients in need. Upon hearing such a pitch reminiscent of credit card sales from a past life, Gawain waved his hand dismissively. All right, I understand. Miss My Little Pony, you should head back. The rice prices here are indeed quite high. Melita slipped away, perhaps due to the rice prices or her title, but she did not look back. Vanishing into thin air. Moments later, her figure reappeared in a small loft at the top of the residence. It was a place seldom disturbed, typically used for storing miscellaneous items, and now was cluttered with bedding, pillows, pots, and dishes. Melita had not lied. She had indeed been waiting for quite a while. As she packed her belongings, the agent shook her head. Fortunately, the food consists of your family's rice. Chapter 30. Tonight, so many visitors. Gawain stood by the window for a while, until he confirmed that the presence of the My Little Pony had completely vanished. He sighed and quickly began to close the window. Just as the window was about to shut, a shadow darted up from below, accompanied by Amber's exclamations. Hey, uncle, I just saw a little thief. Smack, Gawain. Moments later, the beleaguered Miss Amber finally steadied herself on the ground, clutching her forehead, an ice pack adorning her face. Glaring at Gawain, you can't just do that. How was I to know you would suddenly leap in through the window? Gawain glanced at her, wondering what had gone awry today. Was no one capable of entering through the front door? I am a thief. Are you looking down on my professional integrity by suggesting I use the front door? Amber exclaimed, indignant. Besides, I was just sent flying. Are you going to discuss how my injury is compensated or not? Aren't you nobles supposed to be generous? Gawain looked at the still lively Amber and determined that aside from her unfortunate collision with the window frame, she was hardly injured. He shook his head. I have no money at the moment, but I will compensate you when I do. Before she could respond, Gawain continued, I am an elder. I wouldn't lie to you, would I? Amber narrowed her eyes. You said it. I have a good memory. Gawain waved his hand, instructing the excitable half-elf to remain still, then approached the desk, examining the crystals laid out before him. There were 5 crystals. One was the one Melita had just given him, a relic from 7 centuries ago, which should theoretically be a significant item entrusted to the mithril vault by Gawain Cecil. However, for reasons unknown, he could not recall any corresponding memories. The other 4 crystals were retrieved from the mithril safe in his study. Yet, Gawain was unaware of their origins. That he clearly remembered the mithril safe, but regarding its contents, he only recalled the platinum disc, a key that could unlock a now-forgotten warehouse for the remaining crystals. He could only picture the moment he placed them in the safe, but he could not remember where they had come from. It was as if all memories related to these crystals had been erased. As he fiddled with the crystals, he noted that while they were made of the same material, the crystal from the mithril vault was obviously intact, perfectly symmetrical, resembling a palm-sized spindle without a point, with a faint blue glow visible at its center. The other 4 crystals, however, were evidently fragments, remnants of another spindle. Gawain attempted to piece them together, discovering they could form no more than 2/3 of a complete spindle. What are these? Amber, who had grown bored after a few minutes of standing idly, fluttered over to Gawain's side. Crystals, but they look so dull. They seem worthless. Gawain did not look up. That it's fortunate they appear worthless. Otherwise, I might have to silence you to prevent you from having ideas about them. Amber dramatically clutched her chest. Wow, you nobles are so cruel. Gawain cast a curious glance her way. You always speak of nobles. Do you harbor a grudge against them? No grudge, but isn't it natural for the poor to criticize the nobility? Amber rolled her eyes. Regardless of life, death, or natural disasters, it must surely be the nobility's fault. Gawain regarded Amber with a bemused expression. That doesn't sound like the mindset of a true impoverished person. A genuine beggar wouldn't have the audacity. Amber puffed up with pride that, of course, an ordinary beggar wouldn't be able to shadow walk. Gawain chose to ignore the rambunctious half-elf, waving his hand to send her off to fetch Rebecca. Call that little lord. Amber blinked, glancing at the crystals before Gawain. Wait, could these actually be valuable? Gawain was perplexed by her sudden line of thought. Why would you think that? Amber elaborated confidently. Given the atmosphere and what you just mentioned about the mithril vault's agent, it clearly feels like you're about to discuss inheritance. Could it be that the Cecil family's legacy lies within these crystals? Gawain broke into a cold sweat. That if you don't leave now, I'll use a sword to pin you against the wall. Amber swiftly transformed into shadows, gradually fading into the air. Gawain exhaled slowly, finally enjoying the quiet he longed for, allowing himself to ponder the unsettling question that lingered in his mind. What truly lay behind his resurrection or possession? Initially, he had thought it all merely coincidental, that he had floated through the skies until he reached the end of a device's lifespan, after which the escape system had dropped him, fortuitously emerging from someone else's ancestral grave. But now it seemed perhaps his arrival was indeed an accident. Yet Gawain Cecil's resurrection was not that a person destined for a short life, who had genuinely died early, would not purchase a permanent storage solution at the mithril vault. Unless he had foreseen the day he would reclaim his belongings. That, of course, it was also possible that he simply had more money than sense. Though that possibility seemed too slim to entertain, that Gawain's fingers unconsciously traced the surface of the desk, writing 3 Chinese characters. Who am I, Gao Wen, hailing from Earth, met his demise in a tragic air disaster in his previous life, and has since traversed to this realm. Although the underlying principles of this transition remain shrouded in mystery, he has spent countless millennia suspended in the heavens, bearing witness to the inexorable passage of time and the myriad transformations of this world. Subsequently, he has inhabited the form of Gao Wen Cecil for a mere 2 months. His memories are impeccably intact, his personality remains unblemished, and his cognitive processes are both lucid and coherent. Thus, the scenario he most dreaded has not materialized. The source of concern must lie with Gao Wen Cecil himself, his resurrection. Could it be that this unexpected visitor has inadvertently caused a disruption? Upon reflection, the fact that a body, untouched by decay for 7 centuries, raises significant suspicions. Perhaps that legendary figure had orchestrated his return long ago, for a day when his unworthy descendants threatened to obliterate their ancestral legacy, or when those monstrous entities, intent on annihilation, threatened to breach the defenses once more, or even when 2 calamities converge simultaneously. Yet in the midst of all his calculations, he overlooked one crucial factor. A celestial soul had fortuitously descended. This train of thought indeed seems plausible. Furrowing his brow, Gao Wen mentally explored various possibilities, the majority of which remain unprovable. The only certainty is that he remains himself, that he refrained from pondering overly complex and meaningless questions about subconscious changes. Akin to how the brain cannot perceive its own thoughts or how those influenced by external factors remain oblivious to such influences. He deems it a waste of time to confine himself within the philosophical realm. It suffices to ascertain that his thoughts remain free, for only through clarity of mind can he fulfill his intended purpose. The sound of footsteps from outside the study interrupted Gao Wen's contemplation, followed by the unmistakable voice of Amber echoing at the door. "Let me tell you, your ancestor is quite the character that I in the dead of night. He encountered an agent of a mithril treasury and suddenly insisted on meeting you. I suspect he is about to discuss his inheritance. Oh, and by the way, that mithril treasury agent also punched me. You owe me for work-related injuries." The crackling sound of a fireball forming followed. Amber continued, "Of course, I'm not demanding payment right now." The door swung open, revealing Rebecca, with Amber peering curiously from behind her. "Ancestor, did you call for me?" Rebecca inquired while discreetly assessing Gao Wen's demeanor, despite knowing that the half-elf thief's ramblings were hardly trustworthy. Yet, being a perceptive lady of the lordship, she instinctively scrutinized her ancestor's visage to ascertain whether he was indeed preparing to discuss inheritance. Gao Wen turned to Amber. "Stay outside and prevent anyone from approaching. If another intruder enters, I won't just deny you compensation. I won't even pay you your wages." Amber rolled her eyes and muttered while approaching the window, "As if you've ever paid me." Gao Wen retorted, "Must you always use the window?" With remarkable professionalism, Miss Amber once again returned to her post through the window. Gao Wen sighed, feeling exasperated by such a disgraceful creature, and proceeded to his desk, carefully stowing away several crystals whose purpose eluded him for the time being that he then retrieved the platinum disc he had previously taken from the safe. Amber's earlier comments were not entirely unfounded. Indeed, he had something to disclose to her, he stated, quickly emphasizing that it was certainly not an inheritance discussion. Curiously, Rebecca gazed at the platinum disc in Gao Wen's hand. "What is this, a key? Used to unlock?" Just as Gao Wen began to elaborate, a shout from the rooftop interrupted him. "Little thief, I've caught you again." This was followed by a commotion above, and to Gao Wen's astonishment, there was no sound of Amber being thrown away. Could it be that a goose proficient in shadowy stealth had managed to ascend to the roof? A fog of confusion hung in the air. He promptly reached for the weapon beside his desk, preparing to investigate the situation alongside Rebecca. However, before he could move, a shadow suddenly surged forth within the study, and Amber leapt from the obscuring mist, dragging with her a seemingly unconscious young man clad in black leather armor. Gao Wen glanced at the newcomer, unable to suppress a remark. "Tonight, we have an abundance of visitors." Chapter 31. Shadow Sentinel. To be frank, Gao Wen was quite astonished to witness Amber capturing a person with such prowess. Had he seen this scene just an hour prior, he might not have been so taken aback. However, ever since that Shadow Master had been unceremoniously dispatched by a bank salesperson named My Little Pony, Gao Wen had ceased to place any expectations on her combat abilities. Rather than regarding her as a guard, it felt more akin to unleashing an alarm. Amber's shadow skills were indeed formidable. She could likely detect an assassin or spy and promptly alert him. Yet who would have anticipated that she would bring back a captive? As Amber returned with her prize, another series of hurried footsteps echoed outside the study, and soon Sir Byron burst through the door. "My lord, what is happening here?" Initially tasked with guarding the main entrance, he had been stirred by the commotion above. In contrast, during Lady Melita's visit, Amber had been swiftly knocked away, causing little disturbance. It's nothing. Just a petty thief who has been apprehended. Gao Wen waved off Byron. "You may return to your post. Tonight is rather tumultuous." Byron cast a perplexed glance at the scene within the study, noting Amber's triumphant demeanor and the figure sprawled on the floor. Nevertheless, in the face of duty, the middle-aged knight nodded. "Understood. How did you manage to capture him?" After Byron departed, Gao Wen regarded Amber with surprise. "You actually won. What do you mean by that expression?" Amber retorted, clearly displeased with Gao Wen's reaction. "My direct combat skills may be slightly lacking, but I am not entirely inept. I took down one of those creatures you referred to as aberrations before." Gao Wen continued to scrutinize her. Of course, it was primarily due to this fool's incompetence, Amber added. Had he engaged me directly, he might have prevailed, but instead he decided to flaunt his shadowy steps, resulting in my kicking him out of his shadow state. The shock between the shadow realm and the material world left him dazed. Gao Wen stared at her, bemused, reflecting that such a brutish maneuver could only be executed by someone of her unique caliber. Shadow step is a hallmark skill of rogues, and most practitioners possess some degree of shadow walking capability. However, the disparity between the ordinary rogue's ability and Amber's seemingly senseless prowess could hardly be overstated. It was as if they belonged to entirely different skill trees. Typically, a rogue can merely become temporarily invisible in the material realm and traverse the narrow confines between the material and shadow realms, what mages term the shadow threshold. This is an exceedingly perilous technique, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, demanding utmost precision and caution. A single misstep could plunge one into the shadow realm and become torn apart by its unspeakable denizens. Yet Amber, one could only wonder at the nature of her abilities that in ordinary circumstances, rogues merely need to focus on their footing. As long as they do not misstep, they need not fear falling into shadows. For shadow walking is also known as the solitary path, a truth every rogue recognizes. No matter how adept a shadow master may be, they cannot intrude upon another's shadow steps. Thus, a skilled rogue can navigate this precarious dance with ease. Yet, this is under normal conditions, when one is dancing on the edge of a blade, and an aberrant creature with a combat prowess of 1.5 goose suddenly kicks you. That changes everything. Amber continued to boast. It was quite amusing at the time. This fellow struck a particularly foolish pose, then suddenly slipped into shadow form. But I could see him clearly. I saw him crouching and sneaking up beside me. Brandishing a small knife, I pretended not to notice, and when he stood at the edge, I kicked him right out. Rebecca chose not to engage with Amber's antics, instead crouching beside Gao Wen to examine their unexpected guest. He won't wake up. Will he? Gao Wen shook his head. Hard to say. Normally, a trained rogue would feign unconsciousness, seamlessly controlling their heartbeat and breathing to remain undetected. However, the impact from the shadow threshold has left this professional unable to maintain composure. By the time he realizes something is amiss, he has already locked eyes with me. The nameless young man's expression appeared somewhat dazed, as if the unfolding events were beyond his expectations. He soon prepared to bite down on a concealed poison capsule for self-destruction, only to discover that it had been removed at some point. He had no choice but to seal his lips and remain silent. What is your name? What is your purpose? Who sent you? Gao Wen posed several questions to his companion, yet received no response whatsoever. As if the other party were deaf, Hupa swiftly drew a small dagger, spinning it deftly in her hand. Should we resort to torture to extract information? Though I lack expertise, I did observe some practical techniques during my escapades in the dungeons years ago. Rebecca looked utterly bewildered. What on earth did you steal from the dungeon? You wouldn't understand, Hupa replied with pride as she launched into an explanation. Many jailers, having acquired valuables from prisoners, would first stash them away in the nooks and crannies of the dungeon, awaiting the shift change to transport the goods, lest they be discovered by patrolling officers or lords. So I took advantage of that moment. Don't dwell on it. Torture would be futile. Gao Wen interrupted Hupa's boasting. The Royal Shadow Guards are specifically trained to serve the king, representing the elite among the elite, beyond their various special operations techniques. Their willpower is remarkably formidable. It's quite a stroke of luck for you to inadvertently capture such a skilled operative. You'll have enough tales to regale in the tavern for over half a year. He then glanced down at the young man, displaying a look of astonishment. However, during my lifetime, the Royal Shadow Guards were merely personal attendants, tasked primarily with gathering intelligence in extreme environments. How is it that, after 7 centuries, they have devolved to the level of petty thieves? The captured Shadow Guard stared at Gao Wen in shock, but before he could speak, Gao Wen continued. You wish to know how I discerned your identity? The Shadow Guard nodded slightly. Obviously, I personally crafted your titles and devised your initial training regimen. Gao Wen remarked, patting the Shadow Guard's cheek, that I was the instructor for the first generation of Royal Shadow Guards. Hupa gazed in disbelief at Gao Wen, whose towering stature approached 2 meters. You, a knight, taught stealth to the Shadow Guards. You instructed them in stealth. Gao Wen smiled faintly. No, I taught them physical conditioning and two-handed swordsmanship. Hupa appeared thoroughly perplexed. Why would shadow guards need to learn two-handed swordsmanship? Naturally, to eliminate all witnesses should they be discovered during their missions. For a shadow guard, being discovered during a task equates to the mission as conclusion. Does it not? No. For the shadow guards of Ansu, being discovered signifies the commencement of the task. Though this individual before me does not seem to have mastered those training courses very well. Perhaps after 7 centuries, the curriculum I established has become obsolete. The shadow guard, lying on the ground, suddenly bore a look of utter despair. So it was him who had devised those hellish training regiments. Despite the passage of 700 years and countless revisions to the curriculum, the foundational courses remain fundamentally unchanged. Physical conditioning and two-handed swordsmanship are among them. Observing the shadow guard's shifting expression, Gao Wen realized that his memories of those courses still resonate. It was Francis too who sent you, was it not? He regarded the young man on the floor with a benevolent smile. However, I suspect the king is not so muddled as to dispatch an assassin to eliminate me, especially given that half the kingdom is aware of my presence in the capital. Thus, your orders must pertain to surveillance. The shadow guard remained silent. Yet he ought to have advised you to maintain your distance. After all, this matter carries great risk. Even if the Cecil family has fallen from grace, Gao and Cecil has not followed suit. So, are you overly confident, or have you simply disobeyed orders? The shadow guard finally uttered his first words. If I disgrace my mission, I shall accept death. There is no need for you to concern yourself. Accept death. Gao Wen smacked the shadow guard's face, incredulous at how comfortable times have made him so utterly fallen. The shadow guard looked at Gao Wen in confusion, seemingly unaware of what he meant. What is the role of the royal shadow guard? It is to protect the king, safeguard this nation, and defend this land. Your duty is to confront those villainous individuals who seek to overthrow this kingdom, not to assist a befuddled king in surveilling the founding duke. If you were captured on a battlefield against an enemy nation, I might commend your spirit in uttering such words, but you are here, in my home, to utter such nonsense about disgrace in my presence. Do you imply that I intend to subvert this nation, or that Gao and Cecil capturing you is an affront to the dignity of Ansu? Is it possible that in the hearts of Ansu's citizens today, the founding duke and the kingdom he established have become adversaries? Faced with Gao Wen's vehement rebuke, the young shadow guard appeared somewhat at a loss. No, that is not what I meant. It matters not. Your perspective is of little consequence. Gao Wen interrupted him directly. Rising to his feet, he declared, I am not so petty as to harbor grievances against my own descendants. So you may take your leave now. The young shadow guard was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Likely everything this evening had unfolded contrary to his expectations, staring blankly at Gao Wen, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. Even Hupa and Rebecca, standing nearby, wore expressions that mirrored his disbelief. Gao Wen reiterated, I said, you may leave. Do you require me to escort you? The shadow guard slowly rose. Are you certain? Of course, I cannot execute a man sent by Francis II here, nor do I intend to parade you before the public tomorrow at Silver Fortress, though I must admit I would very much like to do so. I have long since outgrown such impulsiveness. Thus, I must let you go. Rebecca appeared to want to say something, but under Gao Wen's stern gaze, she swallowed her words. The shadow guard cautiously approached the window. And just as he was about to depart, Gao Wen suddenly spoke. I have no interest in divulging today's events to others, so how you report back to your king is entirely up to you. Thank you for your mercy. With that parting remark, the shadow guard's figure gradually dissipated into the air. Gao Wen grimaced. Another one who escaped through the window. It was only then that Rebecca found her opportunity to speak. Ancestor. You really just let him go like that? Naturally, Gao Wen chuckled. I certainly did let him go. But doesn't he deserve punishment? Moreover, the king dispatched someone to surveil here. This matter itself could Rebecca. Remember this, if you seek greater benefits. You must adopt a long-term perspective. Gao Wen patted Rebecca on the head. Letting go of a mere pawn incurs little loss, yet the potential benefits are undoubtedly significant. Potential benefits? Rebecca blinked, such as, it depends on how that young shadow guard chooses to report back. And the outcome can only be one of two possibilities. Gao Wen spread his hands. Either Francis II will be unable to sleep this very night, or he will find himself with a shadow guard who is not entirely loyal. With that, he turned to gaze at the moonless night of this otherworldly realm. Relative loyalty equates to absolute disloyalty. This adage holds a profound truth. Chapter 32. The Inheritance, truly an inheritance to be honest. Rebecca was rather inept in matters of this nature. Even though Gao Wen had already explained it to her once, she only half understood. Yet one thing was clear to her. Her esteemed ancestor seemed to harbor not much fondness for the current king. Francis too, while it could not be said to be outright enmity, a sense of vigilance was undeniably warranted. Hearing Rebecca's inquiry, Gao Wen casually responded, glancing at Upa standing nearby, yet spoke candidly. The Second Dynasty. Do not forget that we are now in the Second Dynasty. For a royal family that lacks legitimacy, the Cecil family can be seen as the heroes of the founding, but they may also be viewed as remnants of a former dynasty. Even if we harbor no such intentions, Francis too, as king, must inevitably entertain such concerns, and his apprehensions dictate my vigilance that so. Do you intend to cause trouble for the king? Rebecca blinked her eyes in inquiry. No, I actually do not wish to trouble him. Gao Wen shrugged. I am merely stirring the pot. Rebecca. Huh. Gao Wen found it difficult to explain this matter to Rebecca. So he swiftly shifted the topic. Never mind, that's not important. Let us return to our previous discussion. Upa, without waiting for instructions, Upa raised both hands in acknowledgement. I know. I am to stand guard outside, right? Oh, what a tiresome fate. No, Gao Wen raised an eyebrow. What I meant was you may remain nearby. Of course, if you find it boring, you are welcome to return to your room to rest. After all, this evening's tumult must have exhausted you. Upa looked at Gao Wen in disbelief. Hey, have you suddenly become benevolent? She then shook her head and moved closer to the desk. I certainly want to be going back. I want to see exactly what you two are up to. By the way, isn't truly about dividing inheritance, is it? Gao Wen shook his head, ignoring the half-elf, and instead placed the platinum disc back on the table. You just mentioned this as a key. Rebecca recalled Gao Wen's unfinished remark. Could it be our family's secret treasure? Upa immediately perked up her ears, feigning a casual glance around, striving to appear nonchalant. Gao Wen chuckled softly, remarking, Indeed, it is a treasure, a concealed trove nestled within the southern border, originally intended for the Ansu kingdom that, of course, for the kingdom of today, it may no longer represent a vast fortune, but for the pioneering expedition that had recently fled to this land. It constituted half of their resources. That Rebecca's eyes widened in astonishment that it was initially a safeguard for the Ansu kingdom. After all, in those times, no one could predict what the next day would bring. With a smile, Gao Wen revealed the true purpose of their journey to the capital. The pioneering crew fled north from the desolate lands of Gondor, gathering remnants of the survivors while simultaneously collecting various resources. Consequently, the group grew increasingly large, unwieldy, and conspicuous, leading to our detection by a monstrous army that emerged from the wasteland as we crossed the dark mountains. The army shielded the civilians as they navigated the rugged terrain. But their pace was no match for the relentless monsters, resulting in a fierce battle. The losses were substantial. In the aftermath, as we assessed our casualties, Charlie and I came to a realization. Those monsters would not relent. If we continued to transport all our supplies through the mountains, the entire expedition could perish along the way. Thus, we made a decision. We left behind a portion of our supplies that would severely impede our speed, hiding them deep within an abandoned frontier fortress, while simultaneously placing powerful seals on the treasure trove that we then continued our journey northward with a lighter load. The subsequent history is known to you. Allied forces established a foothold in the north and erected a new center of power between the Holy Spirit Plains and the northern mountains. Charles I built fortifications in the Sunna region, yet the supplies in the south remain undisturbed. Rebecca inquired curiously, why did you not retrieve them? Initially, it was due to the unstable situation and the high costs involved. Gao Wen explained to that time, pollution was still spreading, and the monsters even managed to extend the corrupted zones to the northern side of the Dark Mountains. Thus, the location where we left our supplies became a tainted area, making it unwise to send a team there for retrieval. More importantly, we discovered abundant resources in the mountains of the Northern Kingdom, and the Holy Spirit Plains began to yield a steady stream of wealth. It would not be long before these new riches exceeded the supplies left in the south. Under these two factors, the treasure trove nestled in the southern mountains gradually faded from memory. Rebecca gazed at the platinum disc in Gao Wen's hand. But it seems it hasn't been entirely forgotten. Indeed, the pioneers certainly recall where they concealed their treasures, although that wealth may seem increasingly insignificant in the foreseeable future. It ultimately serves as a commemoration of that epic expedition that we anticipated that the tide of monsters would eventually recede, and that future generations would one day safely reclaim those items. Thus, Charlie and I made a pact. Our two families would safeguard this secret, passing down the tale of the treasures in the South through the ages. The heirs of the Cecil and Moan families would always be aware of this, and should the day come when the tide recedes, and the kingdom requires those assets, we would retrieve them. Imagine a centuries-old secret, a trove passed down through royal families and founding nobility, an inheritance hidden within the mountains, requiring a token to unlock it. After all, Charlie thought it would be quite cool. Amber scrutinized Gao Wen from head to toe. Was this decision made after you two had a few too many drinks? Gao Wen replied, You could say that. Rebecca stared at her ancestor in bewilderment, finally saying, But as the heir of the Cecil family, I have never heard this story. Such methods of inheritance are often prone to issues, Gao Wen sighed. Back then, his passing was rather abrupt, and he didn't have the chance to inform his descendants, Rebecca interjected. However, it seems Charlie has successfully passed the secret to his descendants. Gao Wen cleared his throat awkwardly, raising the platinum disc in his hand, that I came here to confirm that this key still exists. If it does, it indicates that the Ansu royal family has not accessed that wealth over the past 7 centuries. Charlie knows this secret, as do his legitimately descended heirs. Yet, the illegitimate offspring do not. That I in the years 635 to 636 of Ansu, a civil strife obliterated the royal lineage, leaving the king without heirs, while his siblings perished in the conflict. Ultimately, only a bastard child, supported by the Duke of the North and found among commoners, ascended the throne. No one could ascertain the child's authenticity. Even if that child were indeed legitimate, he would remain unaware of the secret of the southern treasure. Those items. Rebecca's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the key, but then furrowed her brow. But can we truly use it at will? That is, Gao Wen cast a sidelong glance at his N1 great-granddaughter. Of course, you can. You're a descendant of the Cecil family. Have some confidence. Those treasures were buried by Charlie and me. Aside from Charlie himself, who in this world is better suited to inherit that wealth than I? I refuse to believe that Charlie could spring forth from the grave like I can. Rebecca pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to grasp Amber's arm tightly. You mustn't go digging in the royal tomb, Amber responded. What then? The half-elf maiden suddenly grew tense, staring at Gao Wen with wide eyes. Wait, I've overheard such confidential matters. You wouldn't truly intend to kill me to silence me, would you? At that moment, Gao Wen genuinely wished to slam her against the wall with his sword. If I wanted to silence you, would I have waited until now? Amber's anxiety remained undiminished, but what you two are discussing would mean that an outsider like me. Firstly, I still trust you to some degree. Secondly, I know you are actually quite clever. Gao Wen gestured with the disc in his hand. The only audacious thought you might entertain is to steal this disc, but it can only be activated by the blood of the Moan or Cecil families. And it is now uncertain if the bloodline of the Moan family still exists. Clearly, if you wish to gain something, your only option is... Amber stepped forward, chest held high and head raised defiantly. Serving the founding heroes is a tremendous honor. I, Amber, shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to this duty. What need is there to discuss money in the face of such an epic undertaking? Then I shall not discuss money with you. Gao Wen replied, Yet if you insist on discussing it, there is little I can do. It was the first time Gao Wen had encountered someone who managed to be both shameless and righteous to such an extent. In the latter half of that night, no further visitors interrupted. The array of mouse traps and nails arranged on the windowsill of Gao Wen's study remained unused, although these devices were of little consequence to those shadowy infiltrators who eschewed the realm of science. On the following day, after regaining their vigor, Gao Wen and his party arrived at the Silver Fortress. Once again, the same court official from the previous day was responsible for their reception, and Francis too replicated the grand welcome from the day before. Efforts for appearances had been thoroughly fulfilled. Additionally, 2 squads of messengers galloped forth from the Silver Fortress, patrolling the main roads surrounding the royal district and using amplification magic to announce the imminent arrival of the Ansu founding duke. Gao Wen Cecil. It seemed that Prince Edmund had effectively communicated Gao Wen's intentions to his father. As Francis too had put on a grand show for outsiders, that it remained uncertain how the shadowy guard would report back. This could be judged quite readily upon seeing the expression on Francis II's face. After arranging his attire and ensuring that the sword of the pioneer was prominently positioned at his waist, Gao Wen strode confidently into the Silver Fortress. Chapter 33. The Meeting After a Series of Efforts. Gao Wen ultimately entered the Silver Fortress in a highly publicized manner, under the watchful gaze of the masses. The impoverished were too preoccupied to pay attention here. The common folk were disinterested, and the small merchants and citizens would only discuss it during their meals. Yet the nobility, nearly every noble who had heard the news, had been monitoring the situation from the onset. However, the towering, silver-flecked castle walls obstructed the majority of views. The lower-tier nobles had not been granted entry into the Silver Fortress, their channels of information from the upper echelons severed by royal decree since dawn. They could only watch helplessly as the grand procession entered the castle, discussing the already public and non-secretive news. The Grand Duchess of the North, Victoria Wilde, had arrived at the Silver Fortress 3 days prior. The Grand Duke of the West, Baldwin Franklin, and the Grand Duke of the East, Silas Loren, had both arrived an hour ago. Several advisors and the king's prime minister had also entered the castle. The gates were now firmly shut, and no one knew what transpired within. Was it a banquet, a clandestine discussion, a quarrel, or even a murder? Countless pairs of eyes fixated on the castle were darting about, their noses twitching beneath, anxiously searching for the scent of conspiracy or opportunity, while the mouths below opened and closed, conjuring an array of novel viewpoints and rumors. The listeners, wise and discerning, would never take these hearsay as truth. For until the gates of the castle swung open once more, none could fathom what a resurrected being from 7 centuries past would discuss with the contemporary king. Francis II had not orchestrated any tiresome banquet, nor summoned Gawain to the court. Instead, he opted for a meeting in the Oak Hall adjacent to the council chamber, fulfilling Gawain's request. The Oak Hall, steeped in antiquity, traced its origins back to the very foundation of the Silver Castle 700 years ago, when the castle bore none of its current gilded visage. And the name Silver was merely a reflection of Charles I's inability to conceive a more melodious title. This venerable room, having endured countless renovations, was enchanted around 4 centuries prior by a powerful court druid, ensuring the vitality of its primary timber. In fact, the spell required recharging every century. Though the Oak Hall was but a third the size of the main council chamber, its diminutive age rendered it the most extraordinary locale within the castle, reserved solely for nobles of count rank and above, where only matters of significant consequence to the fate of the realm were clandestinely deliberated. That a circular oak table stood in the center of the hall, with the king occupying the position representing the crown in the celestial chart. To his right sat his prime minister, Aiden, a middle-aged man with thinning hair and profound eyes, while to his left was the contemporary Duke of the North, Victoria Wilder. Extending further were the Duke of the West, Baldwin Franklin, and the Duke of the East, Silas Loren, alongside several noble representatives whose names Gawain cared little to remember, with the royal advisors seated in a row of chairs behind the king. Only Rebecca sat beside Gawain. Amber and Sir Byron were certainly unqualified to partake in such a gathering, prompting Gawain to leave them at the residence on Crown Street No. 4. He had never contemplated bringing Amber to the Silver Castle, knowing her dedication as a thief would compel her to strip the silver foil from its exterior. Aside from the Prime Minister and the perfunctory advisory council, every individual present was a descendant of the pioneers who founded Ansu, including Gawain himself. Imbuing this meeting with extraordinary significance from the outset as a founder's heir, Gawain felt no obligation to bow to anyone in attendance. Thus, he boldly seated himself in his designated place, while Rebecca appeared somewhat anxious, gripping her fists tightly and taking several deep breaths before settling down, only to forget that a bow to the king was indeed warranted. In such circumstances, however, no one would hold it against her. Such was the audacity of having a guardian present at a meeting. The moment Gawain, donned in his ducal attire and bearing the sword of the pioneer, entered the room, every gaze converged upon him, remaining fixed until this living relic took his seat. Such attention was rather unbecoming of nobility, yet utterly irresistible. A figure from 7 centuries past had emerged from his grave, standing before them, as many continued to contemplate the authenticity of Gawain himself, or rather, Francis II's stance. An elderly king rose from across the table. His hair was a mottled gray, and though he appeared quite aged, his regal garments lent him an air of dignity and vigor. He led 3 dukes to rise, prompting the other attendees to do the same. Gawain regarded him as he solemnly spoke. May the gods protect Ansu. Today, 700 years hence, we are honored to witness the hero of the age of exploration with our own eyes. We thank you and your generation for the sacrifices and contributions made for the continuation of humanity. This land, along with every soul upon it, shall never forget the great pioneers. Here, I, as a scion of the Mon family, along with the descendants of all pioneers, pay homage to our ancient hero. The king bowed, and each descendant of the pioneers, including the three dukes, followed suit. Now, the king had spoken. Gawain Cecil's resurrection could indeed be real. As for a king bowing to a duke, there was no issue, for Gawain, having been dead for 7 centuries, was no longer merely a duke. He was a symbol. Each individual present was accustomed to bowing before the portrait of Gawain Cecil and a host of pioneer ancestors during their annual visits to the gravesites. Thus, having a living replica standing before them warranted no objection. Yet Gawain felt an odd dissonance, and a second later, he realized with a peculiar expression, the last time so many bowed to me, I was lying in a coffin. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Fortunately, each attendee had weathered many storms, though perhaps some obstinate descendant might be the exception, and they quickly composed themselves, resuming their postures. While the king smiled, remarking, "It is customary for younger generations to pay their respects to elders." Gawain chuckled, for despite appearing considerably younger than Francis II, his tone bore the gravity of an elder, though the age difference is substantial. Your expression when seeking an excuse is strikingly reminiscent of Charles in his time. Gawain Cecil had also made his position clear. Francis II's Mon lineage could indeed be genuine. With that, Gawain and the elderly king exchanged a knowing smile, revealing the latter's palpable relief, even a hint of elation. Every individual present was astute, perhaps with the exception of some particularly obstinate descendants, adept at discerning the character traits of their forebears from the slightest gestures. Thus Gawain and Francis II's simple exchange sufficed to convey the tone of their discussion, allowing for the inference that a degree of consensus had been reached between the king and the ancient duke. The lady seated to the king's left appeared to furrow her brow slightly, though upon closer inspection, her expression seemed unchanged. As the only female duke among the three, her presence commanded Gawain's attention. She was a woman in her 30s, as mature and beautiful as Hetty, yet possessed a far greater air of coldness and indifference, clad in a flowing white gown, draped in a silver fox shawl. Complemented by white silk gloves and cascading silver curls, she seemed ensconced in an icy embrace. This queen of frost stood out vividly in the oak hall, illustrating a singular truth: the reflective quality of white is indeed high. The entire left side of Francis II shimmered brighter than his right. That was the contemporary Duke of the North, Victoria Wilder. Gawain mentally matched the hastily reviewed information with the living figure before him. Recalling the establishment of the Second Dynasty, it was the Northern Wilder family that had initially supported the rise of a bastard to the throne. Yet now, it appeared that the descendants of that long-ago, illegitimate child were no longer under the control of the Wilder family. Noticing the gaze from across, the icy lady nodded expressionlessly, perhaps in greeting. Gawain, in response, waved dismissively. "Just like your ancestor, you seem rather stoic. I once advised Wilder to marry a lively southern maiden to temper his demeanor. He refused, and now it seems to have affected his progeny." The North Duke's countenance twitched slightly, and Gawain then turned his attention to the Dukes of the West and East, engaging them in discussions related to their ancestral legacies. Finally, his gaze landed on the empty space between the Prime Minister and the North Duke. There was no chair there. That seat had originally belonged to the Cecil family, but it had been removed a century ago. Since then, the remaining 3 dukes of Ansu had persisted. While the southern realm had been bereft of a duke, the royal family's various ranks of nobility, having become the ruling elite of the south, relegating the Cecil family to the most remote corner. Noticing Gawain's gaze linger on that spot, every individual present, including Francis II, couldn't help but hold their breath, the atmosphere shifting from the amiable exchange of pleasantries to the substantive phase of the meeting, where disputes and fervent arguments would ensue. Yet Gawain merely cast a fleeting glance there, his expression shifting to one of relaxed indifference, even a hint of disdain, as he addressed the king. "Let us proceed to the matter at hand. My descendant, Rebecca Cecil, shall elucidate the calamity that has befallen the southern kingdom that my lords. That is the true predicament. Chapter 34. Negotiation. When Rebecca was suddenly called by name, her immediate reaction was a jolt of surprise. For this scion of a once prominent family. The scene before her and the assembly of illustrious figures surrounding her were realms she had never dared to dream of. Even in her childhood, when she had ventured into the woods to grapple with wolves and was knocked unconscious by a single swipe. She had never conjured such grandiose illusions that as she watched her ancestors engage in jovial discourse with these eminent personages, she momentarily forgot that she, too, was a vital participant in this gathering. Yet the strength of Rebecca's character lay in her resolute spirit. Even though she felt somewhat dazed, she managed to regain her composure through an extraordinary mental resilience, akin to the nerve tenacity of a limb on the brink of necrosis. After gathering her thoughts, this young lord from the southern countryside began to recount the nightmare that had befallen the Cecil territory to the king. Every individual present listened intently, even though they had not anticipated that such a young girl would be the one to speak. The gravity of the calamity itself rendered them all silent. Those in attendance possessed varying degrees of awareness regarding the incidents at the southern border. The matter was gaining traction across the entire southern region, with a plethora of rumors circulating, though not all of it could be attributed to Gawain's influence. His emissaries primarily disseminated tales of his resurrection, while he had not emphasized the disaster itself. Yet calamities, by their very nature, are the finest catalysts for gossip. After 2 months of brewing and spreading, the events had become common knowledge throughout the South. Commoners might lack the means to investigate the truth, but the nobility did not, and through various methods, those present had gleaned some understanding of the unfolding events. Francis, too, even had confidential reports from numerous southern nobles, yet no amount of detailed accounts could rival the accuracy and reliability of first-hand experiences. As Rebecca's narrative became increasingly fluent, the calamity was pieced together and linked to the dark tide of magic that had surged 7 centuries prior, with the emergence of a dragon casting an even more enigmatic veil over the entire affair. Observing the furrowed brows of the king and the nobles, Gawain let out a soft sigh. Just moments ago, their focus had been on the resurrection of the founding duke and whether the Cecil family would seek to extract benefits from the crown. They had likely forgotten that the primary purpose of the Cecil family's visit to the capital was to report on the monstrous threats, though this could hardly be blamed on them. For Gawain's presence loomed larger than life, and it was a presence he had crafted himself. Now, much of the Cecil territory lay in smoldering ruins. The dragon's flames, imbued with magical potency, rendered the land barren for years, depriving his people of sustenance and forcing them to seek refuge under the protection of Viscount Grumman. Rebecca stood resolutely, her fists clenched, banishing any trace of her previous trepidation and anxiety. Your Majesty, and esteemed lords, though the Cecil territory is small, this disaster serves as a harbinger. The motives of the dragon may remain obscure, yet the monsters are undeniably a calamity. These creatures re-emerged 7 centuries ago, leading to the downfall of the Gondor Empire. My ancestors bore witness to it all. Francis, too, began to converse in hushed tones with his prime minister and the Duke of the Northern Realm. While several others also engaged in quiet discussion, it was evident that they did not regard Rebecca's revelations as mere trifles, a sentiment that could be attributed to the incessant flow of information. The confidential letters from the south and Gawain's own presence. Without these factors, a decrepit noble from the southern countryside proclaiming that her family's lands had been ravaged by monsters and dragons would have elicited nothing but derision. Rather than inciting discussion, she might have even faced blame. However, the extent to which they would take her seriously and how they would respond remained uncertain. After all, the world had enjoyed an era of peace for 7 centuries. My Lord Duke of Cecil, spoke a tall, slender man seated a few places away from Gawain, the Duke of the Western Realm, Bodwin Franklin, an individual who appeared to be an eloquent gentleman, that I trust in the honesty of your descendant regarding this matter. Yet it is indeed extraordinary. May I be so bold as to inquire if those monsters truly belong to the same category as those from the dark tide of magic 7 centuries ago? I have dealt with them for 20 years, fought them to the death. I would recognize them even in ashes, Gawain replied gravely. Moreover, I have faced them again and can confirm that these monsters are indeed the same ilk that surged forth from the dark tide. Regrettably, they disintegrate rapidly upon death, leaving no corpses for study, and the dragons subsequently incinerated the entire territory, rendering any investigation into the situation in Cecil impossible. Bodwin Franklin exchanged glances with the Duke of the Eastern Realm, Silas Lauren. Noticing this, Gawain continued, "If you believe the Cecil family is intentionally exaggerating the truth to garner sympathy and seeks to return to the centers of power, feel free to voice such sentiments openly." No, we harbor no such thoughts," Bodwin hastily interjected, "that we merely require confirmation of these events. After all, it pertains to the dark tide of magic from 7 centuries ago, the significance of which surpasses what any single human kingdom could confront. But they have already come knocking." Rebecca could no longer contain herself and stood up. "That I witnessed them with my own eyes." "Do not rush. Stay calm," Gawain urged, placing a hand on Rebecca's shoulder to guide her back to her seat. Then turned to Francis too. "I understand your caution is warranted. After all, entering a state of war incurs great cost. That I also bring evidence. Our warriors utilize certain weapons and equipment in the southern region. While the bodies of those monsters cannot be preserved, combat gear inevitably bears traces of elemental contamination, and the corrosive aura lingering on those items should provide you with some insight that I believe even the most astute royal scholars would struggle to find contemporary samples corresponding to that corrosive presence." 2 burly attendants brought forth a large chest, and upon opening it, several battered swords and a few twisted remnants of armor were laid before everyone. These items appeared as though they had been soaked in strong acid, their once polished metal surfaces now riddled with pockmarks and tainted with a murky hue. The metals, most severely eroded by elemental forces, had even taken on a texture akin to decayed wood. A gentle rub would yield large flakes of debris. Though now harmless to touch, these steel artifacts had been self-destructing until merely half a month prior. As Gawain observed the king and the nobles examining the samples, he explained, "If historians of the past 7 centuries have not grown complacent, there should be records of these phenomena." "There are indeed," Francis too nodded in affirmation. "Furthermore, by coincidence, we also discovered the notes of a wild mage, which mentioned signs of solar flares and surges of magical energy." Gawain recounted all the information he could provide, yet it was evident that the details from the wild mage's notes did not garner significant attention. For most present, those accounts were even less persuasive than the debris falling from the swords and armor fragments on the table. "Do you know where the dragon has gone?" At last, the Duchess of the Northern Realm, Victoria Wilde, broke the silence. "Compared to those monsters, she seems more concerned about the dragon's whereabouts. Or do you have any guesses regarding its intentions?" Gawain shook his head. "That I do not know. Though I may hold a higher lineage, it does not imply that I possess greater knowledge than those present. 7 centuries ago, Gawain Cecil had no dealings with dragons, at least, not that I can recall." After witnessing the crystals from the previous night, Gawain was no longer certain of the memories he had inherited. "That I, in fact, 3 months ago, rumors of a dragon circulated within my territory," the Duchess stated, enunciating each word carefully. "Some claim to have seen a dragon flying in from the cold mountains further north. But ultimately, no other witnesses could be found, and the individual spreading the rumors was proven to have been intoxicated, mistaking the winds and snows of the mountains for a dragon." Gawain immediately inquired, "Did that person provide a description of the dragon?" "No," the Duchess shook her head. "However, I can continue the investigation upon my return." An investigation is imperative, not only to examine the dragon but also to scrutinize those monsters. Francis too asserted, "We must ascertain whether similar entities have emerged in other regions of the kingdom or if there are any abnormal surges of magical energy." Rebecca once again interjected, "But mere investigation is insufficient. We must also prepare for battle. Those monsters may appear without warning, and if we do not ready ourselves in advance, it will be too late to defend ourselves by the time the investigators uncover their presence." The Duke of the Eastern Realm, Silas Lauren, cast a disapproving glance at Rebecca. "Are we to prepare soldiers across the kingdom to await the emergence of these monsters, which may or may not even appear?" Rebecca instinctively replied, "Of course, that would be ideal. However, it is impossible for us to mobilize the entire nation's soldiers based on a nebulous possibility. The local nobility would rebel, and the reputation of the royal family would undoubtedly suffer." Duke Silas, with a stern countenance, stated, towering and robust, embodying the quintessential warrior spirit. "Furthermore, we must contend with the threat posed by the Typhon Empire to the east. This nation is akin to a ravenous wolf, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to gnaw at the flesh of ancestors, the remnants of the once glorious Gun-Door Empire, after the devastation of their homeland, broke through in all 4 directions, ultimately establishing new nations in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the continent, with the Typhon Empire situated in the eastern part. Now the most formidable among the four, that the human realms in the north, south, and west coexist with the indigenous kingdoms or races. Yet only Typhon has emerged as the singular nation in the east, its strength and modus operandi evident. Ancestor shares a border with Typhon, where vast fertile lands and rich mines lie, creating an inherent point of contention. In the initial centuries, the human nations, hailing from a common lineage, could recall their fraternal bonds and maintain peace. Yet, enduring tranquility is a fanciful notion. 100 years prior, when civil strife erupted in Ancestor, the Typhon Empire seized the opportunity to make slight incursions along the border, precipitating a rapid decline in relations between the two nations, which have since been fraught with unrest. Although large-scale warfare is absent, minor skirmishes have never ceased. Given the current state of Ancestor, the southern lands are barren and have long enjoyed peace. The northern kingdoms harbor no grievances against Ancestor, and the western Auguri tribal nation has consistently been an ally of Ancestor. Within its borders, only the eastern frontier has borne the brunt of war's pressures over the past century. Thus, the martial-minded Duke Silas Roland would vehemently oppose diverting military forces to guard against those ethereal creatures. To him, the near-mythical entities pale in comparison to the tangible threat posed by the Typhon army, which daily parades before him. Chapter 35. Reaching an accord, everything unfolded as Gawain had anticipated. News from the south would incite anxiety among the king and the nobles, and coupled with a warning from a resurrected ancient, this tension might escalate to a level bordering on panic. But that would be the extent of it. Those who had never experienced the tide of magic could scarcely fathom its implications and would not react significantly to mere words, even if Gawain presented them with weapons and armor corroded by elemental forces as corroboration. After all, while occurrences capable of tainting swords and armor with magical corruption are scarce, they are not non-existent. They cannot serve as irrefutable evidence of an impending resurgence of the magical tide. In truth, even Gawain himself was merely extrapolating from the data stored in his memory, daring not to assert that the end of the world was nigh. Francis II's response was not erroneous. He could not thrust the entire kingdom into a state of military readiness due to these sudden tidings. Even if he wished to, the cumbersome and antiquated feudal system would not permit it. Moreover, even if the magical tide were indeed on the horizon, initiating national military readiness at this juncture would be imprudent. The southern monsters and the influx of magical energy were merely ominous signs, not even the vanguard of the tide itself. The true magical tide might not manifest for months, even years, if it were to materialize at all, and until then, all remained tranquil to demand nationwide military readiness amidst such tranquility. Without any evidence to substantiate it, would have been feasible during the zenith of the Morn family, but the current Second Dynasty lacks such charisma. Francis II even commanded the Duke of the East to remain idle. A resurrected founding duke may possess significant prestige, yet to attempt to leverage that prestige to interfere with the current order of the kingdom would be overly ambitious. Gawain was acutely aware of this. He understood that his voice held the weight of a mere ornamental scepter, radiant and splendid, yet devoid of power. The foundation of the Cecil family had crumbled. They were bereft of land, followers, and military might. Even the fare to reach the royal capital was borrowed from others. For the pragmatic noble circles, this was an exceedingly awkward predicament. Thus, Gawain restrained Rebecca, who still wished to speak, and turned his gaze toward the king. "We have delivered the message and issued the warning. The subsequent response is your concern, that we shall take your warning seriously," declared Duchess Victoria Wilde, her voice icy, "and all investigations will commence immediately following this meeting. You shall be apprised of any developments at the earliest opportunity." "Investigations, it must suffice," Gawain nodded, shifting the conversation. "Let us consider the private matters of the Cecil family." At that moment, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. "Relax, do not appear as though the ancestors have risen from their graves demanding the fulfillment of burnt paper money from years past." Gawain chuckled, only to discover that no one comprehended his dry humor. "How excruciatingly awkward. I am aware of the events that transpired a century ago. To be frank, I too harbor a desire to eliminate that wayward descendant." Gawain's expression twitched as he directly addressed the matter. "Therefore, I have no intention of reopening old wounds. I merely wish to reclaim certain items that rightfully belong to me." Francis too, and several dukes exchanged glances, each face displaying varying degrees of relaxation. Gawain had voluntarily broached the topic of the momentous upheaval from a century past, which provided them with a genuine sense of relief. After all, discussing such a sensitive subject could elevate anyone's blood pressure to alarming levels. And the fact that this living ancestor exhibited consideration for his descendants was indeed comforting. However, after the initial relief, they again braced themselves. What could those items belonging to Gawain Cecil be? Everything was the Lord's property. That was the noble code. All that once belonged to the Cecil family, including fiefs, vassals, titles, and all else, constituted Gawain Cecil's personal assets. Which of these was he referring to? Each one of them tensed their muscles in unnoticed corners. Only Francis too remained composed, casting a calm glance toward Gawain and subtly nodding that do not be alarmed. Most of my possessions during my lifetime have already been passed down to my heirs. The wayward descendants squandered them, and I cannot forcibly reclaim them. Gawain chuckled. What I refer to are the non-inheritable aspects, such as my right of exploration. The great nobles and advisors exchanged puzzled glances, and then these well-educated gentlemen and ladies immediately thought of the ancient and sacred decree of exploration. It served as a magnificent commemoration of the second exploration, a testament to humanity's courageous struggle for survival in the face of despair, and a declaration of mortals' indomitable spirit before nature. Even today, it remains a component of the foundational legal codes of the four nations. A decree that may no longer hold practical efficacy, yet one that no one dares to abrogate. The original version of the exploration decree is even inscribed on platinum tablets, enshrined in the halls of every human nation. However, they retained it merely as a memento. It was meant to impress future generations. It represented their legitimate lineage. Why suddenly should it come into effect again? Yet amidst their astonishment, the expressions on their faces concealed a trace of genuine relief. This subtle change did not escape Gawain's keen observation. Thus, he too relaxed, initiating discussions with those present regarding the matter of the perpetual right of exploration. Gawain was confident that this matter would not prove too difficult. Compared to a resurrected ancestor demanding the fulfillment of paper money burnt years ago, while simultaneously reclaiming vast territories from 7 centuries prior. A mere right of exploration was trivial. It sounded formidable, yet would not affect any individual's immediate interest in the absence of repercussions to their own fortunes. Every noble, including the king himself, would be quite amenable. This was also the result of Gawain's deliberate maneuvering, that he had been vociferous throughout his journey, disseminating all manner of messages, and even brought out the banners from 7 centuries ago upon entering the royal capital, presenting an imposing demeanor that suggested ill intent. This, in truth, was a subtle manipulation of everyone's thoughts, leading them to believe that this living ancestor was intent on vindicating the Cecil family, reclaiming all ancestral lands, thus prompting each to devise a response strategy and prepare for verbal sparring to safeguard their existing interests. However, Gawain's true objective was merely the perpetual right of exploration. This disparity was akin to stepping out to purchase a watch originally priced at 860,000. Only to acquire it for 25 after discounts. A sense of having scored an exceptional bargain, even to the point of questioning the authenticity of the watch. Yet even if that $25 watch were counterfeit, the ancestor was genuine. If he merely sought the right of exploration, what more was there to say? Very well, take it, take it. Hasten to utilize your esteemed right of exploration and commence your endeavors. Do not tarry in returning. That if Gawain had made no prior preparations and had initially proposed the right of exploration outright, matters might not have proceeded so smoothly. The innate greed of the nobility would compel them to seek some form of advantage. Even in such circumstances, however, with the groundwork laid, discussing the right of exploration became notably simpler. The assembled kings and dukes reached a unanimous conclusion with little discussion. The right of expansion ought to be acknowledged, whether or not one wishes to admit it. For the treaty granting this right was not solely established by the kingdom of Ansu. In truth, the 4 great nations of humanity, along with various tribes and countries bordering these realms, all recognized this decree and pledged its eternal validity. Among the witnesses to this accord were the elves from the far southern empire of Silver, a rather enigmatic and particularly long-lived race, known for their remarkable longevity of over 3,000 years. As well as their notorious adherence to rigor and integrity. Their stubbornness was well known, and it was precisely for this reason that the monarchs of the four nations included them as witnesses to the permanent rite of expansion, to lend greater solemnity and credibility to the decree. They even composed an elvish version of the document for safekeeping by the Silver Empire. While it was universally acknowledged that the first generation of expansion knights could not possibly live for eternity, humanity insisted on drafting a decree marked for perpetuity, enlisting a long-lived race as witnesses. Perhaps this was merely a quirk of human nature, the elven representative at the time, while muttering about humanity's peculiarities, took the copy back to their homeland, where the elven queen joyfully affixed her seal to a point 7 centuries have since passed, and the elven queen, once a mere young girl upon her ascension, remains the queen still. She distinctly remembers the seal she stamped all those years ago. Dare one challenge its legitimacy? In any case, Gawain remarked that should Ansu deny the rite of expansion, he would take his family and traverse half the continent to seek refuge in the Silver Empire. As there remained unclaimed lands around the elven forests, where many familiar faces resided, ensuring a harmonious coexistence with the Cecil family. The thought of their ancestral founder being forced to leave home and live among foreign folk in the trees would be a matter of disgrace for all involved. Therefore, all present concurred that the rite of expansion must be preserved, though the specifics of where to expand would require further deliberation. Within the kingdom's borders, not a single piece of land remained unclaimed. Every inch was owned by someone. The king's prime minister, Aidan Alfred, rose to speak. This composed man was the right hand of Francis II, well-versed in the kingdom's current state. Outside the kingdom, few unclaimed lands existed along the borders with other nations, and those that did were often barren wastelands, such as the buffer zone of the Gondor Wastes. Your Grace, to where do you intend to expand? Gawain waved his hand, requesting a map. Upon receiving it, Gawain could not help but frown slightly at the sight. Despite the conveniences afforded by magic, such as eagle eye, forest sense, and measurement spells, the map before him was still quite rudimentary, with considerable discrepancies even in its scale. Compared to the satellite imagery in his mind, it resembled mere scribbles. Perhaps the overabundance of magic had inadvertently stunted the development of many things. Gawain pondered as he mentally compared it to an accurate map. Before pointing to a specific area on the crude rendition, I shall commence from here that it was a mountain range bordering the Gondor Wastes and the realm of Typhon, the Dark Mountains. Upon seeing the location indicated by Gawain, all present were momentarily taken aback. The first to shatter the silence was Duke Baldwin Franklin of the Western Territories, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you certain? What could possibly be amiss? Gawain replied with a smile. Is there a claim over this land? Not at all. Francis too shook his head. The entire region of the Dark Mountains, as well as the territories further south, were indeed unclaimed and met the requirements of the expansion decree. However, it was perilously close to the Typhon Empire, and to the south, it directly adjoined the Gondor Wastes, which posed significant challenges. The Dark Mountains form part of Ansu's southern border, extending eastward into Typhon's territory, while the western segment stretches along Ansu's national boundary for several hundred kilometers before bending southward into the corrupted lands of the Gondor Wastes. Theoretically, even the strip of plains to the south of the Dark Mountains belongs to Ansu. Yet in reality, the kingdom's control extends only to the northern side of the mountains, and even then, it is quite limited. The primary reason for this is the existence of the Gondor Wastes. To this day, that land remains shrouded in chaotic elemental forces and magical energies, with the incessant currents of corruption rendering it nearly barren, filled with toxins lethal to humanity, although its reach has ceased to expand. The toxic dust storms that sometimes sweep in from its edges, along with the occasional monsters that wander forth, pose a grave threat. Historically, after the kingdom of Ansu stabilized, there were several attempts to conduct reverse expansion in the southern territories. There were even plans to reclaim the lands of Gondor, but ultimately, all efforts ended in failure. The purification of the wastes proved exceptionally arduous and filled with setbacks, yielding a return far below the investments made. Early attempts to establish outposts often succumbed to toxic dust storms and monsters before they could yield any returns, leading the Ansu royal family to withdraw all expansion teams, halting at the northern slopes of the Dark Mountains. Subsequently, as the northern regions of the kingdom flourished and diplomatic relations with the Violet Kingdom were established, the kingdom's focus shifted further north. Coupled with the Fog-Month Civil War a century ago, which saw the Cecil family of the South collapse overnight, the situation in the South deteriorated and regressed. leaving the dark mountains and much of the surrounding area akin to a wasteland. The tainted wind sweeping across the mountains even corrupted the plains to the north. Yet Gawain merely smiled at this. I have faced far worse situations before. When it comes to political intrigue and machinations, I may not rival you younger generations, but in the realm of contending with nature's malevolence, you cannot hope to match me, regardless of the truth of the matter. He thought it best to present it as if it were genuine. Since Gawain himself was so confident, the others present naturally ceased to worry about him. What mattered to the king and the other nobles was not whether Gawain Cecil could establish a foothold in the south, but rather when this hot potato could be removed from the capital. Given that Gawain had chosen a desolate place where no one else would venture, what more was there to discuss? They should hasten to send the ancestor off. Were it not for the need to finalize some details, Francis too would have nearly prepared a carriage for Gawain and his family, after settling the crucial matter of the rite of expansion. Gawain seized the opportunity to have Francis too acknowledge several other relatively trivial matters. First, Gawain Cecil's title as Duke must be maintained, but temporarily only as a personal honor, not to be inherited by any descendants unless. Upon Gawain's eventual passing, the Cecil family had indeed established substantial holdings in the south or achieved some other notable feats, at which point the titles would be determined based on their land and accomplishments. This arrangement was rather convoluted, a compromise born from the contradiction between Gawain Cecil's status and the events of a century prior to N01 dared strip the founder duke of his title. Yet neither could they allow a baronial family to ascend directly to dukedom, hence this middle ground solution. Frankly speaking, this arrangement contradicts any legal precedent established since the founding of Ansu. Yet what logic can one present to a man risen from the grave? The ancestor would not concern himself with physics, much less reason. The so-called temporary non-inheritance was clearly a mere delaying tactic, intended to provide a semblance of justification to the existing noble hierarchy. Furthermore, the Ansu royal family would fully recognize the Cecil family's complete autonomy over the newly expanded lands, just as the founding monarch had acknowledged the autonomy of any newly claimed territory. With additional miscellaneous agreements in place, Gawain ultimately achieved the outcome he desired, a self-governing realm within the kingdom that in truth, these matters had already been settled. During Prince Edmund's preliminary visit, Gawain had established contact with the king, and thus the proceedings in the Oak Hall were merely a formality. N01 present voiced any opposition to these terms. After all, the Cecil family was set to venture into a barren land. The extent of territory they claimed would not affect the vested interests of any current family. With no conflict of interest, the nominal disputes could be easily resolved. Francis too promptly signed the new expansion document, declaring that, in accordance with ancient law, the Cecil family would possess the right of expansion centered around the Dark Mountains, encompassing all lands between it and the territories of neighboring kingdoms, and pledged to provide the necessary support for this venture, including a contingent of 100 artisans and apprentice mages, as well as provisions and fabrics needed for the first year of expansion. The artisans and apprentices would remain in the newly established territory for 3 years, after which they could choose to stay or leave. However, should any decide to remain, the Cecil family would be required to purchase their services from the royal family at the rate of 30 gold shield coins per individual. While these provisions were not particularly generous, Gawain was quite satisfied. For the currently impoverished Cecil family, this assistance would alleviate their immediate concerns. The treasures of gold and silver, along with ingots within the mountain's vault, cannot be directly transformed into sustenance, nor can they morph into skilled artisans that end this era of prolonged peace, where the notion of expansion has faded into the annals of history. No one is inclined to abandon their stable homeland to venture into territories adjacent to the desolate lands of Gando. The 100 craftsmen and apprentices represent the most invaluable wealth. This can also be interpreted as the goodwill expressed by Francis II on behalf of the House of Anjou, acknowledging the founding duke's recognition of their lineage. The transaction concluded, leaving all parties content, and following such a mutually satisfying exchange, a grand banquet was an absolute necessity. The Oak Hall was sealed once more, while the banquet hall on the castle's second floor hosted a lavish feast. Exquisite wines and culinary delights adorned the tables as the king and his most trusted nobles gathered to celebrate the return of a legendary hero. Numerous unnamed nobles, who had previously remained hidden, suddenly emerged, filling the banquet hall with an air of festivity. Those newly surfaced individuals, lacking the privilege to enter the Oak Hall, yet possessing the right to be informed of the meeting's outcomes. Had spent the entire day waiting in the various lounges of Silver Fortress until a servant raced into the banquet hall, ringing the celebratory brass bell, prompting their smiling appearances. For Rebecca, this was her first experience in such a magnificent setting. The destitute lord's daughter had never set foot in such opulence. And due to the entire noble circle's exclusion of the Cecil family, she had attended very few proper banquets throughout her life. The grandest feast she recalled was her 16th birthday celebration, hosted by her father in the castle, which amounted to little more than a long table laden with food. It paled in comparison to the extravagant banquet within Silver Fortress. The entire hall was lined with long tables, overflowing with delectable dishes and fine wines, while the center served as a dance floor for gentlemen and ladies, with a resplendent band performing on a stage at one side of the hall. Sorcerers at each corner of the hall unleashed magic, conjuring enchanting lights and cascading snowflakes in the air, a spectacle that struck Rebecca as utterly remarkable. His Majesty the King. What immense wealth! Initially, Rebecca endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor, attempting to project an image of maturity and composure, but her youthful exuberance soon overshadowed her feigned steadiness. She clutched Gao Wen's hand, peppering him with questions, while he smiled and regaled her with tales born from his memories and the imagination of a traveler from another world. The naive behavior of Rebecca did not escape the notice of the discerning nobles, yet they displayed no contempt towards the young lord from the countryside. Perhaps a flicker of disdain lingered. But Gao Wen Cecil stood steadfastly by her side, a protective figure whose presence compelled everyone to mask their condescension with smiles. Shortly thereafter, a few young gentlemen approached, inviting Rebecca to dance, perhaps sensing a potential advantage in forging connections with the newly prominent Cecil lineage. However, all were rebuffed by Gao, but it would be absurd to allow Rebecca, with her somewhat naive disposition and stubborn nature, to engage with the cunning denizens of the capital, lest she inadvertently jeopardize her family's standing. Excessive protection will not foster growth. A gentle male voice interjected nearby. Lady Rebecca is now of age. You should allow her to engage with the upper social circles. Gao Wen turned to see Duke Pedwin Franklin of the West standing behind him, accompanied by Duke Victoria Wilde of the North. Having passed away early, I lack the experience in raising children. Gao Wen shrugged nonchalantly. Moreover, I believe that even without my intervention, Rebecca would be too preoccupied to pay heed to others. As he spoke, he gestured towards his N1 great-granddaughter. The young lady was currently indulging herself at a nearby long table, devouring food with abandon. Truly, she acts with delightful spontaneity, Duke Pedwin remarked dryly. Gao Wen chuckled, casting a glance at the stoic and silent Victoria Wilde beside him. Rather than discussing the education of our offspring, I have a few inquiries for this lady from the Wilde family. Chapter 37. News of the dragon. Upon hearing Gao Wen's words, Victoria nodded slightly, while Duke Pedwin raised an eyebrow. Should I take my leave? Not at all. Gao Wen casually took a glass of red wine from a passing servant's tray and turned to Victoria. It pertains to dragons. That is indeed merely a rumor, Victoria replied coolly, as frigid as the winds of the north. Should one be unfamiliar with her, they might even perceive her as unapproachable. I have already dispatched individuals to investigate. On that day, aside from a drunken fool, no one witnessed any sign of the so-called dragon. I am not referring to that instance, but rather to the countless tales of dragons in the north over the centuries. Gao Wen stated, locking eyes with the Duchess. Since my demise, how many rumors of dragons have circulated in the north? Victoria's brows arched slightly, while Duke Pedwin cast her a curious glance, that if that is the case. The tales of dragons emerging do seem to be a specialty of your northern realm. Indeed, tales of dragons occasionally circulate in the northern regions, and there exist small cults that revere dragons. Yet these are largely superstitions held by the mountain folk. Victoria replied, shaking her head. The north is mountainous, and the winds and snows between the peaks are often interpreted as the roars of dragons. Additionally, the north shares a border with the Holy Dragon Duchy, where the inhabitants pride themselves as descendants of dragons and openly venerate them. The mountain dwellers are heavily influenced by them, thus it is not surprising that peculiar stories emerge. However, the Wilde family has resided in the north for 7 centuries, and not once have they truly witnessed a dragon in the skies. Those tales are mere fabrications. Yet now, a genuine dragon has appeared, soaring right before my eyes, Gao Wen remarked insouciantly. if a dragon were truly present. I would promptly inform you, Victoria replied, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. That I initially thought you were about to invite me for a dance. I think not. I lack the talent for such endeavors. And after 7 centuries, I have no idea what modern dances entail, Gao Wen chuckled, shaking his head and waving his hand. You all carry on with your affairs. It is rather uncomfortable for me, a 700-year-old relic, to engage in idle chatter with you, that I shall simply observe. The expressions of the two dukes stiffened slightly. Victoria's demeanor had always been quite rigid. Typically, such remarks are directed towards younger nobles or lesser aristocrats at gatherings. This was the first time in years someone had addressed them directly in such a manner, evoking a nostalgic sense of childhood. And yet, they found themselves unable to retort. Gao Wen watched the two contemporary dukes depart. He sighed internally that it was indeed not so simple. He had hoped that the mention of dragons in the Northern Duke's remarks during the earlier meeting would yield an important lead. Dragons had long since departed from this continent, an absence stretching back nearly a millennium without a single verified sighting recorded, rendering these formidable creatures almost mythical to the vast majority of intelligent races inhabiting the land. Yet for Gao Wen, who had soared through the skies for countless millennia, dragons were not unfamiliar. Upon witnessing a dragon, he had meticulously organized his memories, cataloging every instance of dragon appearances he could recall. After reviewing them, he noted that virtually every dragon had originated from the north. Regardless of the time span, whether it be a millennium or more, whether a solitary dragon or a multitude, they invariably traversed the northern mountains before entering the heart of the continent. Each time a dragon emerged, they seemed driven by a distinct purpose, making a beeline for the depths of the continent, attending to certain matters before departing swiftly, devoid of any inclination for leisurely exploration. Regrettably, Gao Wen's vantage point while soaring through the skies had been limited. He could only glimpse portions of the continent and a few coastal areas in the south. He was uncertain how far north this land extended, making it impossible to deduce whether those dragons hailed from beyond the northern mountain barriers or from an entirely different continent across the distant seas. Nonetheless, he harbored a distinct feeling. The dragons would undoubtedly return once more. Gao Wen's party did not linger in the capital for long. On the third day, they set forth. The assistance promised by the king would require some time to materialize. Food supplies could not traverse land routes, for the journey would consume half their provisions, while river transport would have to wait until the water levels of the Dalgan River in the Holy Spirit Plain rose a fortnight later. Assembling the 100 craftsmen and apprentices would also take time, primarily waiting for various guilds to identify their marginalized members who had been ostracized, then selecting the 100 most unfortunate souls for registration, a process that was inherently time-consuming. It would be a remarkable feat to ensure the departure of these individuals before the food was loaded onto the ships. Gao Wen could not afford to wait any longer. He finally obtained the pioneering rights he so ardently desired. A multitude of plans began to swirl in his mind, eager for implementation. After acquiring a plethora of documents provided by the king, he departed the royal capital with great urgency. His journey to the capital had been leisurely, filled with meandering exploration, but now he rode back with haste, wishing he could soar directly home to that moment. Gao Wen found himself sincerely envying the teleportation spells he had encountered in many fantastical novels. How splendid it would be to simply open a portal and arrive home without the need for such arduous travel. Regrettably, on this continent of Lauren, while magic existed, it was not as convenient as in the tales. Various races had only managed to harness magic to the extent of conjuring fireballs or compressing arcane energy into a slap to the face. Spells such as teleportation and spatial storage were not without their records. Yet they remained almost mythical. Legend spoke of the long-lost primal elves who possessed the art of spatial teleportation, and some claimed that draconic magic, the source of many spells, contained descriptions of spatial manipulation. Alas, no one had ever witnessed such wonders. Meanwhile, in the north, Duchess Victoria Wilde had returned to her castle, Fort Winter. Situated in her northern territory, as a guardian of the kingdom's borders, the Duchess could not be away from her domain for extended periods. Though the situation in the north was more stable than in the east, it still required her oversight. Thus, after concluding her initial meeting with Gao Wen Cecil, Victoria swiftly departed from Silver Fortress. Taking the fastest griffin back to her territory, she tossed her thick and warm silver fox cloak to a servant and strode purposefully into the depths of the castle. Once seated in her office, A woman with black hair and eyes of the same hue approached, placing a cup of hot tea before her, then skillfully began to massage the Duchess's shoulders. "You appear quite fatigued," the woman remarked, her voice low and soothing. "The founding Archduke has truly resurrected," Victoria murmured. "The legendary Gao Wen Cecil, his visage identical, and the sword of the pioneer, just as it was that I had the audacity to employ a lie detection spell." And astonishingly, everything he stated was true. The woman, seemingly a mere maid, countered, "A skilled deceiver can evade lie detection, and even when magic is in effect, it is not always reliable. There are probabilities in sorcery, and one ought not to depend on it too heavily." Victoria shook her head. "Maggie, I still have my intuition." "Intuition, you say?" The woman named Maggie pondered. "Then what do you intend to do?" The resurrected great hero seems disinclined to engage in the current power structure of the kingdom. "He merely seeks his permanent pioneering rights," Victoria replied with a detached expression, recounting her experiences in the royal capital. "What concerns me is his attitude towards the king. I had assumed that the founding duke would place extreme importance on the legitimacy of the Mon family's bloodline, potentially clashing with the current royal family over this issue. Yet, he openly acknowledged Francis II as the rightful heir of the founding ancestor. This revelation took me by surprise. They must have had private discussions." Maggie noted, ceasing her massage. "You have been careless." "Careless indeed," Victoria frowned. "And now, that king may prove even more difficult to control. Are you suggesting?" "No," Victoria shook her head. "The Wild family seeks the enduring prosperity of Ansu. Not powered, so you do not plan to take any action." Maggie continued her massage. "You are too gentle that I do not favor the methods of my forebears. They are no longer suitable for this era," Victoria declared, her gaze involuntarily drifting to the wall opposite her. There hung the family crest of the Wild family, alongside 5 portraits, those of the founding ancestor Charles I and 4 pioneering knights. These portraits were standard among the noble families of Ansu. Beside the portrait of the Wild family ancestor was that of Gao Wen Cecil, the formidable man clad in armor, wielding the sword of the pioneer, gazing into the distance with a weary expression, as if his sight could pierce through time to glimpse a distant future. This thought caused Victoria to shudder slightly as she considered his resurrection after 7 centuries. "Vicky," Maggie's voice broke through from behind. "Remove the portrait of Duke Cecil," Victoria Wilde stated flatly. "It is inappropriate to display it here." "Remove it? Is that permissible? He himself told me he was uncomfortable being hung on the wall while still alive." Victoria's voice carried a hint of weariness, "But he is an elder, a friend of my ancestors. I cannot disregard his wishes." "Very well." Maggie nodded reluctantly and approached to prepare to take down the portrait. Just then, Victoria spoke again. "By the way, Maggie, you are a mountain dweller, correct?" "Yes, do you know the stories of dragons? What is your view on them?" The black-haired, black-eyed woman, with her back to Victoria, fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. "Just some tedious legends. But a dragon has indeed appeared in the southern Cecil territory. That's so," Maggie remarked, removing the portrait of Gao Wen Cecil. "That is likely not a good omen." Chapter 38. A true headache. Gao Wen Cecil returned safely, bearing the king's signed documents and news of royal support. After nearly 3 months of waiting in Tanzan town, Viscount Andrew felt he had made the right decision. The founding hero from 7 centuries past had not disappointed him. He was not merely the brute Andrew had initially feared, but a figure of cunning and strategy. However, he had not anticipated that the founding hero would choose the Dark Mountains as the starting point for revitalizing his family. As a minor noble stationed in the southern frontier, Viscount Andrew was certainly familiar with the Dark Mountains. Indeed, the original Cecil and Leslie territories lay to the north of the mountains, and on clear days, one could easily see that grand natural barrier by simply looking up. The mountains blocked the unhealthy air emanating from the Gondor wasteland, yet their own multitude of magical beasts and frequent tales of horror made many wary of them. Even the most reckless hunters seldom ventured into the Dark Mountains for a livelihood, even when southern lords opened hunting rights in the mountains. The original Cecil territory lay slightly to the northwest of the Dark Mountains, with Tanzan town to the northeast, while Gao Wen's newly established Cecil territory was southeast of Tanzan town, forming a rough triangle. However, the new Cecil territory was closest to the Dark Mountains, with its southern expanse extending directly into the mountain range. The Whitewater River flowing past Tanzan town had a tributary that flowed into the new Cecil territory. From a logistical standpoint, this new home was quite advantageous. It could easily receive supplies from Tanzan town. And if the territory developed in the future, trade costs would significantly diminish. Yet this depended on whether Gao Wen and his people could truly establish a foothold in that barren land. Within Viscount Andrew's castle, the slender and meticulous noble appeared troubled. "Forgive my candor, your grace, but the first location you have chosen is not particularly suitable. While the land is abundant, it is too close to the dark mountains, lacking the protection of civilized society. The beasts within pose a significant threat, and each year during the fog month, unclean winds sweep across the mountains from the Gondor wasteland. Strong soldiers may withstand it, but the weak commoners and serfs cannot endure. You must have seen the map. You should realize that although I have a broad range of choices, the circumstances are largely similar." Gao Wen replied dismissively. "Among the areas adjacent to the Dark Mountains, the land I selected is the best. Unclean winds can be warded off with medicine and magic. I will devise my own solutions to the protection issues. As long as we endure the first year, we can extract ore from the Dark Mountains, and the territory will secure its footing." He could hardly confess that he chose such a location because it concealed the national treasury from 7 centuries ago. Could he? He would have to wait until he opened the treasury and claimed all its contents before allowing outsiders to know of it. And even then, it would have to be on a limited basis. Complete concealment was impossible. Those resources would eventually need to be utilized. Once they began the construction, even a fool could deduce the truth. Thus, he could only ensure that as few people as possible were aware of the matter before all those resources were put to use. Seeing Gao Wen's resolute attitude, Viscount Andrew, of course, could say little more. He simply offered a reminder. "This is all your decision, and I shall certainly do my utmost to support it, but please remember our initial agreement." Gao Wen smiled slightly. "Rest assured, the Cecil family never leaves debts unpaid. If you are truly uneasy, I can pledge a piece or two of my antiquities to you." At that moment, Rebecca, who was seated opposite the table reporting her experiences in the royal capital to Aunt Hetty, suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Gao Wen. "Our ancestor shares the same thoughts as me. Does this mean I have inherited the family legacy?" Hetty lightly tapped Rebecca's forehead, admonishing her, "Stop looking around. Continue speaking. At the king's banquet, were you truly preoccupied solely with eating from start to finish? I even indulged in some wine. I'm of age, after all, and can partake a little." Observing the dim-witted girl, Hetty's expression turned to one of despair. My heavens! As for Viscount Andrew, he, of course, could not accept the goodwill of Gawain and hastily wave his hand. "No need, no need. I have faith in the credibility of the Cecil family and the assurances of the founding hero." "So, when do you plan to set off?" "The sooner, the better." Gawain nodded. "Once we have gathered the supplies, we shall depart. The support promised by the king will take at least a month to arrive. I must first ensure my subjects are settled in their new home." For the people who had narrowly escaped the calamity in the old Cecil territory, the 3-month period of recuperation was over. And the lord's return from the capital signified that they must immediately prepare themselves for a new life, even though the majority had no understanding of what that new life entailed. Knights Philip and Byron were dispatched to procure the essential supplies and materials necessary for establishing the new territory in Tanzan town: food, tools, tents, medicine, and a multitude of other necessities they had never even contemplated. The items required piled up like a mountain, and even with Hetty, who had consistently assisted in managing territorial affairs, and Byron, an elder of the Cecil family, unsure of where to begin, no one knew what was needed to establish a territory from scratch. In this regard, only Gawain could offer assistance. 700 years ago, during the Great Pioneering Period, the ancestors of Ansu had built their homes from nothing, and Gawain's memories of the preparations required during the pioneering era were invaluable experiences. Of course, due to the 7th-century gap, Gawain's knowledge might not be entirely applicable, but the fundamental principles remained largely unchanged. Regardless of how tools have evolved, the challenges faced by pioneers in the wilderness remain the same: sustenance, shelter, medical care, and security. As for financial matters, Viscount Andrew had previously returned the wealth of the Cecil family, and combined with the funds preserved by Knight Philip, although not abundant, they were barely sufficient for procuring the initial supplies. The refugees from the Cecil territory wandered about the town, gathering supplies and hiring transport, naturally drawing the attention of the locals. They had already heard whispers of the resurrection of the founding hero and had learned of the return of the Cecil Lord's lady from the capital. Thus it was evident to them that these outsiders, who had resided in the town for 3 months, were finally preparing to depart. The majority of the lower-class populace in Tanzan town paid little heed to the comings and goings of these outsiders. Yet the fact that they needed to purchase a multitude of items before leaving allowed the town's trading guild to profit handsomely, thus significantly reducing their complaints about their lord. Prior to this, the lord had requisitioned numerous shanties for the newcomers' accommodation, and the meager refugees had scarcely a few copper coins to spare, which had understandably irked many merchants, while the two family knights busily prepared supplies. Gawain instructed Hetty and Rebecca to compile a comprehensive list of all the Cecil subjects, detailing the more than 800 survivors. They were to record each individual's name, age, gender, health status, and skills, organized by family, while also creating a separate list specifically for carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths. Moreover, if possible, each person should be assigned a number for easy reference. This task was assigned to Gawain's distant descendants, who he presumed would find it straightforward, only to discover that the two granddaughters were utterly perplexed. They had never heard of basic data registration and were unaware of how such forms were constructed. Had they not even conducted a basic population census? Gawain, observing Hetty and Rebecca's bewildered expressions, felt just as confounded. "Then how did you keep track of the population in the territory?" Rebecca replied innocently, "Aunt Hetty manages the land surrounding the castle, while the knights oversee their own fiefs. They generally know how many men, women, elderly, and children there are. As for who is a blacksmith or carpenter, the locals are familiar enough with one another to simply inquire." Gawain, what? Just inquire. The legendary notion of governing through mere glances, maintaining peace through countenance. Noticing the tumultuous expressions on Gawain's face, Hetty became anxious. "Ancestor, did you and the late king truly rely on such forms to tally the population when founding the nation?" Hastily rifling through the information in his mind, Gawain's expression turned pale moments later. Goodness, it was even more chaotic back then. The Gondor Empire collapsed overnight, and the once prosperous central region was reduced to ashes. Those fortunate enough to survive the initial wave of destruction were primarily from the remote areas. And that ancient empire was a quintessentially imbalanced society, its developmental structure, in Gawain's view, even bordering on grotesque, due to the world's reliance on magical focal points, which are limited in number. All advanced technologies of the Gondor Empire were concentrated around the most powerful magical focal point, Deep Blue, while the sparsely populated remote areas lagged unimaginably behind. Thus, when the magical tide erupted from Deep Blue, all advanced technologies and knowledgeable populations of the Gondor Empire were sacrificed, and the survivors continued to be subjected to relentless energy radiation. That be why the time the pioneers led everyone to safety. Human civilization had effectively crumbled, Tio put it bluntly. The 4 great nations were established by a group of elementary school students leading a throng of illiterates. However, in this world where extraordinary powers exist, the strength of individuals at the top can to some extent counterbalance the overall decline brought about by civilizational stagnation. Thus, the initial 4 great nations were able to be established under the strain of exceptionally powerful pioneers, enduring the myriad pressures faced during their founding. Yet, 700 years have passed, 700 years, and these unworthy descendants have made no progress. Chapter 39. The Dark Mountains. That, of course, while he internally lamented, Gawain understood that the current state of the world was inevitable. The progression of civilization follows discernible patterns, but is also rife with uncertainties. Occasionally, a groundbreaking technological innovation can elevate an entire civilization to the next level. Yet in most cases, especially under the overwhelming dominance of feudal ignorance, civilizational development can stagnate for centuries. In this world, characterized by supernatural forces, rigid class structures, and having endured a cataclysm, the situation is exacerbated. The existence of extraordinary powers affords this world many conveniences that transcend the times. Yet simultaneously, these powers bind the development of civilization. They allow those in positions of privilege to effortlessly lead exceedingly comfortable lives and establish absolute dominion over the vast majority of powerless mortals. Moreover, the rarity and unpredictability of magical talent render it challenging for such powers to act as catalysts for societal advancement, since they do not enhance the prospects of the general populace. Those few fortunate individuals who occasionally awaken magical abilities merely ascend to a new aristocratic class, incapable and unwilling to alter the fates of the majority. Extraordinary powers do not belong to the common folk. This is a rule taken for granted. Consequently, societal progress is exceedingly slow. On one hand, the ordinary people, as the main demographic, are utterly powerless to change any existing conditions, while on the other, the upper class, accustomed to the conveniences of extraordinary powers, sees no necessity for societal advancement. In fact, even the commoners do not perceive a need for progress. They merely pray for the day they might awaken magical abilities that are in a world where ice arrows exist. Who would think to invent refrigerators and air conditioners? Yet, ice arrows will forever remain just ice arrows. They cannot ensure that everyone enjoys ice treats in the summer, nor can they allow medical practitioners to preserve serums and vaccines at will. At least in this current era, that is the case. This is undoubtedly incorrect. Gawain is acutely aware of this. Extraordinary powers should not serve as a hindrance to civilization, and this realm should not remain forever trapped in the Middle Ages. Ultimately, magic is merely a method of energy utilization, and its flexible and convenient nature ought to act as a driving force for rapid development rather than serve as shackles. Though all of this cannot be resolved at present. He elaborated further to Hetty and Rebecca on the necessity of compiling these statistics and highlighted certain considerations for creating the forms. Naturally, given their lack of experience in such matters, and the likelihood that the uneducated commoners could hardly articulate their own surnames or ages, he relaxed the requirements for the forms, instructing them to focus only on the artisan's information for now, while other commoners could simply be registered by name. Everything could be refined once the new territory was established. No one had ever conducted such a census of the common folk, for to the nobility of this world, commoners held almost no value. Even as cannon fodder in battle, they were scarcely deemed sufficient. The sole purpose of the common folk is to produce sustenance and serve as free labor. No one recognizes the significance of humanity, and consequently, no one acknowledges the necessity of registering population data. It is comforting to note that, amidst her general confusion regarding other matters, Rebecca quickly grasped Gawain's intent and cheerfully set off with others to organize the information, reflecting on her earlier decree that permitted serfs to attain freedom through service. It seems that this seemingly incompetent Lady Lord is not entirely lacking in merit. This child, with proper education, might well be capable of managing personnel, though perhaps not. Fortunately, the number of individuals requiring enumeration is less than 900. And after settling in Tanzan town, Sir Philip had already conducted a preliminary record of the survivors. With Hetty's assistance, Rebecca swiftly compiled the data requested by Gawain. Upon receiving the information, Gawain decided to split the group into two factions to journey to their new home. One faction, the advance party, would be personally led by him, Rebecca, and Hetty, comprising half of the soldiers and militia under Sir Byron's command, along with essential craftsmen and 100 laborers. This advance party would establish a temporary camp at the destination, ascertain the water sources, and prepare defenses against potential beast attacks. Subsequently, the majority of the commoners would follow under Sir Philip's escort, that it would be unwise to charge directly into a barren land with over 800 people. Although this group is largely free from the infirm and elderly, those could not escape. It is prudent for the less combat-capable civilians to trail behind the advance party to cultivate a desolate territory. No amount of preparation ever feels sufficient, yet one must take that first step. After devising a meticulously thorough plan, Gawain and his advance party finally departed Tanzan town, heading toward the shadowy mountains in the southeast. They progressed along the tributary of the Whitewater River, traversing the relatively flat riverbanks, with knights and lords leading the way, while soldiers flanked the sides for protection. Skilled craftsmen and various supplies were safeguarded in the center of the procession. Hetty, riding her horse, glanced back at the modest-sized party and suddenly felt a surge of emotion. It seems we have become pioneers. We are indeed pioneers, Gawain smiled at her, responding, indeed. Hetty blinked. What I meant was the grand pioneering endeavor from 700 years ago. Gawain shrugged. Wasn't that also me? Hetty. That's true. Displaying a bit of confidence, Gawain observed the lady, who appeared somewhat troubled about the future. Every venture into the unknown is a magnificent journey, whether it be the second grand pioneering effort from 7 centuries past, the first from ancient legends, or our current endeavors. They are all fundamentally grand, but we will not only establish a new homeland. Perhaps we will also usher in a new era. Hetty stared at Gawain, momentarily taken aback, then nodded. She did not fully comprehend what he meant by a new era, but given that it was spoken by the ancestor of a legendary hero, it must be something both great and glorious. Meanwhile, the accompanying Amber clapped her hands enthusiastically, thinking simply that since Gawain was the boss, whatever he said was right. Regardless of whether she understood, it was always wise to applaud that as they neared the dark mountains. The scenery grew increasingly desolate, the signs of human civilization's power waning in this southern realm. Before the fervor of the pioneering age had faded, the descendants of the first generation of pioneering knights had established small settlements in this wild land with sword and flame, planning to expand their territory toward the desolate lands of Gondor. However, with the surging tides of magic causing disturbances, the primitive dark forces at the borders of civilization eroded their efforts, and the continuously proliferating monsters, along with the deteriorating natural environment, made it increasingly difficult to sustain these settlements. Later, the civil unrest of the Mist Month erupted, reshuffling the powers of the southern realm, leading to the demise of the last few struggling pioneering villages. Today, the retaliating wild forces have consumed all traces of civilization, leaving only beasts and monsters amid the dilapidated settlements and primordial forests. Although magical energies have since calmed, and the dark tide of magic has been confined to the wastelands of Gondor, humanity seems content with its current domain of civilization. Coupled with the decline of the Cecil family in the south, the Ansu kingdom has yet to express any intention of redeveloping this land. The convoy advanced silently along the rugged and pockmarked road. While Gawain's encouragement proved effective for Hetty, the others in the group remained uneasy, uncertain of what results awaited them in this foray into the wild. Even with the great pioneer from 7 centuries ago leading them, doubt lingered, especially among the craftsmen drawn from the commoners and serfs. Rather than a sense of glory driving them, it was more a habitual obedience to their lord and a numbness towards life that propelled them forward. Thus, they continued along the riverbank and halted their journey 3 days later in a clearing. This open area lay adjacent to the dark mountains, nestled between the river and the mountain range, forming a narrow strip of plain. Here, the tributary of the Whitewater River widened slightly, its flow slackening as it meandered along the northern side of the dark mountains, eventually merging into the territory of the Typhon Empire. Gazing southward, one could behold the grand, yet daunting dark mountains. Gawain ascended a large rock by the riverside, surveying the surroundings and comparing them with the satellite imagery in his mind. He observed that to the west of the plain, a forest thrived, predominantly inhabited by sturdy black firs and giant trees, which could serve as valuable timber sources during the initial stages of their territory. The eastern mountains jutted out. If Gawain Cecil's memory served him correctly, there should be iron mines in that vicinity. Beyond the iron mines, several other mineral deposits awaited. Indeed, the Dark Mountains were a treasure trove. Although Gawain Cecil and Charles I's pioneering expedition had not paused in the Dark Mountains, they had conducted basic investigations and surveys along the way, making Gawain well acquainted with the untapped mineral resources discovered during their journey. Since the Ansu royal family had forsaken these, he would gladly claim them for himself. After assessing the terrain, Gawain leaped down from the rock and addressed Hetty. "You shall set up camp here, erecting the tents you brought. Let the soldiers guard the lumberjacks as they venture into the forest for timber, though do not venture too deeply to avoid beast attacks. Do not concern yourselves with the monsters. The Dark Mountains are not as terrifying as you imagine. The influence of the dark tide has long since receded, and encountering monsters will only occur if you wander near the focal points of magical energy. Aside from those gathering wood, all other laborers should remain here to assist in establishing the camp. Rebecca, Byron, Amber, you 3 shall accompany me." Hetty paused, surprised. "Ancestor, are you going to retrieve my inheritance?" Chapter 40. Ancient Ruins in Truth. The ancient ruins or relics that Gawain recalled were not far from their camping site. They lay just north of the Dark Mountains, most of their structures concealed within the mountain, while some portions were exposed between the cliffs. In theory, if one simply gazed upward at the distant Dark Mountains, they could glimpse parts of the ruins nestled hundreds of meters above ground among the rocky cliffs. However, centuries of time had eroded the marks of civilization, with rampant vines and mountain vegetation shrouding the cliffs and obscuring the ruins. Additionally, structural collapses and the accumulation of earth and stone made it exceedingly difficult to discern those exposed features. From the camping site, even the keenest-eyed hunter would struggle to identify the anomalies between the rocks and vines at first glance. Having arranged the camp matters, Gawain and his three companions set off toward the mountains. A mere decade would not significantly alter the natural terrain, and with the aid of the satellite imagery from 10 years prior, combined with the route etched in his memory, Gawain and his group easily found the path upward. Amber appeared somewhat anxious. "I say, are we really going to dig for treasure in the dark mountains? There are only 4 of us. Don't you think this team seems a bit precarious?" Gawain glanced at the half-elf. "And what would you suggest?" Amber gestured animatedly. "Surely we need a contingent of several hundred for escort, a dozen master rangers and druids to lead the way, knights to clear the path, and sorcerers stationed at the rear. Then throw in a master thief as talented as myself to handle any locks and doors. This is the standard configuration for treasure hunting in the mountains." "Isn't it? Standard configuration. My foot." Gawain had expected some profound insight, but instead was met with such nonsense. What treasure hunting team follows the protocols of a regular army? Moreover, it's easy for you to say. How about you organize such a team? All right, I may have exaggerated a bit, but this is the Dark Mountains. The Dark Mountains, mind you, Amber exclaimed dramatically. Legend has it that every 800 meters resides a demon lord, and you're heading into the mountains with just 3 companions, one of whom can only cast fireballs. Do you believe I could take you down without using fireballs? Rebecca immediately bristled, raising her staff to point at Amber, eager to show her how formidable the women of the Cecil family truly are. Gawain stepped in to stop his great-great-granddaughter, casting a resigned glance at Amber. "You'll eventually find yourself in trouble because of that mouth. Moreover, from where did you hear about the demon lords residing every 800 meters within the Dark Mountains? Such tales are merely the fanciful fabrications of ignorant villagers seeking to frighten children, that if there truly were that many demon lords, they would have long since ravaged NSU. As he spoke, he raised his gaze towards the winding mountain path ahead. The Dark Mountains are indeed a perilous realm, yet the dangers here are often exaggerated by the uninitiated. In fact, during the time of the Gondor Empire, this mountain range was merely one of the ordinary northern ranges. Renowned alongside the lofty peaks of the southern continent as the twin mountain systems, known as Lauren at that time, the Dark Mountains were anything but dark. Rather, they were celebrated for their bountiful resources and rich mineral deposits, earning the moniker the Golden Crown Mountains. Unfortunately, following the outbreak of the magical tide, the Dark Mountains found themselves directly facing the most intense assaults of elemental storms. Its entire southern slopes were ravaged by elemental corruption, giving rise to the dreaded Black Forest, which subsequently led to the mountain's ominous renaming. A.S. Gawain recounted his knowledge, partly derived from memories, partly from recent studies. He acknowledged that the Black Forest on the opposite side of the mountain was indeed dangerous. Yet its position on the southern flank rendered the Dark Mountains a natural barrier, effectively isolating them from the pervasive miasma emanating from the ruins of Gondor. The vast majority of the mutated creatures dwelling within the Black Forest rely on chaotic magical energy for survival. Thus they seldom venture beyond its confines, let alone cross the ridge into the suffocating northern territory, making the northern side of the Dark Mountains relatively safe. The path Gawain chose was not heavily cloaked in vegetation, yet sporadic trees and creeping vines occasionally obstructed the way. These resilient plants, thriving within the Dark Mountains, were somewhat influenced by the miasma of the wasteland. Each year, a trace of elemental wind, what Viscount Andrew referred to as the unclean breeze, wafted in from the south. Under the influence of chaotic elemental forces, the flora appeared distorted and unnaturally robust, exuding a somewhat sinister aura. However, Gawain understood that, despite their somewhat intimidating appearance, these entities posed no genuine threat. They were merely sturdier plants. The noble youths who ventured into the woods north of the Dark Mountains, only to return boasting of their trials in the Black Forest, were merely exaggerating the perils of this land. They knew nothing of the true nature of the Black Forest. His assurance that the pollution in the northern region of the Dark Mountains had dissipated was not solely based on memories or hearsay, but rather upon a satellite image from a decade prior. By comparing the satellite imagery with his recollections, it became evident that this area had transformed into a zone of safety. The fear that enveloped this place stemmed from 2 primary sources, the first being the dread of the Gondor wasteland. Although the Sentinel Towers and the Grand Wall constructed by the elves sealed off most of Gondor's territory, that magical barrier could only mitigate about 70 to 80% of the chaotic magical energy. Each year, the corruptive forces seeping from the Gondor wasteland remained the greatest threat to the border regions of the Four Kingdoms. Even now, as the remnants of the magical tide receded, the fear and pressure accumulated by generations living on the border would not dissipate swiftly. Tales of horror from these frontier lands had been passed down for 7 centuries. Becoming almost a part of the traditional culture, Gao Wen cleared the obstructing vegetation along the way. He mused aloud, the second source of fear is the fear of the unknown. The unknown? Amber furrowed her brow in inquiry. Indeed, the unknown. How many years has Ansu Kingdom ceased its southern expansion? Rebecca answered. If we count from the signing of the cessation order, it has been over 200 years. If we count from the dismantling of all settlement outposts, it has been a century. Precisely, at the very least, it has been a century. For an entire century, this place has been designated a forbidden zone, aside from those so-called adventurers who return boasting of their escapades. No one dares approach this area, leaving no one to comprehend its true nature. They can only glean information from the terrifying tales passed down through generations and the exaggerated stories spun by adventurers. How could they not be frightened? As Gawain delivered this extensive exposition, Amber finally exhaled in relief. Phew, so, by that account, the horror stories surrounding the Dark Mountains are mere fabrications, and we are indeed quite safe here. Gawain pondered for a moment, then suddenly leaned closer to the half-elf maiden with a rather sinister expression. Actually, I was deceiving you. This place is indeed ominously perilous and chaotic, and there is a demon lord residing every 800 meters. Amber. Eek, still a master thief, are we? How embarrassing. Gawain chuckled with satisfaction, patting Rebecca's head and gesturing towards a fallen tree trunk not far away. Your fireball spell has found its purpose. Blow that thing to smithereens. If my memory serves me right, we are approaching it. Rebecca had been eagerly awaiting this moment, and she immediately nodded enthusiastically, raising her staff to send a fireball the size of a head soaring forward. It seemed to Gawain that her speed in conjuring fireballs had improved. With a resounding boom, the fireball erupted, shattering the already decayed trunk, which then tumbled down the slope in 2 unbalanced halves, clearing the path ahead. Before them lay an open area hidden within the mountains. This expanse seemed to have been deliberately leveled by someone. The rocky terrain was sculpted into an astonishingly orderly form. Amidst the stones, ancient arches and crumbling walls were visible, as if they were embedded within the massive cliffs, creating an illusion that a grand fortress had once been devoured by the surrounding rocks. In reality, this ancient ruin was constructed within the mountain itself, with approximately 2/3 of its structure concealed behind the stone walls. Whether it was the timid Amber, who had been apprehensive throughout the journey, or Rebecca, who attentively absorbed the teachings of her ancestors, or the vigilant Sir Byron, all were taken aback at the sight of the ancient relic hidden within the mountain. They stared in astonishment at the incredible ruins of antiquity. Gawain's gaze roamed the surroundings until it suddenly halted at a pile of collapsed stones. Approaching the rubble, he noticed a fragment of something nearly unrecognizable, darkened by time. After careful examination, he discerned that it was a severely rusted and decayed broken sword. Beside the stone heap, he found a deep engraving in the ground, so profound that it remained clearly discernible after 7 centuries of weathering. Squad 16, Cole rests here. Rebecca's voice came from behind. What is this? When the squad crossed the Whitewater River, they encountered pursuing enemies. Squad 16 was tasked with covering the rear, and none returned. Gawain spoke slowly. It seems the last surviving soldier retreated to this place when escape became hopeless. Alas, at that time, the magical tide raged, and the entire Dark Mountains were shrouded in corruptive forces. During my lifetime, we were unable to reclaim this area, and by the time the magical tide naturally receded. No one remembered this place. Sir Byron unsheathed his sword, pressing the blade to his chest in a gesture of respect towards the modest grave. The soldiers buried here had a resting place. Yet the warriors who erected the grave and left the inscription were now lost to time. Gawain stood in silence before the grave for a moment, then picked up a stone from the side and placed it atop the pile. Rest assured, everyone survived that moment. He wished to express this sentiment as Gawain Cecil, rather than as the time-traveling Gawain that he then walked towards the nearby archway. Follow me. I shall show you what your ancestors left behind here. Chapter 41. The treasury, the ancient treasury, lay concealed amidst the mountains, shrouded in the vines of an uncharted ruin. The walls, constructed of colossal stones and metals, bore the scars of time, each mark a character left by the ages. And what humanity could glean from these characters was but the essence of antiquity. The history of this ancient ruin could be traced back to the distant era of the Gondor Empire. Its weighty and majestic style foreign to the contemporary people of Ansu, in Gawain's memory. When the Northern Expeditionary Forces discovered this place, it had already been reduced to ruins. Indeed, it appeared no more youthful than it does now. Gawain, Rebecca, Amber, and Sir Byron entered the mountain through the grand archway. The flickering light of their torches cast shifting shadows along the corridor, reminiscent of a fabled passage leading to the realm of the dead. Amber voiced her discontent. Had I known, I would have brought your Aunt Hetty along. What use are you, unable even to cast a simple light spell? Are you truly a mage? Rebecca's cheeks flushed. Fireball. Fireball spells can illuminate as well. Yet her tone lacked the conviction to be persuasive. Sir Byron, walking a short distance behind Gawain, gazed at the ancient stone walls and the indiscernible depressions upon them. Unable to suppress the memories of his days as a mercenary. How many years has this ruin existed? I do not know, Gawain shook his head. When we first discovered it, it was already a ruin. At that time, the more knowledgeable members of the group referred to this as the legacy of the era of sparks, a period during the latter half of the Gondor Empire when magical technology experienced significant advancements. It was during this era that the Great Magic Well, known as the Deep Blue Well, was successfully activated, igniting a fervor for expansion within the empire. This led to the construction of numerous fortresses and research facilities along various borders, all in the hope of discovering similar colossal magical focal points as Deep Blue elsewhere on the continent. However, in the end, those facilities were abandoned one by one that Rebecca found it quite astonishing. Had no magical focal points been discovered at all? No, it was not that such focal points could not be found. Rather, none could compare to the Deep Blue Well. As Gavin reminisced about the history in his mind, he recalled that the power of the Deep Blue Well was beyond imagination. It was an enormous source of magical energy located at the heart of the continent, with an output of energy sufficient to sustain the operations of the entire Ansu Mage Tower for a month. Thus, later scholars speculated that the explosion of the Deep Blue Well in the year 179 of Gondor was, in fact, the catalyst for the magical tide. Although that explosion did not obliterate the entire empire on the spot. It tore a gaping rift in the elemental plane, and the accumulation of elemental imbalances ultimately triggered the magical tide the following year. However, this hypothesis could not be substantiated, as both the Deep Blue Well and the magical focal point known as Deep Blue had been utterly annihilated, leaving no one to investigate further. How remarkable! As a sorceress, Rebecca could naturally discern the astonishing nature of that ancient magic well. What shocked her even more was the fact that humanity had once wielded such a degree of power. The Gondor Empire of that time was indeed formidable. In summary, to the Gondorians of that era, the magical focal points scattered across the continent were nearly deemed inconsequential. Thus, after reluctantly discovering a few medium-sized magical focal points, Gondor ceased its exploration of more distant regions, resulting in the abandonment of a multitude of fortresses and research facilities. This place was likely one such facility that had been decommissioned during the same period, and it was probably a comprehensive establishment. Suddenly, Amber grew anxious. Could it be that there are uncontrollable ancient magical monsters or traps lurking here? Gavin cast a glance at the visibly tense half-elf. As someone who dares to disturb the graves of others, are you truly afraid of these ancient facilities that have been abandoned for over 1,000 years? That's different. Digging up graves merely means encountering a corpse, which is just a person, if something were to leap out from these ancient facilities. Who knows what it could be? Amber exclaimed that I've heard that some ancient facilities are sealed with synthetic beasts and magical giants created by mad sorcerers. Gavin felt a vain throb on his forehead. If I were to rise from the dead, I would simply be a human. How disappointing that must be for you. Speaking of which, where did you acquire all this misinformation about the Dark Mountains and the current tales of ancient facilities? Amber pondered for a moment before mysteriously declaring, Let me tell you, I am indeed chosen by the goddess of the night. Sometimes, when I pray with great fervor, the goddess grants me insights. She teaches me everything. Rebecca casually conjured a mini fireball, no larger than her thumb, and hurled it at Amber, who was caught off guard and became covered in soot, immediately squealing. "What the hell? Are you insane?" Suddenly throwing a fireball is extremely dangerous. Rebecca shrugged. It seemed she is not the chosen one, that Gavin had grown too weary to engage with these two mismatched individuals. As the ancient door had finally come into view, at the end of the corridor stood a heavy, massive door forged from purple-black metal, displaying the quintessential style of Gundor's era of sparks, thick, stable, and adorned with abstract reliefs depicting soldiers and city walls. Amber wiped the soot from her face and gazed at the door with shining eyes. Could this possibly be forged from a single piece of purple steel? Indeed, it is a single piece. However, for every scrap you attempt to chip off, I will have Rebecca converted into fireballs to splatter across your face, Gavin replied, tapping Amber's head with the hilt of the sword of the pioneer. So, put away your audacious thoughts and patiently wait for me to pay you your wages. That is the way to go. Amber turned her head away, muttering softly. Old miser. Gavin heard her mutterings but chose to ignore them. Instead, he took a step back and retrieved the crucial key from his pocket. The platinum disc, a relic from 700 years ago. Rebecca expressed concern. After all these years, do you think it will still work? Gavin looked at her with a faint smile. This is Gundor's technology. As long as the main structure has not collapsed, its main door will never malfunction. As if to validate his words. The intricate patterns on the platinum disc began to illuminate one by one, and the reliefs on the heavy metal door shimmered with threads of light. Once the door was fully aglow, a series of creaking mechanical sounds emanated from the depths of the door and the adjacent rock walls. Everyone felt the ground beneath them tremble slightly, and with this tremor, the door began to slowly open. Gavin and Rebecca were already prepared. As the door swung open, they covered their mouths and noses and stepped aside. Gavin also activated one of the knight's basic skills, breath protection, enveloping everyone present with a barely perceptible barrier. This ability was akin to a sorcerer's basic spell, Breeze Shield. While it provided only minimal protection, it effectively maintained a clean air environment that in places like ancient ruins. This skill could safeguard the caster from toxic gases. Although there were no toxic gas traps in this ancient ruin, it was prudent to have an extra layer of protection in a sealed space that had been closed for 700 years, as gases could have accumulated. Several minutes later, Gavin lifted the protection, nodded to the others, and stepped through the doorway, followed closely by Knight Byron. Amber hesitated for a moment, but ultimately abandoned her idea of stealthily chipping off a piece of metal from the door. Purple steel was too hard, and her dagger could not make a dent. The interior of the door revealed a vast rectangular hall, with closed doors visible in all four directions, and ancient treasures stacked within the hall. The sealed environment of the hall, along with the runes placed throughout, ensured that these materials were oxidized and corroded at an exceedingly slow rate, allowing many of them to remain in good condition to this day. Piles of metal ingots, various crystals, swords, armor, and several large chests, each taller than a person, were stacked in the center. Gavin approached and wedged the sword of the pioneer into the gap of one chest. Pulling it open with force point, one of the chests contained gleaming gold and silver coins, while others held neatly arranged pale purple crystals, military-grade crystals that had undergone sculpting and charging. These coins were not the most valuable items. The crystals were. The ancient Gundor Empire had dominated the continent with its advanced magical technology, fueled by the magic from the deep blue well, granting its sorcerers an almost limitless supply of energy to squander. Even the most inept sorcerer could produce technical achievements under such conditions. Thus, the Gundor Empire accomplished something that seems almost unimaginable to the four great kingdoms today: the mass production of extraordinary armaments. Ordinary swords and armor lacked enchantments. No matter how sturdy or sharp they were, they remained mundane equipment. Only enchanted gear imbued with extraordinary power could be classified as extraordinary armaments. In present-day Ansu, enchanted weaponry is reserved for officers of various ranks, and even then, it is not guaranteed. However, during the Gundor era, each soldier was equipped with a longsword enchanted with sharpness and a standard crystal. These thumb-sized crystals contained preset models of basic shields and explosive spells, operating automatically and distinguishing between friend and foe, allowing even the most unskilled soldier to utilize them. Upon receiving an attack, the shield would activate. When the shield was depleted, it would heat up and flicker to signal danger, before being thrown, that if it reached a safe distance from the wearer and nearby allies, it would explode. In Gavin's view, this was an astonishingly advanced form of weaponry that if circumstances had not compelled them to leave these behind, the pioneers would have never considered abandoning them. The group had taken all the valuable resources they could carry, and these crystals were the part they had to forfeit. Gavin picked up a crystal, gently rubbing it in his hand. This might have been a way for ordinary people to access magic, but it was a pathway that could not be traversed. Only by activating the deep blue well could such items be produced without regard for cost, and now that the deep blue well had been destroyed, these ancient crystals would dwindle one by one. However, at the very least, these crystals would serve as the cornerstone for the stability of the territory. Chapter 42. The camp as they gazed upon the dazzling array of gold coins and crystals. Rebecca, Amber, and Knight Byron inevitably fell into a state of stupor. Byron, during his time as a mercenary, had encountered what were referred to as treasures hidden deep within the mountains. However, those dull and dusty antiques were of a completely different caliber compared to the military supplies currently safeguarded by runes before him. Rebecca, as a member of a once noble but now fallen family, had likely never encountered such riches within her castle as the vast array found in this warehouse. As for Miss Amber, from the perspective of a dedicated and skilled thief, she found herself pondering for the first time the daunting challenge of emptying this trove. Naturally, amidst their astonishment, a sense of curiosity arose, for many of the items before them were standard equipment from the gun door era, largely reliant on the advanced magical technology of the gun door empire. Hence, after the establishment of Ansu, the pioneers had progressively depleted such equipment, many having exhausted their energy over time. This day, Gundor's ancient weaponry had become something of a vague memory in history books, rendering the dazzling array of gear in the warehouse exceedingly foreign to them. Yet for Miss Amber, the underlying principles of these items were of little consequence. What mattered was their apparent value. Gundor gold coins, shield insignia silver coins, and even genuine three-leaf gold coins. My heavens, in a flash, Amber dashed to the chest overflowing with coins, her head nearly buried in the mound of gold. Money, this is all money. We've struck it rich, Boss, we are wealthy now. When impoverished, one is a mere old stickler. When wealthy, one becomes a boss. Such a dramatic shift in attitude truly befits her title of the Elven Disgrace. Gao Wen reached out to pry Amber away from the pile of coins, tugging at the collar of her shirt. Calm down. This is my money, not yours, Amber, with a face full of righteous indignation, proclaimed. As your most loyal follower, your wealth is inherently mine. These gold and silver coins are merely the least valuable items. The real treasures lie in the crystals nearby. Gao Wen scoffed, introducing these completely alien objects to the contemporary individuals surrounding him. The items stacked outside the chest were unprocessed crystal ores, raw magical substrates. Rebecca, being a mage, should recognize them. Though they require refinement before use, they will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Inside the chest are standardized military crystals from the Gundor period, simple to utilize and capable of significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of the soldiers in the territory for an extended period. Those swords and armors, however, pose a problem. I just examined them, and their condition is far from satisfactory. Particularly the magical mechanisms. Nearly all are inoperative, and it remains uncertain how much combat power they can currently yield. Although this treasure trove is sealed with runic protections to mitigate metal oxidation and rust, the continuous degradation and energy dissipation of the magical mechanisms cannot be arrested. While they possess a lengthy shelf life, 7 centuries is still a considerable span, and thus, even these items have their limits. Not only the weapons and armors, but even the military crystals within the chests exhibit varying degrees of energy dissipation. The energy they now contain is likely less than a third of their original capacity, and the malfunction rate of these antiques is also a concern. Yet for the presently impoverished Cecil family, this remains an astonishing fortune. Thus, despite Gao Wen's emphasis on the poor condition of these items, the looks exchanged between Rebecca and Amber were filled with unwavering determination. Such an immense wealth. Sir Byron felt his mouth dry, lying quietly along the kingdom's border, and unbeknownst to anyone, in a way. I must express gratitude for the foggy turmoil that transpired a century ago, Gao Wen mused, shaking his head. While the Mon family still remembered these riches, the magical tide thwarted any exploration of the area. By the time the tide receded, the Mon family had already lost its lineage. Alas, fate. Musing on fate, Gao Wen genuinely lamented the closed and regressive feudal system, where all wealth belonged to the king and the lords. And the lifeblood of the nation was grasped in the hands of a few families as private property. Should a family lose its lineage, these treasures could become unclaimed possessions in desolate mountains. What a ridiculous predicament. Had the Mon family meticulously documented this treasure trove on paper and archived it, and had the royal members merely been responsible for safeguarding the keys, it is likely these treasures would not have even fallen to him. After the turmoil, the weakened royal family would certainly have coveted these items. But what can one say? Such family heirlooms, lost in the mountains for various reasons, exemplify the very essence of medieval standards, do they not? Rebecca's gaze swept over the ancient equipment and crystals, but eventually settled on a chest of gold and silver coins. She exhaled. With these, we can settle the debts owed to Viscount Andrew and purchase grain and stone. Gao Wen glanced at her and shook his head. No, this money cannot be spent directly, Rebecca hesitated for a moment, but being no fool, quickly realized the reason. Because these are all antiques? Precisely. If you were to take a pile of Gondor gold and silver coins from 7 centuries ago to purchase something, even someone with a few screws loose would suspect that the Cecil family had unearthed treasures in this dark mountain range. Gao Wen affirmed that at the very least, until we have firmly established ourselves, these items must remain concealed. Then what shall we do? Rebecca furrowed her brow. We are in dire need of funds. Quite simply, even if we alter their appearance, gold remains gold and silver remains silver. Thank the era of precious metal trade. Gao Wen beamed, though his words made Amber's heart race. Melt these items down? Goodness! The half-elf nearly leapt up. Do you know what you're saying? Melt them down? These are ancient gold and silver coins from 7 centuries ago. Surely selling them on the black market would be more sensible than melting them down. Ancient gold and silver coins from 7 centuries ago, preserved as if new, and more importantly, many of them are completely lost to history, only depicted in texts of the ancient empire's currency. Gao Wen looked at Amber with the same gentle gaze he typically reserved for Rebecca. You might manage to sell 1 or 2. But try selling all 6 chests. If you somehow survive the endeavor, I will gift you a chest. Amber gritted her teeth, contemplating the audacious yet foolish notion of hoisting a chest and making a run for it. But upon observing Gao Wen's arms, thicker than her own thigh, she suppressed her reckless impulse. However, she sought to protest. But you can't melt them all down. That would be such a waste. Of course, we would only melt a portion. Gao Wen spread his hands. If I were to melt down all these antiques, I would feel the loss as well. Wound Ti, we can initially recast a portion to meet our pressing needs, while the rest can be preserved for future use. Only then did Amber's expression ease, and Gao Wen turned to Rebecca with a cheerful demeanor. Now do you understand why I insisted on retaining my title as Duke of Cecil back at Silver Fortress? Rebecca blinked. Huh, you simpleton. A duke has the right to mint currency. Amber's eyes widened. Then she turned to Gao Wen with a start. So you intended to melt down these antiques all along, didn't you? One could say that, Gao Wen admitted without hesitation. I am now an unprecedented non-territorial duke, with a temporary domain of 0, needing to cultivate land myself. Yet even without a territory, the various privileges attached to the duke title are inherently bestowed by law. The right to mint currency being merely one of them. Amber gazed at Gao Wen with wide eyes, finally exclaiming, Truly, you ancient aristocrats know how to play the game. Those modern-day bumpkin nobles who only know how to extort merchants for tolls cannot even begin to compare with you. To this, Gao Wen could only offer a single retort. Broaden your horizons. Even this entire treasure trove pales in comparison to the future that he then instructed Byron and Rebecca to each gather some crystals and coins before preparing to leave this location. The treasure trove was now firmly in their grasp, yet they could not immediately utilize everything contained within. First, they needed to establish a camp below, then have trustworthy soldiers transport the items from the treasure trove, most importantly the weapons and equipment, to the camp in batches. Additionally, they needed to assign guards to the treasure trove. Despite the protective magical door, now that they had arrived, it was imperative to ensure the treasure was no longer left unguarded in the mountains. Furthermore, the ancient warrior outside the ruins required a proper burial. A pile of stones hardly suffices as a grave. Now that individuals from the civilized world had returned to this land, the fallen warrior deserved a dignified resting place. After resealing the treasure trove with a platinum disc, Gao Wen and his party departed from the site. The camp near the riverbank was still bustling with activity, but it was nearing completion. Knights Byron and Philip had procured a substantial supply of tents from Tanzan town, essentially just the fabric and timber required to construct tents, which would need further processing on-site before becoming usable temporary shelters. However, the first batch of the advanced team consisted of skilled artisans, and with Hetty employing some auxiliary spells to assist, the camp was beginning to take shape. According to the plans laid out by Gavin in advance, all tents were erected on the southern bank of the Baishui River, forming a rough fan shape. Essential supplies such as grains and ironware were stored in the center of the camp, while the prefabricated timber brought along was stacked by the riverbank. The carts and wagons used for transportation were piled around the camp, serving as a temporary barrier until the walls were constructed, though the magical tide had receded. This was still a desolate wilderness devoid of civilization. Who could say what ferocious beasts might emerge? Beside the tent at the center of the camp, Gavin encountered Hetty, her face etched with fatigue. Surely, those ancient crystals could invigorate this weary lady. Chapter 43. The limitations of an era. Come and see these crystals. Upon spotting Hetty, Gavin immediately tossed a piece of light purple standardized crystal into her hands. The lady cast a curious glance at the object, and her face instantly lit up with astonishment. This is what you spoke of earlier from the treasure trove in the mountains. Indeed, it is, Gavin affirmed with a nod. Although he hadn't brought Hetty along this time, he had previously informed her about the treasure trove in the dark mountains while in Tanzan town. These crystals were a product of granddaughters' technological prowess. See if you can decipher their runic structure. Any mage whose mind had not been dulled by ignorance would recognize the value of these crystals upon seeing them. Hetty was immediately captivated by the exquisite light purple crystals. Yet after toying with them for a while, she could only shake her head in shame. Forgive me, ancestor. I feel quite embarrassed. I am merely a third-tier mage. I fear I cannot create such profound items. Gavin gazed into Hetty's eyes that I did not ask you to create. Simply analyze their runic structure. If possible, sketch it out as for creation. It is likely that no one in this age possesses the capability to craft such artifacts. These were directly infused with the magic of the deep blue well. The deep blue well. Hetty repeated, unable to contain her excitement upon hearing that illustrious name. She looked eagerly at the crystal in her hand. If it were merely a matter of reading and arranging the runic structure within, that would not be difficult. With a set of crystal resonators, one could project the engravings contained within. However, merely reading the runic structure, is it meaningful? Without the corresponding energizing techniques and activation methods, the runic structure is merely a collection of geometric patterns. Let us discuss that later, Gavin replied, nodding. These crystals can no longer be produced. At least until they are exhausted. I wish to retain as much information as possible. Hetty nodded and stored the crystal away. The fatigue on her face lingered, yet the uplifting news of the treasure trove in the mountains had significantly improved her demeanor. Gavin then inquired about the progress of the camp's construction, that we should have all the tents set up before sunset, and we will also erect a perimeter fence that I plan to place some magical traps and warning runes around to adequately fend off any beasts. The lumberjacks have discovered a wealth of quality timber in the forest to the west. The rough logs they are currently cutting are temporarily piled upstream on the Baishui River. Tomorrow, after felling some more, we can simply let the timber float downstream. Additionally, based on the intelligence you provided, I sent 2 men eastward, and they did indeed locate an iron mine. However, we currently lack the capacity to smelt iron, so we can only transport it bit by bit. The most pressing issue now is the shortage of manpower. The advanced team primarily came to assess the situation and establish a forward base. Resource gathering will have to wait for reinforcements. The main force will arrive in 3 days, at which point the manpower issue should ease, along with the arrival of tools and materials. As Gavin spoke, he turned to gaze upon the camp, which was gradually taking shape, that he had many plans and numerous strategies. The expansive thinking of a traveler combined with the vast knowledge of Gavin Cecil filled him with confidence. Thus, as he beheld the nascent camp, a surge of ambition swelled within him. The tents were arranged in an orderly fashion according to plan, and drainage ditches had been excavated around the camp. Once the waters of the Baishui River were channeled into these ditches the following day, they would serve to prevent the most perilous threat of fire to the nascent settlement. Artisans were busy processing timber, nailing them together to create rudimentary and primitive barriers. Though these barriers would offer little protection against true magical beasts, they might provide some degree of defense against wild animals. The lumberjacks who had ventured into the western forest had already returned and were now resting. Everything appeared to be going well. However, as Gavin walked into the camp and observed carefully, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He noticed the dazed and intimidated expressions on the faces of the craftsmen and laborers, as well as their various rudimentary attempts at slacking off. Despite the seemingly neat and compliant arrangement of tents and fences, signs of shoddy workmanship and negligence were everywhere. Missing nails were the most common issue, and some tents were barely secured at all. The artisans, under Hetty's supervision, managed to complete their tasks with some accuracy, yet the assisting laborers seemed to be operating haphazardly. Gavin had considered that most of the common folk in this era were uneducated, unable to read or count. Thus, he had taken the time to explain in detail how to set up the tents and plan the camp. Yet now it seemed that aside from placing the tents and fences in the areas he had strictly delineated, nearly every individual task within the camp was woefully inadequate. Did they not understand that these tents and fences were their only sanctuary in the wilderness, their guarantee of survival for the time to come? Gavin angrily pondered, then suddenly became aware. Yes, they did not understand, because these things belonged to the Lord, not to them. Even if these tents would provide them shelter, they did not believe they could stay there indefinitely, sooner or later. Once the wasteland was measured, they would be relegated to the barren land, and the tents would be dismantled, transforming into the Lord's castle and stables. This was the general rule of this era, and everyone firmly believed in it. Despite having endured the calamities of the old Cecil territory, despite having fled to this place, and despite having begun the construction of a new homeland, these common folk and serfs who had survived in this rigid and decayed era had long since adapted to suffering and had grown accustomed to maintaining their numbness amidst hardship. Thus, they harbored neither notions of great fortune following great calamity nor the vitality to construct a new homeland. Gavin realized he had previously taken too much for granted, and he also recognized that a portion of the plans he had painstakingly formulated might not come to fruition easily. He immediately called Hetty and Rebecca over. Before a tent that seemed to meet the requirements at first glance, yet upon closer inspection lacked several supports and was completely askew, he pointed at the shoddy workmanship. "What do you think of this?" Hetty, not comprehending Gavin's intent, assumed he was reproaching her and immediately lowered her head. "Did I apologize, ancestor? I was supervising." "No, this is not a matter of supervision. It's an issue of the worker's attitude." Gavin interrupted her. "Ancestor, you cannot hold the common folk and serfs to too high a standard," Rebecca pondered before explaining. "Most of them lack experience, apart from working in the fields and mines as their ancestors did. They cannot grasp anything beyond that, especially not more complex tasks. The majority of these people have never set up a tent, particularly since you specified the tent's specifications and functions as well as the entire camp's layout. This is far too complicated for them." Gavin shook his head. "Did I it truly that complex?" Hetty slightly nodded. "Military camps are that strict. These common folk and serfs cannot achieve that level. No, it is not complex at all. I have broken down each step they need to take to its most basic level. Each person only needs to do one task: hammer in a nail, tie a rope, or saw a piece of wood. They do not need to understand the entire camp's layout. The tasks they must perform are not significantly more complex than manual labor." Gavin looked at Rebecca and Hetty. "Do you think the common folk and serfs are so foolish that they cannot master even this?" Hetty and Rebecca exchanged glances, realizing that Gavin was quite displeased, yet they had yet to grasp the crux of the issue as for Gavin's question. It seemed entirely self-evident to both of them, particularly to Hetty. The common folk and serfs were indeed dull-witted. They were born and raised in this era, and neither of them was particularly enlightened or gifted with extraordinary insight. It was unrealistic to expect them to possess understanding beyond the confines of their time. Indeed, Hetty and Rebecca have become strikingly progressive anomalies among the contemporary nobility. Hetty staunchly prohibits any knights or soldiers from indiscriminately plundering the possessions of civilians and serfs, striving instead to ensure that every individual within her domain is adequately fed. Rebecca has gone even further, shattering the ironclad decree of lifelong serfdom by providing a path for serfs to attain freedom, while also permitting the free movement of civilians and serfs within her territory, thus allowing commoners to engage in commerce without hindrance. Each of these scattered reforms can be deemed a challenge to convention. However, the overarching mindset still confines them within a rigid paradigm, that civilians and serfs are of a lower status. Perhaps they themselves do not hold this belief, yet subconscious notions cannot be easily dismissed through mere denial. Gao Wen is acutely aware of this reality, which is why he summoned his two granddaughters, not to reprimand them or to enlighten them ideologically. He is not so naive as to think that a few words from him could transform the serfs and civilians in this camp into awakened, proactive, and spirited citizens. This will be a protracted journey, and for the moment, all he requires is for these individuals to promptly fulfill his directives. Gather everyone, civilians, serfs, soldiers, all of them, Gao Wen commanded, taking advantage of the ample daylight. Those who were working and those who were resting were quickly assembled. Even Amber, who had been engrossed in recounting her adventures in the mountain treasury to Betty, approached with curiosity, with a bewildered Betty in TOW, and one knew what this ancestor from 7 centuries past intended to do. Even Hetty and Rebecca found themselves in a state of confusion. The serfs and civilians merely numbly obeyed the orders to congregate, forming separate clusters for commoners and serfs, while soldiers stood nearby to maintain order. Many believed that their new lord had issued yet another command, likely more convoluted than the already intricate tent-erecting procedures, causing some to frown, under the impression that they would soon be able to rest once their tasks were completed. Standing atop a large stone, Gao Wen surveyed the more than 100 faces below. Noting the presence of Amber, who was stealthily hiding among the crowd, he contemplated calling her out, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly in a voice loud enough for all to hear. "Citizens of Cecil, I have matters to discuss concerning your future and the new laws of the Cecil domain." Chapter 44. Serfs and free citizens. Gao Wen stood upon the stone, gazing down at the dazed and apprehensive faces below, taking a deep breath. The populace is not ignorant, yet that does not imply they are devoid of ignorance. Ignorance arises from judgments steeped in prejudice and disdain, whereas mere unawareness presents only a statement of fact. The serfs and commoners of this era are indeed unknowledgeable, their social structure offering scant opportunities for the acquisition of knowledge or broadening of horizons, while the heavy burden of daily survival leaves them little energy to contemplate matters beyond mere existence. Living in such a state for prolonged periods has rendered them seemingly incapable of thought, creating an illusion of ignorance that in reality, they are capable of reflection. It is merely their lack of knowledge that hinders their understanding of concepts too distant from their lived experiences. Thus, it is futile to engage them with grandiose ideals. To speak of aspirations, futures, or the logical connections between territorial expansion and productivity that as soon as such topics arise, they will instinctively associate these lofty concepts with the Lord and draw a line of separation between themselves in such discussions. Therefore, the most effective approach is to address matters pertinent to their daily lives. "People of the Cecil domain," Gao Wen proclaimed, "you should all be aware of who I am. Therefore, you should also recognize that I am the individual with the most authority in this territory. My words represent the law of Cecil, which shall provide you with protection and is also something you must obey. As we expand our territory, new rules are necessary, and thus I announce 3 declarations. First, as the old territory has been destroyed and all past debts have been nullified, I, in the name of the ancestors of the Cecil family, declare that all debts owed to the Lord are hereby erased, be it by free citizens or serfs. From this day forth, none shall bear any financial obligation to the Lord." That a subtle stir rippled through the crowd, though it was not pronounced. While it is true that the commoners and serfs of this era carry some debt to their lord, in light of the current rebuilding of the territory, no one possesses the capacity to repay such debts. Given Rebecca's previous acts of mercy, they had already anticipated this debt relief. Gao Wen continued, "Second, every serf within the territory shall have the opportunity to become a free citizen. The Lord will issue a series of tasks, such as constructing houses, building roads, excavating mines, and serving in the military. Each task will have a corresponding scoring system. By diligently completing the assigned work, serfs can accumulate contributions. Upon meeting the established criteria, serfs will be eligible to become free citizens. Furthermore, those who are already free citizens can earn corresponding rewards after completing these tasks that I assure you, any diligent and reliable serf can attain freedom within 2 to 3 years of hard work. And any free citizen can secure a house of their own within 5 to 6 years of earnest labor. This time, the murmurs below erupted into a cacophony of uncontainable discussion. The prospect of serfs becoming free citizens is inherently a radical departure from convention in this era. Although the laws of the Kingdom of Ansu do not explicitly forbid serfs from attaining freedom, and while there are no clear provisions in the local nobility's laws regarding this matter, it is a rare noble who would willingly grant freedom to their serfs. For them, serfs represent cheap labor, a resource to be exploited without remorse. The nobles, fixated solely on increasing taxes and labor hours to amass wealth, failed to grasp the benefits of granting freedom to serfs. When Rebecca initially proposed allowing serfs to earn their freedom through military service, it caused quite a stir. However, Gao Wen has clearly taken a significant step further. As for the notion of earning wages for labor and potentially acquiring a home, many free citizens themselves are skeptical, working for the Lord and getting paid. Who would believe that? Gao Wen did not allow them to linger in discussion, proceeding to announce the third point. Today, the tasks of erecting tents and fences, as well as the construction of drainage ditches within the camp, shall serve as your first assignment under the new laws. I have assigned specific responsibilities to each of you. Only those who complete their work according to my specifications will be considered to have fulfilled their duties. Furthermore, as an incentive for diligent work, the first 10 individuals to complete their tasks will be rewarded with meat. With that statement, Gao Wen leapt down from the stone and returned to where Hetty and Rebecca stood, the gathered civilians and serfs. After a moment of stunned silence, suddenly surged toward the already established camp, eager to reinforce the loose ropes and nails and drive the fences deep into the ground. For them, the concepts of calculating contributions and scoring standards remain too complex, and they harbor doubts about whether the supervising soldiers and knights will genuinely assist in assessing their workloads. However, one thing they clearly understood was this: there would be meat for those who completed their tasks. Only those who finished their work promptly and diligently would be rewarded with meat, just as Gao Wen anticipated. Only when personal interests are at stake do individuals find their greatest motivation, observing the throng of civilians and serfs rushing away. Hetty felt momentarily bewildered until Gao Wen stood before her, prompting her to incredulously inquire, "Ancestor, what you just said, is it truly accurate?" Gao Wen regarded her with a bemused smile. "Which part are you referring to?" "Specifically, the part about serfs becoming free citizens through labor." Hetty furrowed her brow. "Of course, I do not oppose this, considering Rebecca previously issued a decree allowing serfs to attain freedom through military service. But you mentioned that even tasks such as building houses and repairing roads could be counted as contributions, and that one could become a free citizen in just 2 to 3 years. Is that genuinely the case?" "Absolutely," Gao Wen replied, meeting her gaze. "Do you perceive any flaw in this plan? If it were so simple to become a free citizen, it wouldn't be long before all serfs within the territory became commoners." Hetty responded, flabbergasted. "The children of commoners are also commoners. Would Cecil eventually become a place devoid of serfs?" Gao Wen continued to gaze at her, his smile unwavering. "Is there anything inherently wrong with a lack of serfs?" Instinctively, Hetty felt a dissonance rooted in her class-based worldview. Yet her advanced understanding and perspective, far beyond that of her contemporaries among the nobility, led her to question whether the absence of serfs might not be such a bad thing after all. Plunging her into a conflict of thought that it was Rebecca, however, who after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "In truth, I believe the institution of serfdom has become increasingly unnecessary in this day and age, that if it were to vanish, it would not be a loss." Gao Wen regarded this typically obstinate descendant with mild surprise, nodding in agreement. "Continue. Serfs are mere laborers, their purpose solely to provide manual work. Yet if transforming them into free individuals could yield a greater workforce, why then persist in retaining the concept of serfdom?" Rebecca pondered, scratching her head. Her father had once told her that the main reason for denying serfs their freedom was the belief that once liberated from the lash, they would instantly become indolent and cease to labor. However, she mused, the whip may not necessarily be the optimal solution. Gavin regarded her with approval, for the first time receiving encouragement from her ancestors. Rebecca's confidence surged, and she articulated fluently, "Moreover, I have observed that when a single serf is tasked with work, they often find ways to shirk their responsibilities. Yet if 2 serfs are assigned the same task, and informed that completing it swiftly would earn them an extra piece of bread, they can accomplish the workload of 3 or 4 individuals, far exceeding the value of that single piece of bread. Thus, I began to contemplate that discouraging laziness does not invariably require the whip. Alternative methods might prove even more effective. This was already quite a commendable epiphany. Gavin could not help but chuckle. It was a rather straightforward notion, yet in this era, few paid attention to such matters. Indeed, the nobility scarcely observed how the serfs and even the commoners toiled under their governance, lacking any concept of measuring work efficiency. Their ultimate demonstration of ruling techniques lay in the use of the whip and the deployment of soldiers for supervision, leaving no room for individuals like Rebecca. It could only be said that this impoverished country viscountess was truly quite idle. Fortunately, her idleness allowed her to contemplate such ideas. However, she could only derive these superficial insights from her observations, while Gavin understood well that the emergence and abolition of slavery were not merely issues of whips and bread. The deeper causes lay in productivity levels and whether society had genuinely reached a point necessitating change. Through his observations over time, he concluded that, at least within the confines of his vision, the institution of serfdom no longer aligned with the productivity of this world. An overwhelming population was stagnating in repetitive, low-efficiency tasks, relying on sheer numbers to produce goods at the lowest efficiency to sustain the upper echelons, with no upward mobility for these individuals. While those endowed with magic had already progressed to a stage of basking in castle festivities, illuminated by daylight lamps, magic crystals, the common folk below lived lives scarcely superior to those of primitive beings, rendering the entire society nearly grotesque. On Earth, a profound transformation had long since occurred. Yet here, the existence of supernatural forces impeded this process that 100 villagers wielding pitchforks stood no chance against even a low-ranking mage or knight, regardless of how their numbers multiplied in fervor. Perhaps, should this world continue to evolve, it would inevitably shatter this stalemate. However, Gavin was not inclined to wait, but he must preemptively alter everything and initiate his grand development plan. He felt an impending sense. The tide of magic was likely approaching. Even the once mighty Gondor Empire could not withstand the magical surge, and now, the continent's nations had regressed to a medieval state. Could they withstand it with mere bravado? Moreover, even disregarding the issue of the magical tide, Gavin had other concerns weighing on his mind. The enigmatic eyes observing from above that a backward, medieval world finds it challenging to escape the grip of gravity. When one is choked by gravity, they lack even the privilege to gaze upwards, let alone explore the secrets among the stars. Chapter 45. The first step of the plan, Gavin found it impossible to articulate his grand designs and distant apprehensions to others, even to those most trustworthy, like Rebecca and Hetty. Thus, he could only deconstruct his lofty ambitions into phases and details, gradually assembling them. What he accomplished today could be deemed the most rudimentary part, merely foundational to the development of this territory. For Rebecca and Hetty, Gavin revealed to them the astonishing potential of the commoners and serfs. They had never witnessed such fervor in the labor of serfs, who could complete tasks with remarkable speed and quality. Tasks they previously deemed insurmountable. They believed it was Gavin's promise of meat for dinner that inspired these individuals. And indeed, that was the case that it was still premature to cultivate a fervor for the dignity of labor among the people. Incentivizing labor with a meal was the simplest and most effective method. Upon returning to the central tent of the camp, Gavin procured paper and quill to document his thoughts, simultaneously instructing the knight Byron who had followed him. Send 2 individuals to retrieve the meat and prepare it. Enough for 10 portions. Furthermore, anyone participating in the labor shall be provided with ample vegetable soup and black bread. Our supplies are sufficient, and no one must fall ill from hunger or cold in the early stages of territory development. Are we truly preparing 10 portions of meat? Byron asked, somewhat astonished. Naturally, Gavin responded matter-of-factly that I must fulfill my promise. That I asked there a problem. I had thought you only wished to simmer a pot of meat soup. Byron explained that a few walnut-sized pieces of meat, combined with vegetables, would suffice to create a large pot of soup, and the workers would be most grateful to do as I say. Gavin waved his hand dismissively. I will not allow even the slightest compromise on my commitment. That be why the way. Ensure the cook sets up the large pot in a prominent location within the camp. I want everyone to witness the spectacle of the meat being cooked. While soldiers maintain order and prevent any attempts at looting, Byron's expression grew slightly peculiar as he bowed and took his leave. Gavin then noticed a gaze directed at him from the side. Turning his head, he discovered Amber staring at him intently. "What are you looking at?" he asked, shifting uncomfortably. "There's something on my face. I wonder if you were possessed by some mind-altering artifact while in the treasury." "But you hardly seem affected," Amber replied earnestly, "that I have never heard of a noble willingly diminishing their own wealth." Gavin found the notion amusing. "You believe my actions are diminishing my wealth? Isn't that the case?" Amber shrugged. "Transforming serfs into free individuals means they will only need to deliver a portion of the crops they produce to you, and you will also have to pay wages to the freedmen, which is money coming out of your own pocket. Can a noble do such a thing? If I were to ask you to help me paint the walls, how much could you accomplish in a day without pay? Only by issuing commands?" Amber pondered for a moment. "I would likely steal a few coins from you to hire a lad from the servant quarters to do the work, using the remaining money to buy drinks." "Gavin, I am in no position to argue with you. The embodiment of disgrace." "Amber, how am I the disgrace of all creation?" At that moment, Hetty entered the tent, interrupting Amber's outburst. The lady still bore an expression of disbelief. "Ancestor, it is simply astounding. They have never worked so diligently, especially the serfs, who can complete their tasks without the need for supervision, because they previously labored solely for their lord, but now their work directly correlates to their sustenance." Gavin replied without surprise. "This is merely the first step. You can already see that what we gain far outweighs the additional food and wages we must provide, that I had also considered incentivizing them to work. But I never achieved such a degree." Hetty shook her head, "that I cannot fathom what the future of the territory would be if these systems were to continue." Gavin chuckled. "IT will undoubtedly evolve in a positive direction. You need only trust me. Furthermore, what I have done today is merely the first step. Come, take a look at this." He had been scribbling on several sheets of paper, and while Amber had previously leaned in to glance, she lost interest almost immediately. Now, upon hearing Gavin's invitation, Hetty obediently approached. "What is this?" The paper was filled with sentences she could not comprehend, resembling a jumble of peculiar terms, such as work groups, competition, and contracting, as well as assessment methods and efficiency statistics. On another sheet, the words midterm plan were inscribed, detailing general education, magical aptitude assessments, and talent recruitment, which appeared even more perplexing. "These are ideas I have developed over this period. But the timing for implementation had not yet arrived. Now that the territory's development has commenced, these matters must be placed on the agenda." Gavin indicated the topmost sheet. "These concepts may be difficult for many commoners and serfs to grasp. So I will first explain them to you, and then you will relay them to Knight Byron and those responsible for supervision, ensuring everyone hears them repeatedly. By the way, where is Rebecca? She is assisting in burning the weeds and shrubs south of the riverbank." Hetty replied. "This is also one of her methods for practicing magic." Gavin's lips twitched. "Have her come as well. Practicing the fireball spell can be done at any time." Before long, Rebecca was summoned into the tent, her countenance smudged with soot, and her attire reeking of smoke, resembling someone who had just emerged from a kitchen rather than having practiced magic. No wonder she had only mastered one fireball spell thus far. "Allow me to elaborate on the forthcoming work schedule within the camp." Gao Wen unfurled his planning chart, meticulously elucidating his thoughts. "Firstly, regarding the work groups, I require all laborers to be divided into teams of 5 to 10 individuals, with tasks and shifts assigned on a group basis. Prior to commencing work, each group must report to the foreman, and they must also notify him upon completion of their tasks, as the foreman is responsible for monitoring each group's performance. Additionally, each group will have a leader, tasked with distributing assignments within the team. The selection of the group leader will be left to the members themselves, with the understanding that this position is not permanent. Should a leader adversely affect the efficiency of the group, or engage in deceitful behavior towards the foreman or the lord, they will be promptly replaced. Evaluations of work performance will be conducted on a group basis, with collective rewards and penalties. I will elaborate on the system of rewards and competition shortly. As for the scoring system I previously mentioned, given that the majority of individuals are illiterate and enumerate, I will ask Hetty to record the completion status of each group, that we can discuss the specifics of contribution counting at a later time. Furthermore, we must also deliberate on the method for recording the issuance and return of tools." Gao Wen spoke extensively, causing not only Rebecca, but even Hetty to feel a bit bewildered. Hetty stared blankly at Gao Wen as he spoke, jotting down notes on paper, transforming the previously simple terms into hasty shorthand. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of confusion. "Ancestor, does complicating such straightforward tasks not, in fact, reduce efficiency? These regulations may appear intricate, but at their core, they simplify the process for the common folk and serfs. As long as they work swiftly and effectively, they will reap benefits. Once they taste the sweetness of their efforts, they will naturally adhere to the rules. When they begin to comply, you will witness an astonishing efficiency surpassing even today's 10 erecting endeavors. Of course, there may be initial challenges in implementation, which is why you must continually advocate and elucidate these measures. Moreover, it is imperative to enforce them rigorously. There is no room for debate. Simply inform them that these are the new laws of the Cecil territory. At this moment, Gao Wen found himself unexpectedly grateful for this primitive era. The populace, both free citizens and slaves, accepted obedience as a matter of course. The Lord's word was absolute, and the so-called lowborn had no room for resistance. In such circumstances, many of his ideas could be executed without extensive explanation. However, this was not the situation Gao Wen desired. His goal was to dismantle this environment, transforming each serf within the Cecil territory from mere lowborn into living, breathing individuals that he needed people, an abundance of them, because the tasks he envisioned could not be accomplished solely through his own efforts. Thus, he instructed Hetty to promote these systems while continually communicating their significance to the populace. It mattered not that they could not comprehend now, for one day they would. Hetty was not dim-witted. She possessed sufficient wisdom and had already surpassed the contemporary noble class in her insights. After Gao Wen's explanation and her own contemplation, she began to grasp the underlying significance of his approach and nodded in agreement. "And what of me, Rebecca?" seeing her Aunt Hetty had been assigned a task. Eagerly interjected, "What shall I do?" This former Viscountess of the Cecil territory had wholly assumed the role of Gao Wen's assistant. "You shall take a group to survey the soil, confirming the difficulty of clearing land and the initial expanse available for such endeavors. Do not stray too far. Gao Wen spoke. He swiftly sketched a rudimentary map on a blank sheet of paper, centered around the riverbank, marking various distances, though merely a rough outline. It left Rebecca momentarily stunned. "Follow this designated area. Do not concern yourself with locations beyond it." Rebecca, somewhat dazed, accepted the map. Amber glanced at Gao Wen with an expression akin to that of one gazing at a peculiar creature. Are those who ventured forth during the second wave of expansion truly monsters? Gao Wen pondered for a moment, reasoning that the ancient figures from 7 centuries ago would not rise from their graves to challenge him, and thus replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it is customary for our generation to sketch the terrain of half a kingdom with our eyes closed." Chapter 46. The state of the sorcerers. Those laboring within the camp quickly sensed that the ancestor from 7 centuries past was indeed an unusual individual. The abrupt transition of the Lord of Cecil from Miss Rebecca to Lord Gao Wen elicited no thoughts from the common folk and serfs. The lower classes of this era were merely grateful for their daily sustenance, unaffected by who specifically held the title of Lord. For them, the only point of discussion following Gao Wen's ascension was the peculiar regulations he instituted from the outset. Regarding the possibility of serfs ascending to the status of free citizens and the notion that free citizens would be compensated for their labor, most chose to believe this only to a limited extent, viewing it as a means for the new lord to display his generosity. According to common reasoning, they anticipated these promises would ultimately be fulfilled in a most stringent or cunning manner. Perhaps a serf might achieve freedom, but only 1 or 2 at most. Compensation for labor might occur, yet it would likely be subject to various deductions, resulting in only a fortunate few receiving a token copper coin to illustrate that the Lord had indeed kept his word. Yet neither the common folk nor the serfs voiced complaints. After all, a lord willing to exhibit generosity was far preferable to one who sought to establish authority through the lash. Moreover, there would always be some benefits to be gleaned. Would there not? Compared to those generous regulations, the myriad rules and codes instituted by Lord Gao Wen were truly perplexing. The division of individuals into work groups, the imposition of competition among them, and the recording of work output were entirely novel concepts. Some engaged in hushed discussions, speculating which aspect of these new regulations might eventually become a means of taxation, despite the fact that no one in the impoverished Cecil territory could possibly afford to pay taxes. Others pondered whether Gao Wen's elaborate arrangements for compulsory labor stemmed from the ancient eccentricities of the aristocracy. Nevertheless, in matters that directly affected their interests, they could comprehend certain aspects. The group that excelled in daily performance would receive meat as a reward. The second and third places would be permitted to fill their bellies with bread soaked in meat broth. Those whose performance was mediocre would receive only thin vegetable soup and black bread. Although these items could also suffice for sustenance, the experience of watching others enjoy hearty stews while they sipped their soup was one they wished to avoid repeating, regardless of the veracity of the seemingly fantastical promotion and wage system. One fact had been undeniably proven. The Lord did indeed provide meat. Thus, the following day in the camp, Hetty beheld a scene of labor unlike any she had witnessed before. Both commoners and serfs worked with a fervor that bordered on frenzy. They completed their tasks with astonishing speed, often without the foreman's presence, and the division into groups fostered an unconscious cooperation among them, further enhancing their efficiency. Most of those chosen as group leaders soon realized that their only means of enjoying meat was to elevate the overall efficiency of their group, ensuring that every member could partake. Conversely, those few who had achieved leadership through brute force or cunning would likely find themselves swiftly replaced, rather than urging them to work through the crack of a whip. Competition and rewards spurred them on, an extraordinary shift. Tents had already been erected, and Rebecca led a group to survey the nearby wasteland. Meanwhile, the lumbering team set off early in the morning towards the logging site upstream on the Whitewater River. By noon, a batch of timber would float downstream to the open. Calm stretches to prevent the logs from being swept away. Hetty had entrusted the oversight to Sir Byron before making her way to the riverbank to await their arrival. At the appointed time, the first batch of timber appeared, bound into rafts with thick ropes. Larger logs beneath, and smaller ones stacked haphazardly atop, resembling an unsightly mass of dead branches drifting on the water. Two anxious serfs stood on the raft, using long poles to guide its course. The current in this stretch of the river was slow, and with no wind or waves today, the makeshift rafts were inherently difficult to control. A moment's inattention could scatter them entirely, leaving them understandably tense. However, it wasn't too long before the two serfs noticed the raft began to glide steadily toward the shallows. They beheld a colossal, translucent hand emerging from the waters, gently yet powerfully guiding the raft toward the shore. One serf instinctively gasped, but the other quickly smacked the foolish one on the head with his pole, pointing toward the figure of Lady Hetty, standing on the riverbank. They hastily assisted their mistress in pushing the raft towards the shore, allowing it to gently graze against the gravel and come to a stable halt. Immediately, the people who had been waiting on the bank surged forward, untying ropes and dragging timber, preparing to transform it into the wooden structures needed for the camp. Ordinarily, the wood would require a series of processes such as air drying and pest treatment before it could become qualified. Durable boards, however, due to the many temporary facilities required for the camp's construction and the urgent need for materials, they could afford to be less meticulous. Standing behind Hetty, Gao Wen contemplated. Indeed, magic is remarkably convenient. Hetty had just caught her breath when a sudden voice from behind startled her, nearly causing her to tumble from the stone she was perched upon. Fortunately, Gao Wen caught her just in time. I apologize," the lady exclaimed in a fluster. "I didn't realize you were standing behind me." "It was I who startled you." Gao Wen waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, your spell just now was quite impressive." "Wasn't it?" Hetty felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. "The hand of manipulation is a very basic spell that I have practiced its advanced techniques, allowing for a longer duration, so that with continuous application, even a heavy raft can be guided to the shore. However, if the current were any swifter, it would be impossible." Though Gao Wen was a knight, the people of the pioneering age had all been compelled to become amateur naturalists, and he possessed a modest understanding of some theoretical knowledge in the realm of magic. While Hetty's explanation sounded simple, he recognized that enhancing a basic hand of manipulation to such a degree, coupled with specialized advanced practice, was no trivial feat. Indeed, it was quite uncommon. "I do not possess much magical talent," Hetty admitted, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Although she had awakened her affinity for magic at a young age, her mental acuity developed slowly, preventing her from constructing overly complex spell models. Thus, she remained merely a novice-level mage, likely to remain at this tier throughout her life, compelled to repeatedly enhance those elementary spells she could manage. It seems Rebecca's magical aptitude is also rather limited. Gao Wen furrowed his brow, recalling the headstrong descendant who could conjure 4 variations of fireball. Her total magical capacity was substantial, and her mental strength formidable. Yet she faced similar challenges in constructing spell models. Perhaps even worse, Hetty's head hung low. She could only master a single fireball spell or a similar model of a larger fireball spell. In truth, she was a diligent child, fully aware of her shortcomings. Neither an exemplary lord nor a proficient mage. Though she often appeared carefree, she privately acknowledged her limitations and had been striving in silence. Yet, there was little she could do. The constraints of talent were akin to an insurmountable wall. With a soft sigh, she reflected. Thus, when I first perused that wild mage's notes, I was quite astonished. He is not an exception. Such circumstances are actually quite common among fallen mages. The ability to construct spell models does not keep pace with theoretical knowledge, leaving one to remain a low-tier spellcaster for life. To pragmatic mages, if one cannot translate a mind full of calculations into usable spells, then everything amounts to nothing. Not quite. Gao Wen's voice suddenly interrupted her. Hetty blinked, momentarily taken aback. What? If merely conjuring a fireball or an ice arrow is deemed practical, then there is little difference between a mage wielding a staff and a monkey brandishing a stick. Gao Wen shook his head. The formula is not zero. It is a 1 followed by countless zeros. You simply have yet to locate the position of the decimal point. Hetty frowned in confusion. I do not quite understand that if one cannot utilize spell models to manifest the formulas in their mind, what use is it to possess extensive theoretical knowledge? Can one fend off a foe? One day. You will comprehend that being able to fend off a foe is not the sole criterion by which a mage should be evaluated, nor should it even be the primary standard. Gao Wen chuckled that I have already dispatched someone on horseback to Tanzan town to inform Knight Philip to procure some additional supplies. By the time the main force arrives, your magic laboratory will be set up at a magic laboratory. Hetty paused, then furrowed her brow. Those items are quite expensive that I end the beginning. I retrieved several ingots of mithril from the mountain treasury. They are not currency, requiring no reminting, and can be used as hard currency when purchasing magical items. That IT will suffice to equip you with a basic set of tools that I know your previous laboratory in the castle was completely destroyed. But we must expedite the establishment of a new one. That Hetty recalled the task Gao Wen had assigned her earlier. Understood. Once the crystal resonator arrives, I will create the rune diagrams you requested. Hetty could not help but smile. Although she lamented the loss of the mithril ingots, as a mage, how could she not be delighted at the prospect of reclaiming her own magic laboratory? Besides, there is a saying, a child selling their father's land feels no pain. Is it really a problem for an ancestor to give their descendant a bit of pocket money to buy a set of experimental tools? Absolutely none. Well, perhaps the perspective is not entirely fitting for the prudent and mature Hetty. But it certainly applies to Rebecca. When there is surplus, should one also consider setting up a magic laboratory for that headstrong little girl? Although it is highly likely that she would only study fireball. With those somewhat wandering thoughts, Gao Wen returned to his tent, preparing to examine the peculiar crystals. Chapter 47. The crystals. The construction of the camp must proceed gradually. Although Gao Wen had drafted an extensive array of regulations and plans, including a preliminary blueprint for the future expansion of the camp into a permanent settlement, these ambitions could not be realized overnight. Given the prevailing level of knowledge among the populace, where literacy among commoners and serfs was virtually non-existent, knights could only manage basic reading and writing, and the warriors trained by their families, non-serf soldiers, were only capable of clearly writing their names and understanding numbers up to 100. Many undertakings had to be approached with patience. Furthermore, there were currently no available hands, as the Cecil territory could scarcely support a large workforce. Fully aware of this reality, Gao Wen returned to his tent and sat down at the writing desk. This desk could be considered one of the few finished pieces of furniture brought from Tanzan town. It would likely be some time before the carpenters crafted the first batch of furniture from the timber sourced from the western forest. The wood used for furniture could not be as hastily assembled as the temporary structures, so possessing a single desk represented the greatest luxury afforded to Gao Wen as the lord of this land. Scattered across the desk lay a multitude of papers, filled with a variety of writings, construction plans, material statistics, sketches of the camp, and a rough outline for future developments, including walls, docks, residential areas, production zones, and arable land. Ink, quills, pencils, and a wooden ruler were arranged on one side of the desk, while an amber sprawled on the other side. Gao Wen approached and casually lifted the amber by its collar, pulling it aside. The half-elf girl had not yet awakened, but as she was lifted halfway, she let out a startled cry. quickly transforming into a shadow and vanishing from Gao Wen's grasp, only to reconstitute herself a short distance away. "You startled me." Amber finally regained her senses. Glaring at Gao Wen with indignation, "I thought there was an earthquake." Gao Wen looked at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You were supposed to be guarding the items in the tent. Is this your idea of watchfulness?" Amber replied with righteous fervor. "I was completely sprawled over your nonsensical scribbles." Gao Wen glanced down at the desk, then shot Amber a sidelong glance. "You even drooled on them? Who can control themselves while sleeping?" Amber mumbled, then curiously watched as Gao Wen seated himself at the desk. "What are you doing? Are you going to start drawing those nonsensical symbols again?" "These are not nonsensical symbols. They are plans, regulations, and construction diagrams." Gao Wen sighed, feeling exasperated with the uneducated half-elf. "These documents are fundamental for the camp, hence why I entrusted them to you." Amber picked up a paper covered in symbols and numbers, scrutinizing it for a while, then pouted. "What a jumble. I can't make sense of it at all." Gao Wen, unable to hide his exasperation, replied, "You are holding it upside down." Amber feigned innocence. "I've never seen blueprints or anything like this. They're even more confusing than magical formulas. How am I supposed to tell the front from the back? Thus, you need to learn. Knowledge is immensely important." Gao Wen sighed, not surprised by Amber's inability to comprehend the materials. A mere thief, raised without formal education and taught only the arts of petty thievery by her adoptive father and mentor, coupled with her inexplicable affinity for shadows, she had managed to navigate and survive in this world. Learning culture was neither a necessity nor a possibility for her. Consequently, Amber's literacy was only sufficient for basic reading and writing, and the blueprints he had drawn contained a plethora of strange terms, along with various data and shorthand annotations that, if handed to Hetty, would likely leave her equally bewildered. Recalling Hetty, Gao Wen looked into Amber's eyes. "I instructed you to seek out Rebecca or Hetty in your spare time to learn more. Yet it seems you have paid no heed to my words. What a bore, and I have little desire to engage with nobility." To Hu paroled her eyes, adding, "Your grand beauty of a great granddaughter is far too busy to spare a moment for me. Rebecca, on the other hand, seems a bit more at leisure, though she is always trying to hurl fireballs at me." Gao Wen observed her with a bemused expression. "You claim to dislike mingling with nobility, yet you appear quite at ease in my company." To Hu replied candidly. "I have always felt you do not embody the essence of a noble. You are quite unlike the elves I have in mind." As Gao Wen began to organize the papers before him, he set aside the scattered documents and laid out several crystals upon the table. Hu muttered, "I am merely a half-elf, picked up by humans. How should I know what a proper elf is like?" "Oh, aren't you writing anything today? Are you studying these stones?" Once it was confirmed that these crystals bore no magical properties and that Gao Wen had no intentions of selling them. Their status in Hu Po's eyes diminished from crystals to mere stones. Gao Wen, feeling a touch of exasperation while regarding the half-elf, remarked, "If you could remain a tad quieter while I work, I would be immensely grateful." To Hu retorted, "Humph, this is utterly dull. Go ahead and study your stones." With that, she swayed slightly and seemed to dissolve into the air, yet through a faint sense of her presence. Gao Wen was certain she remained in place, curiously watching him. "Well, as long as she can cease her incessant chatter, I shall let her be." Gao Wen refocused on the crystals before him. For some time, his research on these crystals had yielded no progress whatsoever, but he had taken them out for meticulous examination more than once during his travels. And while in Tanzan town, he had even enlisted Hetty to probe their interiors using magical resonance. Yet to no avail, particularly with the magical resonance. Hetty candidly admitted that these crystals bore no relation to magical items. They elicited not a single ripple when magic was applied, as if they were mere stones. However, the high regard in which Gao and Cecil had held them, storing them in a mithril safe and purchasing a service for their permanent preservation, made one wonder if they were truly just inconspicuous rocks. Gao Wen boldly hypothesized that these crystals must possess some exceptional quality, albeit one that lay outside the realm of magic. Perhaps current magical theories could not elucidate their nature, but he set aside the obviously fragmented crystals and picked up the intact one. The broken crystals had revealed a portion of their internal crystalline structure, but it was difficult to observe accurately with the naked eye. Once Hetty's magical laboratory was established and a crystal resonator was available, he could examine them from the perspective of physical structure. As for the intact crystal, It was something he hesitated to tamper with. Heaven knows whether the crystal resonator would disrupt any internal information within it. He raised the crystal, inspecting it against the light. Upon the glistening and exquisite crystalline facets, he could see light dancing. And as the angle of incidence shifted, each facet and line displayed a myriad of colors and light structures. This was a crystal of remarkable geometric precision, crafted with exceptional skill. Moreover, during tests with the broken crystals, Gao Wen had already verified their astonishing strength. They were extremely hard and did not shatter easily like ordinary brittle crystals. They could effortlessly etch marks on mithril ingots, while their tips showed no signs of wear. This left him questioning how the 4 crystal fragments had shattered in such a manner. After observing the sunlight for a while, Gao Wen attempted to prick his finger and smeared a bit of blood onto the surface of the crystal before the wound could fully heal. That, of course, it proved to be of no use. He could faintly hear the muffled laughter of a certain half-elf. Dismissing Hupo from his thoughts, Gao Wen held the crystal, lost in contemplation, pondering the increasing number of enigmatic phenomena in this world. Mysterious crystals, inexplicable memories, suspected gaseous giant planets that differed significantly from typical gaseous giants, and those surveillance satellites that should still be orbiting, their purposes and origins shrouded in obscurity. Just as his thoughts drifted to the surveillance satellites, he suddenly felt a faint warmth emanating from the crystal in his hand. Initially, he suspected it was an illusion, but soon the crystal began to tremble gently, its core's pale blue glow flickering to life. Heat, tremors, and light. These 3 elements combined could not possibly be mere figments of imagination. Gao Wen stared at the crystal in astonishment, yet before he could reach for a pen to document its changes, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Though it was more akin to information flooding into his consciousness than a spoken word, he comprehended its message. Mental frequency reset, re-establishing connection. Immediately, he felt a disorientation wash over him. It was as if something had intruded abruptly into his thoughts. Some data stream that did not belong to him had been integrated, yet did not feel like an invasion. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he found an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the data stream. This familiar flow of information quickly coalesced in his mind into distinct images. Scenes began to unfold before him, depicting a view of the earth from above. In that instant, Gao Wen's reaction was neither surprise nor shock, but rather a thought of, "Oh no, am I going to ascend again?" Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. However, he soon realized that the situation was not as he had feared. He remained seated in his chair, his soul intact and not whisked away into the heavens to become a synchronous satellite. All his senses were functioning normally, and his body was still under his control. Only an additional image had appeared in his mind. This realization brought him some comfort, and soon excitement began to bubble within him as he focused on the image in his mind. It was then he noticed something was amiss with the image. It was not as he remembered. The visuals became hazy, as if a filter had been applied, presenting a bizarre distribution of colors, resembling images produced by thermal imaging devices, allowing him only to discern vague structures like mountains, forests, and rivers. Moreover, this murky, peculiar image was confined to a small area that depicted the vicinity surrounding the northern dark mountains and the newly developed territory of New Cecil, with faint outlines of the White Water River, the western forest, and even a shadow of a camp. This image could not be resized. Chapter 48. Satellite warning Gao Wen concentrated intently on the view that only he could perceive, ultimately confirming that it indeed displayed the terrain centered around the current Cecil development area, within a radius of approximately 100 kilometers. Furthermore, the familiar controls he had used to adjust perspective had failed. The image was fixed within this range, unable to be moved or zoomed in or out. The once high-definition satellite view had transformed into this indistinct, bizarrely colored representation. What did those colors signify? Thermal imaging? Or perhaps some other sensory imaging? Or merely a simple malfunction? Gao Wen distinctly recalled the words he had heard upon exiting the aerial perspective. He had clearly heard terms such as energy failure, mainframe reboot failure, and escape procedure. Thus, the likelihood of a malfunction was exceedingly high, and the current inability to adjust perspective only deepened his suspicions that he began to extend his thoughts. His soul, or rather, his spiritual essence, had likely undergone a mutation. Although he had descended to the ground and acquired a human body, his spirit evidently still retained the ability to connect with something in the sky. For the past few months, he had been in an offline state, but unexpectedly obtained the crystal, which had reinforced and re-established this connection to AS for that ancient device in the sky. Be it a satellite or a space station, it was still in a state of malfunction. Yet, whether due to a resurgence of energy systems or a successful reboot of the mainframe, it seemed to have managed to survive, still operational, even if the surveillance images had devolved into an unrecognizable mass. At the very least, this confirmed its existence. That I end this extended line of thought, Gao Wen could not help but grow concerned about another matter. If the connection between his spirit and the satellite in the sky was more profound than he could imagine, perhaps akin to a symbiotic relationship, then should that contraption up there truly fail, it would spell disaster for him, but he understood this possibility was not high. After all, he had been reborn based on the vessel of Gao and Cecil, and he had distinctly heard the escape procedure being mentioned. Therefore, his spirit should have already attained independence. Yet, regarding matters of life and death, no potential hazard, however small, could be overlooked. However, that object in the sky was likely tethered to the synchronous orbit of this planet. While he found himself ensnared in a primitive and backward medieval kingdom, unable even to see it, let alone repair it. Amidst this tumultuous train of thought, Gao Wen continued to scrutinize every detail of the aerial view. Noting that the image was not static, that in fact, the hazy color patches were undergoing subtle changes. Some areas brightened while others gradually darkened, cycling in a seemingly rhythmic manner. Yet while changing, the overall distribution and outline remained largely constant. As Gao Wen endeavored to summarize the patterns of the image changes, circumstances took an unexpected turn, but he suddenly noticed a box resembling a suspended window materializing above the image, within which a line of text flickered incessantly, as if subjected to interference. These characters were entirely unfamiliar to him, neither Chinese nor any script from the kingdoms or races of the Loren continent. Yet, as he gazed in astonishment at the line of text, its meaning was directly translated and illuminated in his mind. New data. The activity level of the giant planet has increased. Alert level raised to 4. The screen began to tremble, layers of interference patterns emerging upon the color blocks. Gao Wen was jolted awake, his attention swiftly redirected to the external reality. The initial transition of his vision caused the scenery before him to sway momentarily before stabilizing. Ignoring the lingering sensation of dizziness in his mind, he abruptly rose from his desk and strode towards the tent's entrance. Amber, who had been hidden nearby, was startled and leapt from her shadowy form. Wow! At that moment, Gao Wen had already burst outside the tent. Where 2 militia members standing guard at the entrance turned around in astonishment to glance at him, but he paid them no heed, instead lifting his gaze towards the sun, which hung high and central in the sky. The massive orb moved slowly and majestically across the horizon, with a halo of light rippling around it, reminiscent of a thin mist, appearing perfectly normal. However, soon, delicate threads of red, akin to blood vessels in an eye, began to emerge on the sun's surface. The imagery in Gao Wen's mind persisted. He observed the color blocks on a seemingly thermal imaging view undulating, with nearly all hues deepening rapidly before settling into a new state of stability. Occasionally, numerical values flickered at the edges of the image, yet they remained indecipherable. In a moment of clarity, he realized that these colors were likely not malfunctions, but rather indicative of a special monitoring mode. Perhaps a monitoring mode far more useful than a direct overhead view. The red lines appearing on the sun, which had now evolved into patches, multiplied, finally capturing the attention of the laborers in the camp. They paused to discuss the sun's alterations animatedly until the overseer shouted at them to return to their work. Herdy, who was nearby reinforcing the foundation using mud-to-stone magic, also took note of these changes. She glanced at the sun and then shifted her gaze to the central tent. Indeed, she saw Gao Wen, who was intently observing the sun. She dashed over to him. "Ancestor, it seems there are red spots again." Gao Wen gestured for Herdy to remain silent, his eyes fixed on the sun while his focus remained on the imagery within the realm of consciousness. After a time, the crimson areas on the sun's surface ceased to expand, and the text atop the monitoring image transformed, revealing a new prompt, new data. The giant planet has returned to calm. Alert level lifted. The red markings on the sun's surface rapidly receded, and the fluctuating colors in the monitoring image gradually settled back to their original state. Yet, despite the lifting of the alert in the monitoring image, Gao Wen's own sense of caution remained unrelenting. An abundance of new discoveries had morphed into fresh clues, which piled together into a multitude of questions that he found himself beset by countless speculations and deductions, some audaciously bordering on madness. Yet he forced himself to suppress these thoughts, first regaining composure and then seeking the explanation most likely to approach the truth. Ancestor, are you all right? Hurdy inquired with concern. Her gaze fixed on Gao Wen's pallid complexion. You don't look well. Amber had just slipped out of the tent, but the oppressive aura surrounding Gao Wen had kept the boisterous half-elf silent. Now, with Hurdy breaking the silence, she felt emboldened to chime in. He rushed out before the red spots appeared on the sun. It startled me. Hurdy, can you sense any changes in magical energy? Gao Wen suddenly turned to her, his expression grave. There was a surge of magical energy just now. Casting spells became significantly easier, Hurdy affirmed, nodding. The surge of magic was a normal phenomenon accompanying the appearance of red spots on the sun's surface, indeed. Even the emergence of those spots was a natural occurrence. However, the frequency of both the red spots and the magical surges had notably increased recently, compounded by the recent disasters in the Cecil territory and Gao Wen's prior warnings still fresh in her mind. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Could it be that another crisis was looming? Hurdy's complexion began to pale. No, it hasn't reached the point of monsters appearing. Gao Wen shook his head, attempting to calm her. His judgment was grounded in the absence of any signs of magical tide pollution in the overhead view, as well as Gao Wen Cecil's own experience. The elemental forces in the air remained stable, which indicated that there would be no problems. Only the usual levels of red spots and magical surges. Magical surges and red spots were typically natural phenomena, but they occurred only once every few years. Hurdy appeared troubled. Yet this was already the second occurrence within a few months that in truth. Gao Wen's own anxiety and tension were hardly less than Hurdy's, in fact, due to the additional concern regarding his connection to a monitoring satellite high above. His sense of urgency was even stronger. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had become the pillar of the entire Cecil territory, especially in front of Hurdy and Rebecca. Any display of weakness or wavering was unacceptable. Moreover, weakness and hesitation could not resolve the issues at hand. Rest assured, there will be no monsters. Furthermore, even if a magical tide were to arise, I possess the experience to handle it. Gao Wen reassured his descendants, urging everyone to focus on their tasks. Only by constructing a solid and stable home could they have the means to confront nature. Hurdy, observing the confidence in Gao Wen's eyes, felt her own unease dissipate. She slightly bowed and returned to her work. Watching Hurdy utilize magical power to assist in the construction, Gao Wen nodded slightly in approval. While Hurdy and Rebecca might not transcend the limitations of their era and class in many of their thoughts and insights, they shared a fundamental principle that set them apart from other nobles of their time. They did not believe they could sever their ties with the common folk due to their status. Otherwise, a noble lady like Hurdy would never have ventured to the construction site to assist with magic. But as he witnessed the land rapidly solidifying into a foundation under the influence of magical power, Gao Wen marveled at the convenience of magic, that he also came to a realization. Once the necessary hardware for coin minting was in place, hiring some down-and-out wild mages to help construct the camp might be a splendid idea. However, before that, there were more pressing matters to consider. Gao Wen returned to the tent, sat down at his desk, and swiftly wrote 3 questions on a blank sheet of paper. What is the relationship between the sun in the sky and the magical tides on the ground? What are the possible roles and current status of the monitoring satellite? Why did Gao Wen Cecil leave behind a crystal capable of re-establishing contact with him and the satellite 700 years ago? Chapter 49, Questions and Answers. Although he had stowed the crystal away, Gao Wen could still visualize the overhead view, resembling a kind of energy imaging in his mind. However, he soon discovered a method to close the imagery, by consciously shifting his focus away from the overhead view to something else. The image would dissipate on its own. The method to summon the image back was equally simple. One merely needed to call for it intentionally. During this process, there was no need to rely on the power of the crystal. A connection based on spirit and intention seemed to have been established, with the crystal serving merely as a key, or perhaps a catalyst. Sitting behind his desk, Gao Wen contemplated the questions he had penned on the paper, organizing his thoughts as he attempted to answer them. Based on the memories of Gao Wen Cecil, along with the events that had just transpired, it was already evident that the changes in the sun were directly linked to the magical tides on the ground. Whenever red spots appeared on the sun's surface, the magical energy on the earth surged, and the elements became increasingly active. The so-called dark magical tide was, in fact, the process wherein a massive outburst of chaotic and disordered magical energy erupted, causing elemental forces to spiral out of control and erode the material world. The monsters that emerged during elemental storms, while their principles remained unclear, could temporarily be regarded as a secondary phenomenon resulting from elemental rampancy. The intelligent beings of this world were not unfamiliar with the phenomena of solar red spots and magical surges. They were natural occurrences, irregular yet not rare. Thus, Gao Wen boldly hypothesized that the essence of the magical tide was, in fact, a surge of magical energy that had crossed a certain threshold. When the amplification of magical energy in this world reached a certain limit, the stable order of the elements would be disrupted, resulting in a magical tide. But what role did the sun play in this process? Did the red spots induce the surge of magical energy, or were the two phenomena not causally related, but rather manifestations of the same event? Gao Wen pondered and added a small question to the paper. What is the essence of the sun? It seems certain that it was a giant planet, at least. That was how it was described in the monitoring information. Yet, it was evidently very different in nature from the gaseous giant planets that Gao Wen was familiar with. As far as Gao Wen is aware, the gaseous giant of his homeland is not a celestial body that emits light and heat. Although it is typically filled with vast amounts of nuclear fuel and releases a certain intensity of energy radiation, it remains cool, akin to an unlit furnace, due to not reaching the critical point for fusion. However, the sun in this world evidently provides warmth and illumination to the earth. Has it been ignited? Or does it manifest unique properties due to differing laws between the two worlds? After contemplation, Gao Wen is inclined towards the latter explanation, as the phenomena of red spots and the surge of magical energy constantly remind him that this world operates under physical rules starkly different from those of his homeland. To confine himself to fixed thinking would likely lead to futile efforts in problem-solving. Moreover, he dismisses the first hypothesis for a crucial reason. If that colossal sun in the sky were indeed a lit gaseous giant undergoing fusion, it would qualify as a star, and the light and heat it emits would be far more substantial than what is currently observed, given its apparent solar disk size and nearly bluish-white surface color. The heat it radiates should be sufficient to incinerate the very planet beneath his feet. Gao Wen records his conclusion on paper. The sun is a gaseous giant with unique properties, whose activities influence the magical energies on the surface, speculated to be a form of catalytic energy radiation. The appearance of red spots might signify an increase in energy radiation. However, lacking effective detection means leaves the answer in doubt. Now, to address the second question, what exactly is a monitoring satellite? It could be a remnant of some ancient civilization or a watchtower left by extraterrestrial visitors above this planet. The civilization that constructed it must be remarkably advanced, as they appear unperturbed by the so-called magical tides. This satellite can even leisurely observe the chaos during such occurrences, indicating a significant technological gap. Yet, where is the civilization that left this, assuming there is only one satellite? Observation post now. Gao Wen considers that the satellite he traversed through has suffered severe malfunction, with no sign of any after-sales service arriving, leading him to boldly speculate. Either the civilization that left the satellite has perished, or it has long since departed and ceased to pay attention to this place. That, of course, it is also possible that a wealthy individual with money to burn has discarded a few satellites as casually as one would toss aside napkins. Although this scenario seems improbable, and Gao Wen hardly considers it. Regardless, the satellite is nearing its end, and with no maintenance personnel in sight, it appears there is no immediate concern of a powerful civilization descending to chastise the youth, a piece of good news. Yet, Gao Wen quickly realizes that if that advanced civilization could assist in resolving the magical tide issue, and they are not coming, that would be dreadfully bad news. As for the satellite's function, it may very well serve to monitor fluctuations in magical energy. Gao Wen recalls the second type of aerial view he had previously seen. He refers to the clear satellite images he observed over many millennia as the first type of aerial view. The view showcased the entire land covered in various colored filters. Perhaps the shades represented the variations in magical energy, and the synchronous changes in colors during surges could corroborate this hypothesis. Thus, the satellite might indeed be a warning device for magical tides. At least, early warning should be one of its functions. However, the current state of this observation post seems dire. despite Gao Wen's directives. He cannot make any adjustments to the images, which are plagued by severe interference patterns and tremors, all indications that the system may be on the brink of collapse. Now, the final question remains. Why did the ancient Gao Wen Cecil, 7 centuries ago, leave behind this crystal? Gao Wen still struggles to comprehend the crystal's full properties, but he has at least verified that it can help him re-establish contact with a monitoring station in the heavens. Thus, is this crystal of any utility to others? If it is, what purpose did the ancient Gao Wen Cecil intend for it? Could it be that he, too, sought to gain a satellite's perspective? This line of thought seems plausible. After all, the most formidable pioneering knight of your managed to lead a group of refugees through the chaos wrought by the magical tides and monsters, executing a daring escape and establishing a new kingdom. Primarily because he had access to a complete map. However, mere speculation is insufficient. He must conduct practical tests. Gao Wen, holding the intact crystal, ponders how to test it. This involves his secrets, so he cannot entrust just anyone with its use. While the indigenous inhabitants of this world might not glean much from suddenly witnessing an aerial view akin to thermal imaging, there is a fear that among them might be an exceptionally astute individual who could deduce some truth from those views. Therefore, he must find someone sufficiently trustworthy, ensuring that even if the individual succeeds in the test, no uncontrollable incidents arise that in truth. Gao Wen's concerns may be somewhat excessive, given the worldview of the vast majority of this world as populace. They would not possess notions of satellites coming to life or reincarnating that if they were to unwittingly perceive a grand map through a crystal, their only assumption might be that it is a divine artifact with an inherent eagle-eye ability of over 10,000 levels. Yet, Gao Wen's thoughts have yet to align with this world as perspective. Thus, he continues to ponder until he slowly raises his gaze towards Miss Amber, who stands beside the table, lost in reverie. The half-elf maiden feels a sudden chill and turns to find Gao Wen's piercing gaze fixed upon her, causing goosebumps to rise. What are you planning? Are you finally revealing your aristocratic nature and preparing to act against your own guard? This cannot do. She is disobedient, unreliable, and rather mischievous. Allowing her to conduct the test could lead to unforeseen chaos. Gao Wen quickly dismisses the notion, and at that moment, someone enters to report that Rebecca, who had gone out to survey the land, has returned. Gao Wen's spirits lift. Quick, summon her here. Rebecca soon rushes into the tent, appearing invigorated despite having spent the better part of the day outside. She assumes Gao Wen wishes for her to report her findings and immediately begins. Ancestor. You won't believe how much good land is nearby. I thought the area around the Dark Mountains was entirely barren and undevelopable. But following the map you provided, I actually found. No need to rush this matter. Gao Wen interrupts, waving his hand, and hands her the crystal that I have something for you to do. That he smiles at his N1 great-granddaughter. Feeling as though she is an entire contrast to Amber, obedient, reliable, and rather simple-minded, Rebecca takes the crystal in a daze, unsure of what her ancestor intends. And then, Gao Wen contemplates how he had established contact with the satellite and begins to guide her. Now, imagine something high above, higher than the clouds, a thing that overlooks the earth, and now, strive to connect with that entity. Rebecca blinks. Oh, you mean the Eye of the Arcane, right? The Eye of the Arcane is a term used by sorcerers, who believe that every gifted individual capable of wielding magic possesses a pair of transcendent eyes that float above the world, immersed in the ether, observing the essence of the world and the flow of magic in place of the sorcerers. The quality of these eyes determines each sorcerer's talent during their studies. While sorcerers cannot directly perceive these eyes, their souls can subconsciously. Meditation serves as the means of communication with this pair of eyes. Gao Wen, however, is not referring to this. No, it is something even higher than the Eye of the Arcane, and much more specific. It is a tangible entity, akin to a magical artifact. Rebecca exerts herself, displaying a somewhat apologetic smile. But I can't see anything at all. Gao Wen then attempts various guiding methods. Yet the crystal in Rebecca's hands remains unresponsive. That it appears. The issue of the complete map access that the ancient Gao Wen Cecil enjoyed 7 centuries ago cannot be substantiated. After conducting further tests, Gao Wen concludes there is no need to continue. Rebecca cannot establish contact with the crystal that he has Amber try as well, but the result remains the same. That it seems that, apart from himself, No one else can connect with the mysterious monitoring station high above, raising the question of why the ancient Gao when Cecil left this crystal behind. Gao Wen surmises that there are only two possible answers. Either the ancient Gao when Cecil was special, possessing unique methods to utilize these crystals, or these crystals were not intended for his use, but rather left for him, 7 centuries hence. The latter answer is particularly chilling. Ancestor. Rebecca gazed anxiously at the venerable figure before her, having just endured a bewildering test. Though the purpose of the examination eluded her, she was acutely aware of her failure, which filled her with a sense of dread that she had once again disappointed her forebear. Could it be that my talents are simply inadequate? No, it is not your fault. Haiwen reassured the young lady, suppressing a plethora of thoughts. The crystal itself is not intended for the use of ordinary individuals. I merely sought to test it on a whim. By the way, do share the results of your reconnaissance outside. Upon the mention of this topic, Rebecca's spirits indeed lifted. Yes, I was just about to mention that. Did you know from the outset, Ancestor, that the land here has been purified? Following the parameters you provided, I discovered that all the land is untainted, and the terrain is both open and flat, making water access convenient. The farmers accompanying me stated that this is the most suitable place for cultivation. Haiwen was not surprised by her findings. He was well aware of the situation here. At least a decade ago, pollution had receded from this area, though the people of the kingdom remained oblivious to this fact. The timeline of the magical tide's influence receding in the dark mountains remains uncertain. But it is evident that this region was still polluted a century ago, something corroborated by the pioneering records left by the then-thriving Cecil family, that it was precisely because the magical tide's contamination persisted at that time that the treasures within the mountains have endured. Otherwise, the Mon family might have reclaimed those ancient resources. Following the significant upheaval of the Cecil family and the subsequent cessation of the Mon lineage, the secrets of the mountain treasury faded from memory, and the kingdom abandoned the southern territories, plagued annually by pollution and calamity. Naturally, the receding of the magical tide went unnoticed. After all, the foul winds still blow over the dark mountains each year. And even if the land's pollution has diminished, the presence of toxic dust storms renders this region unsuitable for cultivation. Haiwen could ascertain one thing for certain, in the aerial view stored in his mind. There had been no pollution here for a decade. The nearest noble territory is the Leslie family's Tanzan town. According to Onsu law, the minor nobility along the southern border are tasked with monitoring the Gundor pollution zone. So Haiwen surmised that the esteemed Andrew should have some awareness of the receding magical tide. However, for a traditional nobleman thriving on mining, this temporarily stabilized land likely seemed unworthy of investment, particularly given the cooling of the pioneering fervor in this era. Thus, it was probable that the Viscount had never even dispatched anyone to assess the situation here. Haiwen nodded, addressing Rebecca. The currently ascertainable safe land is confined to the area I have delineated. It is prudent to wait for the main force to arrive before carefully surveying the outer regions, so do not venture out just yet. The clear aerial view in my mind dates back 10 years. The pollution zones should have continued to shrink over this decade, but to what extent? Given that the current satellite imagery has transformed into a magical projection that cannot be adjusted, I cannot determine this for the time being, thus necessitating this course of action. As time pressed on, the new work system began to show results, thanks to Hetty's fervent promotion and the inhabitants' gradual adaptation. The laborers started to realize that their toil equated to better provisions, while those attempting to exploit loopholes in the new system discovered that the agony of watching others feast while they starved was far worse than merely sipping vegetable broth. For Haiwen, their clumsy attempts at evasion were hardly clever, and he had instituted penalties that were unyielding. This matter concerned the future survival of all, leaving no room for leniency that is a result of the new system's implementation. The construction of the outpost camp progressed at an astonishing pace, preparing for the arrival of the larger force. Under Haiwen's meticulous planning, the surrounding fences of the camp expanded several hundred meters to the south and east, leaving ample space for the subsequent 700 people to set up their tents, along with designated areas for carpenters, stonemasons, and blacksmiths, as well as new storage for materials. That he also ordered the construction of a temporary dock facing the riverbank and the establishment of a sawmill nearby to process timber flowing downstream from the western forest. Of course, at present, both the dock and sawmill exist only on paper. 100 laborers are simply insufficient. Even with Hetty's magical assistance, the construction of the camp remains a daunting challenge to AT this moment. Hywin sincerely hoped that Rebecca could conjure a spell other than a fireball. Standing on the elevated riverbank, Hywin observed the large timber structure nearing completion in the distance, one of the few buildings in the camp that could truly be deemed a house. And a sizable one at that, along with the surrounding open space, was to serve as a temporary blacksmith's workshop for the time being. Although the mountain treasury contained numerous ingots of smelted metal, their utility in the camp's construction was limited. Most of it comprised mithril, fine gold, and purple copper, as well as purple steel. Hywin could not reasonably expect to melt those materials down to forge nails. Could he? The Eastern Iron Mine had undergone preliminary exploration. While it was not yet time to delve into mining tunnels, retrieving some ore for quality verification was feasible. The first batch of ore had already been excavated. And once the blacksmiths set up their furnaces, the Cecil territory would enter the Iron Age. What a troubling situation. Contemplating the impending magical tide and the enigmatic monitoring station in the sky, and gazing at the sluggish progress of the pioneering camp before him, Hywin could not help but shake his head and sigh. Nearby, Rebecca, who had been idly observing something with her hand shielding her eyes, turned her head to frown at him. Why the sigh? Is it not permissible for me to take a break here? Please refrain from assuming the worst of me, Hywin replied helplessly, casting her a glance. When have I ever truly exploited you? It's amusing to bicker with you, Amber declared with unabashed confidence. I've never encountered a noble who can argue playfully without becoming irate. It's such a refreshing experience. Hywin turned his head, choosing not to engage. However, Amber was not inclined to relent. Hey, why are you sighing? It's too slow. Hywin shook his head. It's simply too slow. Amber widened her eyes. Are you referring to their pace of work? This is slow. She then exaggeratedly waved her arms. Have you no sense of conscience? These are the fastest laborers and peasants I have ever seen in my life. Just yesterday, they completed the entire fence in less than a day. And today they've begun constructing the blacksmith's workshop. Do you realize how astonishingly rapid that is? Then she muttered, I thought you were a good person for providing them with meat and forbidding punishment. I was under the impression that you were genuinely kind-hearted. Hywin shot her a sidelong glance. I am indeed a good person, and I've never blamed these individuals for their lack of efficiency. I'm not blind. I can see they're not slacking off. However, the fact remains that the construction pace of this camp does not meet my expectations. Your plans were unrealistic from the outset, Amber remarked with a pout, before regarding Hywin with a hint of suspicion. Speaking of which, I've noticed something peculiar about you these past few days. You seem burdened by some heavy thoughts, and you've been sketching all sorts of strange ideas on paper. Especially this morning. Despite the camp just beginning to take shape, you are already contemplating building a city wall. What are you so anxious about? Hywin responded without turning around. Anxious about the end of the world. Anxious about the sky falling. Anxious about extraterrestrial visitors. If you must know, you simply refuse to acknowledge it. But I'm observing you, Amber said, hands on her hips, trying to recall when it all began. All right. It was when the sun exhibited sunspots. Since then, you've been restless. This time, Hywin was genuinely taken aback, scrutinizing Amber from head to toe. Have you been observing me during your idle moments? I hardly have the time for that, Amber retorted, hands on her hips. However, your changes are impossible to conceal from others that I, in fact, even those two distant great-granddaughters of yours have noticed, though they didn't dare to ask you. Hywin was momentarily stunned. Really? Is it that apparent already? After a brief pause, he couldn't help but reflect on his recent mental shifts and consider how to adjust, while Amber, stroking her chin, pondered for a moment before suddenly posing a question. What did you mean by extraterrestrial visitors? Hywin, why does her reaction time fluctuate like Brownian motion? I thought she hadn't been paying any attention to that term. At that moment, a small figure appeared in the corner of Hywin's vision, the petite maid Betty, clad in a coarse dress, scampering toward him. The little girl reached Hywin, panting heavily, and then blinked her big eyes, breathlessly stating, Lady Hetty requests your presence. What does she want? Betty pondered for a moment. I forgot. Hywin. Just then, Amber noticed that Betty's hands were empty and could not help but ask curiously, Where's your precious frying pan? Betty looked up earnestly, replying, Miss Rebecca said this is our new home. So when we arrived, I put the frying pan in the kitchen. When following others out, one must take responsibility for carrying the cooking utensils. And upon returning home, Return everything to the kitchen. This was also a lesson imparted by R. Est at Hansen at this moment. Gavin had already discerned the reason for Hetty's summons, but he had spotted the figures appearing in the distance to the west. The second wave of reinforcements had finally arrived. Chapter 51. The arrival of the second contingent remaining in Tanzan town had at last reached its destination. This was undoubtedly good news for Gavin. At the very least, it signified an increase in manpower, which meant he could construct the wharf and sawmill, contemplate the formal mining of the eastern mountains, and develop this encampment into a territory. Although, with the arrival of this second group, the population on this frontier barely exceeded 800, it was a remarkable improvement compared to the mere 100 of the vanguard. Sir Philip led several soldiers and a dozen militiamen who remained in Tanzan town to complete this escort mission. The young and capable knight received a warm welcome from Hetty. His arrival, along with that of his soldiers, addressed a significant shortcoming of the camp, namely, its defense, although they had yet to encounter any monsters. Survival in a desolate land inherently heightened the populace's insecurity. Those fence walls and magical traps could only alleviate such anxiety, while only fully armed soldiers patrolling could truly set the people's minds at ease. As for Sir Philip, he was taken aback by the scale and sophistication of the encampment. Had such a vast area already been leveled? The carpenter's workshop was already established. They were even constructing a blacksmith's forge? The young knight wandered into the camp in a daze, staring at the sturdy and aesthetically pleasing large tents and a few wooden houses that had already been erected. He observed the serfs and freemen bustling about in the open spaces, the latter diligently transforming the wood that had undergone basic drying and smoking into boards, which were further crafted into various tools and materials for building. It was the first time he witnessed such a scene of labor. The workers, who typically required whipping to spur them into action, now collaborated in groups under one person's command, moving in perfect harmony as if they were one entity that if previously they would only cover for each other's laziness. The current situation was a stark contrast. And where were the overseers, who should have been standing by with whips in hand? After searching around, Philip finally spotted the overseers, essentially selected family warriors capable of scribbling a few more words, standing at the edge of the open area, merely walking about to inspect the completion status, holding not whips, but wooden boards for note-taking. Doesn't it feel magical? Hetty's voice startled the young knight from his reverie that I, too, did not expect those simple measures could make them so industrious. Even the serfs have begun to proactively learn how to perform tasks they were previously unskilled at. Measures? Sir Philip echoed the word in astonishment. What measures? Our ancestors devised a set of work regulations. Before Hetty could finish, the knight's eyes brightened. Ah, it must be the ancient knight sense of honor and virtue that has inspired these typically lazy serfs and commoners. No, it's about feeding them meat. Hetty replied with a gentle smile. It's a simple principle. More work means more meat. As she spoke, she reflected on how she had previously tried using rewards to stimulate work efficiency. A straightforward method that usually only proved effective at the beginning. The serfs would quickly find various ways to slack off while still obtaining food. However, when this method incorporated direct competition, precise calculations, strict enforcement, and the so-called concept of teamwork, everything transformed completely. It was indeed an astonishing revelation. She also realized for the first time that serfs and commoners were not inherently dull or lazy. At that moment, Gavin's figure appeared not far off. Hetty and Philip immediately approached him, and Gavin waved his hand to interrupt their gestures of greeting. He nodded to Hetty, then turned to the young knight. Thank you for your hard work. You've done well, not a single person missing. Let the soldiers and the subjects rest for a while. After lunch, all laborers should gather in the open area in the center of the camp. Hetty will inform them of the work regulations here. Soldiers, including the militia, should assemble to the west of the camp. Sir Byron will distribute some new equipment. Then he turned to Hetty. The newcomers need not be divided into work groups on their first day. There are too many new regulations for them to memorize at once. Hetty nodded in agreement, while Sir Philip appeared somewhat puzzled. New equipment? What new equipment? Gavin looked at him, revealing a hint of a mysterious smile. It's definitely something good. When Philip finally laid eyes on the new equipment, he could not help but exclaim. His previous expectations of good things had been far too low. He had anticipated at most a batch of brand new swords and armor. Perhaps even a hand crossbow for each person. But who could have imagined it was an entire set of standardized extraordinary armaments? Enchanted swords, enchanted armor, and military-grade crystals from the ancient empire. Those long swords imbued with the sharpness spell gleamed with a cold white light, while the half-armor inscribed with elemental resistance spells and levitation glimmered faintly with a grayish hue under the sunlight. The unsophisticated foot soldiers, who perhaps had never seen enchanted weapons in their lives, immediately recognized the significance of what they were donning, and thus were all visibly invigorated. What astonished Sir Philip even more was that even the militiamen each received a set. Were these items truly free? These are age-old antiques that have only deteriorated over time. There is no reason to hoard them when they could be transformed into combat capability. Gavin chuckled. To be honest, we could have had more, but many have already deteriorated beyond use, or their magical energy has severely dissipated, rendering them mere shells. Extraordinary armaments. Each piece is worth a considerable fortune, Sir Philip stammered. These items, previously, one could scarcely find a few sets of enchanted equipment in all of Cecil territory. Amber, standing nearby with her arms crossed, remarked, "Look at you, acting so astonished. It's just a 700-year-old relic. Is it strange to have a little hidden stash of savings? What family doesn't tuck a few silver coins under the bedboards?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Gavin tugged at Amber's ear, pulling her aside while she squirmed and shouted, "Let go! Let go! Haven't you heard that elves have super-sensitive ears?" So this moment, this embarrassment of the elves, reminded her of her deluded lineage. Meanwhile, Sir Philip stood proudly, chest out, with a serious expression. "Our family has worshipped the god of warriors and knights, Kale, for generations and never hoards wealth." Gavin regarded this young man with surprise, realizing why he adhered so strictly to the knightly code, even appearing excessively rigid compared to his peers. It turned out he was a devotee, far superior to that individual who claimed to venerate the goddess of the night, but composed his prayers on the spot each time. With these items, even if we encounter the aberrations we faced before, it will be significantly easier. Sir Philip continued to marvel at the new equipment, then suddenly said, "By the way, we can hand the designs over to the craftsman in Tanzan town, even if it's a bit pricey. There is no way to reproduce them." Gavin had long anticipated that Sir Philip would say such a thing, that in fact, any normal soldier, upon seeing these armaments, would likely think of mass-producing these ancient treasures. Sir Byron was no exception. However, they were destined to receive disappointing news. These items were built upon the magical technology of the ancient Gondor Empire and required pure magical energy sourced from the deep blue wells for recharging. Modern magical focal points, or wells, produce energy that is too mixed and of too low a level to power these artifacts. Sir Philip opened his mouth, quickly realizing the implications. This means that, with every piece we lose, or if their magical energy depletes, they will revert to being ordinary swords and armor, and due to the rust and decay of their materials, they may end up being inferior to contemporary standard equipment, requiring complete remanufacturing. The young knight appeared anxious. "What shall we do then? Before that time comes, we simply need to create our own good equipment." Gavin smiled, patting the young knight on the shoulder, his face brimming with confidence. Regardless of his inner uncertainties, he needed to maintain a facade of optimism, especially since he genuinely held a sliver of confidence. As long as the magical tide does not surge unexpectedly, there is room for maneuver. That moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a small figure running towards them. The little maid Betty scampered over once more, stopping in front of Gavin, looking up with wide eyes. "My lord, Miss Rebecca is looking for you." Gavin was taken aback. "What does she want this time?" Betty pondered for a moment, then exclaimed loudly, "I forgot." Gao Wen mused, how is it that this girl, apart from her culinary skills, seems to forget everything else? He shook his head, reflecting that it was already commendable for the young lass to remember whom to summon. He resolved not to impose further expectations. After ascertaining Rebecca's whereabouts, he set off with Amber to meet her. At least it seemed that Betty had not forgotten where Rebecca awaited, upon arriving at the designated place. Gao Wen discovered the purpose of Rebecca's summons. The initial batch of test ores had been transported from the iron mine on the eastern outskirts of the camp. This first contingent included a blacksmith, several apprentices, and the essential materials required for constructing a smithy. However, in the early stages of the camp's establishment, ensuring survival took precedence, prompting Gao Wen to delay the mining operations in the eastern region. Only after resolving the housing issues for the advance party did he dispatch individuals to collect some ores for verification. These workers had set off in the morning and had finally returned to the camp with a selection of ores. Though the smithy was under construction, it was far from completion. Moreover, in Gao Wen's vision, this wooden structure bore little resemblance to what one might envision as a traditional blacksmith's workshop. He had merely dubbed it thus for the sake of convenience. His intention was to name it the Cecil Steelworks, that is the solitary blacksmith in the territory. The elderly Hummel found himself perplexed by the Duke's orders regarding the smithy, in his view, the building occupied an unnecessarily vast area. Aside from an unusually large wooden structure, it encompassed a spacious yard stretching 100 meters and a wooden shed that had only a few supports erected. To refer to such an expansive facility as a smithy seemed rather ludicrous. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts regarding the esteemed founding Duke's apparent lack of understanding. Though he harbored such sentiments, he would never utter them aloud. After all, he was but a commoner, while the Duke was a noble of such stature that he could stand alongside the king. Due to the astonishing size of the smithy, it had to be situated at the edge of the eastern part of the camp. Its extensive yard extended into the surrounding wasteland, resembling a comically protruding section of a neatly arranged wooden fence. The individuals brought from Tanzan town appeared almost pitiably scant within this colossal smithy. They occupied merely a corner of the wooden structure, while the lone smelting furnace was placed outside under a makeshift wooden shelter to shield it from the elements. For Gao Wen, the decision to allocate such a large area for the smithy, adjacent to the territory's boundary, was a consideration of future production needs and ease of expansion. The traditional smithy concept, characterized by a master blacksmith with a few apprentices in a small room with a furnace, was not what he required. However, he found himself unable to elucidate this to the old blacksmith and his dim-witted apprentices. Besides considerations of capacity and future expansion, Gao Wen had no intention of erecting a series of earthen furnaces in the yard, despite having once contemplated it a few days prior, witnessing Hetty use magic to assist a raft ashore and reinforce the camp's foundation. He momentarily shelved that idea and instead instructed the territory's sole blacksmith, Hummel, to construct a traditional furnace in the yard. Upon entering the smithy, Gao Wen found Rebecca waiting, accompanied by the elderly blacksmith Hummel, whose hair and beard were both gray, along with several apprentices. A few local residents dressed in tunics stood in the yard, their feet resting beside a large basket containing the first batch of transported ore. Gao Wen approached the traditional furnace, which appeared rather rudimentary, standing about a meter tall and divided into two distinct sections, a bulbous lower hemisphere and a rapidly narrowing cylindrical top. The lower hemisphere featured two openings, one for adding fuel and the other, closer to the cylindrical section, for pouring in the ore. While these features were unremarkable, the peculiar aspect lay on the side of the furnace. There were 3 runes inscribed on 3 dark stone slabs, all meticulously polished and precisely positioned to ensure uniform spacing and parallel edges before being affixed to the furnace body. The lowest slab bore a triangular symbol with a wavy line within, representing the elemental fire. The middle slab featured a diamond within a square, signifying the elemental earth, and the upper slab displayed a swirling symbol related to the wind element, though not the initial character. In addition to these 3 slabs, Gao Wen noticed some fine, shimmering dust within the furnace's material. He recognized it as quartz sand, a substance that possessed magical conductivity, albeit in a weak form. Its affordability made it accessible even to common folk, leading to its widespread use. Gao Wen looked up and inquired of the old blacksmith, "Did you construct this furnace?" "Why, yes, my lord," Hummel stammered, nervously clutching his hat and bowing his head. "Well, half of it is my work, and half is what I directed my apprentices to build." Gao Wen nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Magic represented a transcendent force, beyond the realm of common folk, yet in this world suffused with magical energy. Even those unable to wield spells were touched by its influence. Basic applications of magic did not necessitate knowledge or capability in casting spells. Every individual possessed a latent magical essence, why inscribing simple symbols on specific materials. Anyone could invoke a faint trace of the wondrous forces that permeated the world. This was not spellcasting. Its efficacy would seem laughably weak to true practitioners of the arcane. Engaging with such rudimentary power was akin to picking up a stick to use as a cane or finding a stone to crack a nut, entirely devoid of technical skill. Even illiterate commoners could memorize a few symbols with slight efficacy, but it was this subtle power that distinguished this world from Gao Wen's familiar homeland, much like the single degree that causes water to boil. With the aid of those 3 runes, This traditional furnace could smelt iron, using only firewood as fuel, without the assistance of a bellows or any optimization of the combustion chamber structure. If the fire elemental rune were inscribed on a piece of mithril, the furnace could even utilize straw as fuel. However, due to the existence of these ancient runes, humanity in this world had yet to consider how to enhance the furnace's efficiency from the perspective of improving fuel combustion. Their focus remained solely on refining the materials used for inscribing runes and the runes' formats. Thus, Gao Wen did not construct earthen furnaces, but instead observed this primitive and outdated traditional furnace. Hummel, increasingly anxious in the presence of the nobleman, was bewildered by the sudden question and the Duke's scrutiny of the furnace's design. He was uncertain if he had erred in some way. Knowing only that nobles were powerful and often capricious, though both Miss Rebecca and the previous lord had been considered kind and generous, the man before him was the legendary hero of exploration, a true warrior and duke. Leaving Hummel to wonder what sort of temperament such a grand noble might possess, as Hummel fidgeted under the gaze of the Duke, Gao Wen finally straightened and posed a second question. How much iron can you smelt daily with such a furnace? Assuming an ample supply of, or Hummel exhaled, relieved to be asked a more straightforward question. Using those ores over there, I can produce 50 pounds of iron each day, he replied with a hint of pride. However, Gao Wen's brow furrowed at this response. That I asked that all. Given the assistance of those runes, is the yield so limited? That is indeed the case, Hummel interjected, unable to restrain himself, and then quickly added, I do not mean to question your judgment, my lord, but do not be anxious while speaking with me. Gao Wen reassured the master craftsman that I am your protective lord, not a bandit come to harm you. That why yes, my lord, Hummel said, wiping the sweat from his brow. But that truly is the limit. The furnace may appear large from the outside, but the interior space is actually quite confined. Additionally, after each smelting session, we must allow the furnace to rest for an hour to cool down the runes, necessitating a complete cool down of the furnace before we can reignite it. Thus, reaching a daily output of 50 pounds of iron is genuinely the maximum attainable. Allow the runes to cool? Gao Wen furrowed his brow. Indeed, Hummel elucidated, this is merely a trivial trick of the common folk, inscribed upon black stones, and pales in comparison to the true magical runes wielded by those esteemed sorcerers. They are exceedingly fragile. Particularly the fire runes, which upon prolonged exposure to the fire element, are prone to cracking. Even substituting with sturdier materials proves futile. Once the runes are fractured, the entire furnace becomes rendered useless. Thus, continuous burning during the iron smelting process is absolutely out of the question. What if we were to enlarge the furnace? Asked Harlan. That would not resolve the issue, Hummel replied, wearing a troubled expression that he pondered why the Duke posed such difficult questions. The runes can only provide a limited amount of heat. If the furnace is enlarged, the heat output will be insufficient, and the ore cannot be smelted into molten iron. Moreover, the earth runes would also become ineffective, resulting in the refined iron ingots containing a higher degree of impurities, rendering them entirely unusable. Harlan stroked his chin thoughtfully. The limitation on production is entirely due to these runes. The old blacksmith blinked, not fully grasping the term limitation on production, yet he nodded earnestly. Yes, it is the runes. Harlan turned to Rebecca. What do you think if we were to replace the runes with, perhaps we should call Hetty over? Rebecca's face flushed crimson. Esteemed ancestor, I am also knowledgeable in magical theory. It is merely that I cannot construct a spell model. Your theoretical knowledge is adequate. Harlan raised an eyebrow. Then how do you propose we solve this predicament? Rebecca pondered intensely. Since you mentioned that the runes are a shortcoming, why not replace them? With what? Rebecca continued to exercise her mind. The functions of these runes are quite simple. They merely serve to elevate temperature, control airflow, and manage impurities. Moreover, they are of the weakest variety. If we were to substitute them with genuine magical arrays, the efficiency could increase exponentially. Besides, magical arrays can self-regulate energy, allowing for continuous operation without the risk of self-destruction. Harlan raised an eyebrow. To inscribe a complete magical array on each iron smelting furnace. But in truth, that is unfeasible, Rebecca replied, sticking out her tongue. While Aunt Hetty and I could assist in inscribing a few magical arrays, the blacksmiths and their apprentices wouldn't be able to utilize them. The reasons Rebecca provided were quite straightforward. Ordinary individuals lack the ability to energize magical arrays and cannot control their activation or deactivation. The specialized magical arrays created by wizards differ fundamentally from the simplistic symbols etched into stone by commoners. The latter is akin to casually picking up a stick from the roadside to use as a walking cane, while the former is akin to crafting a sophisticated wheelchair with various technical means. The disparity is comparable to that between raw materials and industrial products. The symbols carved into stone generate effects autonomously, albeit weakly, without requiring any skill. However, magical arrays are intricate mechanisms. Walking on two legs merely requires lifting one's feet. Yet achieving a speed of 70 miles per hour necessitates at least acquiring a vehicle, fuel, and a driver's license. The same holds true for magical arrays. They require energy infusion and the supervision of a professional adept in magical control to activate and deactivate them. Even the simplest magical array demands this. Hetty and Rebecca could disregard their status to run to the blacksmith shop and inscribe simple combustion-enhancing arrays on each furnace. Yet they could not remain there all day, infusing energy into the arrays after every batch of ore, while simultaneously managing the energy flow of all arrays, that if the arrays were to be inscribed on the furnaces, their size would inevitably be limited. Even with Aunt Hetty's capabilities, she would likely only be able to inscribe second-tier or lower auxiliary arrays. Rebecca explained earnestly, striving to adopt a more professional demeanor, and such small-scale arrays could not achieve self-energization. Arrays capable of autonomously drawing ambient magical energy would need to be at least the size of an entire tent. Thus, the arrays on the furnaces would necessitate someone to energize them. Moreover, even the most rudimentary arrays require only to be switched on and off, yet the average person cannot control them. Through Harlan Cecil's recollections, he understood that the magical arrays of this world are categorized into intricate classifications and operational principles. Without delving into the perplexing specialized knowledge, they can be roughly classified by scale. They can be categorized into small, medium, large, and super large. The smallest arrays can be inscribed onto armor and weapons, while the largest arrays in the world are located in the City of 1,000 Towers in the Northern Violet Kingdom and the Star Sanctuary constructed by elves in the Southern Continent. These two magical arrays are city-sized, delineated by urban roads. It can be described as terrifying in scale, in terms of functional complexity. They can be divided into single-function and composite types. Regarding energy infusion methods, they can be split into self-energizing and externally energized categories. That self-energizing magical arrays possess a complex absorption structure, allowing them to draw ambient magical energy for self-energization. However, as ambient magical energy is scarce outside of magical focal points, the absorption structures of self-energizing arrays are typically quite large, making all self-energizing arrays occupy considerable space. All small-scale arrays must rely on external energy infusion for replenishment. Furthermore, in this world, self-energizing magical arrays are seldom utilized due to their inefficiency. A self-energizing structure often occupies 80% of the area of the entire magical array, yet the energy it provides cannot compare to even a single tributary from any magical focal point. Conversely, within that expansive drawing area, numerous functionally complex rune arrays could be inscribed. Thus, from an efficiency standpoint, wizards prefer to energize their arrays themselves rather than resorting to the slow and cumbersome self-energizing structures. This explains why all large magical facilities in this world are located near magical focal points, because it is more convenient for energization. Harlan stroked his chin, observing the blacksmith's furnace before posing two questions. Must the energization component be inscribed on the furnace? Is it necessary to consolidate all functions into a single magical array? Rebecca blinked in confusion, momentarily taken aback. What else could we do? Harlan sensed he had grasped a crucial insight. The people of this world seemingly focus solely on transforming magical energy into the most primitive and brute force, or merely on the individual application of power, neglecting the broader and more foundational dissemination of such extraordinary forces. Why inscribing a large self-energizing magical array capable of drawing ambient magical energy from the air, and then establishing an output terminal on this large array to channel magical energy to the smaller arrays on the furnace. The energization issue could be resolved. As for the activation control, the connection between the furnace and the self-energizing array could be made manageable, allowing for disconnection to halt the smaller arrays naturally. While the large self-energizing array possesses the inherent property of energy overflow, alleviating any concerns about it bursting, Rebecca quickly grasped Harlan's concept in her own way. So, Are you suggesting we break the magical array down into smaller components to use together? It could work like that. That is indeed a viable approach. Harlan nodded. That I believe we should discuss this with Hetty. She should possess greater expertise. Rebecca wholeheartedly concurred, although Aunt Hetty's spellcasting precision only reached the level of basic human outlines. Her theoretical knowledge was likely unrivaled even by mid-tier wizards. Thus, Harlan led Rebecca away with great haste, leaving the old blacksmith Hamel and a group of apprentices exchanging bewildered glances. Master, should we still fire up the furnace? One apprentice cautiously inquired, having not dared to breathe when the Duke and Viscount stood before him. Finally summoning the courage to speak, the old blacksmith shot a glare at the apprentice. Nonsense. Of course, we shall fire up the furnace. Don't even think about slacking off. Whether we can have meat for dinner tonight hinges on the outcome of this batch. Meanwhile, Harlan had dispatched Amber to summon Hetty to his tent. However, upon sharing his thoughts, the elegant lady shook her head. While the notion of using one magical array to energize another was commendable, the execution posed significant challenges. The output of magical energy is a precise affair. If the interface encounters issues, both arrays would be rendered useless. Moreover, the efficiency of self-energizing arrays is another considerable concern. Even if a magical array were inscribed the size of the blacksmith's courtyard, the magical energy produced would likely be insufficient to power several magical furnaces. Harlan regarded Hetty, fully aware she would present these obstacles, yet he had already devised solutions. Thus, he smiled faintly, feeling he had finally discovered the true path forward as his thoughts on this issue deepened. He pushed aside the pile of drawings on the table and laid out a particularly large sheet covered with symbols and lines. This document had been completed days prior, but it was only today that he realized its potential utility. Take a look at this, Harlan said. Hetty gazed in astonishment at the large array of runes on the table, her first reaction being sheer surprise that her ancestor could possess such extensive knowledge. Ancestor. You can inscribe magical arrays? I only understand a little, and this array is not of my own creation, Harlan teased, withholding further details. First, take a look at it. What are your thoughts? Hetty lowered her head, meticulously examining each symbol and the connections between them, her brow gradually furrowing. All these are merely fundamental runes. The arrangement and combinations are also quite basic. It seems the highest energy level does not exceed the second tier. Gao Wen nodded. The individual who left this magic circle could at most control an array of second-tier runes. Hetty looked up at him in surprise, and when she lowered her gaze again, a hint of admiration crept onto her face. It is astonishing that the entire design was completed using only basic runes. To create such an extensive magic circle with merely fundamental runes is truly an incredible feat. It appears to be a structure capable of drawing ambient energy from the natural environment. But what are those redundant complex structures? Gao Wen pointed to the repetitive structures in the ring area of the magic circle. Magnification. Magnification? Hetty's eyes widened in realization. Of course, this allows for amplification. Moreover, the structures here can further purify the ambient energy. Consequently, these basic runes can absorb ambient energy with greater efficiency. This is simply. Hetty struggled for a long time to find suitable words to describe the sensation this magic circle elicited in her. Yet Gao Wen seemed to intuitively understand her sentiment. It is truly remarkable, isn't it? Like a crippled person traversing the world with a cane, or a defenseless individual inscribing verses upon stone with a mere wooden stick. This transcends limits, crafting a miracle with the most basic second-tier runes that would leave even the great sorcerers astounded. Those great sorcerers, however, are unlikely to be astonished. They might not even spare at a glance. Hetty shook her head with a wry smile. For though this magic circle is undeniably creative, it ultimately comprises only second-tier runes that no matter how high its efficiency, the energy it harnesses cannot compare to the personal magical wells possessed by the great sorcerers. Yet it serves as a prototype, a foundational model that can be continuously refined. It only utilizes second-tier runes. But what if you were to replace them with third-tier runes based on this concept? And what if you were to enhance the complexity of their combinations to the third tier as well? How many times greater would its efficiency be compared to existing self-replenishing magic circles? As Gao Wen spoke, he gestured towards several unique nodes within the magic circle, adding, aside from efficiency, take a look at these more critical components. This seems to be a mana conduit. Hetty furrowed her brow. I noticed them earlier, but I did not see any corresponding energy consumption units. Is it because the magic circle is incomplete? No, from the very beginning, this magic circle did not include energy consumption units. Its sole function is to supply mana externally, providing mana to a weakened human. Thus, it differs from the internal interfaces of typical magic circles. The compatibility of these conduits is so high that any energy consumption unit can connect with them, Gao Wen explained slowly. Now, can this magic circle provide energy to the blacksmith's forge? If all the symbols can function smoothly. No, it will certainly function smoothly. It has nearly reached the limits of computation. Hetty's expression gradually transformed with excitement as she finally broke free from the conventional mindset of traditional sorcerers. Realizing the greatness of this creation, efficient self-replenishment, and it can output energy at a remarkably broad frequency. It can power the blacksmith's forge, or even provide energy for many other things. She then eagerly inquired, Ancestor, what is the name of this genius magic circle? Gao Wen produced a tattered notebook from his belongings. There is no need for me to name it. It has already been named by its creator. As he opened the notebook, one page contained a brief note. Annie, today I have finally completed the magic web. May it safeguard your health. Chapter 54, The Legacy of the Wild Sorcerer. Upon seeing that worn notebook, had he finally recognized the source of it all? These are the remnants of that wild sorcerer. Indeed, a low-tier sorcerer who was rejected by the mainstream sorcerer community, condemned to remain at the second tier throughout his life. His talent far exceeded anyone's imagination, yet this era afforded him no opportunity to showcase it. Gao Wen gazed at the notebook with a sigh, having perused portions of the research notes within over the past few days. I believe the value of this notebook is at least equivalent to half a duke's fief. Hetty was left speechless. However, Gao Wen's assertion was not an exaggeration. In fact, from the perspective of technological advancement, the legacy left by that nameless wild sorcerer may reveal even greater value over time. Although all his research remained in the rudimentary stages, Gao Wen was acutely aware that for many revolutionary concepts and ideas, the initial phase is the most valuable stage. Placing the notebook on the table, he looked up at Hetty. His daughter, the child named Annie, likely suffers from elemental assimilation syndrome, one of the rarest magical ailments. As a sorcerer, you should be familiar with this disease, elemental assimilation. This is a condition unique to the Violet Kingdom, with a low incidence rate and no known cure. Hetty nodded slightly. I suspected as much when I first read those diaries. In a world imbued with magical power, there exist many elements distinctly different from Gao Wen's homeland, some beneficial, yet others malevolent. Elemental assimilation syndrome being one of the most dreadful afflictions. This syndrome, induced by magical erosion, is commonly found in areas rich in magical energy and active elements. During the time of the Gondor Empire, it was prevalent around the deep blue wells in the imperial capital, and even at the height of the empire. It was considered one of the nearly incurable diseases. In the present era, it has become a specialty of the Northern Violet Kingdom. If extraordinary power bestows humanity with nature's gifts, then elemental assimilation is akin to the malice hidden within this bounty. Elemental assimilation syndrome manifests only in newborns, resulting from the fetus being subjected to magical energy radiation during development. Initially, children afflicted with this condition can grow normally, but as they age, they gradually exhibit signs of erosion and assimilation by specific elements. The affected individual's flesh and blood undergo transformation during this process, slowly becoming semi-elementalized. As their biological tissues are gradually elementalized, they also become increasingly rejected by the material world, save for a few races possessing exceptional talents. No elemental beings can exist in the material realm for long, as this is a natural law of this world. This process accelerates as the disease worsens and is irreversible. Once more than half of a person's biological tissues are elementalized, they are cast out from the material world, thrust into the elemental plane corresponding to their assimilation syndrome. They then perish in the chasm between the material and elemental worlds. The remaining biological tissues of the afflicted render this process horrifying, akin to being torn apart. The nameless wild sorcerer's daughter, Annie, must be afflicted by this condition, specifically a shadow-aligned elemental assimilation. The magical binding merely delays the process of elemental assimilation, without offering a true remedy. At that time, Annie was on the brink of losing control, prompting the wild mage to risk performing a ritual he could scarcely master, resulting in a surge of magical energy from the mana web that exceeded his capabilities. If that is the case, Then I shall not worry, Hetty nodded slowly, her expression complex as she gazed at the notes left by the wild mage. It is truly unimaginable that a fallen wild mage could create something of this nature. This large magical array, assembled from fundamental units, is unlike any magic circle I am familiar with. It almost entirely discards the intricate and profound structures, instead elevating simplicity to its zenith. Let us refer to it as universality. Gao Wen smiled, contemplating the experimental work of laying out the mana web in the blacksmith shop. As he spoke, he hesitated between Hetty and Rebecca. Clearly, the technical task of laying out the magical array would be better suited for Hetty. However, she had already taken on the bulk of organizing the camp's construction. Although she excelled in this regard, the upcoming task of building the magical laboratory still awaited her, and Gao Wen was reluctant to further burden her. Entrusting it to Rebecca seemed feasible as well. While she could only cast the fireball spell, laying out a magical array differs from casting spells, especially with this self-recharging array that as long as she could follow the blueprint. That merely required an understanding of theoretical knowledge and computational skills. Yet, how should I put it? Every time I see Rebecca, I cannot help but be reminded of a bewildered fawn. Can this girl truly manage it? As if sensing Gao Wen's hesitation, Rebecca sprang up, not waiting for Hetty to speak. Ancestor. Ancestor, leave it to me. I can do it. Are you certain? Gao Wen fixed a deep gaze upon her. The significance of this project surpasses your imagination. It serves as a foundation for many of my forthcoming plans. Can you handle it? Rebecca immediately ceased her bouncing, contemplating earnestly before timidly looking at Gao Wen. If I mess it up, will you hit me? Gao Wen, never mind, Hetty, you take care of it. Yet before he could finish speaking, Rebecca, mustering her courage, declared loudly, but I still want to give it a try. Gao Wen regarded the girl with keen interest. Oh, this array, I find it particularly intriguing. I believe it possesses many aspects that are exceptionally good. Perhaps I could. Rebecca stumbled over her words, struggling to articulate her thoughts, and finally said, albeit with some trepidation, even though I can only cast fireball spells. My theoretical knowledge is quite solid. My computational skills are also commendable. Besides, Aunt Hetty has been so busy lately, and apart from surveying the land and helping everyone clear the fields, I have done nothing else. I feel. Observing Rebecca's anxious demeanor, Gao Wen couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at Hetty. Hetty, what do you think? Rebecca's theoretical knowledge and computational abilities are indeed impressive. In fact, setting aside her spell-casting prowess, her innate talent surpasses my own. Hetty cast a somewhat helpless glance at Rebecca, wishing her temperament were a tad more composed. I am certainly composed. Rebecca puffed out her chest, her eyes fixated intently on the blueprints laid out on the table. Piquing Gao Wen's curiosity, unable to resist, he asked, "Are you very interested in this magical array?" Indeed, Rebecca scratched her head. Actually, I have long pondered how wonderful it would be to simplify those complex spells. If spellcasting could be made simpler, perhaps I could cast spells beyond just fireball. This array has provided me with great inspiration. Gao Wen stared intently at Rebecca, causing the young girl to feel a shiver run down her spine. Yet moments later, Gao Wen broke into a smile. Excellent. Then I shall entrust this matter to you. Rebecca was overjoyed. Really? Of course. It is true. Gao Wen casually pulled out another sheet of paper from beneath the table. It was a rough sketch of the blacksmith shop that IT should be on this scale, allowing the entire yard to serve as the coverage area for the mana web, while also constructing the first batch of furnaces here. You can gather the materials needed for the array from the mountain treasury. They are readily available. Though this array is of considerable size, it is a basic array. I believe the magical metals and the quartz sand brought by Knight Philip from Tanzan town will suffice. Let us call this experimental mana web number 1. The entrusted Rebecca departed in high spirits, while Hetty continued her work, guiding the newly arrived serfs and commoners in setting up tents, for the moment. Only Gao Wen and Amber remained in the main tent. You seem rather pleased? The half-elf assessed Gao Wen's expression, noting that he had never looked this happy since acquiring the documents from that old king. Is it because teasing the great-great-great-granddaughter is amusing, Gao Wen? Can't this fellow speak in a more pleasant manner? Chapter 55. Laying the foundation to Amber's tongue remained as impudent and unpredictably sharp as ever. Had it been any other time, Gao Wen would have certainly brandished the sword of the pioneer, ready to slam her against the wall. However, this time he refrained from engaging in banter with Amber, for his mood was genuinely uplifting that he even felt inclined to discuss some more serious matters with her. Do you have any idea of the immense value of that magical array? Immense value? Amber blinked, her confidence in her magical prowess evident. She was acutely aware of her ignorance in related fields, thus admitting it without the slightest embarrassment that I cannot even comprehend how many types of magical runes were used in it. How would I know its value? Gao Wen was taken aback by her candor, nearly choking on his own surprise. Yet, having experienced the era of the internet in his previous life, he quickly regained his composure. Let me rephrase my question. If magic were to become something everyone could use or borrow, how valuable do you think this technology would be? Amber was momentarily stunned, and after a full half-minute, she incredulously responded, Are you suggesting that magical array could turn everyone into a magician? You can't possibly be serious. Perhaps you've been basking in the sun too long these past few days? Ignoring the impudent tone in her words, Gao Wen shook his head cheerfully. It certainly cannot transform everyone into a magician, but it may allow everyone to engage with the extraordinary realm that I suspect Hetty has yet to fully grasp the significance of that array. It is not merely a large array constructed from basic runes by a mediocre spellcaster. Its greatest significance lies in a breakthrough in universality, versatility, and ease of use, in an effort to enable his utterly talentless daughter to receive magical energy. The wild mage designed the self-recharging array to provide a constant and adjustable output of magical energy to any magic-consuming unit. Prior to this, no great mage in the world had conceived of such a notion, as those esteemed mages always relied on their own hands to accomplish the task. Amber found herself struggling to understand Gao Wen's reasoning. Using one's own power allows for effortless control over magical energy. Isn't that far superior to the wild mage relying on a massive array to achieve a similar goal? Gao Wen gazed into Amber's eyes. The mountain giant can easily crush a bear's skull with its palm. Yet humans require a warhammer to accomplish the same feat. Which do you think is more impressive? Amber. Gao Wen disregarded Amber's astonishment and contemplation, instead rising to stand at the entrance of the tent. The treasure left behind by the nameless wild mage encompassed not just a magical array, but also a wealth of research records contained within his notebook that an individual severely limited in casting ability. He had to compensate for his shortcomings with calculations and advanced concepts, and his research notes bore the unmistakable traces of this endeavor. Upon first encountering these materials, Gao Wen had been profoundly astonished, struggling to believe that such insights could originate from a person living in the oppressive ignorance of the medieval era. Automatic operation, compatible transmission interfaces, foolproof external control, geometrically based rune arrangement principles, rune simplification formulas. Without the broad perspective from another world, the struggles of these clumsy individuals would likely be discarded as rubbish in the eyes of most people in this world. Any mid-tier spellcaster could directly bypass the steps documented in the wild mage's notes using various advanced magical techniques. They had never even contemplated the fantastical idea of enabling those lacking magical talent or with inferior magical abilities to control mana. The great mages who wielded flames and thunder with their own strength might inspire fear. But to Gao Wen, it was not until a mediocre wild mage severed magic from personal talent and liberated his own hands that this mysterious and powerful craft truly ascended. It transformed from a fist into a staff. Just as humanity once affixed stones to wooden staffs, wielding crude warhammers to slay beasts many times their strength, this marked a monumental leap. Regrettably, despite the passage of centuries, humanity continues to forge warhammers. Gao Wen felt it was time to equip this hammer with rocket boosters, setting aside Rebecca, who was engrossed in studying the original diagram of the magical array as if it were a precious treasure. On the third day, when ample manpower had finally arrived, Cecil's pioneering efforts officially commenced. Among the essentials of life, food is the foundation of survival, regardless of the grand plans Gao Wen envisioned, rooted in the principles of alloyed steel and rocket propulsion. He must first ensure that the bellies of his people are filled. Sufficient provisions had already been procured during their time in Tanzan town, and the king had promised a supply of grain and cloth for the initial years of the territory. But these were merely temporary measures. For long-term survival, self-sufficiency was imperative. Though utilizing resources from the mines to trade for grain with neighboring lords was a viable option, Gao Wen, as a pioneer who had traversed from the Celestial Empire, was afflicted with a common obsession among his compatriots, the anxiety of food scarcity. To cultivate land, to farm. How could one dare to sleep without first clearing 10 acres upon arrival? How could one claim to have established a foothold without cultivating a couple of vegetable gardens behind the base? Throughout history, the sole standard for expanding territories and achieving lasting stability has been to cultivate a patch of land. Naturally, such thoughts were entirely reasonable, yet in this world imbued with extraordinary powers. Gao Wen was acutely aware that he had much to learn, that a simple truth emerged. Knowing that humans in this world harness the power of runes to smelt iron using straw as fuel. Who could guarantee that merely piling manure would surpass the primitive techniques of the locals? Furthermore, in the absence of a clear understanding of the fundamental rules governing this world, Gao Wen could not ascertain how much of his earthly knowledge would prove effective here. What if the microbial activities in this realm defied basic biological principles? Nonetheless, regardless of these details, the fundamental notion of establishing a homestead through agriculture remained sound. Gao Wen arrived at the site of the land reclamation, where everything still lay in a rudimentary stage. Rebecca had taken the time to visit yesterday, unleashing an enormous fireball upon the overgrown wasteland for half a day, successfully completing a perfect burn-off. Today, the serfs began to deeply plow the soil, mixing in the nutrient-rich ashes of burnt vegetation while clearing the stones interspersed within the earth. Gao Wen was delighted to observe that the systems he had instituted were being implemented here as well. Every 100 paces across the vast wasteland stood a wooden marker, dividing the entire reclamation area into numerous equal plots, where laborers worked within these designated spaces, while several groups moved between the plots, preparing to dig ditches. Adjacent to the reclamation area, a makeshift wooden shelter had been erected, where Hetty and a few others were stationed, responsible for recording work progress and logging the issuance and return of tools. Furthermore, a large cooking pot was set up within the shelter, providing meals for the land clearers nearby. The workers had grown accustomed to Gao Wen's presence. This somewhat peculiar nobleman always fancied wandering through the noisy and chaotic worksite, often engaging in conversation with the laborers. Initially, this had made many feel anxious and uneasy. But now, while tension still lingered, unease had significantly diminished, especially after Gao Wen fulfilled his promises that all diligent workers would have their fill, and those who exerted themselves would even dine on meat. The commoners and serfs within the territory had begun to trust and feel closer to this new lord, renowned for his integrity. Gao Wen thus traversed the bustling labor site and arrived at the wooden shelter's edge, where Hetty stood beside a dark-skinned farmer, both engaged in earnest discussion, while Sir Philip stood guard nearby to Gao Wen's imposing stature, nearing 2 meters, commanded attention. As he approached, Hetty looked up and promptly rose, while the farmer, who had been facing away, turned around and, upon seeing the lord, hurriedly bowed. "My lord, no need to be anxious." Gao Wen waved his hand. "I merely wish to assess the situation." That he then curiously regarded the individual who appeared to be a farmer, yet was engaged in dialogue with Hetty. "Are you an expert in agriculture?" In the common tongue of the Lorraine continent, the terms for expert and scholar were synonymous. Upon hearing Gao Wen's address, the farmer grew both nervous and fearful, shaking his head. "How could I possibly compare with those erudite figures? I am merely a farmer." "His name is Norris," Hetty interjected. "He is a farmer in the territory, skilled in the art of cultivation. That I sought someone to inquire about land reclamation, and he was the one I found." Gao Wen scrutinized Norris, a quintessential medieval peasant, dark-skinned, gaunt, with coarse hands and feet, his face marked by humility. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, perhaps older, yet Gao Wen could not ascertain his true age. The burdens of labor and malnutrition had caused the common folk of the Lorraine continent to age prematurely. Despite the humans of this world enjoying lifespans exceeding those of Earth, the average age among nobles had reached 100 to 150 years, without the aid of magic or other means to extend life. It remained true that 90% of the population endured poor health, with many laborers appearing aged even in their 20s, while the peasants of Cecil's domain could at least maintain basic sustenance and lived longer than those in other territories. The early aging brought on by labor was inescapable. The farmer named Norris shifted nervously under Gao Wen's gaze, turning his neck and offering a humble smile. Yet, it was this humble smile that caused Gao Wen to pause momentarily. How long had it been since he had seen a smile on the face of the impoverished in this world? Chapter 56. The Question of the Divine. Like the vast majority of commoners in this era, whom the nobility referred to as baseborn, Norris harbored an innate fear and trepidation towards nobles. Despite the current Earl of Cecil and Gao Wen, who had recently assumed the mantle of lord. Being sufficiently amiable, decades of ingrained habits were not easily altered. He had to exert considerable effort to communicate normally with Hetty, and now, with Gao Wen's arrival, the farmer felt himself involuntarily tense once more. Yet, beyond the tension and humility etched upon his face, Gao Wen discerned a spark in Norris's eyes that set him apart from other commoners. Initially, he could not quite grasp what it was, but half a minute later he realized. He did not see the numbness that characterized most impoverished individuals reflected in Norris's countenance, that he was anxious, timid, humble, and apprehensive. Yet devoid of numbness. Within his deeply sunken and wrinkle-laden eyes, remnants of vibrant light still resided, and oh wonder Hetty had sought out such a farmer to discuss matters of land reclamation. Norris indeed possessed the capacity for meaningful discourse. "How does this land fare?" Gao Wen inquired gently. Norris raised 3 fingers, resembling seedlings as he gestured in a prayer-like manner. "The goddess of harvest, Eve, blesses this place that I never imagined there would be arable land amidst the dark mountains here. The terrain is level, water is easily accessible, the soil is rich in nutrients, and the stones embedded within the earth are not too numerous. There is truly no better place for reclamation than here. Currently, the month of harvest is already halfway through, so it is too late to plant rice, but we can sow sweetwood roots and fireleaf greens. The sweetwood roots will winter in the ground, yielding a good harvest come spring, while the fireleaf greens can be planted alongside the sweetwood roots, thriving on their nutrients and ready for harvest before the mist month. Come spring, the roots of the fireleaf greens and the vines of the sweetwood roots will decompose into the soil, providing fertilizer for the subsequent planting of grains. As long as the rain cooperates, everyone will have their fill. The sweetwood roots and fireleaf greens mentioned by Norris are crops native to this world. In truth, most flora and fauna Gao Wen encountered here differed vastly from those of his homeland. Even if names were the same, their essences were entirely distinct. He could only rely on the fragmented memories stored in his mind to aid in understanding these matters. From Norris's response, he confirmed that the agricultural techniques of this world were not as inferior as he had initially presumed. At the very least, this farmer possessed knowledge of intercropping specific crops to enhance yields and of composting plant waste into fertilizer, as well as the judicious utilization of soil nutrients. Although this knowledge was likely limited to his own experiences, fragmented and lacking a cohesive system, it was sufficient to demonstrate that the people of this era did not simply scatter seeds and wait for rain, relying solely on the whims of fate. Regrettably, the memories of Gao and Cecil in his mind were not infallible. Even the most formidable pioneers were not masters of every craft that in matters of agriculture. Gao Wen realized he could not entirely rely on his internal repository of memories, and thus he had to depend on the expertise of the individual before him. He had a rough understanding of the expected yields of several crops. Norris answered in succession, and when it came to the end, the old farmer added, "These yields are all derived from the land's inherent fertility and some plant fertilizers. Moreover, this method of cultivation depletes the soil significantly. Even in the best of conditions, it requires a fallow period of 2 to 3 years, which is not particularly high." Gawain furrowed his brow, aware that in this world, the concept of chemical fertilizers did not exist, and he had yet to discover any potential for producing organic fertilizers from local materials. The elements of the periodic table likely wouldn't align. Thus, he inquired, generally, how do you enhance yields and maintain soil fertility? It was Hetty standing nearby, who responded, the best approach would be to engage with the Church of the 3 goddesses of abundance. The goddess of harvest, Eve, the goddess of spring, Flora, and the earth mother and goddess of life, Gaia. Their priests possess extensive knowledge of divine arts related to the earth and plants. However, this region is desolate and has never been a significant grain-producing area, so the main temples of the goddess of abundance are concentrated in the central region of the Holy Spirit Plains. Given the current state of our territory, it would be quite challenging to attract the attention of any priest. At that moment, Sir Philip suddenly spoke up. "There is a small church of the Earth Mother in Tanzan town. Perhaps the priest there could assist us? I recall that every few years, someone from our territory would go to Tanzan to invite that priest to bless the land." The priest was scheduled to return to the Earth Mother's headquarters in the Holy Spirit Plains this year to receive revelation and would not return for another year. Hetty shook her head, indicating it was not a reliable option. Gawain frowned slightly. He had not anticipated that the issue would lead to divine intervention, that he was aware that this world was rife with numerous deities and churches. Even when he hung in the heavens, he had witnessed religious wars more than once. Although he had viewed them as silent films, the myriad religious symbols and towering churches were unmistakable, despite the continent having undergone significant upheaval. Including disasters like the Dark Tide that nearly reshuffled civilization, religion had remained intertwined with mortal races like a creeping vine. The deities were an integral part of the civilizational framework of this world. However, as a transmigrant, one who had lingered in the skies for many years, Gawain harbored an instinctive reverence, tinged with distance, toward the divine. That it was not that he stubbornly denied the existence of deities in such a fantastical realm. After all, this world even had magic, and his two great-great-granddaughters could conjure fireballs with their bare hands. Moreover, those priests wielded tangible divine arts. He could not dismiss the existence of the divine, even if he wished to. He simply had an innate aversion to engaging with something that transcended cognition, experience, and logic. Having spent many years suspended in the skies, he had seen countless individuals commit acts of violence in the name of the divine. Gawain Cecil had lived for 35 years and had even witnessed priests in action, demonstrating a type of power distinct from magic, one that did not require the practice of incantations or magical techniques, but instead demanded a devout heart and a strict adherence to various codes of conduct. This self-discipline, combined with specific spiritual talents, allowed humans to wield surreal powers bestowed by the deities. That it was said that all divine arts and knowledge of the deities stemmed from ancient eternal tablets, which had shattered and been lost after the first expansion. Now, only a few large churches known as core sects possessed fragments of these tablets in their headquarters. Yet, despite the tablet's destruction, the knowledge and power concerning the divine continued to wield influence. However, Gawain had never encountered a true deity. At least, none resided on this continent. As for the heavens, he was uncertain if they existed there. After all, he had failed to swim in the sky, leaving him uncertain if a venerable figure with a white beard stood holding a spotlight in space. Regardless of the deity's whereabouts, Gawain maintained a 3 parts awe and 7 parts detachment from this power that defied logical explanation. The power of magic could still be studied and understood through calculation and reasoning. Although supernatural, it was ultimately a form of natural force that could be analyzed. In contrast, divine arts required one to wholly believe and dedicate oneself, even to the extent of aligning one's personality and thought processes with the divine essence to glimpse even a fraction of it. This meant that if one wished to study the divine, one must first become a believer, harboring boundless reverence for the deity. Yet, once immersed in such a state, how could one still study the divine? Gawain shook his head, casting these questions aside. In any case, given the impoverished conditions of this land, attracting the church's attention was akin to climbing a mountain. He turned to Hetty, continuing to inquire about crop yield enhancement. If we cannot rely on the 3 goddesses of abundance, are there other methods to address the yield issue? The yield issue. To be frank, considering the state of the land and the first year's grain provided by His Majesty the King, we are not actually lacking food. Hetty frowned. There are only about 800 people in the territory, which is entirely sustainable. However, we cannot remain at 800 forever. In fact, I am already planning to significantly increase the population by purchasing serfs and bringing in pioneers. Gawain shook his head. Hetty evidently did not comprehend the value of people. The issue of food was fundamental and would need to be addressed sooner or later. While Hetty failed to grasp the importance of people, Norris understood the significance of food. After careful consideration, he boldly replied, aside from divine arts, another option would be to seek assistance from druids. The alchemical potions crafted by wood druids can effectively enhance crop yields. Although their potions are less effective than divine arts, they excel at protecting the land, and they typically possess some plant-related spells that greatly aid crop growth. Gawain's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He found this approach appealing. Moreover, the notion that druids produced alchemical potions to increase soil fertility. Could these so-called alchemical potions possibly be akin to fertilizers in this world, or substances with similar effects? Regardless, the ability to produce them through fixed methods and potentially in large quantities. Their ease of application and their capacity to yield stable increases in crop production meant that, irrespective of the true nature of these alchemical potions, Gawain decided to name them fertilizers. Furthermore, the fact that these fertilizers could even protect the land was exhilarating. Eagerly, he asked, "Where can we find druids?" Norris looked somewhat troubled as he glanced at Hetty, who furrowed her brow slightly. that poses another problem. The number of druids in human society is limited, and they are usually concentrated in the western regions near the mosswood forest that in the south. They can almost be described as rare creatures. The Cecil territory has hardly ever interacted with druids, and I have no idea where to find them. Gawain revealed a look of disappointment, while Sir Philip pondered thoughtfully. However, due to their heritage, druids maintain a close relationship with elves. Nearly every druid lineage can trace its roots back to elves, including gray elves and silver elves. The gazes of the individuals present inadvertently fell on Amber, who stood behind Gawain, her pointed ears twitching. That Gawain's expression immediately soured. Don't joke. How can such a disgraceful elf like her be considered an elf? Which druid would associate with someone like her who steals? Gawain's words trailed off as Amber interjected. Speaking of which, I seem to actually know a druid, Gawain. Chapter 57. Elf, Currency, and Irrigation. As soon as Amber finished speaking, Gawain whipped around, staring intently at her, making the half-elf thief feel a chill run down her spine. What does that look mean? Gawain's gaze was akin to that of an extraterrestrial being. How do you know a druid? Why shouldn't I know a druid? Amber retorted, hands on her hips. That I'm half-elf, you know. Haven't you heard that all druid factions originated from elves? Had anyone else with pointed ears said this, it might have been acceptable. But coming from this disgraceful elf, it held no persuasive power. Gawain scrutinized the defiant expression of the thief before finally managing to utter. Is it that you once stole something from them, and they hold a grudge, chasing you across the world? You insult my character. I'll have you know. Amber erupted. How could I possibly be caught stealing, Gawain? There was an odd feeling about her rebuttal. Nevertheless, despite his verbal skepticism, Gawain sensed that Amber indeed seemed to know a druid. Moreover, she began to introduce him like a salesperson. Let me tell you, I not only know this guy is a druid, but he is also a scholarly type of druid, the kind that knows a bit about everything. His druid faction is the authentic heart of the forest, particularly adept at dealing with flora and fauna. Absolutely reliable. Gawain finally believed her words, yet refrained from pressing Amber for details about how she knew the mysterious druid or his name and background. Asking for such specifics now would be rather impolite. After listening to Amber's sales pitch, he posed 2 questions. Can you still get in touch with him? If so, how long will it take to bring him here? As for making contact, although everyone claims that druids are elusive and hard to find, I am acquainted with that fellow's habitual haunts, which are quite fixed in the southern territories. That as for how long it will take to bring him, Amber continued, casting meaningful glances at Gao Wen. I could shadow step my way to him, but on the return journey, I would likely have to travel the old-fashioned way. Our speed will depend on the mode of transport, and you understand what I mean, right? Gao Wen immediately grasped her implication and waved his hand to produce a few coins, pressing them into her palm. Go buy yourself a new pair of shoes. That Amber's eyes widened in disbelief. You can't be serious. Besides, you ought to give me some money for a deposit. Right. Even if it's a familiar face, one ought to pay a hiring fee. Wouldn't you agree? Why didn't you say so earlier? Gao Wen was merely jesting with Amber, as her lively demeanor was quite amusing. However, once the jest had passed, he shifted to a more serious tone, retrieving some standardized gold and silver strips from another pocket. Here, take these and finalize the arrangement. Whatever remains is yours. That Amber's face lit up with joy as she accepted the glimmering treasures. Due to the unpreparedness of coin minting, the Cecil minting process was still a mere concept. Thus, Gao Wen had temporarily instructed the craftsman to fashion some gold and silver from the treasury into this form for external trade. This practice was not uncommon in this world, using precious metals as direct currency, especially in a primitive medieval commercial system where gold and silver of a certain purity served as currency. Oftentimes, minting coins was merely for ease of carrying, inspection, and counting. Merchants also accepted direct transactions of gold and silver, albeit such exchanges involved verifying purity and weighing, leading to slightly elevated prices. Of course, this was contingent upon the nobility maintaining their monetary credibility. Should there come a day when the impurities in noble coins became painful enough for merchants, unofficial bars of gold and silver might surpass the currency issued by royalty and dukes, becoming the mainstream medium of exchange, whereby using noble coins could result in higher prices. This is why the emblem of the god of commerce is a balance scale, with an iron shears and an eye on either side. The shears and scale are tools merchants carry, the former for cutting gold and silver bars, the latter for weighing. While the eye represents the keen eyesight a good merchant must possess to discern the quality of gold and silver. In truth, had Gao Wen not been somewhat obsessive-compulsive about minting exquisite and distinctive coins, he could have opted for a simpler, more brute-force method, casting gold and silver into cylindrical rods and then slicing them into thin discs. Stamping the Cecil emblem onto them, in the year 536 of Ansu. The Duke of the Western Territories employed such a method to save time and labor while minimizing payments to craftsmen, leading to the coins of that year being mockingly referred to as the miser's toll, because the laws of the Western Territories mandated that all merchants entering must exchange a third of their currency for Western coins and settle any dues at checkpoints using these inferior coins. The world of currency and economy is indeed fascinating. Amber departed with exuberance, almost floating away, which caused Hetty to grow increasingly anxious. Surely she wouldn't abscond with that gold and silver. Fleeing with the funds? Gao Wen muttered, and he couldn't shake the feeling that such a disgrace to elves might be capable of such an act. Well, perhaps it was best to give her the benefit of the doubt. After all, there were no other expectations. Could anyone else in the entire camp claim to know a druid? Once Amber left, Gao Wen refocused on the land reclamation project before him. The elderly farmer, Norris, remained silent, his head bowed in anticipation. Not fidgeting or looking around like typical peasants under such circumstances, nor did he speak out of turn, as if he were waiting for Gao Wen to inquire. "Are there any issues with this land?" Gao Wen asked, encouraging him to voice any potential concerns early on. That if one must be specific, the terrain is slightly elevated above the riverbank, making it challenging to divert water directly. We would need to dig a canal upstream or drill a well. Norris replied. However, there is an advantage. Should a heavy rain cause the Whitewater River to rise, we needn't worry about the fields being flooded. Diverting water, if we had a pump or some similar lifting mechanism, that would simplify matters. Alternatively, we could employ the unique techniques of this world and summon a water elemental mage to irrigate the fields. Yet clearly the latter option is impractical. Once the camp is up and running, Hetty will have increasingly pressing responsibilities. She cannot be expected to serve as a human pump, and hiring a proper mage for irrigation. Even the Violet Kingdom to the north or the Elves to the south would not indulge in such extravagance. Besides, even if the Cecil family had money to spare, how many mages would willingly toil in the fields for such menial tasks? They would rather accept half the pay to perform fireworks displays at the castles of kings and great nobles, entertaining those gaunt, drug-addled noblewomen and maidens. Thus, Gao Wen quickly dismissed the notion of seeking a mage for manual irrigation and turned to consider mechanical solutions that, of course, in accordance with the general practices of this world. The typical aristocratic approach to such problems was to enlist more serfs to do the work. However, for Gao Wen, squandering human labor on such matters felt excessively wasteful. That moment, an ancient yet effective mechanism sprang to mind. Had you ever heard of a contraption called a water wheel? Hetty, Norris, and Sir Philip stared blankly. Indeed, no one had heard of such a thing. Gao Wen looked at Hetty. Do you have paper and a pen? Once he acquired them, Gao Wen began sketching a simple diagram. It depicted a tall, wheel-like structure supported by spokes, with neatly arranged inclined tubes and wooden panels affixed to the wheel's outer edge, and on one side of the wheel, a water trough extended outward. Due to time constraints, he only illustrated part of the water wheel structure, but this simple yet miraculous machine operated on an astonishingly straightforward principle, needing only brief explanation. This is a water wheel. River water flows beneath, striking the wooden panels, causing the wheel to rotate, and thereby lifting water-filled tubes to the top, where the water is funneled into this trough. This process continues in a cycle, raising water to greater heights. Depending on the size of the water wheel, as long as the materials can withstand it, he added, of course, this is merely a sketch, and the principle is simple. There can be many more models based on this design. At that moment, Hetty was utterly captivated, her focus entirely consumed by this simple yet astounding invention. With just a bit of reasoning, she could see that this machine would be incredibly useful. However, before seeing this sketch, she had never envisioned such a device existed. It required neither human labor nor any supernatural force. It could work tirelessly day and night, accomplishing tasks that would typically require many serfs, all powered by the forces of nature. Suddenly, she perceived beauty in this simple machine, a word that initially seemed utterly unrelated to its crude and primitive structure. Yet Gao Wen sighed. It's a pity there is no bamboo around. Otherwise, constructing it would be much simpler. Hetty momentarily misheard. Huh? What did you just say? Nothing. Gao Wen waved his hand dismissively. Do you have any other thoughts on this mechanism? Hetty was about to proclaim it a stroke of genius when she noticed Norris picking up the pen, sketching on a blank piece of paper. The elderly farmer was drawing while saying, building it right by the Whitewater River would expose it significantly to river fluctuations. During dry seasons, it would be inoperable. If only we could divert another canal nearby during the dry season. Noticing the sudden silence around him, Norris realized what he had said and quickly threw down the pen, trembling as he stepped back. My lord. I was only. However, Gao Wen's response far exceeded his expectations. Can you read and write? Chapter 58. The story of Norris. The Gao Wen's sudden question left Norris momentarily dazed. He had braced himself for rebuke, but was instead confronted with this query. Should he answer yes or no? Which option would be legally compromising? After pondering for a while, the old farmer decided to be honest, knowing that more than one person was aware of his literacy. Should the Lord inquire with others? He would indeed be in legal jeopardy. Yes, my lord, Norris nervously grasped the button on his chest. I have learned to read and write. Gao Wen raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that his judgment had indeed been correct. Although Norris had written not a single word just moments ago, merely sketching a rough outline, one could discern numerous issues from the way he held the pen. The sensation of gripping a pen is entirely distinct for those who can read and write. In this world where illiteracy is nearly universal, he had observed how the unlettered clumsily grasped the pen and awkwardly drew lines on paper, while the farmer before him displayed an evidently proper grip. Even Hetty looked at Norris with a hint of surprise, as if she had just discovered this fact herself. Rest assured, the ability to write is not a crime, nor is teaching others to read and write. Gao Wen realized that his sudden inquiry might have startled this honest farmer, so he softened his tone, asking, Who taught you to read and write? Reassured by the Lord's promise, Norris rubbed his hands together and revealed a somewhat bashful smile. My lord. I fear you may laugh at my tale. I was nearly destined to enter the church and serve as a priest of the goddess of harvest in my youth. I learned to read and write from a teacher during that time. The notion that a farmer's son nearly became a priest piqued Gao Wen's interest, prompting him to press further, leading to the revelation of Norris's story that he indeed hailed from a family of farmers, living as a free man in the Cecil territory for generations. Despite possessing a few acres of meager land, he, like the majority of the era's common folk, lived on the brink of subsistence. His life was initially destined to mirror that of most peasants, forever tethered to the land, toiling between seedlings and ditches. His only interaction with the exalted priests and the church was to make occasional visits to the town's church for prayer or to receive teachings from the priests when they ventured into the countryside. However, at the age of 8, an opportunity arose for Norris and his parents that a priest of the goddess of harvest from the Holy Spirit Plains came to the Cecil territory, temporarily residing in the village where Norris lived. For the farmers, the passage of a priest to the bountiful Trinity was a rare and fortunate event. Thus, the villagers quickly pooled their resources and, adhering to the customs of the Trinity of Abundance, sent the village elder along with several children to present gifts to the priest, hoping for a blessing upon their fields. The priest then looked at the 8-year-old Norris and proclaimed, This child is blessed to be with the land. He is favored by the goddess of harvest. Because of that single utterance, after the priest departed, Norris's parents nearly sold all their valuable possessions. The village elders also found ways to gather some funds, and together they petitioned the local knight for a pass, ultimately managing to send Norris to the Mother Earth Church in Tanzan, where he became an apprentice servant. Although the three goddesses were separate sects, they maintained a remarkably close connection. That as the principal deity of the bountiful Trinity, the Mother Earth's temple typically housed the goddess of harvest and the goddess of spring as well. And candidates for the priesthood of the three goddesses usually received similar education before being formally blessed, allowing them to choose their divine affiliation based on their innate spiritual gifts. Consequently, when the goddess of harvest's church was inaccessible, sending Norris to the Mother Earth's temple became his parents' only option. Norris studied in the temple for 5 years, after which he received the church's assessment. The apprentice lacked the spiritual aptitude for the bountiful Trinity. To this day, Norris recalls the moment the letter containing that verdict arrived in the village and how everyone initially rejoiced, unaware of its true contents, because they were illiterate and the drunken courier had failed to convey the message. It was only when Norris returned home with his belongings that the villagers learned the letter was not the joyous news they had hoped for from the church. Norris recounted his story with a calm demeanor, his wrinkled face betraying no emotion, his deep-set eyes reflecting only tranquility, as if those events had indeed faded into the distance, no longer connected to him. The following years were quite arduous. We still owed debts, and our home was long empty. My father did not survive that winter. Yet life must go on, and we had to repay what we owed. That is so my mother took my siblings and me to the castle of the Viscount. Back then, the Viscount of Cecil was still Miss Rebecca's father, and we bowed before the Viscount, pleading that we could no longer endure our plight. The kind Viscount waived our land tax and lent us seeds and half a sack of grain. With those seeds and grain, along with an exceptionally bountiful crop of wild vegetables that year, we managed to survive. Subsequently, I diligently farmed and helped with odd jobs, working as hard as 2 or 3 people. And since I could read, I assisted the traveling merchants in weighing goods, which allowed me to trade for a few loaves of bread. Several years later, we repaid our debts, including the Viscount's seeds and grain. Norris slowly lifted his head, pride illuminating his features. The year my mother passed away, our family had a meal of meat. A.S. Norris concluded his tale. Gao Wen furrowed his brow in contemplation, while Hetty clutched her chest, exclaiming, I had no idea such things transpired in our territory. We have always endeavored to provide charity. Charity cannot save anyone, for it does not address the root of the problem. And such events unfold daily, unseen within the castle. Gao Wen shook his head, then curiously inquired of Norris, I noticed your gestures earlier. Do you still believe in the goddess of harvest? Of course, why wouldn't I? Norris replied, his wrinkles deepening. The goddess of harvest protects all the fields in this world. The quality of the harvest determines the survival of a family. Who among U.S. farmers does not believe in the goddess of harvest? Gao Wen regarded him quietly. Even after enduring so much suffering because of that faith, Norris paused, lowering his gaze. My lord, that is merely my unfortunate fate. How could I blame the divine for it? Moreover, compared to others, I at least learned something and can read, though literacy offers little benefit to us. Literacy is not without its purpose, Gao Wen asserted, fixing a serious gaze upon the farmer. Norris, your agricultural skills must be quite commendable. Correct? At this, Norris beamed with pride. My lord, while I may not dare speak on other matters, when it comes to farming, my skills are exceptional. Otherwise, how could I have endured such difficult times? Gao Wen continued. You are literate and numerate, and you have received an education from the church. Therefore, when I have Hetty read aloud the new regulations and the forms I designed for recording work output, you should find them quite comprehensible. Yes? If tasked with filling out forms and calculating land and yields, could you manage it? This time, Norris nodded hesitantly before asking, My lord, are you suggesting I become a foreman during this period, due to Gao Wen's implementation of a labor system requiring counting and assessment? The previously employed foremen, who wielded whips yet were entirely illiterate, had become obsolete. The foremen in the territory were now selected family warriors, or even Hetty herself. Some family warriors were knightly squires, at least capable of recognizing numbers and writing a few simple words. Thus, upon hearing Gao Wen's inquiry, Norris could not help but associate it with that role to know, not merely a foreman. In fact, if you are capable, I intend to appoint you to oversee the entire reclamation process, even the subsequent agricultural production. Gao Wen explained that, of course, I cannot grant you such extensive authority all at once, nor can I allow you to act autonomously. I will have Hetty evaluate you and will provide you with instructions on what you should do. That Norris's expression shifted dramatically. My lord, I do not quite understand. Are you making me your steward? This is a position. But not a steward, Gao Wen chuckled. If I must name it, let us call it agricultural supervisor. Furthermore, I must inform you that this position differs fundamentally from any roles traditionally held in noble territories. You cannot pass it down as a title to your heirs unless they possess adequate talent. That it is not a lifelong appointment. If you fail in your duties or misuse your position to violate the laws of Cecil, you will be removed and punished accordingly. Henceforth, many positions I establish on this land will adhere to similar principles. Do you understand? Had Gao Wen not outlined so many restrictions, Norris might have hesitated to accept such fortuitous luck, reminiscent of the priest's visit to his village when he was 8, proclaiming his potential for divine favor. Yet with Gao Wen's warnings, he began to ponder earnestly. Believing this opportunity to be genuine, an ordinary peasant might not have contemplated such matters, but Norris did, for he had received an education. Even if it had nearly cost him his life, and from that education, he had learned logic. After a moment of contemplation, the aged farmer nodded vigorously. "My lord, if you trust me, Norris will tend to every piece of land you entrust to me, and to every grain that grows upon it." Chapter 59. Management Issues. Gawain was acutely aware that Norris had no true understanding of the position he referred to, nor of the new system that was about to be implemented on this land. He was merely lost in the naive euphoria of soon becoming a respectable individual. Yet even those who lived in the towns, the so-called respectable folk, would likely be beyond his comprehension. However, this was of little consequence. For Gawain intended to establish an order and situation in this world that had never existed before, an endeavor that even Hetty and Rebecca could scarcely fathom. He knew he must proceed with caution, ensuring everything unfolded smoothly and controllably to avoid a hasty backlash from the era. Yet he could not remain idle. Recent alarms from the satellite monitoring station still echoed in his ears that if the tide of magic could not be averted, it was better to act than to do nothing at all. Once Norris departed, Hetty could no longer suppress her concerns. "Ancestor, are you truly going to let him manage your lands?" Gawain had anticipated Hetty's inquiry. Thus his expression revealed no surprise, that he merely smiled at her. "What is amiss?" Though he can read, Hetty hesitated, desiring to express his humble origins, but opting for a different phrasing instead. He may lack sufficient experience and knowledge of the customs of high society. "Entrusting him as your steward, I fear he may mismanage matters, leading to undue punishment." Gawain simply regarded Hetty silently until she began to feel uneasy, at which point he inquired, "And where, pray tell, is this high society you speak of?" Hetty was momentarily taken aback. Gawain chuckled lightly, gesturing around them. "Look at this barren land. There is no high society here, no noble hierarchy, nor the rules of the lowborn. Let us cast aside those antiquated notions into the scorched earth of old Cecil. Here everything begins anew. All rules, laws, and principles shall be entirely fresh." Hetty stared blankly at the land being cultivated, and in the distance, the burgeoning encampment. Here, she could see no towering castles, nor the squalor of the impoverished. The encampment adhered strictly to Gawain's principles of order, hygiene, efficiency, and reserved space for development. There were no regulations mandating that hovels face castles, nor that noble districts maintain a street's distance from the poor, nor any stipulation forbidding serfs from residing in the inner or mid-levels. She began to grasp Gawain's intention. Gawain, observing Hetty, understood she did not possess deeply entrenched noble traditions that a fallen noble. Her life struggles had sharpened her thinking. The Cecil family had been excluded from the core noble circle for several generations, leading them to resemble common folk more than nobility. Hetty, for instance, would even venture to the construction site to lend a hand, demonstrating her flexibility of thought. Yet the habitual constraints and societal expectations tied to the noble identity were burdensome, causing her to subconsciously doubt the qualifications of a farmer, no matter how literate, to help Gawain manage his territory, especially regarding the critical issue of grain. Observing the changes in Hetty's expression, Gawain knew she was beginning to form an opinion, needing only a gentle nudge. He continued, "As for whether a farmer of humble origins can serve as steward, do you know what the ancestors of the Franklin family in the East once did? The Duke of the West?" Hetty paused, recalling her studies. "I remember the history books mentioned the Franklins were masters of steel, the Iron General of the expeditionary forces. Indeed, he was a blacksmith, endowed with extraordinary strength and enough talent and fortune to rise during the Northern Campaign." Gawain smiled. "Can you guess what I was doing back then?" Hetty was momentarily stunned by the truth regarding the first Duke of the West, and hesitated to assert her thoughts with certainty. "The history books seem to suggest you were a knight among knights, the epitome of chivalry." "Yes, I was an apprentice knight, fumbling through until the age of 15 before finally grasping my first martial skill. However, my mentor, before he could pen a recommendation to my lord, drunkenly fell into a river and drowned, that I had no choice but to write my own recommendation and forge my mentor's seal to seek out the lord. Yet, midway through, the magical tide erupted, and the lord perished. Then I encountered Charlie, who was leading a group of refugees, that he informed me that the South had descended into chaos, and any further journey south would lead to death. I replied, I still need to be knighted. I've studied for years and finally passed. To which Charlie proclaimed before everyone a profound truth. Gawain paused deliberately, and Hetty could not contain her curiosity. What profound truth! We merely claim to be knights. After all, the lords of the south are all dead. Hetty was taken aback. Claim to be? Is that even permissible? Yet that was the reality. Gawain suppressed his mirth, gazing into Hetty's eyes. A self-proclaimed leader of the Northern Army, leading a band of self-styled pioneering knights, blacksmiths, carpenters, apprentices, and unemployed vagabonds, who managed to traverse the wasteland and establish a kingdom here. Do you believe this is due to any innate noble blood within us? Or are we merely favored by divine providence? Hetty pondered. Originally, there were no nobles on this earth. It was merely those who stood up first who grasped the wealth, thus becoming nobles. Gawain placed a reassuring hand on Hetty's shoulder, given her age. He deemed it more appropriate than the playful gestures he used with Rebecca. And apart from that distinction, Ansu is merely a kingdom established by a group of commoners. The land before us reflects the initial circumstances of Ansu's founding. And I intend to implement some new regulations here. Hetty furrowed her brow slightly, a vague sense of unease prompting her hesitation, though she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. I cannot imagine what the future would look like if we truly proceeded this way. Indeed, perhaps I have broached this matter a bit prematurely. Gawain nodded gently. Nevertheless, I believe you will side with me. Of course, Hetty replied without hesitation. You are the sole pillar of this land, the only support for both me and Rebecca. Then I promise you this. Everything I do is for the prosperity and civilization of this land. As long as you follow in my footsteps, you and Rebecca shall witness an unprecedentedly powerful Cecil family. Gawain stated earnestly. Do you accept this promise? Hetty nodded vigorously. Then let us return to the matter of management. Gawain chuckled, concerning the plan to involve so-called commoners and even the impoverished in the affairs of territorial governance. You have more positions prepared, I presume? Hetty had already guessed Gawain's intentions from their earlier conversation, though I no longer see any issue with this. Is it truly necessary? Gawain appraised Hetty with a discerning gaze. This beautiful and elegant lady had been overworked in recent days, her appearance quite haggard. Today, she had even neglected to wash her face. Shouldering the entirety of the encampment's internal affairs alone, she still bore an air of ethereal grace, yet seemed oblivious to the lack of a management team. Do you truly believe you can handle all internal management by yourself? Gawain spoke slowly. Things are indeed a bit overwhelming now, but this is merely the initial phase. Once the territory finds its footing, you won't manage it alone, for you have never experienced management before. Gawain shot her a sidelong glance. Have you conducted any demographic surveys? Any production statistics? Economic assessments? Have you ever compiled past year's inventory and next year's development plans? Not to mention, have you even once grasped how many gold coins flowed into or out of the entire territory in a year? Hetty's eyes widened. Every year, at year's end, you send someone to the granary to check how much grain remains, and during tax collection, you tally how many subjects owe rent. That hardly constitutes internal governance. Gawain chuckled. I tasked you and Rebecca with compiling the names, ages, professions, and family situations of those 800 individuals. To be frank, how do you find those records? Hetty admitted, they are indeed quite convenient. This is the first time I've learned that such a simple method could clarify the various trades within the territory. And it allows for direct reference when organizing production without needing to send someone to inquire about where each craftsman resides. One day, when the population reaches 8,000 or even 80,000, do you and Rebecca plan to personally compile the statistics? If the territory expands to the southern reaches of the Dark Mountains, do you intend to traverse mountains and valleys to knock on doors and inquire about family situations? Hetty, if we wish to maintain this level of convenience, a management team is imperative. Gao Wen spread his hands, and to establish such an organization, we must engage the subjects. Hetty pondered for a moment, then furrowed her brow, but the majority of the populace cannot even write their own names. How could we? Thus, that is my next plan, Gao Wen replied with a smile, to teach them literacy. Hetty, the number of times she has been rendered speechless today in astonishment likely surpasses the entirety of her previous half-life. Gao Wen granted Hetty a moment to reflect and respond, while he himself gazed at the subjects nearby, reporting their work progress to the overseer. Progress cannot be achieved overnight. Establishing a system requires time. And building a society upon that foundation is even more challenging, while constructing a kingdom on top of the ladder. That may take years to materialize. Currently, the territory's population stands at a mere 800. And indeed, with Hetty's efforts alone, it is manageable, perhaps supplemented by a half-hearted Rebecca to add some excitement, perhaps burning some brush, but for long-term development, certain foundations must be laid step by step from now on. Chapter 60. Rebecca's Grand Project. Hetty was unaware of what her ancestor from 7 centuries ago was contemplating at this moment, nor could she fathom the grand and distant plans that were beyond her comprehension. Yet, following Gao Wen's gaze towards the vibrant and lively camp in the distance, she too felt a surge of inspiration, becoming invigorated that a land starting from zero, a brand new order, a promised bright future. Hetty believed she had outgrown the easily swayed phase of girlhood. Yet at this very moment, she could not help but feel hopeful, anticipating positive changes on this land. This is what distinguishes her from the traditional nobility. Traditional nobles do not anticipate change. What I share with you today. Just keep it in mind for now. Gao Wen suddenly turned back to remind Hetty, these matters are too advanced. If conveyed to the subjects, they wouldn't comprehend, and speaking to the nobles, if they fail to understand, they will deem you mad. If they do understand, they will regard you as an enemy. Hetty paused slightly, and with her intellect, quickly grasped Gao Wen's intent. That brand new order, though only the faintest outlines are discernible now, it is already enough to stir the sensitive nerves of the nobility. It may indeed bring prosperity to this land, yet that prosperity may not be welcomed by the traditional nobles. After all, they are not like the Cecil family. Their current days are rather comfortable that I understand, but can I speak to Rebecca about it? Hetty nodded, but immediately after, pursed her lips and shook her head slightly. That child probably wouldn't grasp these complexities. No, you underestimate her. Gao Wen chuckled. In fact, Rebecca is likely more intelligent than you imagine. It's just that her talents have never found a suitable stage. I have observed her recently. Before Gao Wen could finish, a small figure suddenly bounded into his line of sight. Betty dashed towards him along the field ridge. The little maid, her face adorned with a few charming freckles, arrived breathlessly before him, then clumsily bowed. My lord, Miss Rebecca is looking for you. What does she want? Gao Wen began to inquire, only to halt mid-sentence. Oh, you must have forgotten. This time I didn't forget. Betty straightened up, her voice bright. She said she is ready to begin work and wants you to come see the results. Hetty approached from behind. What work has begun? Betty thought for a moment, then shook her head. I forgot. Gao Wen and Hetty. All right, I know what it is. Gao Wen rubbed the little girl's head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seems she has finally managed to complete the magic network she had been studying for several days. I thought it would take her longer, so, Hetty, would you like to go see it? After all, there is nothing pressing here for the moment. Why not check on Rebecca's first project and see how it has turned out? To be honest, I am somewhat concerned about how she has fared, given that she is merely a fledgling mage who can only conjure fireballs and is attempting to create such a large-scale magical array. Although they are all basic runes, Hetty chuckled and shook her head, then turned towards the direction of the wooden shed. Thus, Sir Philip, I shall accompany our ancestor to inspect the situation at the blacksmith shop. Here, I leave it in your capable hands. The young knight promptly stood straight, striking his chest plate. I shall not fail in my duty. The simple task of supervising the reclamation work somehow imbued him with an epic sense of purpose. Gao Wen couldn't help but marvel at how such a mature and austere character had emerged among the youthful knights, one who adhered to rules with a strictness reminiscent of classical knights. Could this truly be the power of faith? As Gao Wen and Hetty departed, Betty, seeing she had no business to attend to, slipped into the wooden shed at a tea this time, with cooking still some way off and the laundry already completed. The temporarily idle little maid became intrigued by the sheets of paper left on the wooden table, adorned with numerous words and illustrations. Knight Philip observed the little girl's actions intently, ready to intervene should this absent-minded child disturb those important documents. He was prepared to stop her at any moment. Meanwhile, Betty curiously examined a blueprint depicting a water wheel, but her interest quickly shifted to a work log filled with numbers and names. Leaning closer to the table, she pointed at the paper and pen. Can I write? Knight Philip moved the paper and pen away slightly, looking sternly at the little girl. Can you write? I can't write. Betty shook her head, then added, and I can't read either. Then you must not touch it. Philip replied somewhat sternly. The paper, pen, and ink are all purchased by the Lord, not for you to play with. Betty paused for a moment, feeling somewhat dejected, and nodded. Oh, Knight Philip gazed at the little maid's forlorn expression, furrowing his brow. He felt he may have been overly harsh, Yet it was his duty to protect the Lord's possessions, especially in a territory where every resource is scarce. And even a single sheet of paper or a pen must be transported from Tanzan town. He could not allow a little girl to waste such precious writing tools. Finally, he offered a few words of consolation to Betty. But the little girl still left feeling dejected and regretful. Observing Betty's retreating figure along the field ridge, Philip couldn't help but recall the conversation he had overheard earlier between Duke Gao Wen and Lady Hetty. To teach them literacy, to ensure every individual can read and write. Is it truly possible? Can it genuinely be achieved? Will it truly be pursued? But if it were to be realized, then surely that little maid would be able to write as well. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Gao Wen discovered it had transformed into a bustling construction site, with numerous workers busily engaged in the spacious yard, while a few soldiers guarded various supplies stacked in a corner. Rebecca stood in the center of the yard, holding a large stack of papers, animatedly discussing something with the old blacksmith Hamer, while several of Hamer's apprentices stood attentively by, listening intently. That it appeared quite orderly. And clearly, Rebecca had summoned Gao Wen only after the project had successfully commenced. Ancestor. Rebecca spotted the nearly 2-meter-tall Gao Wen from a distance, and then she noticed Hetty beside him, as well as her Aunt Hetty. The little girl harbored a significant sense of reverence towards Hetty. I have come to observe your progress, Hetty said with a gentle smile, though she was uncertain how well Rebecca would perform. Seeing the organized and seemingly professional scene made her feel the need to offer encouragement. It appears you are brimming with confidence. Indeed. I have been researching for several days, Rebecca replied, hands on her hips. Though slightly ethereal from staying up late, she remained full of vigor. This magic array is simply marvelous. The calculations are, ancestor, let me tell you, those formulas are incredibly useful, far superior to those rigid arrangements of runes and spell models. And they could be applied in countless ways. And then this array. Stop, we're not here to listen to your boasting. Hetty quickly interjected, knowing her niece excelled in computational abilities and theoretical knowledge. But fearing the incessant chatter would bore her ancestor to death. Just tell us how you plan to complete the array. Upon hearing this, Rebecca nodded vigorously. Oh, I plan to bury it underground. Bury it underground? Hetty was momentarily taken aback. I saw you digging many trenches, and you truly intend to bury it. Gao Wen, entering the yard, also observed the trenches Rebecca was directing the workers to dig. Those lines, whether curved or straight, intersecting or parallel, formed numerous geometric structures in this vast yard, collectively outlining a rough shape of a magic array that in some areas resembling nodes. Wooden stakes served as markers, and auxiliary white lines were drawn around, considering that almost everyone working here is illiterate. These guiding lines and coordinates must have been arranged by Rebecca herself. She first drew lines on the ground and then instructed the workers on where to excavate and how deep to dig. This was presumably her workflow. Upon hearing Hetty's words, Gavin shifted his attention away from the furrows and cast a curious glance at Hetty. Was there anything amiss about burying the magical array underground? No. There was indeed no taboo against it. Hetty shook her head, but most magical arrays are typically exposed out on one hand. Burying them underground requires significantly more effort. On the other, mages need to control the operation of the array or monitor its status. And concealing the magical array would undoubtedly pose complications. What she spoke of was merely common knowledge. Rebecca, being a third-tier mage, albeit only proficient in the fireball spell, could not possibly be unaware of this. Yet, this girl still chose to do so, which could only indicate that her erratic mind had once again lost its grip on reason. Hetty felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Gavin might chastise Rebecca for this, which would likely deal a severe blow to the confidence she had painstakingly built. However, this child had endured numerous setbacks throughout her life. She would probably recover in due time, wouldn't she? Meanwhile, as Hetty pondered these thoughts, Gavin spoke up. Setting aside why you chose to bury the magical array, I would first like to know how you managed to draw it accurately on the ground. Rebecca was momentarily taken aback. Uncertain of what her ancestor meant by this question, in truth, Gavin was expressing his astonishment. Rebecca had drawn a magical array, laden with various geometric figures, on a surface measuring 100 meters in width and length. Where mere visual observation would yield significant errors, in Gavin's homeland, Such tasks were not particularly challenging, as there existed countless surveying instruments and mathematical tools to accomplish this in a world where magic prevailed. It could also be achieved. Mages typically employed the mage's eye or eagle eye spells to survey from above, employing this straightforward method to complete large-scale arrays. But could Rebecca do the same? Apart from a few wooden stakes and some auxiliary lines, she possessed no advanced tools, and this world lacked a comprehensive mathematical and geometric system to assist her. Moreover, aside from the fireball spell, she had no other magical capabilities. She couldn't even wield the mage's eye, a spell accessible to second-tier mages. How had she accomplished this? Gavin reiterated his question. How did you accurately draw it on the ground? Chapter 61. The pride of the Cecil family. Rebecca was unsure why Gavin was interested in this question, but at least he did not appear to be scolding her, prompting her to let out a sigh of relief. I just calculated while I drew. Treating the entire courtyard as a piece of paper makes it much easier. This answer was overly vague. Gavin frowned slightly. What specifically? The edge of the courtyard is a line, and the adjacent edge is another line. Rebecca animatedly gestured with her arms. Then, using these two lines as references, she treated the entire courtyard as a sheet of paper. Each line of the magical array was broken down into numerous key points. The distances from each key point to the two edges of the courtyard could be calculated. One simply needed to enlarge the numbers from the manuscript. After all, calculation was a mage's forte. Indeed, calculation was a mage's strength, yet ordinary mages would not compute in this manner. Gavin stared at Rebecca in astonishment. Her way of speaking was utterly disorganized, and Hetty likely had not grasped its meaning. However, Gavin understood. She had established a coordinate system in the courtyard, and based on this system, she proportionally enlarged the magical array from the manuscript. Thus, it was unnecessary to stand at a height. As long as she calculated the position of each key point, she could connect them according to the manuscript's requirements. But merely conceiving of this idea was insufficient. Rebecca also had to possess exceptional geometric imagination and mental calculation skills, because this world lacked a comprehensive mathematical and geometric system. Rebecca had to either rely on basic arithmetic or invent various formulas. Of course, Rebecca's method was not the best. Gavin knew that numerous drawing techniques from Earth could be employed in such situations. Yet so what? In this world, in this era, for Rebecca to achieve this was already a miracle. Did you come up with this method on your own? Gavin asked, his eyes glimmering as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Rebecca scratched her head. Not entirely. Part of it I saw in the notes of wild mages, and the rest I devised myself. I see. Gavin understood. He had read the wild mages' notes from cover to cover. And indeed, they contained a plethora of rudimentary geometric and mathematical knowledge. Although it lacked a systematic arrangement, it could almost be regarded as a foundational work that if Rebecca had a natural talent in this area, then her accomplishment today was not surprising. Furthermore, even if she had been inspired by the wild mage's notes, her achievement remained astonishing. Very well, an excellent approach. Gavin nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Why did you choose to bury the magical array underground? Oh, that's because you, my esteemed ancestor, mentioned that this magical array is intended for the blacksmith's forge. Rebecca nodded. I considered that blacksmiths and their apprentices differ from mages. Their tasks are not the same as those of a mage. While transporting materials between these furnaces and crafting iron tools, they could easily unintentionally damage the structure of the array. Moreover, burying the array underground does not hinder its charging, and it also allows for future construction on the surface without interference. As long as everything is within the array's radius, whether adding new furnaces or dismantling and renovating the existing ones will be quite convenient. How should I put it? It simply makes things easier. Functional zoning, separation of energy supply and consumption, encapsulation of key systems, scalability, a multitude of terms flitted through Gavin's mind that could apply to Rebecca's line of thought. Yet the notion that ultimately emerged was of even greater significance. Rebecca recognized that this magical array was designed for ordinary individuals, such as blacksmiths, and that it could be used safely and conveniently by them. Although it was merely a matter of burying it, this idea was remarkably sound. A mainstream mage would never consider that their magical array might be utilized by commoners. But Rebecca, fortunately, she was a non-mainstream mage who had only mastered the fireball spell after 5 years of study, and her thought process did not adhere to the conventional logic of mages. Did you come up with all these ideas? Gavin, having snapped back from his brief astonishment, saw Hetty's thoughtful expression beside him and couldn't help but inquire with a smile that I had not considered that. Hetty replied, her expression complex that Rebecca's ideas deviate from many established norms. Yet simultaneously, she is able to recognize the rationale behind these designs and even vaguely grasp the importance of usability for commoners. This seems to align precisely with the direction our ancestors were passionate about. It truly is impressive. But what about monitoring? Although this array composed of basic runes is not as intricate and fragile as a high-tier array, fundamental monitoring is always necessary. Moreover, if it were to malfunction, how would it be repaired? I left many such stakes. Rebecca pointed to the wooden stakes in the courtyard. Those tied with ropes serve as monitoring points. Eventually, I will replace them with iron rods coated in mithril. The rods will contact the most critical runes within the array. If the array encounters an issue, the corresponding runes will extinguish. The mithril, which has been charged for an extended period, will quickly turn black and heat up once it loses its charge, allowing one to easily identify which part of the array has malfunctioned. When repairing it, one simply needs to excavate the ground in the corresponding area. While this method is somewhat more troublesome than traditional arrays, at least it does not require digging up the entire courtyard. As she spoke, Rebecca displayed a somewhat proud smile, waving a stack of papers filled with dense symbols and lines, evidently her own sketches. Furthermore, this array is not easily damaged. Esteemed ancestor, look, I rearranged its rune structure. Of course, the fundamental principles remained unchanged. It was merely based on the wild mage's design, where she connected the functional runes that could be layered and then expanded it layer by layer. Goodness, a redundant system. Gavin's eyelid twitched slightly as he glanced at the stakes Rebecca had prepared in the courtyard to serve as monitoring points, primitive sensors. Once Rebecca began to elaborate, she found it difficult to stop, especially when boasting about her achievements. At this moment, she continued, consequently, the overall efficiency of the self-charging array has slightly improved. Even if one portion of the runes were to become damaged, at most, the energy supply efficiency would decline somewhat. The energy consumption components connected to the array would not be significantly affected, because the array as a whole was constructed to exceed the required standards. Rebecca excitedly shared a flurry of information. And finally, she came to a halt, seemingly realizing that she had been overly talkative. She looked at Gavin with a hint of anxiety. Esteemed ancestor, are my ideas too far-fetched? At that moment, Gavin was at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he gently ruffled the girl's hair. No, you are a genius, Rebecca. Moreover, I have a suggestion. Gao Wen cast a fleeting glance at the blueprint sketched by Rebecca, pointing at the junctions of those redundant systems. The rune connections in these sections should be designed to allow for easy severance and re-welding. In the event of damage to a portion of the runes, one could simply cut the connection during repairs and reconnect it afterward, thereby ensuring that the entire magical array need not be deactivated during maintenance. Rebecca's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Your wisdom is truly remarkable, ancestor. Gao Wen felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. He understood that Rebecca spoke from the heart, yet he couldn't shake a sudden sense of vulnerability. You are the truly brilliant one. After a brief pause, Gao Wen couldn't help but turn to Hetty, asking, has no one ever recognized Rebecca's talent before? She has indeed always excelled in calculations and imaginative ideas. Hetty pondered her words, but these abilities have never been put to practical use. The standard for assessing a mage's prowess is their spellcasting ability. And she has always been at the bottom tier in that regard. Such a waste of potential, Gao Wen remarked, furrowing his brow without reservation. TOU's spellcasting ability as the sole criterion. Might as well compare strength with a gorilla. Yet, despite this critique, Gao Wen understood that such a situation was rooted in reason and logic, that in an era where technological advancements could not catalyze a leap in civilization, it was only natural for personal valor to become the yardstick for measuring individual worth. Especially in a world teeming with extraordinary powers and various magical beasts, exceptional combat prowess was a prerequisite for survival. Without the assurance of life, who could afford to discuss technological innovation? Once individual strength became the standard and perpetuated through generations without significant issues, it was likely that a community lacking power, yet possessing wisdom, would struggle to convert their intellect into tangible strength, or rather sufficient power. The prevailing judgment would likely persist indefinitely. You cannot prove that your wisdom will one day yield prosperity. But I have already demonstrated that my strength guarantees survival. That is simply how it is. However, this did not justify humanity's eternal competition with gorillas in a test of strength. Gao Wen ultimately confirmed that Rebecca indeed possessed extraordinary talent. This downtrodden noblewoman, scorned by all, had been ostracized in noble circles for being a descendant of the Cecil family, and ridiculed in mage circles for being unable to cast even a simple light spell. She was even whispered about among merchants and the citizenry of other territories for being the most inept lord in history, enacting a plethora of whimsical decrees without improving the wealth of her domain or herself. Her abilities lay in realms unseen and unfathomable to others that in the impoverished lower class relying on the whims of fortune. No one could comprehend her calculations. Conversely, in the affluent upper class, capable of hiring mages or comprising mid to high-level spellcasters themselves, there was no need for her insights. Convenient magic could resolve everything. If it could not, one could always resort to more powerful spells. With eagle-eye spells and mage's eyes, why calculate coordinates on the ground? Professional mages could directly perceive and control large-scale magical arrays. Why require sensors? Moreover, a mediocre mage who could only cast fireballs would have no chance of overseeing the construction of magical facilities. Thus, when Rebecca received permission from Gao Wen, her joy was palpable. It was the first time in her life she was allowed to pursue something she excelled at without restraint. Ancestor. Rebecca gazed anxiously at Gao Wen's expression. "Do you think Gao Wen chuckled, placing his large hand atop her head. "You are the pride of the Cecil family." Chapter 62. Magic Network Number 1 and the blacksmith shop, feeling the sensation of a large hand rubbing her head. Rebecca found herself momentarily dazed. Her first reaction was disbelief. Her second, that Gao Wen must have misspoken. And her third was to accept it as a form of consolation. It couldn't possibly be sarcasm, could it? The impoverished noblewoman, who had never accomplished anything in her life, had never anticipated receiving genuine praise. Observing Rebecca's reaction, Gao Wen reiterated his previous statement, then laughed. "Don't be dazed. I am sincerely complimenting you. You likely do not even realize how extraordinary your talent is." "Really?" Rebecca replied, wide-eyed, then blinked bashfully. "But all of this is just a bit of cleverness. It hardly ever comes in handy to classify such extraordinary talent as mere cleverness." Left Gao Wen somewhat at a loss for words. Rebecca had simply been born a tad too early, but fortunately, Gao Wen had arrived in time. Her gift still had the opportunity to flourish. Gao Wen examined the adjusted structure of Rebecca's magical array more closely. Though he was a knight, Gao Wen Cecil had once been a quasi-scholarly figure, possessing considerable knowledge of magical theories. And given that the Gondar Empire was a nation with exceptionally advanced magical technology, the foundational knowledge of magic was quite widespread. Thus, understanding this array, constructed merely from basic runes, posed little challenge for him. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that Rebecca's adjustments to these runes were remarkably sound. The array had transformed from a rudimentary conceptual product into a prototype fully aligned with his expectations, laying the groundwork for subsequent applications that if further refinements were desired, they would have to await practical testing. Gao Wen posed a singular question. "Have you considered expanding it further?" "Expand further?" Rebecca blinked, puzzled. "How would that work? Make it larger?" "No, I mean to connect it with other self-charging arrays of varying scales yet consistent frameworks, perhaps using certain array units as foundational structures for infinite connectivity, ultimately forming a vast network that could encompass a broader area." Gao Wen gazed at the neatly arranged runes, vaguely envisioning the potential for combinations and repetitions, and could not resist proposing a rather audacious idea. Each magical unit would no longer be an isolated entity, but interconnected. Can you comprehend that? Despite her exceptional mathematical talent and creativity, this level of concept was still somewhat too profound for Rebecca. She pondered earnestly, ultimately furrowing her brow in frustration. "Ancestor, is such a thing truly possible?" "Consider it my whimsical notion," Gao Wen remarked, recognizing Rebecca's predicament, but he decided not to rush the matter any further. For now, focus on establishing Magic Network Number 1 and get the blacksmith shop operational, though we shall discuss the rest later. "All right," Rebecca replied cheerfully. "I was just discussing the blacksmith shop with Hammerl." "Oh," Gao Wen raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had indeed seen Rebecca conversing with Hammerl earlier, but the excitement brought by Magic Network one had nearly made him forget that detail. "What were you discussing?" About the new furnace, Rebecca tilted her head. I was thinking that once Magic Network number 1 is operational, we could inscribe a formal magical array on the blacksmith's furnace instead of using those cumbersome runes. This would allow for modifications. Wouldn't it? But since I can't forge myself, I had to consult Hammerl to see what ideas he has for improving the furnace and workflow. The old blacksmith Hammerl stood nearby, somewhat apprehensive, bowing his head as he listened to the discussion between the noble lady and the duke. He felt both honored and nervous to be participating in the conversations of the aristocracy. When he noticed Gao Wen's attention shifting to him, he broke into a genuine cold sweat. He could hardly fathom what it would be like for a nobleman who had never even pulled a bellows to guide him in establishing a blacksmith shop. Yet he had no choice but to comply, so he braced himself for an avalanche of bewildering requests from Gao Wen, knowing he would have to work tirelessly alongside his apprentices to fulfill them. This was not an unusual occurrence, for it was said that a certain countess from the north had once whimsically decided to supervise the gardeners in trimming the nursery and mandated that each goldenwood chrysanthemum should split into 2 buds instead of 3. Dozens of gardeners were whipped for this until the countess lost interest in the matter. Don't be anxious, Gao Wen observed Hammerl's unease and spoke in a calm tone. Share your thoughts that I don't have much to contribute. Hammerl lowered his head, speaking humbly. Lady Rebecca is truly knowledgeable and wise. Her designs are beyond the comprehension of us common folk. It takes considerable effort just to learn to utilize them. How could I possibly offer suggestions? Gao Wen regarded him and shook his head. You may not understand magic, but you know the furnace and anvil better than anyone that I in this realm. You are the expert, and we will all respect your insights. Respect the opinion of a commoner. Hammerl momentarily thought he had misheard. But upon seeing the serious expressions on the faces of Gao Wen, Hetty, and Rebecca, he finally realized it was true. At least the Duke indeed said so. Thus, he could only brace himself. I believe that since the furnace will henceforth be heated with genuine magic, rather than making alterations to the old furnace, it would be far more prudent to completely start anew, creating an entirely new furnace. Gao Wen raised an eyebrow. An entirely new one? Hammer scratched his arm, striving to articulate his thoughts clearly and coherently. Since we are employing true magic, we are no longer bound by the limitations of the original runes. Firstly, the furnace can be larger, allowing for a significantly greater quantity of iron to be smelted at once. Moreover, as the magic circle will not suffer from fragmentation, the furnace need not be extinguished and cooled repeatedly. Perhaps it could remain continuously alight, thus saving the labor and time required to reheat it. However, this would necessitate constant usage. Gao Wen listened intently, only interjecting with suggestions at points he deemed appropriate, while Hammer poured forth all his thoughts in one breath. Initially, he stammered and faltered due to nerves. But soon his words flowed more smoothly, and by the time he neared the end, he was thoroughly astonished. He had not anticipated that Gao Wen was genuinely engaged in his discourse, a Grand Duke. A true nobleman, a figure beyond the wildest dreams of common folk, was actually standing in this chaotic place, attentively considering the opinions of a mere commoner. And it was not a facade of listening. Gao Wen not only nodded along, but also occasionally posed detailed questions and suggestions. These inquiries occasionally left Hammer bewildered. Was this truly a nobleman who had never encountered a bellows or a hammer? How could he possess such knowledge regarding the intricacies of iron smelting? Although many of the questions seemed somewhat fanciful to Hammer, they undeniably revolved around the practical realities of steel refining. Far from the nonsensical notion that when goldenwood daisies bloom, they ought to split into 2 buds instead of 3. When Hammer finally concluded, Gao Wen let out a gentle sigh and fixed his gaze upon the old blacksmith's eyes. The old blacksmith, feeling anxious, stammered, "My lord, how long have you been a blacksmith?" Gao Wen suddenly inquired. "For nearly 30 years, Hammer hastily replied, "but we folk tend to lose track of time. A 30-year veteran blacksmith, I did not expect you to harbor such a wealth of innovative ideas." Gao Wen remarked, somewhat perplexed. B.Y. writes, "Such notions should arise more readily from the unencumbered minds of the youth. How could you conceive of so much?" Hammer opened his mouth, taking a few seconds before responding. "My lord, I hope you won't laugh at me, but these ideas have not just sprung forth. They have been accumulating for many years." Gao Wen displayed an expression of interest. "Do tell. Having been a blacksmith for decades, I cannot claim to know the furnace and steel any better. To speak of habit, I have long since grown accustomed to it," Hammer said, his face lined with deep wrinkles, squeezing out a smile. "Yet I remember back when I was an apprentice. My father was the village blacksmith. and I learned the craft under his guidance. 1 year, the Lord tasked us with forging a batch of fine iron, and I volunteered to tend the furnace myself. My father thought I had trained long enough to manage on my own, so he let me give it a try, but it went awry. Hammer paused, then continued. I was too impatient. When the furnace was cooling, I did not wait long enough and reignited it too soon, resulting in the runes shattering. Once the runes were broken, the furnace was rendered utterly useless. It was the most valuable and essential item in the blacksmith shop. My father was furious and hung me at the shop's entrance for a good while, nearly beating me to death. He said the only reason he did not kill me outright was because if he did, no one would help with the work at home, nor would anyone inherit the blacksmith shop. That year, they failed to fulfill the Lord's command, and Hammer's father received numerous lashes in the castle. Clearly, this incident from his apprenticeship had left a profound mark on Hammer. He faced his father's wrath and witnessed his father endure punishment in the castle. Many of his thoughts regarding the blacksmith's furnace began to take root. Fortunately, 30 years have passed, and those seeds have not entirely withered in Hammer's heart. Perhaps they have languished, but Rebecca's plan to inscribe a magic circle on the furnace to replace the runes rekindled hope within the old blacksmith. The mere resurgence of hope was already a significant breakthrough. Since this old blacksmith was not as resistant to change and new ideas as Hammer had feared, it seemed prudent to begin preparing for certain matters in advance. Chapter 63. A shift in events. The construction of Magic Network No. 1 proceeded remarkably smoothly, thanks in part to Rebecca's innate talent in this domain, and also because the Magic Network primarily employed the most fundamental arrangements of runes. That wild mage, utilizing his computational skills and creativity, had simplified this astonishing magic array to an extreme degree, even reducing the required materials to an astonishing level, using quartz sand, easily obtainable by commoners, as the main material, with only a smattering of mithril and obsidian required as conduits. The costs were entirely within the current capabilities of the Cecil territory. After all, the wild mage had been in dire straits. Had he not simplified the magic network to this extent, he would not have been able to create it at all. However, the smooth progression of a project also meant that related pressures would accompany it. In Gao Wen's vision, the territory must first ensure a sufficient steel output. Only with steel could there be weapons, equipment, tools for labor, and infrastructure for producing the next level of goods. Merely establishing the smelting facilities was just the initial step. More importantly, the construction of the eastern mining area must be completed to guarantee a continuous supply of ore. Yet building the mines required additional resources, and in the absence of heavy machinery, relying solely on human labor to excavate and quarry necessitated more hands. Simultaneously, the construction at the camp must also accelerate. The replacement of tents with wooden houses was merely a temporary measure. A truly sturdy and secure camp could not be constructed from wood. Was there no more convenient and expedient construction technology or materials available in this era? As Gao Wen laid out the matters before him, he began to grasp how challenging it was to build from scratch. Even with the assistance of magic and a temporary surplus of funds, establishing a new home on a blank canvas was no easy feat. At this moment, he could not help but look forward to the batch of aid promised by Francis II. Food and cloth were one aspect, but even more crucial were the 100 craftsmen and apprentices. 100 individuals, even if many were unfortunate souls forced to venture south due to exclusion, represented 100 skilled talents, for the current population of only about 800 in the Cecil territory. 100 skilled individuals was a concept that could make Gao Wen wake up laughing in his sleep and startle the night watch soldiers at the door. Regrettably, that aid would not arrive for at least another half-month. Speaking of talent, Gao Wen recalled that Amber had set off 2 days ago, and there had been no word since point. One wondered if that shameless rogue had truly absconded with a few gold bars. In the central tent of the camp, Gao Wen's mind was swirling with myriad thoughts as he endeavored to concentrate on the blueprints and charts before him, while Betty sat nearby on a mat, her head bobbing as she drifted into slumber. The blueprints before Gao Wen depicted the new furnace he was designing, a structure similar in form and certain aspects to a blast furnace on Earth, yet with an entirely different internal operating mechanism, allowing space for the magic circle to function, while also ensuring that the magical conduits on the furnace were positioned as closely as possible to the buried magic network No. 1, all while considering that the molten iron could not damage the magical patterns on the furnace. This was a completely different endeavor from the magic network and water wheel. Gao Wen had to meld knowledge from both worlds to complete this design. If the magic network was the cornerstone of the Cecil territory, then designing such a peculiar hybrid furnace would be Gao Wen's personal foundation, that he understood very well that only by completing it could many of his fanciful ideas find the possibility of realization. And in this regard, no one could assist him, that he had finalized the designs for the combustion chamber and the iron flow channel, and had reserved space for the magic circle according to the knowledge of Gao and Cecil. Then, rubbing his temples, he reached out to the side. "Betty, please hand me the sheepskin bag with the blueprints, the one with the red string." There was no response, only the faint sound of snoring. Turning to look, he found the drowsy little maid curled up on the mat, sound asleep. It seemed that having her sit with him was indeed rather tedious. Gao Wen shook his head in amusement, preparing to rise and retrieve the sheepskin bag himself, when he suddenly noticed Betty get up with her eyes still shut, groggily making her way to the corner of the tent, opening a box, retrieving the sheepskin bag, and then stumbling back to him. The entire process was carried out without her ever opening her eyes. Gao Wen found it quite humorous as he accepted the sheepskin bag, watching Betty struggle to keep her eyes open. "If you're tired, just sleep. I might be busy for quite some time." At that moment, Betty finally woke up, straining her eyes wide and shaking her head vigorously. "I won't sleep. My lord hasn't slept yet. I won't sleep." Subsequently, she lowered her head, gazing intently at the draft spread out on the table before Gao Wen, her demeanor suggesting an earnestness. Noticing this, Gao Wen felt a twinge of curiosity and inquired, "Can you understand any of this?" "I can't." Betty shook her head. "I don't know how to read." "Oh, then these must be utterly boring for you." Gao Wen chuckled. "No wonder you dozed off earlier." "I wasn't asleep." Betty quickly shook her head, her gaze unintentionally drifting back to the scribbled drafts. "My lord, you know so many words." Despite having felt utterly fatigued just moments before, her interest seemed to awaken as she observed the pages before her. This amused Gao Wen, prompting him to ask, "Would you like to learn to read?" Betty instinctively nodded but soon grew anxious, shaking her head as she clutched a button on her maid's dress. "Mrs. Hanson said that maids shouldn't learn to read. They should just focus on their work." "That's all nonsense. Anyone can learn to read." Gao Wen immediately corrected her, then, feeling a surge of inspiration, added, "If you wish to learn, I can teach you a bit." Once again, Betty's eyes flitted towards the papers. Yet before she could nod, she shook her head. "But Sir Philip said that the paper and ink in the territory are precious and shouldn't be wasted on me." Gao Wen paused, initially wanting to argue that there was an abundance of paper here, but he quickly realized that Sir Philip had a point, given that the territory was not self-sufficient and communication with Tanzan town relied solely on messenger riders. These supplies were indeed to be conserved. Teaching Betty to write would be somewhat extravagant, especially since he wasn't even sure if she could grasp it. After all, she might just be playing around. Yet, seeing the girl's dazed expression, Gao Wen couldn't help but chuckle. "You stay here for a moment." He dashed off to retrieve a stick, brushing it with his hand, and under the influence of his knightly strength, all the splinters and branches were meticulously cleared away, that he then trimmed one end with a small knife before handing it to Betty. "Practice on the ground first. We'll see how you do." Betty received the stick with a dazed expression, then watched as Gao Wen turned back to his desk, furiously scribbling on a piece of paper. In no time, he had crafted a writing template on the yellowed coarse paper. The basic alphabet was written in large letters, accompanied by a prominent word beneath. Gao Wen handed the paper to Betty. "This is the alphabet above, and your name below. Practice it. Ask me if you don't understand." Betty reacted, finally grasping the paper as if it were treasure, nearly bursting with excitement. The ground inside the tent was merely packed earth, yet Gao Wen designated a small area beside his desk for her practice. After loosening the soil for the little girl, he returned to his desk, while the young maid squatted nearby, beginning her clumsy attempts at writing the basic letters. She appeared to be quite earnest in her endeavor. A passage from a lesson learned in his past life flashed through Gao Wen's mind, and he shook his head with a smile. Following this brief interlude, he felt a significant relaxation of his spirit, his thoughts becoming more active again, prompting him to pull out another draft to tackle a different issue. However, this tranquil atmosphere did not persist for long. Shortly after, Gao Wen heard a commotion outside the tent. He reassured Betty to continue her writing practice, then swiftly exited the tent. Sir Byron was running towards him, and seeing the slight urgency on his face, Gao Wen understood that something had gone awry. As Byron approached, before he could speak, Gao Wen asked, "What's the matter?" "My lord, the soldiers guarding the treasure vault in the mountains have reported strange noises coming from within, resembling the sounds of rock grinding or something colliding. But the vault door is sealed, and they cannot enter to ascertain the situation. So they brought the news to you. Is there a problem in that ruin?" Gao Wen admitted that, in that instant, a cold sweat broke out on him. Everything else could be managed, but the treasure vault absolutely could not be compromised. That was truly the heart of their fortunes. Yet, he quickly composed himself. Had this news arrived a few days earlier, he might have panicked more. But fortunately, he had been arranging for essential supplies to be gradually moved from the vault to the camp. Although not everything had been transported, at least a third had been relocated. So even if the vault were to face a catastrophe, or even collapse entirely, it wouldn't be a total disaster. After a moment of self-reassurance, Gao Wen felt completely calm. And with the night having fallen, it was likely that Byron hadn't noticed the cold sweat on his lord's forehead. Gao Wen weighed whether to set out immediately to investigate or wait until the following day, quickly concluding, "No way. With something like this hanging over my head, who could possibly sleep? Even Rebecca would likely be on edge." He instructed Byron to leave the camp's defense to Sir Philip and to gather a few capable soldiers to accompany him into the mountains, additionally summoning Hetty, whose supportive spells would likely prove useful. Chapter 64. Deep within the ruins. In truth, Gao Wen had intended to call for Rebecca as well, but she had been preoccupied with the construction of Magic Network Number 1 and had not had a proper rest for several days. Today, she had finally managed to retire early, so he decided against disturbing her. After all, bringing her along would merely add another fireball launcher to the mix, which he believed would be of little significance. He was more formidable with a blade in hand. Hetty was still awake, engrossed in studying the regulations and plans Gao Wen had drafted in her tent. Upon hearing that there was a disturbance at the ruins in the mountains, she quickly donned her outer garment and hurried over. Noticing her slightly anxious demeanor, Gao Wen reassured her, "Don't panic. It's likely just some unusual noises. Perhaps ancient mechanisms in the ruins have shifted, that if there were a collapse, it wouldn't make such a racket." Hetty nodded, still visibly concerned. Sir Byron soon selected a group of capable soldiers, and under Gao Wen's leadership, they traversed the mountain path, arriving at the entrance of the ancient ruins that a temporary outpost constructed from wooden boards had been established here, where 5 soldiers were usually stationed to guard the entrance. Torches illuminated the area around the ruins entrance, revealing the situation. Aside from a few nervously standing soldiers, everything appeared normal. "My lord," one soldier approached. Saluting upon seeing Gao Wen, there were 2 more strange noises from inside, just now. I'll investigate personally," Gao Wen replied as he approached the ruins entrance. "You all stay outside. No one is to enter without my command." Standing before the ancient door, Gao Wen activated the old gun door magic seal with a platinum disc that, as the heavy purple steel doors glimmered with magical light, he felt a measure of relief. At least the magical passageway here was functioning normally, indicating that there wouldn't be any significant upheaval inside. Hetty instinctively tightened her grip on her staff, first sketching out the model for an ice arrow spell, but in the next moment, she dissipated the magic and switched to a supportive spell. "It would be awkward if I miss." The purple steel doors slowly creaked open under the influence of magic, and the crystals placed within the hall brightened immediately. Gao Wen rested his hand on the hilt of the pioneer's sword, stepping cautiously into the hall. Within, everything seemed undisturbed. The metal ingots and armor still lay in their designated places, reflecting the steady brilliance of the crystals, with no signs of collapse or movement, as if all was as it should be. However, after surveying the space, Gao Wen quickly noticed a change. The several doors deep within the hall were ajar. This ancient ruin comprised more than just the hall before him. Within the mountain, it housed a considerably more extensive structure, a fact deduced from the scale of its entrance and the architectural features observable on the mountain wall. Thus far, however, Gao Wen and his companions had only utilized this entry hall, not due to a lack of desire to explore further, but because the doors leading deeper into the ruin were firmly locked. When the Northern Expansion Army discovered this ruin 700 years ago, the doors leading to the depths had already been sealed, protected by a magical barrier entirely different from that of the surface entrance. The pioneering team had managed to unlock the magical key to the first layer of entry, but was powerless against the doors deeper within the hall. They merely used the hall as a treasure store, resealing it before departing. Now, 7 centuries later, Gao Wen had returned with the Cecil pioneering team, yet he and his companions remained unable to breach those doors. Hetty had spent an entire day studying the seals of those doors in the treasure hall, yet had not made any progress. The seals were crafted with the pinnacle of granddaughters' magical technology, far beyond what a third-level mage like Hetty could unravel. Gao Wen initially intended to set those doors aside for future consideration when the situation stabilized. But to his astonishment, those doors had opened of their own accord today. Hetty too noticed the peculiar state of the doors, uneasily tugging at Gao Wen's sleeve. "Ancestor, those doors, I see them." "Heaven knows how they opened," Gao Wen frowned. Yet his mind involuntarily recalled the recent surge of magic during the Crimson Spot outbreak. Could it be that the magical surge had spread to the ruins? Loosening the seals within. "Recently, I have frequently requested Hetty or Rebecca to bring the platinum disc here to open doors and move items." The frequent opening and closing of the first layer of seals inadvertently activated the great door within. Based on Gawain's understanding of the ancient Gundor Empire's magical technology, this is highly plausible that he approached the three doors with several soldiers and began to ponder. Typically, venturing into such suddenly opened ruins at the witching hour is akin to courting death. But it ultimately depends on the genre. If it were an American drama, nearly everyone would meet their demise swiftly. Yet in a Japanese drama, it is quite likely that one might encounter a female ghost before meeting their end. However, in a domestic production, he might end up in a romantic entanglement with the ghost. Gawain surveyed the group around him. The armored figures wielding staves certainly exuded the vibe of an American drama. If they did not proceed, death was certain, and they might not even glimpse a ghost before perishing. Just as he resolved to issue the command to temporarily close the great door and explore further when conditions were more favorable, he heard Hetty murmur, "It seems there is a magical response from deep within." Gawain raised an eyebrow. "A magical response? From deep within?" Hetty gestured toward the central door, indicating that the previous obstruction had hindered the flow of magical energy, which he had not sensed until now that the door was open, that he could now faintly perceive something inside, perhaps an operational magical array. However, the response was exceedingly weak and continuously waning, likely on the verge of vanishing entirely. Gawain, he stifled the urge to turn and walk away, sighing inwardly. Humans truly are creatures destined to court danger. Regardless of what lay within, it seemed they must take a glance before departing. Grasping the sword of the pioneers, Gawain silently cast several protective layers upon himself using his knightly skills, then boldly stepped forward. The depths of the ruins were shrouded in darkness. As they passed through the door and into the corridor, the shadows deepened. Hetty raised her staff and softly intoned a few syllables, causing a glowing orb of magical light to float at the tip of her staff, illuminating their path ahead to a true mage. Indeed, observing the increasingly profound corridor and the high, wide spaces on either side, Sir Byron could not help but exclaim, "Truly, this is a marvel created by the once mighty Gundor Empire. How vast must it be inside?" Heaven knows, the door to the ruins resembles the structure of a large fortress from the era of Gundor's glory. Such fortresses could very well hollow out an entire mountain, Gawain mused, sneering slightly. Amber might very well have absconded with the funds. If only she were here, did I end such a highly specialized ancient ruin. Even the most skilled infiltrators would struggle, Hetty mused, casting a puzzled glance at Gawain. Generally, unraveling such places falls within the purview of mages. No, if Amber were present, they could simply send her ahead to scout. I would feel considerably less pressure, Gawain remarked casually, and her escape skills are exceptional. She could return and continue scouting. Hetty was taken aback. What should we, the younger generation, do when the ancestor suddenly makes such a heartless remark? Gawain glanced at her and chuckled. I was merely jesting. Primarily, Amber possesses a unique shadow-walking ability. In an area saturated with shadows, she could uncover more hidden paths than we could. Hetty finally exhaled in relief, and Sir Byron nodded in agreement. I knew it. You are the paragon of knights. You would never treat a lady in such a manner. Gawain's lips twitched slightly. Amber, if it weren't for her chest and face, who could possibly associate her with a lady? Moreover, to be frank, her chest has little connection to femininity. A few moments of idle chatter somewhat eased the tension among them, yet their vigilance remained undiminished. Under the glow of Hetty's magical orb, Gawain meticulously scrutinized every detail around them. leaving no potential traps or ancient inscriptions on the walls unnoticed. Those inscriptions were the common script of the ancient Gondor Empire. The contemporary universal script used by the Four Kingdoms evolved from it. However, due to a millennium of change, the characters had undergone various transformations, and given that the Starfire era itself was a period of significant upheaval for the Gondor Empire, Gawain was the only one capable of deciphering the ancient script within the ruins. Hetty found them rather ambiguous. The scale of this mountain ruin was indeed immense, to the point that Gawain was somewhat astonished that as they advanced through the central corridor, the party encountered numerous forks, winding paths, and staircases. The passage consistently trended deeper into the mountain. During this journey, Hetty detected several flows of energy, confirming that out of sight, there should exist a complete network of ventilation shafts, a testament to the advanced architectural techniques of the ancient Gondor Empire. Along the way, they also discovered several rooms and other halls. These chambers and halls were constructed of a material resembling stone, yet upon Hetty's examination, they revealed themselves to be a kind of man-made substance, more durable than stone. Each room and hall was devoid of any valuable ancient relics, save for a few decaying shelves and some nearly disintegrated metal tools, indicating that the inhabitants of this facility had evacuated in an orderly fashion under relatively comfortable circumstances. This aligned with Gawain's assessment of the Starfire era. However, Hetty felt a tinge of regret. She had hoped to uncover some ancient treasures, even if they were non-functional. The mere association with the Gondor Empire's Starfire era would suffice to elevate a piece of scrap metal to a coveted artifact. The group lacked the time to explore every fork and chamber along the way, so Gawain instructed them to mark those routes that were temporarily inaccessible, to be revisited when time and manpower allowed. While the party, guided by Hetty's senses, proceeded directly toward the source of the magical response. Chapter 65. Ancient facilities. Another hour passed, and the party continued their advance through the seemingly endless corridors and passages. The scale of this millennium-old facility had surpassed Gawain's expectations. Even during the height of Gondor's Starfire era, the Empire rarely constructed facilities of such magnitude, even one that can currently serve as a military fortress and research facility. It appeared that an entire mountain had indeed been excavated for its construction, and as they encountered more descending slopes and staircases, Gawain began to suspect that it was not merely one mountain that had been hollowed out. The magical response continued to emanate steadily, albeit faintly. However, due to numerous forks and corridors encountered, Hetty's guidance had become less reliable. She could only discern a general direction and utilize divination spells such as summoning to determine which path to take. Even so, the party found themselves retracing their steps multiple times and stumbling upon numerous dead ends. Despite Sir Byron setting markers along the way and Hetty utilizing magical markings to outline their route, traversing an ancient ruin for such an extended period still instilled a degree of unease among the soldiers. Noticing this discomfort, Sir Byron approached Gawain. "My lord, continuing deeper may lead to us becoming lost. Everyone's sense of direction has completely faltered." Gawain frowned. He too had considered the issue of losing their way, yet he felt slightly more confident than the rest. Thanks to the remarkable memory of the satellite spirit, he had nearly recorded every detail of each fork they had encountered, and a rough map was forming in his mind. However, articulating this ability was not straightforward, and even if he did, it would likely not assuage everyone's anxiety. After all, this place was exceedingly vast, that if only Amber were here, at least they could send her ahead to scout, and she could traverse the Shadow Realm, adept at slipping through doors and picking locks, making it unlikely for her to be trapped in the ruins like an ordinary person. She had already proven this in the ancestral tomb of the Cecil family. Gawain was seriously contemplating this matter. Alas, with Amber absent, he could only shake his head. "Your concerns are valid. Let us proceed a bit further, mark a few more points, and regardless of what we discover, we shall return and come back another time." Although the Lord had not ordered an immediate retreat, Gawain's ambiguous statement nonetheless brought relief to the soldiers, as if they had received some form of assurance. And the party once again gathered their courage to continue forward. After descending a series of stairs, they arrived at yet another hall, which contained more items than before. Several massive obsidian rectangular prisms were neatly arranged around the hall, resembling stone tablets leaning against the walls, while beneath these cubes extended numerous metallic conduits or tracks, all converging in the center of the hall, where an odd hemispherical device stood. Gawain furrowed his brow as he approached the hemispherical apparatus. Running his iron gloved hand over its surface, as he scraped away some of the black gray and oxidized material, a silvery white metal was revealed beneath. "What is this?" Hetty inquired with curiosity, as the fixtures within this room were evidently fixed installations that could not be removed, an uncommon sight in these ruins. The combination of obsidian and metallic connections evoked a peculiar intuition in her regarding their relation to magic. The arcane energy-focusing array, though I yearned to refer to it as the arcane capacitor, Gawain spoke of knowledge long forgotten in this era, interspersing it with some rather enigmatic terminology. These obsidian structures connect to the magical wells within the facility. This hemispherical apparatus is capable of concentrating immense energy, generating a fleeting yet extraordinarily potent flow of energy, which is then channeled through this primary conduit. Gawain gestured towards a substantial pipe extending from the hemispherical device, ultimately embedded within the wall, delivering energy to where it is needed. Hetty's eyes widened slightly. As a mage, encountering such an ancient magical device from millennia past stirred her excitement. To focus powerful energy? Could this be a weapon? No, it serves as a supplementary energy source for the research facility. Typically utilized for instantaneous ignition of energy-intensive equipment, such as the prism lens, Gawain shrugged. During the gun door era, magic was not solely employed for combat. Though that is indeed one of its pivotal functions, it could accomplish many other feats as well. In fact, I believe that the true calling of mages is to apply their knowledge and magic towards such research endeavors. Research, Hetty murmured in disbelief. She was no stranger to the term. Mages have always been synonymous with research, delving into the mysteries of magic, deciphering the laws of runes. This was their most esteemed vocation. Yet, regardless of the research, its ultimate aim invariably circled back to enhancing one's spellcasting abilities, and a mage unable to augment their own magical prowess would be deemed a poor researcher. Instinctively, Hetty sensed that the research Gawain spoke of diverged significantly from what she was accustomed to. This ancestor seemed to habitually view matters from a remarkably distant and broad perspective, often alluding to accessibility and mass production. While the mage's specialized, often insular research appeared to contradict his line of thought. Hetty shook her head, casting aside those irrelevant musings. She heard Sir Byron inquiring, "Madam, is the magical reaction emanating from this location?" Hetty concentrated for a moment and shook her head. "No, but it is quite close." "Note this place," Gawain instructed. "This ancient device is utterly defunct. There is no need to consider restoration, yet it can yield at least half a ton of mithril and 7 or 8 tons of obsidian, along with a significant amount of fine gold and purple copper steel." "Wait a moment." Hetty suddenly jolted, staring wide-eyed at Gawain. "Ancestor, you intend to dismantle this invaluable ancient magical device. What other option is there?" Gawain replied, casting her a glance. "This object requires an exceptionally high purity of magical energy to ignite, and such technology for magic purification has long been lost. Moreover, even if energy were available, this contraption has languished here for a millennium, and its internal structure has likely decayed beyond repair. Restoring it would be no easier than constructing a new one." That Hetty paused, her expression peculiar. "You may not feel it, having come from 700 years ago. But this is an antique." Gawain's features twitched. "This device will still be an antique by the time I perish. But we must approach this from a practical standpoint. It holds no value here. Only through melting it down can it be reborn." Upon hearing Gawain's reasoning, Hetty realized that further argument was futile, and thus reluctantly nodded, her face a mask of dismay. It is often said that one does not lament selling their father's land. Yet when the father himself sells the land, he appears rather unfazed. The discovery of the energy-focusing apparatus signified their proximity to the deeper research facility, and recalling the magical reaction Hetty sensed earlier. The target was likely an operational research device. Gawain discreetly activated the knight's danger perception ability, prepared for any potential magical traps or ancient radiation that might lurk within. As they pressed onward, he casually inquired of Hetty, "By the way, I noticed they referred to you as Madam rather than Miss or Miss. Are you married? Where is your husband?" He had long been curious about this matter, but had never found the opportunity to ask. Hetty hesitated briefly, but it was natural for an ancestor to inquire about her marital status, so she replied, "I am not married, but upon reaching adulthood, I devoted myself to the goddess of magic, Mirmina." and renounced my inheritance rights in favor of Rebecca's father. According to noble law, a woman who renounces her inheritance rights through devotion to a faith and reaches adulthood is considered married, thus dedicating herself to her beliefs. Originally, I could have retained my noble title and become a non-hereditary baroness, but that year was fraught with hardship, and I sold the title. Well, to a merchant, Gawain nodded, acknowledging her explanation, while the information regarding the goddess of magic, Mirmina, surfaced in his mind. Mirmina, also known as the goddess of all magic and the lady of mysteries, is believed to govern the forces of magic and is regarded as the mentor of the world's first dragon and the first elf. Hence, the legendary draconic magic and the existing elven magic were crafted by her. Unlike other deities, Mirmina is not a god of strict faith. Rather, she embodies a symbolic deity. She lacks a formal religious or belief system, with almost all spellcasting professions being her casual adherents. Yet less than 1% of mages formally dedicate themselves as true followers, likely due to the general tendency of spellcasters to seek mysteries, often lacking reverence for the divine. Among that 1% of followers, many, like Hetty, merely sought to demonstrate their renunciation of inheritance or similar purposes. Princess Veronica of the Ansu royal family similarly devoted herself to the god of holy light under comparable circumstances, though she did not find herself in a plight as dire as the descendants of the Cecil family, who had to sell their noble status for survival, allowing her to retain her title of princess or the corresponding clerical identity. After providing her answer, Hetty felt a pang of anxiety, primarily concerned with two matters: whether the disgrace of the Cecil lineage, reduced to selling noble titles for sustenance, would incite Gawain's ire, and whether her unmarried status at her age would likewise provoke his displeasure. Particularly the latter. What if Gawain were to turn and ask, "Why are you still unmarried? When do you plan to marry?" What would you think of that, Triple X? Goodness, the pressure of having a 700-year-old ancestor pressuring her to marry was far greater than that from her parents. This even made her less concerned about the potential consequences of selling her noble title. In the end, Gawain merely asked in passing and then moved on without further inquiry. Hetty's anxious musings did not linger for long, as she finally sensed the magical reaction directly ahead. Chapter 66. Sphere. Hetty finally detected the magical reaction just before her. Perhaps they were merely one last turn away, while Gawain, having roughly assessed the proximity of their party and the terrain of the Dark Mountains at this juncture, concluded that they were now at the heart of the mountain. The Gundor Expeditionary Force must have truly excavated a segment of the mountain to construct this astonishingly vast facility. What could possibly warrant such a monstrous structure for research or guardianship? Regardless of what lay within, they ultimately abandoned this site. Hetty replenished the energy of her illuminating spell, the previously dimming orb of light once again illuminating a broad area around them. Gawain beheld a tidy corridor, constructed from gray-white stone slabs flanked by walls adorned with non-functional magical crystal lamps and several closed doors. At the corridor's end stood a copper door, intricately carved with eye and triangle motifs. The copper door did not fully shut, leaving a wide gap ajar. Gawain activated his danger perception ability and found no traps or toxic gases lurking behind the door. However, caution remained paramount. Before pushing the door open, Hetty first summoned a softly glowing rune resembling an eye, which leisurely floated through the gap. That Hetty's eyes shimmered with a faint light. Inside was a circular, empty chamber, vast, filled with many broken long tables and shelves. The walls displayed numerous pipes, and in the center of the room was a sunken pit, within which lay a peculiar spherical object, while several chains and tools dangled from the ceiling center. Hetty furrowed her brow, articulating her observations, but suddenly she gasped softly, her magic faltering. What happened? Gawain immediately grew tense, watching Hetty intently. Hetty rubbed her eyes, her tone awkward. "I bumped into the wall, Gawain. Did you see anything that appeared dangerous or trap-like?" Hetty shook her head. "No. It seems merely to be a laboratory, albeit one vastly larger than any I have known, with many incomprehensible devices. Additionally, I confirmed that the magical reaction emanates from the spherical object at the center of the room. Though it is a form of energy I have never encountered before." Assured that there were no traps or uncontrolled ancient magical automatons within, Gawain felt a wave of relief wash over him. While the peculiar energy form Hetty described could only be thoroughly examined once they entered Point 2, robust soldiers stepped forward, joining Sir Byron in their vigorous effort to push open the ancient, dust-laden bronze door. The corroded and weathered hinges emitted a creaking sound under their forceful exertion, echoing through the silent and secluded space, the noise of the doors pivoting resonating harshly and traveling far down the corridor. Hetty instinctively tightened her grip on her staff and glanced back towards the dark hallway, as if some indescribable ancient creature might awaken from the sound of the doors opening, springing forth from the shadows. Yet, ultimately, nothing occurred. The door swung open, and Gowen stepped inside, quickly beholding what Hetty had witnessed. A circular hall adorned with damaged long tables and shelves scattered throughout, magical conduits lining the walls, a sunken central floor, and a large sphere resembling stone lying within the depression. Approaching the orb, Gowen estimated its diameter to be around 1.5 meters. Its shape was remarkably regular, and aside from the rough and uneven surface, it was almost a perfect sphere. Its material resembled stone, yet under the glow of the illumination spell, it emanated a slight metallic sheen that bore resemblance to a natural stone sphere, albeit excessively round. And if it were a type of artificial magical device, it starkly diverged from the craftsmanship of the gun door empire. Moreover, its surface bore neither runes nor metallic joints, appearing far from an ancient magical apparatus. There was indeed a magical response emanating from within. Hetty furrowed her brow, sensing something peculiar. It felt less like magical energy and more akin to a completely different form of energy fluctuation. Ancestors, could this truly be a creation of the ancient gun door empire? No, it seemed unlikely, Gowen replied, frowning as he rapped his knuckles against the stone sphere, finding its texture akin to that of genuine stone, solid and unyielding. Given the circumstances, it appeared less a product of their making and more like an artifact under examination by them. Was this entire facility constructed to research this sphere? Sir Byron found it hard to believe. Did the gun door empire truly expend such effort merely to study a sphere? Gowen pondered, considering that even in the age of abundant magical resources, the gun door people would not have been so absurdly frivolous. No, when this facility was abandoned, the inhabitants had orderly removed nearly everything transportable. Surely, they would not have left behind the most crucial item. This sphere was indeed an object of their study, but likely only one among many, and probably of little significance, having been deemed unworthy of further investigation. Perhaps after a period of study with no progress, they were preparing to dispose of it when orders for evacuation arrived, leaving it behind. So, after all this effort, we find ourselves with this peculiar object, Sir Byron mused, stroking his chin. How shall we handle it? Gowen felt a twinge of concern. How could this stone sphere be transported? He gave the orb a gentle push, muttering, occupying space and being heavy. It's no wonder the Gondorians would. Wait. To his surprise, the sphere wobbled and shifted position with a slight push. Gowen felt a wave of embarrassment. It's not heavy. The sphere's weight was astonishingly light. He had initially assumed it would weigh at least a ton, yet a gentle nudge had moved it. Upon further testing, he estimated the sphere's weight to be merely a few dozen kilograms, light enough for even Hetty to push with ease. This could only imply that it was not stone at all. Perhaps it was hollow. Suppressing the urge to crack it open and inspect its interior, Gowen deduced, based on the scale of the research facility and the residual traces surrounding the sphere, that this orb belonged to the first category of safe anomalies, being harmless yet possessing peculiar properties. Thus, he resolved, let us take this object outside to study it thoroughly back at the camp. But wait, placing it directly in the camp would be unwise, for safety's sake. Let us first situate it in that newly leveled area next to the camp, assigning 2 soldiers to guard it, and tomorrow we shall erect a tent for it. The technological disparity between the gun door empire and the present age was significant. What was once deemed safe and harmless might not retain those properties today, so a prudent approach was necessary. Arriving with trepidation, they now returned with a sphere. One could not deny that the sight of soldiers pushing a sphere greatly alleviated the tension among them. Yet it left Gowen with an overwhelming sense of dissonance that he felt as though the atmosphere of his first adventure into an otherworldly ruin had been shattered by this object, akin to donning legendary armor. Wielding the finest sword in the village, receiving the title of hero from the king, and assembling 4 sages as allies, only to discover that the demon king was none other than Patrick Star. The Gondorians of old seemed to have been idly researching a sphere for no apparent reason. With Hetty's magical marker and Gao Wen's almost supernatural map-reading abilities, their return journey was significantly swifter than their arrival, though they still pushed the sphere. Its astonishing lightness posed no considerable burden. Whenever they encountered an uphill path or stairs, Hetty would summon a hand of transmutation to lift it. The party retraced their steps, and soon, the faint light of the exit appeared ahead. Outside, the soldiers had been waiting for quite some time, even beginning to feel uneasy. The sounds of footsteps and commands emerging from the depths of the central door allowed them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet the commotion accompanying those footsteps left them exchanging glances. It sounded as if something was rolling along the ground. The sight of two soldiers pushing the sphere came into view, though one person could manage it. They mainly did so for balance. Let us regroup and return. Gao Wen exhaled deeply, resting a hand on the stone sphere. This is our achievement. The soldiers exchanged glances. The next day, everyone at the camp's edge noticed the peculiar orb. It was positioned in an open area outside the camp, guarded by several fully armed warriors, with wooden stakes driven into the ground around the sphere, connected by ropes to form a barrier. It appeared utterly absurd, and the guards seemed like those who had lost a bet at cards. People murmured in hushed tones. Rebecca, upon waking, hurried to the scene upon hearing the news, spotting her ancestor and Aunt Hetty present. She squeezed through the crowd, curiously gazing at the sphere. Ancestor, is this the object you brought back from the ruins last night? Along with some metal samples and such, there were indeed many valuable items to be unearthed within the ruins. Gao Wen nodded, yet this thing remains an enigma. Rebecca curiously circled the large sphere twice before returning to inquire of her ancestor. Can I touch it? Gao Wen waved his hand. Do not throw a fireball at it. But otherwise, feel free. Though the stone sphere appeared suspiciously light, it was indeed quite solid. He had tested it and found that without employing extraordinary strength, ordinary blades hardly left a mark upon it. So tapping it lightly should pose no issue. However, launching a fireball at it was another matter entirely, especially with Rebecca's headstrong nature, who knew if she might conjure an enormous fireball and hurl it. Intrigued, Rebecca pressed her ear against the surface of the sphere, while tapping it lightly with her iron staff. She turned to Gao Wen, exclaiming, "It's not hollow. Indeed, it is solid, yet astonishingly light." Gao Wen shrugged. Your aunt scraped off a few fragments and discovered a highly metallic composite material. If the entire sphere were made of the same substance, it could undoubtedly be deadly heavy. Perhaps the outer layer is merely a shell, with the interior composed of a much lighter material. Rebecca expressed a strong interest in research, suggesting, should we cut it open to see? Gao Wen chuckled. I had the same thought, but not just yet. Let us first explore various non-destructive methods of study. And if we yield no results, then we may consider cutting it open. After all, the Gondorians of old employed numerous tools to study it without ever damaging its exterior, which must have been for a reason. Rebecca appeared slightly disappointed. Oh, Gao Wen smiled at her. Rather than researching this sphere, I have something else I would like you to do, if you have the time. Rebecca's eyes lit up. Oh? I have time. I don't need to get hands-on with the first magic net. The craftsmen and apprentices are busy digging trenches for quartz sand, so I'm quite free. What do you need me to do? Burn some stones. Chapter 67. The Steel Plan and the Return of Amber. Often, Rebecca found it challenging to comprehend her ancestor's thought process. Yet, the headstrong girl had the advantage of not forcing herself to understand the incomprehensible. After all, her ancestor's words were never wrong, and it was best to follow accordingly. Observing Rebecca departing cheerfully on her errand, yet entirely oblivious to the reason behind the stone-burning task, Gao Wen could not help but stroke his chin in contemplation. Indeed, the innate talents bestowed upon every individual at birth are finite, with the extent of their capabilities determined solely by the roll of the dice. That it seems that Rebecca, in her case, perhaps rolled a perfect score in mathematics and creativity, leaving her with nothing but ones in other areas, resulting in her current disposition. Nevertheless, it matters little, for she has been provided with the blueprints and fundamental operational methods. She can merely tinker with them at her leisure. The practical evidence from the first project of the Magic Network has proven that this girl, despite her bluntness, stubbornness, and frequently emerging impulsive thoughts, possesses an astonishing aptitude in mathematics and creative fields. Such gifted individuals ought to be allowed to venture forth and exhaust their capabilities. As long as they do not falter, they usually yield unexpected results. Imposing excessive constraints upon her might only stifle her potential. Besides, even Gawain himself was uncertain about how many of the rudimentary methods he reconstructed from his memories of Earth would prove successful. After assigning the task of burning stones to Rebecca, Gawain proceeded to inspect the progress of the farmland cultivation. Confirming that the water wheel was already in production, that he then made his way to the blacksmith's shop, presenting his design for a new type of furnace to the old blacksmith. Hammer. The old blacksmith expressed unmistakable astonishment upon seeing the blueprints Gawain had produced. He was genuinely taken aback. Hammer was aware that the Lord was interested in the new furnace issue, and he recalled that just a few days prior, Gawain had sought his advice regarding the construction of such a furnace. However, in Hammer's mind, it was already remarkable for a noble to have progressed this far. He assumed Gawain would merely gather a few craftsmen to assist in building the new furnace, occasionally checking on the progress, that he never imagined that Gawain would arrive with the blueprints in hand. Upon hearing that the Lord had already drafted the furnace design, Hammer's initial reaction was not one of joy or deep emotion, but rather a mixture of anxiety and headache. After all, a duke, a grand nobleman who ought to dine in a castle with a golden spoon, could truly understand the intricacies of forging iron and constructing furnaces? Could the blueprints he had created actually be viable? What if they were not? Who would dare voice their concerns? Yet if he were to proceed regardless, who would be held accountable if something went awry? With a furrowed brow, Hammer reluctantly accepted the blueprints from Gawain, silently vowing that if the furnace design proved too fanciful, he would not voice his doubts. He would merely nod in agreement and strive to construct a furnace that appeared similar but operated entirely differently. Should the Lord discover any discrepancies and inquire further, he would attribute the blame to an illiterate apprentice and slave laborers who lacked the competence to properly construct the new furnace. His resolve held until he comprehended the intricacies and rational layout of the design. Gawain observed Hammer's reaction with a smile, for while he was not a blacksmith himself, truth be told, even in his previous life, he had no experience related to steel smelting or forging. Any keyboard warrior emerging from the age of information explosion could surely conjure a plethora of theoretical knowledge. Naturally, a mere keyboard warrior armed only with theoretical knowledge would be of little use. But fear not, for he possessed the memories of Gawain Cecil. Gawain Cecil may not have been a blacksmith, yet the first duke of the eastern region was indeed a blacksmith, and the knowledge of steel smelting served as a crucial bragging point when he entertained guests. Furthermore, having shared a close friendship, Gawain Cecil had often been dragged to the furnace to practice his skills. Thus he was well aware of the structure required for a competent furnace. The combination of these two layers of knowledge, along with the suggestions provided by Rebecca and Hetty, and a minor loss at the hairline, rendered him capable of drafting a blueprint. However, despite his confidence, Gawain was not blindly arrogant. He understood the pitfalls of an outsider directing those with expertise and recognized that his status could easily intimidate the true experts within the territory, preventing them from voicing their opinions. Therefore, he proactively stated, "This blueprint is based on modifications of certain furnaces from the Gondor era. It may not be suitable for our specific conditions. That IT merely serves as a conceptual framework. How you make this furnace operational is entirely your responsibility. You are free to modify it as you see fit, provided it meets my requirements." That no, this design is already remarkably sound, Hammer hastily replied. The necessary structures are all present and connect seamlessly. And this concept of continuous smelting, as long as ore is consistently fed and the slag is cleared away, it can maintain operation indefinitely. Indeed, it is continuous, Gawain nodded. However, this implies that the traditional method of one blacksmith surrounded by several apprentices rotating around a single furnace may no longer be applicable, correct? Hammer had evidently not considered this before. He had been engrossed in the wondrous concept of a new furnace. It was only when Gawain pointed it out that he suddenly realized the implications of such an efficient, non-extinguishing furnace. It was as if a profound chasm had opened between the quaint blacksmith shop of yore and the furnace before him. Imagining the expansive courtyard, measuring over 100 meters, capable of accommodating dozens of furnaces, he gazed wide-eyed at Gawain and exclaimed, "My lord, steel is the foundation of everything. Of course, we must also account for various other peculiar metals." That as he spoke, Gawain retrieved another item from his pocket to present to Hammer. "I inquired and learned that you can read, so you should be able to comprehend these items. Blacksmiths occupy a higher echelon among the common folk. Although still commoners, They wield hammers that place them on a somewhat similar footing with those noble warriors wielding swords and whips. Not to mention the aspiring knights, moreover, with Hammer-S family having served the Cecil family for several generations in steel, smelting, and weapon forging, his status was anything but ordinary. Hence, Hammer could indeed read. His father had been quite progressive in this regard. Upon receiving the papers from Gawain, Hammer merely skimmed them before his eyes widened in astonishment. Did I ask this? Is this still a blacksmith shop? No, this is the Cecil Steelworks, Gawain replied, gazing intently into Hammer-S eyes. I require vast quantities of steel, quantities that may well surpass everything you have witnessed in your lifetime. The new furnace and the magic network project are merely foundational elements. All these endeavors necessitate a corresponding, innovative production structure to sustain them. This marks the transition from workshop to factory, Gawain mused. Even he remained uncertain of the effects of such a rigid, top-down reorganization. However, he could not afford to wait idly. He could not sit back and watch society slowly evolve toward the nascent stages of capitalism and the Industrial Revolution. Whether he wished to wait or not, the heavens above might not share his patience. Just as he was laboring to cultivate the land, and the base had yet to be established, a wave of extraterrestrials and a magical tide could descend upon him simultaneously. Could he still afford to play this game? The progress of the Magic Network project revealed to him the opportunity for a monumental leap in productivity, or rather, productivity had already reached a tipping point. It was merely stymied in this world suffused with magic. The Magic Network project represented the hope of liberating this confinement. The very essence of magic could either lead to ruin or triumph. Hammer found himself ensnared in thought, yet he realized he could not fathom anything. This had surpassed the boundaries of his worldview. After a lifetime of forging iron, he found himself at a loss within the realm of steel. That my lord, if we truly proceed according to your plan, with so many steel furnaces, how many blacksmiths would be required to operate them? Currently, I am the sole blacksmith in the territory. The smelting of ore and steel processing will inevitably separate into two distinct entities. That I have plans in place for this, Gawain responded, casting a glance at Hammer. After seeing the design of the new furnace, you should understand that I am not merely indulging in fanciful whims. That a moment ago, Hammer had indeed entertained such a perilous notion, but Gawain's assertion reminded him of the bold, yet sensible furnace design. After a few seconds of silence, Gawain deliberately broke the quiet with a casual tone. Do you perceive me as a foolish noble, brimming with naive ideas and whimsical fantasies, yet entirely ignorant of practical matters? A cold sweat broke out on Hammer-S brow. No, how could you be? It is entirely reasonable for you to harbor such thoughts, for I find that over 90% of the other nobles of this era fit that description. Gawain chuckled. They dwell in castles, elevated above the common folk, indulging in luxury and naivety, utterly unaware of how grain is cultivated, nor the intricacies of forging, building, or logging, yet they delight in issuing commands that are patently impossible to realize. Am I right? Hammer stared at Gawain, dumbfounded, struggling to articulate the word understanding that lingered on the tip of his tongue. How could this duke from 7 centuries ago possess such profound insights into the nature of nobility? You must be curious as to why my assessments are so astute. It is simple. I am Gawain Cecil. When this land was still barren 7 centuries ago, I led the way in its cultivation. Gawain declared, meeting Hammer-S gaze. During that time, we certainly did not reside in castles. When it came to labor, many craftsmen in this territory would likely have been no match for me. To Hammer's expression shifted subtly as he slowly nodded in agreement. Gao Wen placed his hand upon the shoulder of the venerable blacksmith. Therefore, heed my words. The foremost step is to complete the construction of the new furnace that I in the periphery of his vision. He caught sight of Betty hastening towards him. That my lord, the young maid panted, taking a few deep breaths before awkwardly bending over in an exaggerated manner. Miss Amber has returned, and she brought along. Betty pondered for a moment and proclaimed aloud, a filthy old man. Chapter 68. Druid, after a few days' absence, Amber returned to discover that the scale of the encampment had indeed expanded considerably. Numerous wooden structures had emerged between the tents. Alongside drying yards, workshops, and warehouses distributed throughout the camp, that a new sawmill had been established by the Whitewater River, adjacent to a rudimentary temporary dock, with solid roadways connecting the camp to its various facilities. This place had begun to take on the semblance of a permanent settlement, transitioning from a mere encampment towards becoming a territory. The labor system that fellow had devised proved to be quite effective. The dim-witted little maid had already scurried off to inform her master. While Amber stood idly in Gao Wen's tent, and beside her stood an elderly man clad in a tattered gray robe, wearing a soft hat, with unkempt hair and beard. This figure, who appeared as if he had been unearthed from a slum, was the professional Amber had sought. He stood in the middle of the tent, carefully maintaining distance from everything around him, yet his eyes darted about like a shifty merchant visiting a lord's castle. Meanwhile, Miss Amber gazed up at the tent that had been erected for over half a month, muttering, "The stonemasons and carpenters have begun residing in wooden houses, yet he still sets up a tent. I truly wonder what goes through his mind." At that moment, the old man beside her suddenly spoke. "Is what you say true? Is he truly Gao Wen Cecil from 700 years ago? The one stirring up quite a commotion in the south lately?" "Of course it's true." Hetty rolled her eyes at the old man. "I personally unearthed him. How could it be a falsehood? Let me tell you. Despite the current impoverished state of the Cecil family, their ancestor was quite formidable, a veritable moving treasure trove." The old man stroked his disheveled beard. "As long as it's true, that suffices. Little girl, let me tell you. In the field of antique appraisal, my skills are—" Amber, having heard only half of his statement, suddenly froze. "Wait, aren't you a druid?" The old man's motion of twirling his beard halted abruptly, and he stared at Amber in astonishment. "I." Just as he began to utter the word "I," the heavy curtain of the tent was flung open, bright light flooding in, only to be immediately blocked by Gao Wen's imposing figure, nearly 2 meters tall. Both the old man and Amber were startled. As Gao Wen stepped into the tent, he immediately noticed the unfamiliar figure, dressed in tattered robes, a peculiar garment that fell between a short and long robe, with frayed edges, wearing a dingy soft hat with several holes. His hair and beard a tangled mess. Who knows how long it had been since he last washed? The man was old and emaciated, yet his eyes sparkled with brightness. Indeed, he perfectly embodied the archetype of a recluse. Gao Wen silently assessed. The image of this elderly man aligned almost flawlessly with his imagination of a druid, one who shuns the world, lives in the wilderness, and possesses ancient wisdom. Although in another context he might be mistaken for a beggar from the slums. Amber had mentioned seeking a druid, and this was indeed the quintessential druidic image. It seemed that a certain disgrace of the elves had truly managed to find a druid, at least one who looked remarkably like one. Gao Wen felt a tinge of regret towards Amber in his heart, then strode confidently towards the elderly man. "Welcome. I in the name of the Cecil family. This land has long awaited a true scholar. I am Gao Wen Cecil. You should have heard of my name." The old man, roused from his brief stupor, immediately broke into a radiant smile, a smile so brilliant it hardly seemed befitting of a recluse. "Your name is known far and wide across the continent. It is a pleasure to serve you in your domain. May I inquire as to where the antiques requiring appraisal are located?" Simultaneously, Gao Wen spoke. "The arrival of a druid will surely benefit this land." "Antiques? Druid?" the two exclaimed in unison, both utterly bewildered. "Am I hearing incorrectly?" Gao Wen uttered in shock. "Did you just say you appraise antiques?" "I sent Amber to find a druid." "A druid? Not an antique appraiser?" The old man was equally astonished. "I thought you summoned me to appraise antiques." Gao Wen's lips twitched involuntarily, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the half-elf maiden, who was desperately attempting to withdraw her head into her torso. "How did this half-elf lady convey this to you?" The old man casually remarked. "She said she unearthed a 700-year-old antique, and I didn't inquire further before rushing over." Gao Wen reached out to grasp Amber's pointed ear, prompting a startled cry from her as she swiftly slipped from his grasp and vanished into the omnipresent shadows. However, someone was quicker than her. Before the thief could fully enter the shadow realm, Gao Wen deftly positioned himself in her escape path. Activating the nightly protective aura as the invisible halo effect spread, Amber suddenly emerged from her shadow state, colliding headlong into Gao Wen's chest, exclaiming in surprise. The camp's defenses were insufficient, and to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, Gao Wen had remained armored at all times. The thick-headed Rebecca had already bumped into Gao Wen, resulting in a bruise, let alone the less resilient Amber. The half-elf maiden found herself dazed from the collision, and after re-emerging from the shadow form, she grasped her head and spun around in confusion before being seized by Gao Wen by her ear, instantly crying out, "Ouch! That hurts! Let go, let go, let go! What is this about a 700-year-old antique?" Gao Wen glared at this disgrace of all beings. "Where's the druid I asked you to find?" "He is the druid. How was I to know about the antique appraisal business?" Amber retorted, feeling aggrieved, as she struggled to free herself from Gao Wen's grip. "I merely mentioned in passing that I unearthed a 700-year-old relic. But I didn't anticipate he would misunderstand." The old man stared dumbfoundedly at the unfolding farce, gradually regaining his composure. "Wait a moment, the 700-year-old antique you refer to is Duke Gao Wen, Cecil? Do not refer to him as an antique. He is about to strangle me." Amber screamed. "Haven't I told you? Gao Wen Cecil has been resurrected, and I was the one who awakened him. But I never intended for you to come here to appraise him. I thought you understood." The old man widened his eyes. "I thought you had awakened this ancient hero and then plundered his grave. I was wondering how you managed to deceive him, after robbing a grave. How could you possibly gain the consent of the individual to seek an appraisal of antiques?" Gao Wen, after mentally reviewing the historical figures he had known from his past life, he finally suppressed the impulse to toss Amber out of the tent and looked at the old man with an incredulous expression. "So, you are not a druid?" Unexpectedly, the old man, upon hearing this question, stroked his beard and adjusted his tattered gray robe, speaking in a tone imbued with an air of mystery. "That depends on the specific situation and your needs, that if the conditions here are suitable. I could indeed be a druid." Gao Wen was taken aback. "A druid can simply choose to be one. Then, are you, or are you not a druid?" Gao Wen frowned. "I require a druid to assist with the agricultural development of the territory, and I do not wish for any issues to arise in this endeavor, so your answer should be rather cautious." After the commotion, he now held a considerable degree of distrust towards the elderly man with the recluse demeanor before him. Yet he observed the old man smile slightly, reaching into his pocket to retrieve an unremarkable seed. He casually tossed the seed onto the ground, poured a bit of water from a cup beside him, and recited an incantation. Moments later, a green glow rippled from the spot where the seed had fallen. The seed sprouted at a pace visible to the naked eye, though it was merely a small sprout. It left Gao Wen astonished. "See, he's a druid!" Amber exclaimed excitedly. "Now let go of me." "It hurts." Gao Wen, befuddled, released a half-elf's ear and regarded the old man with a strange expression. "So you truly are a druid. But what does it mean to be an antique appraiser?" "I was indeed a druid many years ago, and of the true heart of the forest school," the old man proudly proclaimed, puffing out his chest. "But antique appraisal is also my profession. One could say there are few in the southern territories who surpass my expertise in this field." Gao Wen felt utterly perplexed. "How did you, a druid studying flora and fauna, end up in the profession of antique appraisal?" "Primarily, it was a lack of funds." The old man shrugged his shoulders, lamenting that being a druid left him impoverished. "So he had to take on a side job. Moreover, I must tell you, my skills extend beyond just these two. Should you find yourselves in need of a cook, I possess expertise in barbecuing and soup making as well." This time, not only did Gavin's lips twitch, but even his brow could not help but quiver a couple of times. "As long as the price is right, you can also offer divinations." "Can you?" The old man stroked his beard. "That depends on how much you are willing to pay. If the price is suitable, I could learn on the spot." Gavin sighed dramatically, reflecting that indeed the person Amber had brought back was quite fitting. This development seemed entirely logical and expected, that he had neither underestimated Amber's integrity nor overestimated her virtue. This agricultural expert perfectly aligned with Amber's standards of conduct. A fellow devoid of reliability, yet undeniably a druid. Well, he seemed acceptable, right? Amber cautiously observed Gavin's reaction, hesitating before speaking. At least the druid was genuine. "Better than nothing," Gavin sighed, looking down at the old man. "Then from today onward, you shall serve as the druid of the Cecil territory, that I will ensure you receive appropriate compensation." "What level are you?" "A level 3 druid of the heart of the forest school, and also a level 3 herbalist of spells." The old man cheerfully replied, "And I am quite an adept barbecue chef too." "Are you truly not considering it?" Gavin twitched his lips. "No, I have a capable maid who cooks well. I'll pay you according to the standards of hiring a level 3 official spellcaster. But only if you first concoct a batch of growth-promoting potions to prove your worth, that we will provide the materials and tools." The old man nodded eagerly. Of course. Chapter 69. A failed project. Observing the old man's exuberant demeanor, he appeared as if he had finally found a new job after 2 weeks of starvation. This image obliterated Gavin's prior impression of him as a hermit. Now, Gavin could firmly ascertain that the man's tattered robe, worn hat, and unkempt beard were not the result of a reclusive lifestyle. He was genuinely impoverished. This scene compelled Gavin to whisper to Amber, "Is this person you brought truly reliable?" "Oh, fret not. Although his character may be a tad eccentric, you can see for yourself, right? At least his druidic abilities are authentic. You are not the sort to judge others by their background or rigidly adhere to rules. Are you? You often emphasize that talent is paramount." Surprised that his usual murmurs were heard by this half-elf, and that she would use it against him, Gavin could only helplessly curl his lips and curiously inquire, "By the way, how did you come to know him?" A man who seemed to embody the disgrace of druids alongside Amber, who represented the disgrace of elves, seemed an odd pairing. Yet, Gavin remained curious about their acquaintance. Could it merely be that they bonded over their respective shames? To his astonishment, the old man, with keen ears, caught Gavin's whispered words and turned with a grin. "My lord, I am an old acquaintance of Amber's foster father. I have watched this little girl grow up to be lineage. She ought to call me uncle." Amber immediately rolled her eyes. "You, with your lack of any elder-like demeanor, expect me to call you uncle?" "Ah, I see. You share this connection." Gavin nodded in understanding, having heard Amber mention her foster father, knowing him to be a human rogue, essentially a thief mingling with the lower strata. Amber continued with a shake of her head. "This fellow was quite familiar with my foster father. They once operated under some banner of the Night Walkers, aiming to be the most formidable thieves in the Southern Territories, yet they garnered not a shred of fame." Gavin instinctively frowned, glancing at the old man. "You used to be a thief?" "That was in the past. In the past," the old man waved his hands repeatedly. "I no longer engage in such activities. I've been running a legitimate business for years." Gavin found it amusing. "So, you turned to a different profession because you couldn't make a living as a thief?" "Because my skills were too lacking," Amber interjected with a dismissive roll of her eyes, "that he couldn't even steal from the dead without being caught and beaten up. He was never cut out to be a thief, nor for being a druid. It seems he isn't suited to be an antique expert or a cook either." Gavin paused. "How did you get caught stealing from the dead?" "Mainly because there were over 200 people attending the memorial nearby." The old man could only chuckle awkwardly. Clearly not accustomed to being teased by Amber, especially not on this topic, she had ample grounds to mock his thieving prowess, particularly since he had been caught while attempting to pilfer from the deceased, whereas Amber not only managed to steal a corpse, but also brought it back to life. Though, that situation couldn't exactly be classified as stealing. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, Gavin suddenly realized he had forgotten something crucial. "All right, I still do not know your name." The old man placed a hand on his chest and offered a rather awkward bow. "Pietman Lauren is at your service. You may simply call me Pietman." "Excellent, Pietman. You may rest for now. I will arrange for someone to escort you to your lodgings shortly. Yes, you can see, this place is still in its infancy. The living conditions may not yet be ideal, but as long as you labor as diligently as my subjects, it will soon become a prosperous and comfortable new home." Pietman Lauren beamed with delight. "For those sparkling little dears, I shall certainly exert my utmost effort." This eclectic druid followed the personnel arranged by Gavin, leaving Amber and Gavin exchanging glances. After gauging the atmosphere around them, the half-elf lady awkwardly smiled and prepared to make her exit, only to be seized by Gavin. "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm going to help patrol the perimeter of the camp," Amber exclaimed, hopping on her feet. "Let me go. First, explain what you meant by digging up a 700-year-old antique. I haven't forgotten that statement." Ugh. While the camp was steadily moving towards order, not all matters unfolded smoothly. In a courtyard to the west of the workshop area, Rebecca stared blankly at the peculiar object before her. Before her stood a strangely designed kiln, constructed from fireproof bricks and a mud mixture embedded with quartz sand, resembling an inverted giant bowl. The sides of the bowl were inscribed with rudimentary runes for heating and controlling the fire, while the base featured a recently opened kiln door that had originally been sealed with clay. It bore a resemblance to a brick kiln, yet what it was meant to produce was not bricks. Rather, it involved burning stones, or more precisely, mixing limestone powder with clay for firing. The ancestors claimed that what was produced through this process, when mixed with the slag brought from the blacksmith shop and ground into powder, could become a new building material. However, it appeared as if this endeavor had not been successful. In front of the kiln, a basket contained the burnt products, which were a grimy and unsightly gray-black substance, riddled with hard, brittle clumps among various fragments. Rebecca had attempted to force some of the debris and slag into powder, and according to her ancestor's instructions, mixed it with water. The first batch of the test mixture had dried, resulting in a crumbling mass resembling decayed wood that was utterly unfit for construction. Pondering deeply, Rebecca rested her chin on her finger, neglecting her dirty face. For the past couple of days, she had either been supervising the installation of the first magic net and the new furnace at the blacksmith shop, now renamed the Cecil Ironworks, or had come here to burn stones. The once dignified Viscountess found herself covered in dirt for the better part of her days, yet the knights and soldiers of the territory showed no surprise. After all, the previous Viscountess had similarly engaged in such activities, often returning with a face smeared with soot from practicing fireball spells or muddy from tussles with wolves in the woods. Everyone had grown accustomed to it. As for the common folk, who had rarely had opportunities to see the nobles of the territory, they had developed a considerable fondness and sense of closeness towards the ever-busy Viscountess, who was always running about helping. While Gavin stood as a formidable pillar and support, he bore an intimidating presence for the commoners. Hetty was wise and kind, but often appeared stern and overly serious. Only Rebecca, bustling about with no airs, greeting everyone with a smile, allowed nearly all to instinctively overlook her noble status. An additional reason was that Rebecca's fireball technique was remarkably effective for clearing land and blasting stones. Noticing Rebecca deep in thought, the nearby assisting commoners refrained from interrupting her. They could not comprehend the Duke's intent behind constructing this place for burning stones, yet the water wheel ordered by the Duke had already revealed its marvelous utility. The camp's planning was exceptionally clever, and with the smooth progress of the reclamation efforts and the presence of the newly recruited druid, everyone held considerable faith in Gavin's arrangements, even if they could not discern the utility of burning stones. But following orders could never be wrong. After pondering earnestly for a while, Rebecca finally lifted her head and reached a conclusion. She was ill-suited to contemplate this matter. With a flick of her delicate hand, she commanded, "Lift these items and present them to my ancestors." Moments later, Gavin beheld a heap of indescribable substances brought before him. "Is this what you produced? Cement?" He gazed at Rebecca in astonishment, struggling to associate those ashen clumps with the cement he had envisioned. Had he not personally ordered the task? "Oh, this is what it's called, cement?" Rebecca's eyes widened, intrigued by the peculiar name. Yet Gavin had no time to elucidate the significance behind the term, despite having prepared himself for disappointment. He felt a subtle sense of defeat wash over him. Upon seeing the porous, rock-like fragments that Rebecca extracted from another basket, he was utterly convinced of the failure of this endeavor. "This is the product obtained by mixing the final product with water, as you suggested," Rebecca stated, her eyes blinking with curiosity. "It does solidify rather quickly, and once set, it resembles stone, yet it is soft and brittle." Before Rebecca could finish her words, an amber figure unexpectedly emerged from the shadows, exclaiming, "What is soft and brittle? Let me have a taste." Gavin swiftly pressed the figure back into the shadows and sighed at the dark, clumpy substances before him. "It seems this has indeed been a failure." He painstakingly confirmed Rebecca's procedure, ensuring that there were no flaws in the selection of raw materials or the manufacturing process, that he learned that Rebecca had meticulously adjusted the ratios of various components, the intensity of the fire, and the duration of calcination, even conducting several cross-tests using 4 furnaces, and experimenting with different types of limestone and clay from various origins. However, the results remained disappointingly similar. Once again, the world revealed its peculiar and malevolent nature to Gavin. The properties of the materials did not align. How many of the widely known earthen formulas from memory could actually be applicable? Gavin resolved that, conditions permitting, he would test everything he knew that could be verified through simple methods, while simultaneously preparing himself mentally for the likelihood of failure in all tests. Meanwhile, Rebecca gazed at him with hopeful eyes. This girl, who had so desperately wished to assist yet found herself failing, seemed entirely oblivious to the possibility that the fault lay within Gavin's recipe, instinctively attributing the failure to herself. "Ancestor, have I disappointed you?" "No, any experiment is a lengthy process, especially when seeking a new material." Gavin shook his head with a sigh. "Continue to experiment with various stones and soils for calcination. I shall provide you with several potential recipes. Consider this a long-term endeavor that you can pursue in your spare time, as long as it does not interfere with the progress at the steel mill." Chapter 70. When conventional methods fail. The plan to have the headstrong fireball child produce primitive cement had faltered, yet Gavin was not inclined to surrender so easily. While mere imitation of earthly experience might prove ineffective, the underlying principles from Earth were not necessarily erroneous. Perhaps the formulations differed, but that did not negate the potential value of such materials that at the very least, a durable, cost-effective, and easily workable building material should find utility anywhere, even if it had to be renamed Magical XX in this realm. He instructed Rebecca to continue exploring new manufacturing techniques, sharing his general thoughts and anticipated objectives with her. This was not a chaotic endeavor without direction, though his own production method had failed. Gavin was aware that cement had once existed in this world. Deep within the ruins of the mountains, he and his team had encountered this material. The engineers of ancient Gondor had utilized synthetic materials rather than stone to construct the fortress hidden in the mountains, rendering it more robust and enduring than typical stone fortifications, showing no signs of collapse even after a millennium. In Gavin Cecil's recollections, this material had been developed long before the Age of Sparks, during the Age of Steel, and had been used for 10 centuries, undergoing numerous improvements and refinements that by the late Gondorian period, it had become one of the most prevalent construction materials within the Empire. This was precisely what saddened Gavin the most. After the fall of the Gondorian Empire, a vast array of technologies fell into obsolescence. Some lost their transmission due to reliance on deep blue magical wells. Others because the groups possessing the relevant knowledge were entirely exterminated without leaving behind records, and still others due to the requisite materials or environments being engulfed by contaminated zones. The otherworldly version of cement from the Gondorian Empire was among the many lost technologies. Due to the chaos of that era, Gavin could not ascertain which of the three factors had led to the loss of this technology, but he suspected it was not due to the magical wells. The production of otherworldly cement, like that of Earth, did not necessitate particularly complex equipment or high-level energy, so it was likely a matter of either the extermination of talent, the loss of documentation, or issues with raw materials. In any case, this fundamental technology, which should have been one of the cornerstones of civilization, had simply vanished. 7 centuries later, the Ansue people were building houses from stone and wood, while the privileged aristocrats indulged in the extravagance of using various magical sculpting spells and alchemical potions to enhance the splendor and durability of their palaces and castles. However, the latter clearly did not align with Gavin's requirements for universality, affordability, and mass production. Yet, despite the technological interruption, there remained hope. After all, this had once been one of the most commonly used foundational technologies of the Gondorian Empire. Although Gavin Cecil had never personally engaged in its production, he had witnessed it and retained fragments of related knowledge in his mind that he intended to share these fragments with Rebecca, leaving it to the capabilities of the headstrong fireball child to determine how effectively the technology could be restored. At this moment, Gavin could not help but lament. If only the Gavin Cecil of 7 centuries ago had been a master of keyboard prowess. If only he had distributed his martial prowess among various scholarly pursuits. The current situation would be so much improved. Not to mention, at the very least, he could have remembered the cement recipe. Embracing the spirit of a celestial being descended from the heavens, Gavin freely muttered about the original owner of his body. Before beginning to compile a list of various experiments he must undertake next in the following days, Amber observed as Gavin dispatched individuals to procure a multitude of items to their camp, an assortment of peculiar mineral powders, metal containers pieced together, various sizes of crystal lenses, along with magnets and metal wires commonly used by wizards and diviners. These eclectic items cluttered a table, with about half of them urgently sourced from Tanzan town, while the remainder were products of Gavin's guidance to Hetty and the craftsman. Staring at the disarray of objects, the half-elf maiden appeared utterly bewildered. "What on earth are you planning to do?" As Gavin fiddled with the lens assembly, he replied without looking up, "An experiment." "Nobles are truly incomprehensible." Amber blinked, and then, as if she had finally grasped the essence of Gavin's intentions, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, I finally caught you. You can't hide it any longer. You're starting to indulge in frivolities. I told you, how could a rational noble endure such prolonged hardship? You've finally begun to squander the people's resources." "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Gavin twisted Amber's ear playfully before releasing it, gazing at this incorrigible creature with curiosity that I simply cannot fathom. "Do you not learn from pain? Can't you temper your temperament just a tad? Don't be ridiculous. Here I am, a grand thief, tethered to this role as your bodyguard. Most days, I'm either guarding your myriad of nonsensical symbols or scouring the hills to collect intelligence that on the rare occasion I have a free moment. You have me study these absurd symbols alongside you. Do you not respect my vocation? Amber spoke with fervor, summarizing her grievances into 3 words. I am idle that you're even less industrious than Betty. Gavin sighed, covering his forehead in exasperation. She finishes her work daily and comes to learn letters from me. Is learning basic arithmetic such a challenge for you? Oh, so that little maid is truly learning to write? Amber blinked. Her interest piqued. And no wonder people have said they see her muttering to herself when alone, and whenever she has a moment, she is scribbling in the dirt with a stick. Fine, fine, I shall not concern myself with you. If you are truly so idle, go entertain yourself. Gavin waved his hand dismissively at Amber. However, he stipulated 3 restrictions: no stealing, no causing disturbances where work was being done, and no fighting, though skirmishing with geese was permissible. With Gavin's permission, Amber happily retreated into the shadows, her form fading while she mumbled, You are truly strange. Why do you always emphasize geese in my presence? Once Amber departed, Gavin finally had the opportunity to focus on the clutter of items before him. He had already conducted tests on some of them, while others were still under verification. Before resuming his seat, he cast a glance at the large basket beside him and sighed softly. Within that basket lay the indescribable conglomerate produced by Rebecca during her attempt to create cement. Originally, she had intended to discard it, but Gavin had insisted on keeping it nearby, ensuring it was always within his sight. He regarded them as a warning, a symbol, a constant reminder of the nature of this world. Retracting his gaze from those objects, he glanced at a container on the table, lowered his head, and inscribed a new record in Chinese on the paper. Year 735 of the Ansu calendar. Day 46 of Frost Month. Day 23 of the camp's expansion. Failure in gunpowder production. All classic formulas based on earthly experience, as well as various modified versions, proved ineffective. None produced a rapid combustion or released a significant amount of heat in a short time. Nor did they yield any similar results. The product of the classic formula was entirely non-flammable, while the result of the modified version, one burned quietly in the air, its flames dim and feeble, inferior even to burning straw. The second modified formula also burned quietly, yet with a bright and stable flame, initially intended for illumination. However, it emitted a pungent odor. Continuing the tests may reveal a usable version of gunpowder from this other world. But I have already begun to suspect that this path is likely not the best choice, that IT strays further from the magic of this world, and its potency is far from promising. Researching a method for industrial-scale production of explosive runes may prove more reliable than gunpowder. Aside from this new record, there were more entries on the paper, which Gawain's gaze scanned. Year 735 of Ansu. Day 45 of Frost Month. Day 22 of the camp's expansion, confirming that electromagnetic induction is ineffective. At least the process of magnetism generating electricity failed. As no current was produced in the coil, that IT has been established that magnets possess north and south poles, consistent with Earth's magnets. The wind element rune provided by Hetty can sense even the faintest electrical stimuli. Although the coil is rough, it meets the requirements, implying that the issue lies with electromagnetic induction itself, that IT is not yet possible to verify whether the process of electricity generating magnetism has also failed, as Hetty's lightning arrow spell cannot provide a continuous and stable safe current. One of her palm lightning strikes nearly singed Amber's hair. It seems that the plan to use a generator to charge the wind magic array must be temporarily shelved. Or perhaps we will revisit it once we master methods like thermoelectric generation. I am prepared to abandon the steam engine. The experimental results are utterly disheartening. The process of boiling water in this world appears similar to that on Earth. Yet the steam generated provides a pitifully small amount of propulsion. Perhaps the expansion coefficient of water transforming into steam here is vastly lower than on Earth, that I suspect that the water here is not truly water. It may be the ubiquitous water element of this world at play, this irrational substance altering the specific manifestations of water during its phase transitions, despite my habitual consumption of it, and its use for washing hands and faces, as well as watering plants. This does not prove anything. My body is composed of elements from this world, and my senses operate according to its rules, aside from the consciousness of an earthling lodged in my mind. There is no part of me that can transcend this world's worldview to observe it from the outside. Is the blue sky I see truly blue, Regardless, adjustments must be made, the aspects of human civilization that Earth takes pride in have suffered severe blows. I cannot boil water here. And without a boiler, how can I establish the most fundamental machines? Year 735 of Ansu. Hetty has never heard of coal, nor has that druid named Pittman. In fact, even Gawain Cecil's memories contain nothing akin to it. The good news is that charcoal can still be produced. The Typhon Empire produces a kind of burnable stone, but it is not coal. Rather, it is a white burning stone, seemingly a sediment from seawater that it burns longer than wood but is not easy to ignite. And it is said to burn quite unstably with an unpleasant odor. Only the impoverished would use it for warmth, so I must keep an eye on it. Good heavens, gold is a semiconductor, while pure silver is non-conductive. What on earth? I believe I require an entire cutting-edge team to provide me with a complete periodic table of elements, or at least a summary of the properties of all common substances would suffice. However, there is none. Time to wash up and sleep. Chapter 71. The movement of the sphere. Those experimental records serve as a testament to Gawain's earthly experience clashing with the rules of this world. Marked by trials and tribulations that he bound them into a volume, encrypting it in Chinese, treating it as his closely guarded secret. Among all the experimental records, nearly 80% were failures. This signifies that although this world appears habitable, its natural environment seemingly bears some resemblance to Earth. It fundamentally diverges from Earth in its deeper rules, supported by an order entirely unfamiliar to Gawain, within which various supernatural forces, including magic, hold considerable weight. No, perhaps they should no longer be referred to as supernatural forces. In this world, conjuring a fireball through incantation is the very essence of natural power. Yet Gawain did not genuinely choose to wash up and sleep. On the contrary, this astonishing world invigorated his spirit. He believed that every rule could be deciphered, that all things must possess deeper principles. Humanity should revere nature, but must not cease to advance due to that reverence. Since this world indeed harbors those extraordinary forces, he would study them as tangible entities, just as one would with the winds, rains, thunderstorms, and universal gravitation of his homeland. The so-called magic here is merely a part of the natural cycle. Although his earthly experience may no longer be applicable, his mode of thinking, refined in an era of information explosion, surely stands superior to those antiquated nobles and pedantic scholars shackled by medieval life. Moreover, not all experiences are rendered useless. Gawain picked up 2 transparent lenses resting in the corner of the table. These were inexpensive artificial crystals, this affordability being relative to natural magic crystals. The most skilled craftsman in Tanzan spent 2 days polishing them to Gawain's specifications, crafting 1 convex lens and 1 concave lens. Gawain held the 2 lenses before his eyes, adjusting their positions until they appeared clear to him. Although the speed of light remains undetermined, at the very least, light continues to obey the familiar rules during its propagation. Thus, a telescope can indeed be constructed, a cost-effective tool that could be disseminated for common use. Further reduction of the cost of artificial crystals and resolution of the inefficiencies in manual polishing is all that is needed. Beyond optical phenomena, the functioning of the water wheel further evidences a crucial point. In this world, while the fundamental laws governing the microscopic realm may differ significantly from those of Earth, some intuitive, macroscopic physical laws should not differ greatly. Hence, many things remain feasible. After jotting down notes regarding the telescope in his memorandum, Gawain stifled a long yawn, only then realizing that the outside had fallen completely silent. Night had long since descended, and it was time for sleep that Gawain's ears were attuned. He could hear the faint sounds of snoring and mumbling from nearby. Belonging to Betty and Amber, who slept in the adjacent quarters. Listening to Amber, who dreamed of striking it rich, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile that it was indeed time to wash up and sleep. As the night deepened, the last flicker of light in the tent extinguished, enveloping everything in tranquil darkness, akin to the fabled veil of the Lady of Night that shields dreamers. Gawain endeavored to empty his thoughts and gradually sank into slumber. Only when all fell into darkness did the faint glimmers, often overlooked by all, reveal themselves. Beside Gawain's desk, some exceedingly minute lights began to emerge, emanating from a large basket adjacent to the desk, filled with the debris left over when Rebecca was crafting cement. In the encampment after nightfall, there remained some who were still awake. Not the workers of the Cecil ironworks. although Gawain had renamed the forge and provided the old blacksmith with information regarding the new production system. The current phase, where foundational infrastructure was still lacking and even electric lighting was absent, rendered any workshop in the camp unnecessary for round-the-clock shifts. The ones awake were the loyal warriors on night watch. The militia on the second half of the night donned their armor and helmets as they traversed the path lit by burning braziers, exchanging duties at various posts that a small group of militia crossed the stacked area in the southern part of the camp. Arriving at a tent isolated from all facilities, located at the camp's periphery, the team leader, a middle-aged warrior sporting a goatee, confirmed the password and recognition tokens with his changing comrades, then cast a teasing glance toward the tent. "What's that thing doing?" "Of course, what can a stone do but sleep?" The soon-to-be resting team leader shrugged. He truly wondered what purpose their vigil served, merely guarding a stone sphere that had shown no signs of activity for so many days. Lady Hetty continually cast various spells to stimulate it, yet no results had been observed. "Best not to say too much," the team leader reminded. "This is the Duke's decision. He ordered us to guard this thing." "Do you have any objections?" "Certainly no objections," came the swift response from the individual opposite, who then cast a glance at his exquisitely crafted, magically infused equipment. "That I must thank the Duke. I never imagined I would have the privilege of wielding such fine gear in my lifetime. It feels as though I've been transformed into a knight. But do not expect this item to be of any use," cautioned the squad leader who had come to relieve him. Patting him on the shoulder to go back and rest, the yawning comrades departed, leaving the bearded squad leader and his 4 soldiers to take over the watch point. 2 soldiers were stationed at the entrance, while he himself lifted the tent flap and stepped inside. In the center of the tent stood a stone sphere, approximately 1.5 meters in diameter, resting in a hollow pit dug into the ground, ensuring its stability. Surrounding it were several stout wooden posts, and the coarse ropes that had originally bound them were now replaced with ropes interwoven with strands of magical thread, which emitted a faint glow in the darkness, serving primarily as psychological reassurance. Additionally, the tent housed several wooden racks and a desk, displaying various magical crystals and alchemical potions, with a few hastily scrawled manuscripts weighed down by a paperweight on the desk. Such items were far too precious for ordinary soldiers to touch. They were research notes left by Hetty. Regrettably, those notes revealed no progress whatsoever. "This thing hasn't changed at all," remarked a soldier as he circled the stone sphere. He stifled the urge to strike the sphere with his spear, muttering, "They say it's a relic from the ancient Gundor Empire. I thought it would be something impressive." The squad leader gave the soldier a light tap on the head. "Enough chatter. Just check for any surface cracks or signs of movement. Once you're done, head outside and return in half an hour to relieve me." The soldier began his inspection, while the squad leader casually surveyed the tent's interior. However, just as his gaze shifted away from the stone sphere, a peculiar sensation akin to static electricity coursed through his skin, causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end. Those who survived the Cecil catastrophe were no ordinary individuals. Even a militia captain would be regarded as a squire in other noble territories. Instantly alert, the bearded middle-aged warrior placed a hand on the sword at his waist and drew it halfway. Something's amiss. Yet in the next moment, the tingling sensation vanished, and the 2 soldiers, who had been tense while gripping their spears, exchanged puzzled glances. One of them looked at their leader and asked, "Boss, are you just being overly cautious?" "No, I definitely felt something." The captain was perplexed, trying to explain, but before he could finish, he noticed that the faint magical aura surrounding one soldier's enchanted breastplate had inexplicably extinguished. "Rock, your breastplate." The soldier named Rock looked down and gasped. Just as he exclaimed, the dimmed breastplate returned to its previous state, a very faint magical glow enveloping the armor, as if nothing had happened at all. Soon after, another soldier's breastplate underwent a similar transformation, first extinguishing, then restoring itself, while the squad leader observed that the sword in his hand had also lost its magical radiance in that brief span that he fully drew the already half-unsheathed sword. "Stay calm. Back away slowly. This place." He was cut off as an unusual force surged from the sword, as though an invisible hand was tugging at it, yanking the enchanted soldier's sword towards the center of the tent and the stone sphere. Instinctively, the squad leader resisted the pull and shouted, "Get help! There's something wrong with this sphere." The soldier named Rock immediately dashed towards the entrance, but halfway there, a tremendous force emanated from his armor. Specifically, It was pulling at his armor, and he was propelled upwards by the overwhelming attraction, crashing through the surrounding barriers and ropes, ultimately becoming firmly affixed to the stone sphere. Rock struggled in terror, attempting to remove his armor to escape the grasp. But the potent force caused the clasps of his armor to seal tightly, thwarting his efforts. Meanwhile, the squad leader felt the pull on his sword intensifying, ultimately rendering him unable to maintain his grip. The weapon slipped from his grasp, whistling through the air before clattering against the top of the stone sphere, its tip mere inches from Rock's head. Rock rolled his eyes towards the sword above him and finally shouted at the top of his lungs. "The sphere is alive. Something's not right." His voice resonated throughout half the camp. The squad leader, now weaponless, stared blankly at his empty right hand, then exchanged bewildered glances with another soldier within the tent. His own armor had not been pulled away, while the remaining soldier was completely unaffected. Was the stone sphere selective in what it attracted? Chapter 72. Life Response. Gawain was stirred from a drowsy slumber by the commotion outside. The sounds of soldiers rushing and shouting, mixed with references to the sphere coming to life, jolted him awake. Hearing footsteps approaching his tent, Gawain, already not in a deep sleep, quickly threw on his clothing and called out, "What is happening out there?" The voice of Sir Philip echoed from outside the tent. "My lord, there's something off with the stone sphere you brought back." "Something's off? What does that mean?" The typically astute young knight's vague description alerted Gawain to the potential complexity of the situation. He swiftly adjusted his attire, grasped his ever-ready sword, the explorer's blade, and stepped out of the tent flap. That it was still 2 hours until dawn, with no signs of light on the horizon. Yet the burning braziers and torches illuminated the camp, preventing it from being completely engulfed in darkness. As Gawain emerged from the tent, he noticed a shadow at his feet that suddenly twisted. Amber materialized from within the shadow. She had not yet changed into her usual leather armor, instead appearing in light clothing. Emerging from the shadow, she exclaimed, "What is going on? I was just sleeping, and now I'm stuck. Help me out." Gawain, drenched in cold sweat, grasped Amber by the back of her collar, effortlessly pulling her from the shadow, feeling as if she were as light as a cat. "You a master of shadows, getting caught in your own shadow step. Isn't that a bit hasty, as if you haven't fully woken up?" Amber, a bit embarrassed, quickly changed the subject. "What happened?" "The stone sphere I brought back seems to be malfunctioning," Gawain replied casually, gesturing for Sir Philip to lead the way. That he and Amber followed closely behind the knight and soldiers to investigate the situation. Upon hearing this, Amber yawned, "I want to go back to sleep." But before she could finish, Gawain had already tucked her under his arm and carried her away. The independent tent on the south side of the camp was surrounded by soldiers and militiamen, forming a defensive line several meters away from the tent. The fire-lit area glowed as bright as day, and the commotion had roused the nearby civilians, though hardly anyone dared to venture out of their tents to assess the situation. Most remained huddled inside, peering out cautiously. With Amber struggling vigorously, by the time Gawain arrived at the scene, Hetty was already present. She was tracing magical runes in the air, establishing a weak protective barrier around the tent. Upon seeing Gawain, she appeared momentarily taken aback. "Ancestor, what brings you here?" Gawain set Amber down. "This one possesses sharper senses than us at night," yet she was reluctant to come. Amber protested, hopping in place. "You can't do this. You nearly choked me." However, no one paid her protest any mind. "What is the situation inside?" Gawain inquired, noticing the empty space between the tent and the defensive line, as if approaching the stone sphere would pose great danger. "Are there any casualties?" "No casualties, but 2 militiamen and 1 soldier are trapped inside," Hetty replied, her expression peculiar. "They are being absorbed." "Absorbed?" Gawain paused, pondering. "Similar to how a magnet attracts metal?" "Somewhat, but it's quite strange," Hetty explained the current situation. Initially, the on-duty militiamen discovered that their magical equipment suddenly lost its power, and then their weapons and armor were drawn towards the stone sphere. However, not all metal seems to be affected. It appears the sphere has a selective attraction, as some individuals in full armor walked by without any impact. Selective attraction? And it affects magical power. The nature of this phenomenon bears no resemblance to that of a magnet. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Wen casually unfastened his sword, the pioneer, and handed it to Sir Philip, who stood beside him. That he then patted Amber on the shoulders, saying, "Let us both venture inside to investigate. Leave all your metallic belongings behind." "Why must I accompany you?" Amber protested, her expression one of trepidation. That shouldn't a knight like yourself be the first to confront such a perilous situation. Indeed, I shall lead the way, and you will follow. Gao Wen replied, nodding. Unless, of course, you wish to forfeit this month's salary. Amber gritted her teeth, her face set in a determined expression as she cast her metallic items onto the ground. 2 small daggers. 2 protective talismans, a delicate pendant, and even the pocket watch of the elderly steward from the household of Viscount Andrew in Tanzan town. Wait, she hadn't returned this yet. Gao Wen's gaze lingered on the pocket watch before he fixed a steady stare on Amber, making her shiver before he inquired, "What about your coin pouch?" Amber gasped, clutching her waist. "That is absolutely off limits." Gao Wen continued to regard her with unwavering intensity. After a few seconds, Amber reluctantly retrieved her coin pouch, carefully counting its contents repeatedly before finally handing it over to Sir Philip. "I assure you, I have counted it thoroughly. If even a single coin goes missing upon my return, I swear by my knightly honor to safeguard the belongings entrusted to me." The young knight stood tall and declared loudly, startling Amber, "You needn't shout so loudly. There isn't much money in there. Ancestors, I shall accompany you." He stepped forward but was halted by Gao Wen, who looked in her eyes and said, "You and Philip will stay here. That orb may influence the flow of magic. Approaching it could be counterproductive." He nodded, bowing in acquiescence. "Please take care." Gao Wen reflected inwardly, what a wonderful person. She possesses the qualities of a good partner. When will I inquire about her thoughts on marriage? As these incongruous thoughts flitted through his mind, he guided the anxious Amber toward the tent. Upon reaching the entrance, he activated his sense of danger to assess the situation within. Concluding that no immediate threats awaited him, cautiously, he parted the flaps of the tent. There, in the center, lay a large orb that appeared unchanged, resembling an unremarkable stone. However, comically, 3 fully armed men stood guard around it. A militiaman, a militia captain, and a regular soldier. He also spotted the small figure of Pittman, who, as Herdy had mentioned, was tending to the trapped soldiers that moment. Pittman was squatting in front of the militia captain, speaking with gentle encouragement. Thus, it is clear that ill fortune is at play here. "Have you considered trying our druidic transmutation ritual?" "Druidic transmutation? Spare me your nonsense, old man." Gao Wen strode into the tent, glancing down at the 3 soldiers. "Which of you was the first to be ensnared?" The trio, already in a state of frustration and anxiety, were further distressed by the incessant chatter of the old man promoting his ritual. Gao Wen's sudden entrance alleviated some of their tension. Regardless of the circumstances, the presence of a legendary knight, such as himself, provided immense encouragement, though he himself was well aware of the inflated nature of his own reputation. The soldiers exhaled in relief, and the bearded militia captain turned his head with effort to report, "Sir, Locke was the first to be trapped that I was standing nearby in my armor and was not caught. But out of curiosity, I approached and ended up ensnared as well." The 3rd soldier, dejected, sighed, "Sir, I was caught while investigating the situation." Gao Wen examined the soldiers and confirmed that indeed, their armor was caught by the orb, with a long sword ensnared atop it. Strangely, however, on the ground nearby lay an iron ring that had fallen from one of the soldiers' armor, showing no signs of attraction to the orb. Gao Wen picked up the iron ring, brushed it against the orb, and felt no magnetic pull that moment. Pittman spoke up, "I have just inspected the orb. That is not merely magnetic. It appears that their armor has been solidified, rendering it completely immobile, thus making it impossible to remove. That seems this old druid promoting his ritual is not entirely without merit. This sounds like some form of magical effect." Gao Wen pondered, then turned to Amber. "Try examining it from the shadow realm. See if you can dispel this effect. The shadow realm coexists with the physical world, yet exists on a different plane, making shadow magic particularly adept at interfering with the magical flows of the real world, even capable of transcending dimensions to cause disruptions. This is why the rogue class possesses the most skills for dispelling magical traps and breaking seals, and as a favored child of shadow power. Amber is a master in this regard. She had been brought along specifically for situations like this. At this point, Amber ceased her mischief, nodding seriously as she summoned her innate powers in an instant. Her form became hazy and ethereal, placing her in a state between the physical realm and the shadow realm. Shadows began to stretch from her feet, gradually merging with the shadows surrounding the orb. As Amber commenced her unraveling of the magic, Gao Wen attempted to push the orb, only to find it immovable. This object was not supposed to be particularly heavy. He furrowed his brow, perplexed, with the combined weight of the three soldiers. It should not be beyond my strength to move it. This is indeed peculiar. Pittman agreed that I heard that when you brought this orb back, it could be easily pushed with one hand. Yet now, I estimate it weighs at least as much as a comparable volume of black gold, or the previously abnormal lightness may have been a magical effect. What we are experiencing now seems to be its true weight. Just as Pittman finished speaking, Amber suddenly leapt from her shadowy form, landing unexpectedly on the ground with a thud. Gao Wen quickly reached out to help her up. What happened? Amber looked equally bewildered. I don't know. There seems to be a strange energy field surrounding the orb. The moment I extended my consciousness toward it, I was repelled. Wait, Pittman exclaimed loudly. There was a life response just now. Chapter 73. So, is this a trap? Pittman's shout caught Gao Wen off guard, momentarily rendering him unable to comprehend what the life response meant until 2 seconds later. He was referring to the orb. When Amber was repelled, a faint life response had emerged from within the orb. Pittman repeated his observation, cautiously approaching the orb and producing a dry, withered leaf from his pocket. As he rubbed the leaf stem, he continued. However, the life response was fleeting and then vanished. I have never encountered such a peculiar phenomenon. Amber, rubbing her backside, gazed incredulously at the orb. What on earth could this thing actually be alive? The three soldiers still ensnared within the orb exchanged anxious glances. Gao Wen, however, remained skeptical of the druid's abilities. Are you certain you haven't misinterpreted? Pittman shot him a glare. Impossible. I am a true druid, a professional from the school of nature spirits. How could I err in such a fundamental area? Gao Wen replied, Aren't you from the Heart of the Woods school? Pittman paused, momentarily taken aback. Was that what was said last time? He then turned to Amber. What did you tell them about my school last time? Gao Wen sighed. In any case, my sensing abilities cannot be wrong. Noticing the atmosphere had become rather awkward, even Pittman, with his thick skin, could no longer maintain his composure and hastily shifted the topic. Regardless of the school, sensing life force is a fundamental skill. Without it, a druid cannot cast any spells. And look, this is evidence that as he spoke, he displayed the previously dry, withered leaf, now lush and vibrant, as if freshly plucked from a branch. Though it appeared lifeless on the surface, something within it exhibited a form of life response. Pittman circled the orb, speaking with grave seriousness and professionalism. This seems to be a profound state of slumber, perhaps indicative of a being not yet in its complete form. Amber blinked, her mind racing before she blurted out, Wait, could this possibly be an egg? An egg? Gao Wen was taken aback, contemplating the implications of such a revelation. If this were truly an egg, it would be particularly intriguing, especially considering that a millennium ago, researchers from Gondor had studied something in the mountains for quite some time. But then he became even more perplexed. What kind of creature's egg could possibly be this large? As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden thought struck him, and he casually remarked, Could it possibly be a dragon egg? At that moment, Hoopo and Pittman fell silent, their faces reflecting a mixture of horror and tension as they gazed at the large stone sphere in the center of the tent. Meanwhile, Gao Wen found himself stroking his chin, plunged into a perplexing state of contemplation. Was this truly an ancient trope? The idea of acquiring a dragon egg after traversing to another world had long since faded from popularity years before his arrival. Yet here he was, seemingly ensnared by such a prehistoric narrative. However, he quickly shifted his thoughts. What if it indeed was a dragon egg? Who knows how long it would take to hatch, given the legendary lifespan of those colossal dragons, which spanned tens of thousands of years. It could very well take them a millennium to incubate an egg. Picking up a dragon egg might mean a lifetime commitment to hatching it. And even that might fall short. It could require generations to ensure its hatching, to be by the time it finally emerged, its dragon parents might simply swoop in and claim it, likely without so much as a word of gratitude. Was this perhaps the traditional approach of dragons? Yet, if it were to be measured in millennia, this egg had been retrieved from a relic that was 1,000 years old. It might be on the brink of hatching. The sudden encounter with such a familiar trope stirred memories deep within Gao Wen's mind, causing him to stand there, lost in thought. The Achupa called out to him several times without eliciting a response. And finally, the half-elf lady jumped up and bumped her head against Gao Wen's chest. Wake up! Oof! Gao Wen was not clad in armor at that moment, and nearly gasped for breath from the impact. Regaining his senses, he immediately reached out to tug at Hu Po's ear. "What is wrong with you? Just headbutting people like that?" "Well, you made me leave all my metal belongings outside before letting me in. If I had a warhammer, would I need to use my head?" Hu Po deftly dodged Gao Wen's grasp and defiantly retorted, "What was with that sudden daze you were in?" Although he yearned to inquire what she would do with a warhammer, Gao Wen redirected his focus back to the stone sphere. "I was pondering on how to disable this cursed energy field if it truly is a dragon egg. Point 3 soldiers are still stuck here. Unable to move, the ability to manipulate metal and influence the flow of magical energy. It was said that a subcategory of dragons, known as metal dragons or earth dragons, possess such capabilities. That half a scholar, the other half being a cook, thief, appraiser, and fortune teller." Pittman stroked his chin, rummaging through the knowledge in his mind, uncertain of its validity, that if he were to connect the dots, the likelihood of this being a dragon egg indeed seemed quite high. Gao Wen was taken aback by the surprisingly useful insights from the old man, revealing a look of intrigue. "Oh, do you know how to terminate this power?" "Well, I don't know," Pittman shrugged, hastily adding before Gao Wen could retaliate. "And even if I did, it would be futile. If this is indeed a dragon egg, how could my low-tier druid abilities possibly contend with it? Dragons are legendary beings, and even in egg form, they possess magical power equivalent to that of a mid-tier human spellcaster." Gao Wen was astonished. What kind of ludicrously overpowered premise is this? It seems humanity struggles pale in comparison to that of a fertilized egg. At that moment, Hu Po suddenly chimed in. "Aren't you a legendary hero? Surely you can handle it, right?" The abilities of knights differ significantly from those of spellcasters. Gao Wen frowned, aware of the inflated nature of his legendary status. Though he had been adapting to this new body and learning to harness the abilities entwined within his memories, the long slumber had drained much of his strength. Moreover, the combat experience was not his own, making integration quite challenging. In real combat, the power he could exhibit might be significantly reduced. While he might rank as the top fighter in his current territory, venturing beyond the novice village could very well lead to his demise. Furthermore, the egg before him, assuming it truly was an egg, was entirely outside the realm of knightly skills. However, after giving it some thought, Gao Wen resolved to give it a try. "I'll attempt it first." The capabilities of knights, while not as diverse and convenient as those of mages, still bore potential. Most of the skills Gao Wen remembered were centered around drawing swords and striking, unlike the multitude of variations a mage might employ for a single spell like water creation. Yet, to confront this egg, perhaps some fundamental abilities might come into play. Since the egg exhibited signs of life and could interact with magical energy, why not attempt to communicate with it using magic? In this world, where everything is driven by magical energy, any extraordinary profession possessed a basic understanding of magical application, and knights wielded magic as well, albeit in different ways. However, at the most fundamental levels of perception and guidance, the usage of magic by knights and mages bore little distinction. Gao Wen approached the stone sphere, placing his hand upon its rough surface, causing the 3 soldiers trapped against it to glance nervously in his direction. They were unaware of how their lord intended to engage with the stone sphere, nor did they know if their lives would become collateral in the process, despite the reality that nearly all commoners' fates lay in the hands of the nobility. The gravity of the moment still elicited anxiety within them. Noticing the soldiers' apprehensive gazes, Gao Wen smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I've got this under control." But he then shifted his focus away from their reactions, concentrating instead on sensing the flow of magical energy. In his mind's eye, another perspective emerged. It revealed the distribution of magical energy within a certain radius around him. Although not as clear as what mages might perceive during meditation, it was sufficient to indicate the flow of magical energy. He observed a thin layer of mist enveloping the tent, within which subtle movements could be discerned, and several distinct focal points emerged, 2 stronger ones belonging to Hu Po and Pittman nearby, while 3 considerably weaker magical clusters gathered together, clearly represented by the 3 ordinary soldiers. As for the stone sphere, speculated to be a dragon egg, it appeared as an abyss of darkness, within the realm of magical perception. The center of the tent presented an absolute blackness, devoid of any reflection or detail. This could only imply 2 possibilities. Either the stone sphere was an object that should not exist in this world, entirely devoid of magical essence, or it actively shielded itself from any magical effects directed at it. The first possibility could be dismissed, as Hetty had previously sensed a magical response emanating from the stone sphere, albeit one that was peculiar and distinct from known forms of magic. Hence, this stone sphere must have entered some state of self-protection. As Gao Wen speculated, he cautiously directed his consciousness toward that pitch-black void. Hoopa had already demonstrated the intensity of this self-protection mechanism through her face-first encounter. An excessive provocation might result in her being repelled just as she had been. Thus, he had to proceed with utmost caution. After delicately making contact, he found that he had not triggered the stone sphere's defensive reaction. Uncertain whether a dragon egg possessed the capability for communication, Gao Wen maintained a mindset of trial and error, continually reinforcing the intention of dialogue within his mind. Initially, there was no response. However, after a few seconds, he began to hear a faint humming resonating within his consciousness, and it was no mere figment of imagination. The stone sphere was softly murmuring to him that Gao Wen's spirit soared as he almost lost the connection due to his emotional upheaval, but he quickly stabilized this fragile link and issued his first greeting. "Hello. I mean you no harm. You may call me Gao Wen." The mental waves emanating from the stone sphere grew increasingly distinct, transforming from fragmented whispers into a coherent phrase, a voice imbued with a metallic tone. Indistinguishable in gender. "Is it safe outside now?" Suppressing his inner excitement, Gao Wen endeavored to convey his sincerity. "It is quite safe here. You can rest assured if I don't believe you, then leave, Gao Wen." Chapter 74. What is that thing that is glowing? To be frank, Gao Wen neither anticipated this beginning nor this conclusion. He could hardly believe he had truly established a connection with the sphere, let alone that it would possess such a cheeky demeanor. Were it not for the presence of others and the need to uphold the image of a dignified ancestor, he might have immediately cleaved that unfortunate sphere in two, though the sword of the pioneer was not in his possession. It did not diminish the impulse to entertain such thoughts. Striving to calm his racing thoughts, Gao Wen stifled the urge to curse, reframing the sphere from a frightened creature in need of assistance into a mischievous little brat, deserving of confinement in a laboratory for study. And then patiently said, "What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? That research facility that once held you has been abandoned for 1,000 years. Do you understand?" The sphere fell into a momentary silence, seemingly deep in contemplation, before resolutely retorting, "You will not deceive me into abandoning my shell. I assure you, believe me if you will. You shall not trick me into leaving my shell." Gawain felt a surge of anger as veins bulged on his forehead. "Your desire to remain within your shell is your own affair. Release my men before we continue." Within the consciousness link, the sphere emitted a curious sound. "Your men? What men?" Gawain was taken aback by the sphere's genuine curiosity. "Are you denying that you have absorbed my 3 soldiers?" The sphere remained silent for an even longer duration, before exclaiming in astonishment, "So these steel plates are still carrying people?" Gawain. The perception within the shell must have been affected. This unfortunate sphere boldly admitted its error. And as its words faded into the air, a series of cracking sounds erupted, and the 3 soldiers were instantly freed, tumbling from the surface of the sphere. Their faces were a mix of anxiety and horror. And upon hitting the ground, their first instinct was to hurriedly retreat to a safe distance from the sphere, discarding their armor and weapons onto the ground in a frenzy. Gawain suddenly sensed that this peculiar sphere might be capable of communication, prompting him to inquire, "Why did you absorb these armors and weapons?" The sphere replied with a tone of indignation, "Is it not reasonable for me to seek something for self-defense? Who knows what vile tricks you savage barbarians might employ? I have stated before that the research facility from those years has long since vanished. How could I know how the ones who captured you back then? You will not deceive me into abandoning my shell." Gawain. For the first time in his life, he found himself utterly defeated in a verbal exchange, and what left the former keyboard warrior especially disheartened was the realization that he had lost to a mere sphere. If this sphere truly was a dragon egg, he was, in fact, bested by a fertilized ovum. Regardless of what he said, the stone sphere, resembling a dragon egg, stubbornly refused to engage in a meaningful conversation. Merely reiterating, "You will not deceive me into abandoning my shell," even when pressed. This led Gawain to suspect whether the sphere was, damnably, a mere recording device. Yet, regardless of its true nature, communication had reached an impasse. Gawain, with a grim and peculiar expression, withdrew his hand from the sphere's surface, concluding the magical perception that he lifted his gaze to find Amber and Pittman watching him with curiosity. Amber had just witnessed the three soldiers' liberation shortly after Gawain's interaction with the sphere, and then observed Gawain's complexion shifting rapidly, leading her to briefly fear that this 700-year-old relic was on the brink of another demise due to overexertion of magical power in the past few minutes. She had been torn between the impulse to flee and shout for everyone to pack up and leave, or to strip Gawain of his valuable possessions before making a hasty exit. Yet, before her inner turmoil could reach a conclusion, Gawain returned to himself, appearing quite irate. This caused Amber, feeling guilty, to break out in a cold sweat and lower her voice an octave. "Are you all right? I thought you might explode when your face changed so quickly." "I have established communication with this sphere," Gawain replied, gritting his teeth, so much so that he failed to notice Amber's unusual demeanor. "This thing is sentient. The most astonished was not Amber, but the druid Pittman beside her, who nearly lunged towards the sphere but hesitated, unsure whether to place his hand upon it. After all, a legendary knight could touch it without consequence, but what if this lowly third-tier druid inadvertently triggered a disaster? The notion that a dragon egg could possess sentience was nothing short of astonishing. Does this mean dragons can contemplate even while still in egg form? This was utterly incomprehensible, a mystery that no scholar or druid had ever unveiled in this world. "No, we cannot be certain that this is indeed a dragon egg," Gawain quickly interjected, still struggling to believe that such a far-fetched scenario could unfold in his life. However, his correction proved futile. Pittman had already succumbed to an inexplicable exhilaration and was busy planning to document this new discovery and sell it to the Holy Dragon Duchy to the north. If he dared to peddle such fictitious research to those fanatic dragon worshippers, Gawain would undoubtedly have to hire yet another druid. Fortunately, Pittman lacked the funds to publish a book, let alone traverse the entirety of Ansu and the northern mountains to promote it in the Holy Dragon Duchy. Given that the stone sphere had refused any further contact, Gawain decided to leave it there. But to prevent this entity, capable of manipulating metal and affecting the flow of magic, from causing further disturbances, he altered the original containment measures. He relocated all metallic items within a radius of several dozen meters inside and outside the tent. He placed a circle of obsidian slabs around the sphere to hinder magical flow. He bound the sphere tightly with strong ropes and secured it to the ground with thick stakes. And finally, he informed the sphere that he intended to procure some oranges. The last step left everyone bewildered. While arranging all of this, Gawain also relayed his entire interaction with the sphere to Hetty, who had been waiting outside. Surprisingly, the typically composed and pragmatic Hetty also speculated that the sphere might indeed be a dragon egg. Was this line of thought so prevalent in this alternate world? This dragon egg was likely pilfered by the ancient Gondor Empire's magi. After listening to Gawain's description, Hetty posited her theory. "I have heard that dragons did indeed appear on the continent 1,000 years ago. And the Dragon Duchy has records of such. Though those fervent dragon worshippers tend to be quite eccentric when it comes to dragon-related topics, they do possess the most reliable accounts of when and where dragons manifested. This timeline coincides with the era of the ruins' construction. Moreover, judging by the dragon egg's attitude towards humans, it is evident that the magi of the Gondor Empire employed unscrupulous methods to acquire this egg. Indeed, their treatment of the dragon egg thereafter was hardly amicable. After all, it was tossed onto the experimental platform. How friendly could one be after that?" Gawain scoffed. "I suspect it has remained dormant since then, likely due to some method the Gondor magi employed to suppress its vitality, for that egg bears no memory of the passage of 1,000 years. And now, having extracted it from the ruins, we may have inadvertently disrupted the seals left by the Magi a millennium ago. What do you intend to do with it?" Hetty inquired cautiously. "If it truly is a dragon egg, we cannot handle it lightly. Legends claim that dragons are a vengeful race, and they place great importance on their eggs. While the Gondor Magi may not have feared dragon retribution a millennium ago, we cannot afford such naivete today. Moreover, in the eyes of those dragons, it is likely that they cannot distinguish between us and the humans of 1,000 years past. Few have seen the true form of dragons, yet descriptions abound regarding their temperament, classification, preferences, and even their diets. Countless scholarly tomes on this continent fervently discuss these matters, a portion derived from the accounts of local dragon experts, and another from the Holy Dragon Duchy in the north, which prides itself on being the bloodline descendants of dragons. They employ a plethora of grandiose and intimidating terms to depict their ancestral dragons. While Hetty chooses to believe the most perilous aspects of those descriptions, Gawain stroked his chin. Indeed, let us leave it be for a few days, ensuring no one disturbs it, allowing it to believe that no one is coming to experiment on it. And then I shall devise a way to establish trust. Upon uttering this, he could no longer suppress a long yawn, as the fatigue from being awakened in the dead of night, coupled with the strain of high concentration, washed over him. Let us call it a day. After all this late-night commotion, we are all weary. Aside from those on sentry duty, everyone else should return to rest. The gathered personnel dispersed, with Amber yawning and vanishing from sight in a shadowy step. Gawain cast one last glance at the dragon egg tent, where the soldiers kept their distance, shook his head, and turned to head toward his own quarters. Once inside, he sat on his bed but did not immediately succumb to sleep. Instead, he instinctively focused his attention and summoned the magical imaging diagram from his mind, surveying the energy distribution depicted within, confirming that there were no significant fluctuations in the energy levels, particularly near the dragon egg, and that the satellite had not issued any new alerts. He let out a slight sigh of relief, preparing to settle down for the night. However, just as he was about to lie down, a flicker of faint light caught his peripheral vision in the dark tent. Gawain rubbed his eyes, confirming that this was not an illusion, and that the glimmer originated from a large basket beside his writing desk. Those were the discarded remnants produced during Rebecca's cement-making process, some unidentifiable solidified substances. Curiously, he approached and observed that tiny specks of light twinkled within those solidified materials. The glow was faint, yet reminiscent of a multitude of stars. Chapter 75. Unexpected Outcomes and Unforeseen. The faintly glowing substances in the darkness dispelled most of Gao Wen's drowsiness, and disregarding the potential for these grayish-black entities to soil his person, he began to rummage through the large basket. Before long, he unearthed several fragments that were distinctly different from the surrounding materials. Their inner luminescence was brighter, more concentrated, and more stable. Externally, these objects still appeared as dark, compact masses, yet nestled within their loose structure were numerous crystalline formations, each no larger than a millimeter in diameter, resembling coarse crystals. These were the sources of the illumination. Gawain crushed a piece of the compact material, carefully extracting several of the crystals, and discovered that they continued to emit light, appearing even more radiant in the absence of surrounding impurities. That a certain intuition prompted him to activate his magical perception ability, revealing clusters of dimly glowing mist within his line of sight. Indeed, these crystals contained a measure of magical energy. Holding one crystal delicately, he applied gradual pressure until it finally shattered. It was hard, nearly as tough as stone, yet somewhat more fragile than the natural crystals used by sorcerers to craft staffs and store magical energy. As it crumbled, its luminescence vanished, and the magical essence dissipated completely. What then was this substance? Gawain furrowed his brow deeply, yearning to consult Hetty immediately, but she had likely retired for the night after the unexpected events, which must have left her fatigued, especially with the added burden of overseeing the camp's construction during the day. Resting well was no easy feat for her. Thus, he forcibly suppressed his thoughts, resolving to seek out Hetty first thing in the morning. The latter half of the night passed without further incident.